Okay, and then it should be good on TikTok, I think. Hmm. Nope, close that out, and then I'll do highs and yes right there. Okay. And that should be good there. The fuck is this? Get out of here. Actually, no, hold on, let me... No. Um... He's vibing, bro. What?
Hell yeah. I made a dumb gun. It's very cool. Man, welcome.
Oh, connected. Base. With my chat, can I put this here? Okay. Okay, that's working now. Okay. There's something I wanted to watch or get into first. Was it the... Oh, I think it was this footage. Did you see this yet, Jordan? There's the body cam.
Oh yeah, I seen it.
Or not body cam, sorry. Cell phone cam.
Yeah, I seen it.
I want one that isn't insanely cut up, because that's the only one that I've seen.
I saw it on Reddit, like completely unedited.
NBC News has obtained video.
It was weird though, because I didn't even hear like the gunshots in the video.
I
I don't know
think...
if it blew out the mic on the phone.
I think it did, yeah.
Department of Justice to investigate.
Continuing across other Ken.
Yeah, Doug, this video was shared by the White House as well as telling CBS from the cell phone of John Renee Good and others are
Shared by the White House, like, on their X page, or...
He's holding a cell phone.
Wait, was this about... is this about him? I don't know. Oof. Oh, wait. So he's the person that... I guess is the one that was parked in front of her, right here? That's him? I feel like that's even worse.
I'm not mad for it. Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen.
Isn't that, like, her wife, too?
I think so, yeah.
From what I was reading?
Yeah.
Former fucking driver. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
God damn, dude. That being one of the last things you say to this guy. Not that it's unjustified, but... Yeah, because I think he pulls up the gun right there. Wait, no, that's his face. Yeah. Oh, you hear the shots right there. Was it only 2 shots?
Something like that.
Okay.
Get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Or no, it was a lot more than that. It's just that, like, you can't hear the other ones.
You see her backing up. The tires face that way, and in the other angle, you can see it very obviously pointing to the right. Also, whenever you freeze it, right here, she's looking this way at the person who's actively trying to open her car. And then she's like backing up, looking down,
She does look,
reversing. I think I hear her wife saying
no,
like,
she does look forward at him. I don't think they were trying to hit them.
I don't think they were, but I don't even know. Like whenever you say looking forward at him, it's like for a split second before she's like, she reverses it. It looks like, where she like puts it into drive.
Well, like devil's advocate, if like, I hate to be devil's advocate on this, right? But like, to be fair, like if you just start driving forward, like without like taking what you're looking at, you know.
I mean, I would
I'm
say,
not saying that like
yeah.
I'm talking about like she was looking forward, but I don't think it was not malicious at all. Like they weren't trying to fucking hit it.
No, I don't think it was malicious, but I also don't
Get
know.
the fuck out of there.
Yeah. Because by this point, he's like continuously walking to the side. Jesus Christ. Also, if he's taking a step to the right, okay, and he pulls the gun out of the holster from his right side, and he's leaning over to shoot through the windshield, it's like, what other result do you expect then to...
Weren't they shooting through the passenger side?
Yeah, they initially shoot through the windshield, and then as they're driving, like, past, that's whenever they're, like, shooting through the passenger. Like, let me see if I have... Oops. See? You can see his arm, like, extended like that. Absolutely wild. Also, I'm pretty sure the wife says drive, drive, drive. Hold on.
Get yourself some lunch, big boy. Okay. Out the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out the car.
Drive, baby, drive is what it sounds like.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out the car.
Yeah, I don't know. Just insane, dog. Insane. Also, I didn't realize it until somebody else had pointed it out, but when she says, I'm not mad at you, buddy, or dude, or whatever the fuck, and then, like, him saying, like, fucking bitches, like, not a good look.
That'd be dope.
I would love for you to fight the White House.
Some guy fought and he said that he doesn't really want to fight in front of billionaires, and I do understand that. And I was like, that makes sense, bro. So I think I'd want to do the White House. Yeah, if there was some kind of like inclusion for like
No, he
fans.
just-
So if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog.
Based. God damn, bro.
Wait, what did he say?
Here.
Like
No, he
fans.
just-
So if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog. I'm good, dude.
Just to go hang out with the Epstein
yeah.
list, I'm good, dude. And then Aiden Ross. Dude, his... Damn. Oh, okay.
Where's my fucking money, motherfucker? Where's my fucking money?
As the
Best
Joe
response to
guy.
Asmongold's claims.
Yeah.
And you can see right here, if the cop wasn't in front of the vehicle, then he wouldn't have been able to make the shot. There it is. It's pretty fucking obvious.
Is he saying the bullet makes it obvious?
And you can see
Dog,
right
he was reaching over from his right hand to the left side.
here, if the cop wasn't in front of the vehicle, then he wouldn't have been able to make the shot. There it is. It's pretty fucking obvious. Yep, it's pretty fucking obvious.
I'm gonna come.
Base.
Rat fuck.
True.
Why
Roach,
did you feel compelled
rat,
to be here today?
freak.
I came up here in 2020 after George Floyd was murdered, after I watched that video, and on Wednesday I got word that Renee Nicole Good was murdered in cold blood, and I made the decision right then and there that I was going to come up here one way or another. They fired the first shot. I'm not calling for peace anymore. I don't care what Fox News says.
Base.
What that woman in the press room says. I'm not calling for peace. They fired the first shot. We have the Second Amendment for a reason. It's time for people to come back here with weapons and show these people that we're equals.
I can just right
Base.
now. You've been wearing it on your sleeve today.
Holy
I've seen you, like,
fucking-
have some interactions with other protesters here. Describe to me some of those emotions that you're feeling right now.
I'm angry. I'm angry. We knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen.
This guy's
the
Fed
minute
posting
they
outside of
called
a
the
federal
election in
building.
2024. That's why
That
what
is
I
based.
did right when I knew the election was going to go the way it did. That's why I went and I bought my first gun. I used to hate guns.
Damn.
think that it was insane that we have more guns than people in this country.
Yeah, there was a
And
lot of
in reality, I
left-wing
still
gun
do
buying,
think that it's
like,
insane that
right
we have more
after
guns
the
than people.
election.
But
Good
if
for
we got
them.
people like these guys,
I mean, if the people who continuously chant and support for the Second Amendment don't see any reason to ever use it against like an actual tyrannical, fascistic, authoritarian government, then
out here just terrorizing
someone's got to buy them.
people, kicking in doors with no warrants, kidnapping people
That's
with
a
no
Second Amendment
cause,
holder right there.
and
True.
people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
You're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee
We're there. This is the dark place.
Exactly true. Base.
We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box. That's the only way.
Oh my god. The bullet box. The switch up.
That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without sharpness. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
I mean, it's a powerful, powerful message that you're delivering here. When you're talking about facing these agents who are armed right now with, we're seeing them with pepper spray, obviously shooting the pepper balls, but we've seen them also with long guns. What's the message that's being delivered to you by your federal government, you feel, in this moment?
That they don't care about us. That they don't care about us. I'm mixed. I'm part Native, I'm part black. They don't care about me. They don't.
I will disavow this when President Trump goes on fucking Twitter and turns down the rhetoric himself.
That'll never happen.
They don't
You'll just keep
care.
turning it the fuck up.
No,
They've said
Actually, speak of... Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Was it on X? I think the White House made a statement where it's like, yeah, we stand by. True, Ghidra. Oh wait, hold on. I think they were like, we stand by our ICE agents, and you guys are just going to force us to like enforce the law even harder. So it's like, yeah, they're just doubling the fuck down. It's crazy. Was it White House? They have archives of previous administrations. It's crazy. What the fuck? Hold on. I don't know if I'm gonna find it, but I did See some other crazy shit that they had said. Who would have thought, though? Alright. First one.
It didn't look like anybody got run over.
Instead of facts, the media push shameless propaganda. That's why Americans don't trust them. Or Americans don't trust them. Watch for yourself. And they link Jimmy Kimmel.
To me.
My fact-finding source. Absolutely.
It didn't look like anybody got run over to me.
Where did he get run over?
Based off what I'm seeing here, it really doesn't look like a nice officer was run over.
True, he wasn't. Show me any video showcasing that he was run over. Also, the exaggerated language of run over, like even if you grant that like that he did, like his leg got hit or some shit, which I don't think it did. But even if you were to say that, that's not getting run over. Like,
You can see the video and see the agent wasn't run over.
true.
Run over the officer.
They're so fucking lucky too that where is it? The way that audio sounds, like it sounds like there's a huge collision.
Was clearly not with any sort of intention to run somebody over.
That's a different claim.
Run somebody over.
Officer.
This was clearly
not
with any sort of intention to run somebody
with
over.
any sort of intention to run somebody over. Interesting. The state of mind is a different question entirely than the actual event itself. So it's like, are you saying that this person's interpretation of someone else's state of mind is like propaganda, or What's up, Hexen? Also, Jordan, I saw this. This one's kind of weird, kind of strange. Like, who the fuck? There's a cowboy and a fucking. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Get me out of here. You have the Homeland Security that is also sharing the same exact video, which doesn't prove at all exactly, like, whatever the fuck they say. This one here.
Even higher in Portland, Oregon.
I haven't seen anything about the Portland, Oregon stuff. I heard that there was like 2 people that had gotten shot there, but I don't know the reason why or like what happened.
Outrage after ICE officer kills.
Nothing much. Just chilling. What are you talking about tonight? Going over the Minnesota stuff a little bit. There's some other links that I had seen. I'm multi-streaming to TikTok as well, in case anybody wants to hop on and disagree. I think that's how you spell it, right? Author. Right? Right?
Yeah, probably.
Ooh. Sorry, I was typing something. Doesn't the POV make it more clear how the car hit him? No, it doesn't. I don't think it does at all. No.
I mean, it bumped him, but like for his reaction to be, I'm gonna gun this person down.
Well, yeah, that's usually what I say is like if let's grant that it did hit him. Okay. Also, here, let me pull this up again real quick. Let's say that it did hit him. That still doesn't give any justification whatsoever for his response. Minnesota case video. Yeah, it's kind of the big thing going on, huh? Yeah. Yeah, you can say it's a pretty big deal or something. Something like that. Yeah, for sure, but POV shows it did hit him. I don't think it necessarily does now. Unless you're like saying hit him as in like they made contact, then like maybe, but from my understanding from like one of the other videos where you can see it like quote unquote more clearly despite having like 6 pixels, I think it shows him like trying to, from what it looks like he's like kind of like leaning over and like putting his hands on the hood for a second. And then he pulls with his right arm or his right hand the gun out of the holster and then leans over to fire into the windshield of the car. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, let me look up Portland. Wait, but why would he get into that position? So that he can fire into the lean, because it's like coming towards him. Portland, Oregon. It wasn't ICE, it was CBP, I'm pretty sure. Shooting. To be fair, wasn't he supposedly dragged by another stop before? If that's true, I can see it giving him an itchy trigger finger. Like, you can grant that. You can say it like it could give him an itchy trigger finger, but do we, for one, we're not even granting that consideration to the driver of the vehicle. Like, could they have also have like some sort of incident with the past, whether it be law enforcement generally, or with a specific police department, or with ICE in particular, or maybe had somebody related to them that have like dealt with ICE in an inconsiderate sort of way. Like these people can also have like be on edge and have a reason for the doing the things that they do. But it's like if we give all the deference to the police officer in this instance, it's like all that's being done is to like excuse the actions done by the officer. Or not even police officer, ICE agent. Like, it's just giving like a reason for like why he can't do his job properly or why he's unfit. Bro, PTSD was still allowed to walk around with a gun and an ICE badge. I mean, they lowered wait, let me get this. They lowered the standards for people becoming ICE agents, so I wouldn't be surprised if they saw that he had PTSD and thought that was like a qualifier. Okay. Was it archive.ph? Is that literally just it? That's fair. I assume I'm the only right-wing guy in chat, so I can play devil's advocate. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there are probably others, but you're chilling. I don't want to... Guys, don't do this. I don't know if I'd get in if anybody would get in trouble doing this. Just don't do this. This is just to show you what you should not do. So what's the claim that they're making? Revolting lies. The 2 criminal illegal aliens who had attacked Border Patrol in Portland are a gang member and his prostitute, not an innocent married couple. The driver of the vehicle, Luis David Nico Moncada, is a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela and suspected Trende Aragua gang member. He illegally entered the U.S. in 2022 and was released into the country by the Biden administration. Since then, he was arrested for DUI and unauthorized use of a vehicle. He has a final order of removal. The passenger, Yurlenis Betsabeth Zambrano, I can't. Sorry. Peace and love. Let me put this in no disrespect. Wait, are they alive? Do we know if they're alive? Pronunciation. Vance implied he had PTSD at a press conference. Yeah, I saw that. But again, notice how the deference is given to the officer, not the other person. I don't want to fucking know how to pronounce Google. I just want... to type whatever. Actually, no, I can do this. Okay, kill yourself. He's a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela and is associated with Tarrio. So is she associated with Tarrio? Jesus fucking Christ. Learn to TD. What do they call it? T. What is? Trendy. Abbreviated as. Is there no abbreviation for it? TDA. Okay, we'll call it TDA. Is she associated with TDA, but he's a suspected TDA gang member? Like, these are like two completely different things. Like, is she a prostitute for TDA, or like how does that work? She illegally entered the U.S. in 2023 near El Paso, Texas, and was released into this country by the Biden administration. Since illegally entering, she played an active role in a TDA prostitution ring and was involved with a prior shooting in Portland. God damn, all of these red flags are just, these sirens are blaring in my fucking mind right now, trying to decipher whatever the fuck this post is. He is a criminal illegal alien. So for one, like, we don't know what they mean by illegal alien in this instance. And I'm going to be reading this article and everything about who they are. Because they consider even asylum seekers as being illegal aliens. Suspected gang member. Okay. Does that give justification to shoot somebody? Or is this just like a character assassination? Or he illegally entered the US in 2002 and was released into the country by the Biden administration. So does this mean he was like seeking asylum? Does this mean that he crossed the border and was undocumented? Or like, okay. Since then, he was arrested for DUI and unauthorized use of a vehicle. Unauthorized in the sense that he stole it. Unauthorized in the sense that it wasn't his vehicle, but like somebody had given him like permission to do it. Or like he was like working in it at a job or something that he wasn't like supposed to.
No, it was an illegal alien vehicle.
What does that mean?
It was undocumented.
Okay. Are you saying that's their usage of unauthorized, or are you saying that that could be one of the usages?
It came here illegally.
Okay. So he has a final order.
He drove the car through the border wall.
True, actually.
Put a big fucking hole in it. Car-shaped hole.
Like a Looney Tunes ass. Like, yeah. He has a final order of removal.
Car-shaped hole with like a sombrero on top of the car.
He has like the mustache fucking curls at the end too. Final order of removal. I don't know what this means. Criminal illegal alien. Again, could just be somebody crossed over here or someone seeking asylum or whatever, and is associated with TDA. Like, associated to what extent and how? Illegally entered and was released. Like, released in the sense of like they were processing the asylum claim and she was like let out, or since illegally entering, she played an active role in a prostitution ring. Like, she was a prostitute, or she was like a higher up involved with the prior shooting. Like, was she hanging out with somebody and somebody like shot the dude they were hanging out with? Or yeah, I don't know. So fucking retarded. There's so many things here that are so vague and ambiguous, like intentionally, to just muddy up the waters.
Border Patrol agent shot a married couple there. At least 6 people were arrested yesterday and overnight during protests in Portland. And according to DHS now, the border agents there were conducting...
Brown equals suspected gang member. Exactly, bro. You get it.
A quote-unquote targeted vehicle stop of this married couple. They accused the couple of both being connected to the Venezuelan gang, Tarrio, and claimed that during the stop, the driver tried to run over the agents, and that is why one of them fired a, quote, defensive shot. No agents were injured in this. The married couple, they were both...
Was this the day after the Minnesota shooting?
And claimed that during the stop, the driver tried to run over the agents, and that is why one of them fired a, quote, defensive shot. No agents were injured in this. The married couple, they were both shot, one in the arm.
Like, how is it the case that... Oh, there's 2 instances, like, okay.
One in the chest. Both are in the hospital. And local leaders now are demanding that ICE and other federal agents leave the city. And now, tensions are flaring even... Cool,
okay. Oregon officials launch probe after Border Patrol agents shoot 2 in Portland. Let me reset this real quick. Wait, what's a good... Actually, no, hold on. I think I should have a photo here.
A photo.
A photo. I have a really good photo. Donald Trump. Does this work? Does... Damn it. I do face swap. Dude, no shot. There's nothing. I've seen videos of Donald Trump with Down syndrome before. There has to be something. Imagine a wish.
Here's what you should do. You should get a job at the White House, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like the public relations guy, and like post all the pictures, because you know he doesn't look at them, and just post them edited with him with Down syndrome. Like every one of them, you just like edit it to where it looks like he has Down syndrome.
True. I could do that. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Or just like slightly a little bit more Down syndrome than before.
Yeah.
Okay, DHS said agents were conducting a quote-unquote targeted vehicle stop involving a Venezuelan national. Is this a official, like, police term? Like, what's the extent of that? What defines
there's
a
allegedly
vehicle?
There's allegedly a thing of graphics cards here, and I'm gonna fucking steal them. I'm gonna sell them.
Sweet. Which ones?
Let me see. Oh no, they're just graphics cards. It just says there's a box of graphics cards here at this warehouse. I need you to go get them.
Wait, so if I put this... Does this just permanently... God damn it. Gosh darn it.
I'll take that. Fuck it, why not?
Oh, here it is.
I'm probably gonna have to fight, what is it, Rashala?
Inshallah.
Inshallah, my brother.
What is this?
Rashala. Or Goon's boss, or... Who's the other boss? I know it's not just... Because there's also... What's his face?
Is this a...
Yes, it is.
Okay. Portland, Oregon. Officials in Oregon have launched an investigation after federal agents shot and injured 2 people Thursday in an incident that came a day after the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE officer in Minneapolis and prompted fierce criticisms from officials in Oregon. Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman, sorry, she's not a person, she's a woman, Tricia McLaughlin said the shooting involved Border Patrol agents who were conducting a targeted vehicle stop involving a Venezuelan national. When agents identified themselves to the vehicle occupants, the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over the law enforcement agents, McLaughlin said in a statement. She said an agent fired a defensive shot. After the shooting, McLaughlin said the driver drove off with the passenger, fleeing the scene. So, they fired a defensive shot. Just one shot? How did they collateral the dude and his, like, supposed wife? The 2 people shot, a man and a woman, were found by Portland police and brought to a hospital, according to the police department. Police said their conditions are unknown. DHS identified the shooting victims as Luis David, these names. The agency said both were Venezuelan and undocumented and had entered the country in 2023 and 2023, respectively. DHS said Moncada had a prior DUI arrest, which the Washington Post confirmed with court records. The agency alleged that... Oh my god. I need to get some food. Fuck. The agency alleged that he and Zambrano, yes, were involved in criminal gang activity but did not offer any documentation, and the Post could not immediately verify those claims. What makes it also more suspicious is that, like, if this is DHS saying this stuff, I would have to expect them to just immediately just drop everything over and over and over as, like, any sort of evidence they have for this claim at all, right? Like, if they're willing to weaponize like these vague allegations or these vague notions of criminality, like I would maybe expect them to actually have something to drop, which makes it seem more suspicious that they have like jack shit on this person, or at least anything substantial. I would say we've been clear about our concerns with excessive use of force. Okay, are there any details whatsoever? Ooh. Here's a time. Wilson said he has spoken to Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, adding that they shared grief for the families who are suffering and grief for the recklessness of our federal government. He said ICE agents and DHS leadership should be investigated for the incidents in Minneapolis and Portland. True, they should get the fuck out. Let me say this to the federal agents and ICE. We do not need you. You're not welcome. You need to get the hell out of our community. He heard the other guy say fuck, and he was like, man, I need to say something just as cool. And all he could settle for was hell because he felt uncomfortable saying the actual word. Police found the people with gunshot wounds at the apartment building about 6 minutes after they responded to the shooting, the department said. At least one neighbor said he saw a man bleeding as he stopped his car there Thursday afternoon. And they later extended the blocked off area as neighbors yelled and became visibly upset about immigration officials' presence in the city. Portland's relationship with the Trump administration had been fraught for months, blah, blah, blah. I just want details, please. Snort some coke, pussy. No, dude, I'm afraid I'll get a nosebleed. Do we know anything at all? God, dude. Off yourself. Please, please, please. .ph. There we go. Can I favorite this? Okay, I guess not. Listen, dude. I don't need your sass. Listen, Ghidra. Listen, buddy. Honest question, why are people still defending the people that cross the border illegally? It would depend on like what you're talking about specifically, because it's like when you say illegally, I feel like that kind of loads a lot of things, like whether it be intentionally or not. Because people, especially people in this administration in particular, will use a quote-unquote illegal status as a broad generalization of it could either refer to somebody who crossed the border without going through the means that are necessary. It could mean somebody who is like overstaying a visa, like a work visa or some sort of work order. It can mean somebody who is here on an asylum claim that was here, and even with the asylum claim, it can be broken down into like whether or not they were rejected asylum and they're still here because they refused to leave, or they're still here because they need time to get processed to leave, or it could be somebody who's here on a particular type of visa, but the visa expires and they don't have it renewed like in time. They would be considered classified as illegal. The problem with the illegal label is that it's just so broad. It's like whenever people are defending it, or at least whenever I defend people that are considered to be like quote unquote illegal, it's on that basis. It just doesn't seem like there's a a set standard for what people like actually mean. It's just a catch-all to increase justifications for just insane fuck shit, like you see with the Somalian shit, and then leading into the ICE stuff, and then leading into the ICE stuff from this woman being shot, and I guess now in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, I don't know. Tell me how you felt about Biden did with the border. Oh, I thought he did fucking fine. Give me a break, dude. I think he did just as well as I think like people generally would probably handle that situation. But because at the most that I think you can criticize him for is going to be like if I were to grant like the most being negligent. But then on the flip side, like he's had, what was it, how many months was it again from the border bill that was shot down? It was from the election day. Actually, let me say Trump's inauguration to election day to the border bill being shot down, and then the months and months prior to that where they were attempting to construct like a comprehensive border bill in which they had like, I think like 2 or 3 iterations. Like, I think that Biden was just kind of like too good faith and too considerate. But yeah, illegal is a broad term. So do any of those deserve to be sent back in your opinion? I think for sure, like definitionally, like some of them do have to like deserve to. Deserve is such like a difficult word, to be clear, to determine like who deserves what and who deserves like that thing and why. When you say deserves, as in like they broke the laws, therefore they need to be like penalized according to like the violation of those laws, I would say like, yeah, probably. Yeah. Like they understand the repercussions. Obviously they're going to be like extents that could be like appropriately had for that. Like you're not going to say like, oh, just because they broke the law means that they can be like shot in the fucking face. Not referencing the ICE thing in particular, but there's obviously going to be like extents to how extreme we can go with like breaking the laws. Obviously, my bad. I mean, which ones do you think need to go? Probably the ones that came here seeking asylum but are rejected or don't qualify for what asylum truly is. I would say that like those are probably some of the ones that would definitionally have to go, which from my understanding, post the Title 42 restrictions, the majority of asylum claims were being rejected. But again, like we're obligated, right, to have these people here. Let me put this up real quick. So we're obligated to have these people here once they seek asylum. Like it's part of our legal system, right? So if we're obligated to have these people here, then kicking them out on some like random basis is just antithetical to following the rule of law, because it's usually the people that chant like rule of law over and over and over and over and over, but then they don't respect it themselves. They don't give a fuck about it themselves. They just want things that feel good. They don't want to go through the actual challenging, difficult things. They don't want to like have any major legislation or anything, because that's what you see with the Trump administration is there's no like legislative wins whatsoever. I think the only thing that has gotten passed like through Congress was the quote unquote big beautiful bill, and then past that, like I don't think there's been anything else. It's all been like through executive orders that can immediately be rescinded from the upcoming administration. So it's like they don't give a fuck about it. They just want to continue just gain more and more and more and more control. But all that to be said is like I think people who come here seeking asylum and then don't apply or don't qualify for it should be like sent back or whatever else. I don't like the idea of whenever someone comes here and is undocumented and they commit crimes here, I don't like the idea of sending them to another country. Like, how do you know they're going to face accountability when they go to these other countries? You would ideally want them to reside here in our country and to punish them with our legal system. How do I... Also, you don't have to say you're bad or anything. You're chilling. It's no biggie. But I would like... Isn't there a way that I can actually view... God, this is so fucking stupid. This format on TikTok is horrible. Do I have to... Wait, multi-guest, what? Invite, what? Okay. Change layout, grid, what? Allow moderators to... Oh my god. This is horrible. Invite. Okay. So I guess that's how you do it. Is that why people have, like, blank accounts sitting in their TikToks? Is that what Relevant does, or Irrelevant? Relevant. Also, I know there's the, I know there's like an N-word in my search history. Ignore that, guys. I never type that, guys. I would never. Does he have his thing like organized too, like the stream VODs? Oh, nice one. Nice one, dipshit. Happens to the best of... Yeah, it just slips out. The word, not anything else, yeah. What is this taking me to? What is this taking... Oh. True. Go here, and then let me look up... Not relevant. Like when he is like arguing with people. I don't know, whatever, fuck it. Fuck it! Yeah, okay. So I guess there's no thing here. What is this music, dog? Does this sound better on one speed? Thanks.
It immediately follows what struck me as a seasoned law enforcement professional, and it says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And that is really a passion of mine and the Portland Police Bureau, that we... I recently read the Declaration of Independence for the first time, and this great document we're going to celebrate 150 years this July. And there's that commonly referred to line about certain inalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But the line that immediately follows what's...
Which is really, really interesting. I think I was talking to somebody the other day about this. Was it, fuck. What's his name? Nozick? No, he's a libertarian philosopher. Fuck. What's his name? What's his name? Is that how you spell it? Philosopher. Robert Nozick. I think that was him. Or is it somebody else, please? Hold on. Kill me! Girl. Property. Who was it? Was it actually Nozick? Hold on. Milton Friedman. Wait, was that actually... Was it Milton Friedman instead? I'll just... Hold on. Who originally advocated for life, liberty, and property? It was John Locke. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so he believed that there were like these foundational, like natural laws that existed within everybody, which ensured them like life, liberty, and then like property generally, as much as like it's actually capable of being afforded to them without like taking too much of or obstructing others like capabilities or whatever else. And it was like later revised in the Declaration of Independence to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I always thought that was really interesting.
Struck me as a seasoned law enforcement professional, and it says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And that is really a passion of mine of the Portland Police Bureau, that we understand that we derive our powers from the consent of the governed. That Portlanders have expressed to us how they desire to be policed and how they desire to interact with their local law enforcement. That will always continue to be a priority of mine. And we have done that remarkably over the last year, particularly in the area of public order. I'm so tremendously proud of the way that we have all showed up, both our community, sometimes in the tens of thousands, or maybe minor protests, and even this week with the events in Minneapolis that certainly concerns us and raised the tension and the fear and the angst. And we had the demonstration that evening, and then the demonstrations last night and the public order events that are happening today and throughout the weekend. I have high expectations that we will continue to be able to express our dissent in a way that demonstrates our commitment to showing how we want to be governed. And that means doing so in a way that is calm or is peaceful or is nonviolent, whatever the terminology that you choose to use, but an expectation that these public order events can be held and participated in by all, and that they are a place of safety for all, including our public officials and our first responders. Last night we had a couple of events that occurred, one that was across the street here at City Hall, several hundred participants, and then we also had several hundred down at the facility in South Waterfront. We, along with our partners from the Oregon State Police, were present down at South Waterfront last night. We did see an increased amount of energy and intensity, which we anticipated, given the events of yesterday and on the heels of with all of the various influences that are coming upon us. But I'm asking and encouraging Portlanders to not lose the credibility that we have built up, but grateful that they are appear to be on the road to recovery, and I'm grateful for that. They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is... Boo-hoo. Come to our country legal and you won't have a problem. What the fuck? Like... I don't know, it's...
We can't...
If only you were here legally, we wouldn't shoot you. But because you're here illegally.
Confirm that. We know that we had a shooting in Northeast Portland in July of this year, and the victim in that shooting was
Like, even if you take the events that are told here at face value, not here with this police chief, but with what DHS is saying when they say that, like, hey, the officers were doing like this traffic stop and they were attempted to be like ran over by this driver. If you're to take that set of events, the legality of this person being here has no basis of consideration whatsoever. Like, I don't know.
Identified as a Venezuelan immigrant who informed us that the suspects in that shooting were associated with TDA. Based upon that, we've been working that case. It's an ongoing investigation, but we have been working that case, and there's also been involvement with the two people who were shot yesterday by the federal officers through some criminal cases out in Washington County. So this is a regional effort as we look at this group affiliation and the potential for violence.
Oh, wow. Oh, it actually does pop up. That's kind of cool. There you go.
Hey,
whoa.
How's it going?
What's up?
Do you like my profile pic?
It's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I worked really hard on it.
What do you mean you worked hard on it?
I didn't ask Grok to make it for me.
Why? Wait, how do I...
Did you see the thing on Twitter where it was like at Grok. It was like the picture of Renee slumped, and it said at Grok put her in a bikini.
Oh, I see it now. Okay, okay, I see the George Floyd. Base. Hold on, let me... Hold on, let me pull that up.
And I agree with you. He wants to be an authoritarian, and that's what we need, man.
That's retarded. Wait, does that show up? Okay, yeah, it is showing up, I think. Can you see that on stream?
Yeah.
Based. Beautiful. Alright, are you memeing? I don't know what's going on.
No, man, I'm a groiper.
Oh. Okay. Let's here, hold on, let me hold on, wait.
I'm not a very good debater.
Well, I'm not trying to, I'm just asking questions at the moment, okay? Chill.
With you.
With groypers, do they all believe in authoritarianism?
Yeah, they're pretty fascist. It's kind of like core key concept to it. Want like a Catholic Ayatollah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, why did I got a violation warning? Was it because of the George Floyd fucking? Come on, bro.
No, probably.
No shot. God damn it. Okay. Wait, did he get kicked? I didn't even get to talk to him. I wanted to ask him just like genuine questions. Fuck.
Damn, bro, you got Floyded.
I did get. I got George Floyded. But I wanted to ask because I thought that was interesting. They brought up the like most of them are fascists, and it's like because there's a lot of conversations I have with people where they're like, I don't like fascism isn't right wing, but like I would say that fascism is inherent to like right wing ideologies. Like if they say the opposite of fascism would essentially be communism, and then they view communists as being like left wing, then I would say that like yeah, definitionally I feel like it has to be right wing. But
and it's still ongoing, so I don't have details. And what I can say.
Also for context, all I could see, by the way, when he's like, wait, does this show up? Yeah, you can see at the bottom right or bottom left the photo where it says he says, "Do you like my PFP?" That's all I could see from my perspective.
Is there is an association with the two folks yesterday and TDA. I hesitated to even share this information initially because I'm very aware of the historic injustice of victim blaming, oftentimes portrayed by law enforcement, including this very agency that I've represented so proudly for so many years. And historically, we have not been quick to disclose the potential criminal history of others. But I felt it was imperative because I was asked yesterday in the news conference what information we have. This is information we have. This in no way draws a through line to the actions or the behaviors that occurred yesterday. I want to speak for just a moment specifically to my Latino community.
My Latinx bastard, get it right.
It saddens me that we even have to qualify these remarks, because I understand, or at least have attempted to understand through your voices, your concern, your fear, your anger. This information in no way is meant to disparage or to condone or support or agree with any of the actions that are.
Wait, is my YouTube thing still up?
We stay committed to the rule of law, that we stay committed to the facts.
Don't tell me what to do. Is my YouTube? Okay, it's still going. Cool.
That we stay a trustworthy and legitimate police department for all the Portlanders. We are currently involved in this investigation with our federal partners, which I'm very grateful for. And we have been able to assist and provide perspective and have a small area of participation as this investigation continues. I am proud of the relationships we have with our federal partners. We have relied upon them in many ways through the enforcement of human trafficking, fentanyl, gun violence, etc. And I have appreciated their work on a local level. And their willingness to have us engage in the investigation at this time, I think, is a demonstration of that ongoing relationship and information sharing.
Hey Jordan, can you mute,
So,
please?
Will help,
Thanks, King.
some transparency to the process for Portlanders to be able to recognize. I'm also in regular communication with the district attorney and Attorney General Dan Rayfield, and their teams as well are supporting and participating in this process. When I say participating, I want to be clear. This is not a parallel investigation by the Portland Police Bureau. We are present, but we are not conducting our own independent investigation. That's not our role in this, and would not be the necessary information to do that would not be made available to us because we're dependent upon that participation and cooperation with our federal partners. But
oh my fucking god!
What?
Tarkov fucked up and crashed, and now I have to redo an entire fucking quest.
Based. Yeah, earlier I was trying to see what your definition of right and left wing are. I'd say with like left wing, it's typically going to be like a more of an emphasis on like social issues, on kind of like a like a perspective
I would
of?
say.
Are you
I would
gonna meme?
say, like, no, I'm not gonna meme. I would say like right wing would be like they're like they're all big and manly and
Oh my god, bro! Fuck off!
always right.
Oh my god,
and,
bro! Fuck off!
always right.
Oh my god,
and,
bro! Fuck off!
always right.
Why
And
is this
the
echoing?
left
Stop!
wing
Hold
is
on!
like full
Wait!
of bunch
Are
of
you?
girly commies.
What? Wait!
And the
Stop!
right
Hold
is
on!
like full
Wait!
of bunch
Are
of
you?
girly commies.
What? Wait! Stop! Hold on! Wait!
Wait!
Wait! Hold on! Wait! Can we go? Can we go? Can we go?
I like the big fat guy. He's cool.
All right. Test. Okay, I think I
Yep.
fixed it. I fucked up. Yeah, with left wing, I would say it's like not an overemphasis, but it's like way more emphasized on like social issues versus like with like right wingers, it's more of like I think definitionally like conservative. Like they just want to conserve like older ideals
not
of
really-
like a
they don't
individual
really-
basis of like themselves and their like communities.
Not memeing though. Like I don't really think. Like Robbie's been saying this a lot, right? And I've kind of started to agree. They don't really care about the conservation of any kind of like any like they don't really care about any kind of conservation of like any ideals. They like the idea of it maybe. Right? It's something that we rally behind, but they don't actually care about it. Right?
I think I would probably generally agree with that, at least with like modern conservative beliefs. It doesn't seem like they have like a coherent kind of like a belief system that they want to preserve. It seems to be like all over the place.
It's more about that's what it is. I feel like a lot of right wing, like the constituents, like of like anyone right wing in the U.S., they do care about those things. Like they actually do. Like a good portion of them do at least. I would say at least like 60 to 70%, right?
Yeah.
Actually do care about that. But like the leaders of like the Republican Party, they don't care about that at all.
But even beyond the leaders, it seems like when it applies to the only thing modern conservatives conserve is the GDP. I don't even think that's true. Like, whenever you say that, you have Trump who just outspent in his first term Biden 2-1, I believe. No,
Conserve EDP.
Jesus Christ.
I love guys like EDP.
But
they'd probably elect him if they had the chance, you know.
With the first term of Trump's administration, like he outspent Biden like crazy, despite Joe Biden like having like the brunt of COVID, despite Joe Biden like being able to pass through like these massive comprehensive bills to attempt to stimulate the economy, and then now you see him again, Donald Trump not passing any comprehensive legislation, and on top of that, like what was how much did the big beautiful bill add? Big beautiful.
Oh, like
bill.
to the debt. Okay,
Was it
so,
1.5 trillion?
Adding to the debt doesn't really. It's like whatever.
Oh, it was 1.1. Was it 1? Wait, no, never mind. That's breaking down the exact shit. Oh, was it this I was thinking of? No, what I was thinking of, I think he like requested Congress or something to add 1.5 trillion. Let me hold on. Donald Trump asked to add 1.5 trillion.
I don't know. It's been really weird though. One of the main things that I always get pissed off about is that everyone likes to blame Biden for the economy going to shit.
True.
Pretending like the months and months beforehand, the economy was exactly where it was. Like it was worse off. Like I'm a delivery driver, right? That's what I do. You want to talk gas prices? I know the fucking gas prices. Right? That shit was awful. It was fucking awful during the end of Trump's term.
Yeah. Well, it's like they'll somehow like register that COVID was a thing at the end of Trump's term, but then like forget that it ever existed under Biden's term, like when he initially came in, and then blame Biden specifically for the inflation and where inflation was at that moment in time. So I don't know. I don't think that conservatives really cared about that. If they did too, I don't think that they would be attacking California or Newsom as much as they did, considering how much like California on its own contributes to the GDP and isn't it like the fourth largest like what is it? They have like the fourth largest GDP in the world. I'm pretty sure. California fourth largest. Let me double check this.
Where the fuck am I?
California, well, let me look up something else, since that's from their website. California passes Japan as fourth largest economy. Wow, I listen, you guys gotta get paid, I understand it, big ups, but I'm not gonna pay. Peace and love.
We are at the table, and we are learning as we go, and hopefully, because this is new territory for us, that once the investigation is completed, there'll be an opportunity to share that information holistically. I can't speak to that currently. So, with all that, I think we're ready for a few questions. We'll do, 11th, I apologize.
It just closes the stream.
Saying is, through the investigation of the shooting on July 11th, there became a nexus to them. Whether they were involved, I do not know. As far as I am aware, they haven't been named as suspects. They haven't been charged in it, but because of the information important police officers received on the July 11th incident from the victim, we then proceeded down the investigation, which led us to this information sharing with Washington County.
To go with it, you know?
No, they have not been confirmed as the shooters.
Wait, what? To
this information sharing with Washington County. No, they have not been from the information important police officers received on the July 11th.
It would be really nice to be able to like hear what the fuck they're saying. Thank you.
From the victim, we then proceeded down the investigation, which led us to this information sharing with Washington County. No, they have not been confirmed as the shooters. I don't have the details of that from the report. I just have been advised he was a Venezuelan immigrant. He did express to us that.
Sorry, land of the rising sun, America wins again. True. Fuck them. Make their sunset ASAP.
Now that the mayor has kind of explicitly said that he does not want ICE to operate in Portland, I'm curious, how does that impact your relationship with ICE and federal agencies, if at all? I mean, are you taking direction to back away a bit?
Yeah, so the question was, with the comments from the mayor regarding having ICE out of Portland, how does that impact our relationships? And I appreciate Mayor Wilson, I appreciate his leadership, and he's been very respectful of understanding the importance that I place upon relationships with all parties involved. And so therefore, he has not given me direction otherwise to continue to be available. I've been on the phone today with some of our federal partners. We'll continue to be throughout the course of the weekend and through this investigation. And I think that's really in the best interest of all Portlanders so that we can try to provide as much information in as timely fashion as possible.
Thanks, Joey Bucket, 26. The federal government's spoken a lot about this group Tarrio on the national and international scale based on the facts that you've seen, like you just referenced. What kind of presence does this group have in the Portland area?
Well, we're learning more about that. We certainly can say that there is a presence. It would not appear to be as significant as maybe some have been led to believe. I don't know if AC Simon has any more on that. You've been in conversation the last 24 hours, but you've been with that? Yeah, so it is a regional approach. I will say I appreciate support with Washington County and the effort to try and figure out where some of these folks might be that are directly related. But we're definitely aware, definitely engaged. Even though I wasn't able to answer that question, I'm saying organizationally,
Mikey,
that are working this and tracking this down.
You're with any possible activities that TDA might be known as
what's up, Mikey?
Either here or elsewhere that have been maybe looked into or not.
Yeah, question is, do I have any specific knowledge of activities that TDA's been involved with?
Work was gay today.
Why?
It was just like oddly slow, but also like not slow enough that I could just like fucking read Twitter. Yeah, it was like annoying, and I made like I didn't actually. I'm stupid because I didn't check. Yeah, I didn't really check my digital, like the money I'll get on my card tomorrow, but I only made $9 in cash. Like,
I've had some pretty rough days like that, but I also have to spend gas.
Tomorrow, but I only made $9 yeah.
No, I get gas reimbursement, so like a lot of the time, like, and they kind of give back more than I'll spend in gas. Like I always throw $20 in my tank, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But then they'll like, that can last me like a few days. But then like today I got like 35 in mileage.
I just don't want to see a brother succeed. Not here. It's big gas against big DoorDash. Or wait, no, never mind. You said you weren't good. Never mind. I forgot you switch things.
Yeah, I'm back at Domino's.
I do not have
Dude, I
anything
hear
specific
somebody
more to share.
fucking
What
walking around
was
out
communicated
there.
to us
I'm fucking
through
scared.
the incident back in July with this victim, and as we have learned, is that oftentimes they will prey on their own Venezuelan immigrant population because they know that they have a reluctance to want to engage with law enforcement. But once again, this is something that we're getting up to speed on.
Can you point us to any cases or instances of criminal activity involving Tarrio? And second, do you denounce and condemn the use of force yesterday?
2 questions. Can I give a case or an example? I don't have a case for you specifically related to them. The other one is, can I condemn the use of force yesterday? No, I will not do that at this time. It's an ongoing investigation. We need to, as painful as it can be to hear these words from a police chief, we need to trust the system. And I understand how flat that can fall with so many people. Maybe I need to find a different terminology for that. But the reality is, I believe, because I see Max's eyes, I believe that this is the system that we have.
Actually based.
It's the system that we're relying upon. It's the system that is in place, and I'm a systems thinker. I believe in the importance that not just A equals B equals C, but that we look at it holistically. And there are so many aspects to the events of yesterday, just like there's so many aspects to the event of a police officer's actions today. Not to draw false equivalency, the events of yesterday, not only because of the seriousness, because of the effect on life, but also because of the national narrative and the intensity around it, and all of the other collateral harms that we see happening. So I'm going to continue to very much be committed and believe that the system can continue to work. And I have one quick example why I do that, and it was held right here in Portland, Oregon, in that building next door, where for 2 days, 3 Portland Police Command officers testified as the sole representatives of the city on why we did not need the National Guard deployed to the city of Portland. And based upon that testimony and based upon the excellent work of Portland Police Bureau members over the course of several months, a judge agreed with and cited in.
What the did somebody just pull up the fucking stream?
And based upon that testimony and based upon the excellent work
Why?
of Police Bureau members over the course of several months, a judge agreed with and cited in her statement, in her
Honestly,
report,
like,
that
sorry,
credibility
I
of the
was
Police
super
Bureau.
distracted and sending a text a second ago when we were talking, but one of my problems with like the delivery thing when it's your own vehicle is like the fact that to work. Well, it's like maintenance and investment. Like when I do regular labor, I'm about to change. This Doppler effect is distracting me. But like when I do regular labor, I'm already just like it costs time and like physical, not like health. It's not like you necessarily lose health, but I mean, if you're doing really intensive labor, you do like, you injure your back, you slowly like tear your muscles up, like. But then for it to also cost maintenance and investment, like of a capital, like thing that you already own, like, so it degrades your life in so many ways. It's like it would be worth it, but I think like for it to be equalized, like driving as delivery on your own car would have to be like 50 an hour plus like 50 cents per gallon, like of like gas spent. And like nobody's actually competitive like that. You know what I mean?
No. In fact, they're usually paying like.
Yeah, they're typically like they're actually parasitic. Like companies that pay people to drive are like typically parasitic, as far as I can tell.
Like you can make a shitload of money.
It depends, but
like there were like during COVID, I was making like 200 a night. Like I could make 200 a night at least.
But it like how many miles a night, like,
Oh, a lot of fucking miles, definitely.
And that's gas. That's gas and investment. Like you can only do that like 10,000 times. Like you can only do a lot of miles, like 10K. Like if it's over 100, then that's 100,000 fucking miles off your car. Which, like, some cars don't make it past 180, right? So, I don't know. Sorry, I keep interrupting. Fucking police chief.
Based. Yeah, I feel like there probably just isn't enough information on this at the moment.
Why the fuck is Portland even commenting on this? It happened in Minneapolis.
No, there was something that happened in Portland.
Again? What? They did it again?
Yeah, it was,
yeah, they did
allegedly, like, there was, like, these two people. Apparently, these two people were, like, being pulled over for a traffic stop. The officer was allegedly hit by this person, and they drove off after the officer had, like, shot them. But I don't know yet. There really isn't any info at all. So, what was this? This was yesterday. Wait, did Vance speak? Oh, he did speak here. Okay. This woman is a ghoul, by the way.
And women of ICE, and will always uphold law.
He's a scary little ghoul.
True.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States.
Despite no investigation being launched into this whatsoever, like as of yet.
Did my
So
headphones die? Oh, dude, fucking.
damn. L. Test.
It's your
Test.
fault. No, I'm just kidding.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Did you hear what she was saying?
No, I just heard like for some reason Siri activated mid you talking.
Oh.
And, like my
But are you
like
still streaming?
Yeah.
no, my bad.
Okay, you said you got like some kind of violation.
On what?
No, you got a violation, brother.
Oh,
His
okay.
his stream's still up for me.
Where?
Yeah, you said something about getting like a. You said something about a.
Oh, on
no, the
TikTok.
guy got kicked. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah. It was because he had a George Floyd photo.
Oh, good for him, bro. Wait, what is?
What?
Holy moly!
What?
I don't know. I just realized that I have 16 new messages.
This guy came into my live earlier. He was a groiper, and he came in with this profile picture. That's apparently the woman that got shot, and George Floyd.
AI edited like.
Yeah, with
liberal death memorial Holocaust photo, family photo. That doesn't look like George Floyd. He looks too healthy. No offense, George, but like the skin is glowing.
he looks less fentied.
Yeah, he looks less fentied out, and like he was raised in a crack den.
Hold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement
You have no evidence like showcased now whatsoever. By the way,
are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 32.
is there any stat for this whatsoever? ICE and CBP 1,200% increase. Like where? Like was it the case that there was like one a year and then there was like 12 or something, and like it's so fucking suspicious why they're using that number in particular, or like where they even get that number. Any stats for this at all, or are you gonna cite something?
I'm okay. I saw this. I would post things on LSF, by the way, as well. Although my account is kind of barren, but I would do it.
Okay.
Well, Marshall's probably perfect for that shit. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That guy got shot in the mouth.
Struck an ICE officer in the face with a metal coffee cup, causing a laceration, requiring 13 stitches, and an ICE officer received a bloody scalp and a concussion during an arrest of a criminal illegal alien. So the way it's phrased is like,
Was he a criminal because he's an illegal alien, or is he a criminal now that he assaulted two people?
yeah, not only that, but like the way it's phrased when they cite these numbers or whatever is like that there's an increase of like
like
intentional kind of like crimes against it.
Increase in ICE law enforcement assaults. By the way, ICE law enforcement didn't exist over 5 years ago. Like, it's a brand new thing. So yes, it's increased.
Yeah, well, not only that, but also like this could be the case where he's like trying to arrest somebody that was like struggling, and then he falls to the ground and bashes his fucking head in. Not like the guy being arrested bashes his head in, but like he can like knock his shit like on the pavement or something, and that's what they're like using as like a citation. I would be curious what this case is.
I think it still would if the guy's resisting arrest. He would still be responsible for like assaulting an officer. Even
He'd be responsible for it, but it's like the way that they're citing this is, what was it, 2621? Like listen to the way she uses this.
That has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults,
No.
a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings,
I'm
and an
racist.
8,000%
Like she said, it's a organized attack, an organized effort.
I think though it depends on exactly what. I think in some cases it is.
Could be, but
Like,
none of these
there are
cases right here seem to be
what are they
indicative
called,
of
like-
it.
What are they called? Like anti-ice blockades or whatever?
Sure, but those would be like
these
protests,
are,
no?
like, well, like in some cases they're protests, in some cases they're like organizations, like they're like I don't know. I feel like in some cases they're because sometimes it's like organic propping up of shit. You know what I mean? Like people hear about something, they all gather, they protest. That's like a typical protest. Whereas like I heard not the Minneapolis lady who died, but like some of the people who are surrounding the car are part of like a I don't even know what you would call it, neighborhood watch, I guess, which isn't a protest. Like it's an ICE neighborhood watch.
Sure, but notice how none of the officers there were assaulted, which is the claim she's making.
No,
like,
no. Yeah, I know they
like-
weren't. I'm saying like you're right.
Like a larger, sinister left-wing movement that spread across the country.
Well,
Under
actually,
organized.
It depends on how the court case goes. Like that officer was either struck by a car or not, right?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, in that, okay, even in that particular case, which we can say, like, even assuming that cop is justified in shooting her, we can assume for this scenario, like, I'm not saying, like, that wasn't like an organized attempt to.
Well, it was like, it was like her assault was disorganized. It's not like their charter and their mission is like hit them with cars.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Yes, which is what I'm saying.
But her presence there could have potentially been a part of that like anti-ICE neighborhood watch, which you would classify as like an organized group effort to like obstruct ICE. You know what I mean?
I would say that them being there is like an organized thing, potentially. I don't know, like her involvement in it whatsoever. I don't know about the neighborhood watch thing. I haven't seen any verification of that. But even if I were to grant that, again, like she's saying that this is an intentional, organized effort to assault and violate our officers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it's like it doesn't seem like that. Like you can obstruct them, but they're not assaulting. Like even in that case, but like
yeah, I think also it'd probably be relatively easy to identify.
Are under organized attack.
Like organized attack, because I think even in the cases of like just historically, like when mobs end up like attacking or like being attacked by police, they're like exhibiting mob mentality. Like they almost never intend to be. I feel like I mean I could be wrong. I feel like nobody intends to be at the brunt end of like law enforcement. And like if they were, it would be pretty obvious. Like you know how we were comparing this like a couple days, like 4 days ago or 3 days ago to the Civil Rights Act and like the National Guard versus like people at different northern like states, right? Like the anti-segregation shit.
Yeah.
Like even those people who definitely were had convictions and beliefs, they were walked away. Like they walked away from law enforcement because again, like most people who are just protesting something, like typically don't want to fight people with guns, right? Like nobody wants to fight somebody with guns. So I feel like if it were that case, like they would come with guns. Like it would be really obvious. Or they would come with like pepper spray or Molotov cocktails or baseball bats. Like it would be very obvious how the fact that they want to assault police officers.
God. I'm seeing some of these examples. Also, like, if they're going to be talking about how they're ramping up deportations and ramping up like collection of these like undocumented immigrants, if you're going to compare a time frame in which Joe Biden was in office and you're saying compared to Joe Biden, we're actually increasing the amount of this stuff, like you're probably going to have way more interactions with these people if we take their framework. So it's like obviously if there's going to be 19 in this time frame from 2024 in January to November in 2024, and there's going to be an increase of 238 reported assaults here. Like, also these are these are reported assaults. They're not even fucking like actual assaults, dog. Unless they're saying like reported as in like they're like observing like convictions and then reporting them from that, but I don't think that's typically how like reports are, like the word report is used from my understanding. I don't know, I could be completely wrong, but like if you're going to say that you're deporting that many more people, then you're probably going to have way more, assuming this number is like correct or accurate, you're probably going to have way more like interactions that would result in being assaulted, but it doesn't seem like that's even the case here. Like, what is this? FBI most wanted. It sucks too because he even trusts the fucking DHS statements. ICE arrests criminal illegal alien, TDA gang member for attempting to murder an ICE officer. DHS issues statement on targeted attack on Dallas ICE facility.
It's so sad that Homeland Security website. I mean, this is true for all government issue websites. They look like the worst, just HTML5 like slop, like just some guy who's just now for the first time in his entire life setting up a domain would set up a website. Like there's no graphic design, like optimization. There's no like that search feature. I bet it doesn't even work.
Which one?
You know what I mean? That like top right like search feature. Like I have no faith in like government websites. They're all dog shit.
The
fact that this is link image, it looks like someone's blog.
I would think they mean they filed a police report. Potentially, but I'm not even like willing to like say one way or the other. The fact that they keep it so vague is like already just incredibly, at the most negligent, at the least negligent, at the most malicious. Like I don't know if they mean like actual police reports that were filed or like reports from like being called or like yeah, I don't know. Man charged with assaulting. Again, too, like these people, if you're going to increase the amount of involvement that ICE has in these communities, you're probably going to have increased tensions. You're probably assuming, again, this number is like correct, assuming that's correct. But even with like this, it's like an illegal alien hit him with a car while trying to avoid arrest. Like, did the officer do this?
ICE agents are fucking made out of titanium, bro.
Yeah, it's like that one joke where it was it The Onion? Let me see. No, it was SNL. Pete.
There's this one joke that fucking Robbie used to always do. It was all you have to do is crash into a light pole as a distraction and then run away.
Turns out if you do that, they're just gonna open fire on you.
Here it is.
Dude, but that's not a light pole. That's an ICE agent.
6'6".
Brother, YouTube chat takes a bit to catch up to you. I'm like 10 steps behind. Yeah, I don't know if like YouTube is just like delayed in particular or what's going on. But if you want to try Kick, that might be better. I don't know if you have Kick or not, but for some reason it says it's not receiving enough video to maintain like a smooth streaming. Blah blah blah.
$1.75.
Oh yeah, it just said light bulb.
With a dump truck in the back, you wouldn't even believe.
Fucking running around.
What are you talking about?
Tarkov.
Dog.
I keep hearing the fucking video. I keep hearing.
Patience is a virtue.
Perky. With a dump truck in the back, you wouldn't even believe. And hey, if you're out there, you don't want to lose the weight, you don't want to follow the rules, hey, no problem. You know who's going to want your sick, twisted, fat ass? ICE. There's a sign-up sheet for ICE in the hallway. Check them out.
Yeah, so I guess that's who did this.
The dump truck did that.
Yeah. And
Every ICE agent is 6'6" with the A cup in the dump truck.
Was injured in the line of duty trying to evade arrest during a traffic stop. Put his car in reverse, hitting an ICE officer in the leg, nearly crushing him. Are there videos for this? After crashing into multiple ICE... Dog, this looks like a scene from like a superhero like coming of age movie where it's like a kid just realizing his powers and he's like doing all this insane shit. God.
Oh, do you remember? Look up the scene, Race to Witch Mountain, and then look up like just car or something like that, or like truck. Like truck. Or, yeah, maybe like truck. Yeah, this. The car scene.
I have to try. It's too dangerous.
This is who Venezuela. True, actually, never mind. True. God damn. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Did you mean, hold on, I don't know if you meant role playing. You said, is bro a playing as a bear or a USEC?
USEC every time. I like my Western shit.
Oh, he was talking about Tarko, never mind.
Oh.
I can't escape!
Mm-hmm. I don't want to escape, I'm making too much money.
Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are
In death threats, dog?
to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal
Does that include, like, tweets?
illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible
Buzzword,
for the men and women of law
buzzword,
enforcement to
daily.
safely do their
Buzzword,
jobs.
buzzword,
Democrats are
buzzword
calling to defund
now.
federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety, and Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will
We're gonna get them off the streets and into the office of the presidency. Let's go.
operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars.
Not in the other states, though, by the way.
In this one state alone, and that is going
Replace
to end, and people are going to be
Timothy
held accountable.
Waltz
The Trump administration has activated
with
thousands of federal agents,
Walter
doubled the number of
Martin, the
U.S.
inventor of
military offices
Walmart.
and surged
Now.
resources to hold fraudsters
True.
accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country.
Jordan, he said, based in America pilled.
And that's what brings the Vice President out with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
So Tarkov has like bear, like gay tops that are hairy, and then USEC.
Yeah.
Those are the two teams.
Yeah.
And then it's like terrorists win, right?
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody.
United States erotic
about what we're doing to
cuckolding.
combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system. Thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allow the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the
let's
American
see if it
people. I am
actually
a
lets me
father of 3
extract
young kids,
this
a lot of
time.
kids, a lot of people in my generation.
I'm not gonna lie.
Is that normal?
Did he call himself a kid?
It's not gonna work. So
Why did he call himself a kid?
I want to echo
Is
some of
that
what you
weird?
said about what we're doing
I'm not
to combat
sure.
The rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allow the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, make it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to
It's not obligated to American citizens, retard.
begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis; it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so, what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we're creating a new assistant attorney general position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for the cooperation, particularly Pam Bondi, our attorney general, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud. And really,
To start to investigate this fraud and prosecute this fraud, the fraud that's been investigated and prosecuted since the Biden administration,
an industrial
like,
scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it. But importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this associate attorney general position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who's promised me swift confirmation for this official. But this is the person who's going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with 2 crucial differences.
why not a special counsel, dog?
You know what I think we need, and this is like probably a little corny. I saw somebody talk about this on Twitter. We need like a special counsel for like maybe like the apology council where like Republicans and Democrats all like hold hands and like go to group therapy and like kiss each other. Like, they need to stop hating so hard. They need to be in a couple,
Bruh.
like, maybe everybody, mandatory OnlyFans for, like, everybody in government. Just to get real vulnerable, you know what I mean?
I think
Real
Democrats.
sweet.
What? What'd you say?
What? Oh, just they need to be sweet.
Nah.
Sweeter to each other.
Nah.
Yeah.
Out of the White House.
Republicans need to be sweeter, but Democrats are way too old for them.
And number two, it's actually constitutional. You guys may know the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently, and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis, and this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis.
This is like when someone's at a bar.
Wait, what's the? Hold on. What's the what contention would you possibly have with that title?
That's one way to put it. And that is
Why does he have an iPhone 17? I feel like JD should have a flip phone.
He should have no phone. He should be
He should be in jail.
Something should happen to him.
And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it.
Hold on, re-listen to that title. Hold on.
ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well,
Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. What's the?
that's one way to put it.
That's one way to put it. What the fuck do you mean that's one way to put it? That's factually accurate.
Corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American.
You have no investigation showcasing that whatsoever, by the way.
The media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive.
Should have been dragged a little bit further. My bad.
Somebody ramming him with an automobile.
Is MSNBC like Republican leaning or Democrat?
It's usually left leaning.
The only one that's
because I saw
is Fox.
That's not true.
Okay, because I saw MSNBC so I did see a CNN thing where they were like, it's clear he wasn't hit, like it's blah 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 all this stuff. But then I saw one and it was a really like measured take. It was basically like not a lawyer, like some kind of like legal guy, and he was basically like, you know, because we have this angle, we have that angle. There's going to be an investigation. We'll have more answers as, like, more forensic details, more witness statements come in. It was, like, the most milquetoast, like, accurate description of how it will go. You know what I mean? And it was, like, on the news. Like, there is definitely accurate reporting on this. Like, you can find it.
Yeah.
It's kind of misframing it to say everybody. Like, I think it's, like, just the Washington Post and CNN are the two like things that I've seen take the stance that it's like obviously not self-defense. Every other like news outlet was relatively measured in being like it's unclear right now whether this is self-defense. But I did also see someone, I mean this is just a tweet, this is just a random guy, but he was saying like normally cold weather can like disrupt a lot of like protests, but it's pretty clear people protesting against ICE are like pretty dedicated to it in a way that like Occupy wasn't. Like Occupy was disbanded by cold weather and stuff like that. Even like the George Floyd riots like calmed down in the winter, but like these ICE riots like aren't. Like peak flu season, peak coldest month of the year, and they're all still out like protesting.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't expect them to like die down anyways. Like ICE is actively being ramped up by the current administration. ICE is actively being funded more and more. They're actively hiring ICE agents.
But it's like it's
more
still
and more.
like it's like recognizing that like protesters do like they're only human. Like they do like the more inconvenient it becomes, the less likely they are to show up. You know what I mean? It's not that they like obviously they should be protesting still, but like typically you'll see like winter just halt some protests, but it's not this time. So like I think it just needs to go addressed. Like they need to concede to the protesters to some degree.
What do you mean? Like they need to
like they need like this is more seemingly more divisive than like BLM was, and that was really divisive. You know what I mean? So it's like I feel like it's within the White House's best interest to like start to take these protesters like more seriously.
Yeah, well, they said they're doubling down, so based, I guess.
To interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that woman has, as part of a broader left-wing network, to attack, to dox, to assault, and to
Then show it.
make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people...
You're not abiding by immigration laws. or enforcing immigration laws whenever you're just like murdering a woman. So I don't know like what relevance this has whatsoever. You haven't shown any evidence at all that she's like part of some network.
Not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every
Who said that she's some innocent woman that is sitting here going out for a drive?
single one of you. Questions?
I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor David Fry and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, it's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea...
No answer, no reply.
Freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who's enabled fraud and maybe in fact has participated in fraud. That's what this new assistant attorney general position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
A related question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. They're talking about ICE agents right now being concerned about
That
what
photographer looks like Tim Walz.
folks are protected during this protest. But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? Nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
But first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy. But it's a
Except you,
tragedy of
by the way.
the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job.
Maybe once you're honest about the fact, you know, that like this person, more likely than not, like just killed this woman in no legal self-defense argument, but
actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing and try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do...
Yeah, I mean, like, it's enough to, like, essentially say you have to prove that the guy didn't defend his life. Or, like the intent wasn't to defend his life. Otherwise, like, there's... like it's plausible he was.
Well, he has to prove that he was defending his life. No, it's not on the other people to prove that he wasn't defending it.
No, I mean, like, because it's either a murder charge or it's not, and like to assess if someone's guilty, you assume they're innocent, and then disprove they're in it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if this goes to court, I think I'm like 99% leaning on like a murder charge. Like
that's what would have to happen.
Yeah,
but that, like, the fact that it's 99% implies that there's a case to be made, like even in your standard a 1% case, where like they can't prove that it's murder. You know what I mean?
Sure, but
so it's pretty accurate to call it a killing, though. Like, you don't really lose anything. Like when he pulled up that thing and he was like, you know, blank blank killed somebody, it's like, yes, that's what happened. Whether or not it was murder or self-defense, like she's certainly killed.
Yeah, I would say that like she was killed, yes. But like when you have the president of the United States, the vice president, like everybody else says, like saying this woman was trying to, in a organized attempt, in a criminal network, trying to murder ICE agents. It's like,
yeah, okay,
then show your fucking evidence for that. Because in any video that is shown ever, there is you cannot ascribe intent or that sort of intent to her character. Like there was no evidence.
Well, she's dead, so she'll never go to court. So it's never accurate to say like she was involved in a criminal, like whatever. Like she can't be held in trial. Like you just can't say that.
Well, they can show if they have evidence for her being.
Like, but it flies in the face of our court system to like say that she was a part of a criminal organization. She's dead. She cannot.
Well, it doesn't matter if she's dead or not. You can still like have evidence that like someone is part of a criminal organization. Like you can have like texts or communications or whatever else. But
it could be understood, but it would never be like legally determined in court. She cannot defend herself in court. She's dead.
Well, it doesn't matter if she can defend herself. Like you can still like look at communications. Like her wife is still alive. Her wife that was there whenever she got shot is like still alive. So it's like if they're both participating in that, then like you can easily look at like either of those examples. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, like for example, like did you see I guess the aftermath of the video has like quotes of her being like, "It's my fault," her wife.
Yeah.
I wonder what she meant by that. Like, does she mean the yelling like drive away?
Probably.
Or does she mean like, I got her, like I took her to this protest today? Or does she mean like I got her involved in like whatever fucking anti-Ice Watch organization like there is? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Regardless, though, it is 100% the fault of that fucking officer. There's no point. There's no shot. Like anything that she's saying there, I don't know like what could change the circumstance to the extent that it becomes like blaming her for like what's happened there. I don't know, but
have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. We're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that
Oh, the Democrats, they have this person and this person and this person.
But when somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent acts?
Paid for the brick.
But when you...
I think they found it.
Yeah,
they found the brick. Like, what?
You
Paid
for
the
most
brick.
recent terrible incident
Yo, you need 98 cents.
True.
Saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn?
Well, I mean, like, I think because of Biden inflation, those bricks aren't 98 cents anymore.
One brick costs roughly 35 cents to $1.
Jesus.
It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. And part of our
George Soros is buying 30-cent bricks.
Of course, if there's illegal activity related to that,
Paid
we're
for
going to
the
get
brick. It could have been a homeless guy. Like, it's affordable to everybody, man.
Describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events. When an investigation is just beginning, are you
BYO
preempting
brick?
a thorough investigation by drawing such
Wait, I'll be right
conclusions?
back.
Have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our...
Like, what do you mean? Like, the only thing that you have is the video. The only thing that you have are your eyes to observe the video. It's like, yeah, the video shows him taking the gun out of his, like, the right side of his, like, of his body, where the holster is, and then leaning over to the left to try and fire through the windshield. Like, he's leaning in the direction of the car.
Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy
What's up, Renyold?
of the far left who has marshaled an entire
Thanks,
movement,
King.
a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies, you don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful. And it's
Show any example of any sort of politician or any Democratic person, like, trying to get violent or encourage violence against any of these people. You won't find any example.
gotta stop.
Just to follow up on that question, again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this
You
woman
are.
was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with.
They're absolutely 100% happy this person is dead because they get to use it to take advantage of it and to, you know, gain more power from this. So
I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, they commit acts of violence, they throw bricks at them, sometimes they shoot at them, sometimes they dox them, sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism.
reminder, this dude is the person that advocated for doxing and reporting people to their place of business when they're making like Charlie Kirk memes. Like immediately following the death of Charlie Kirk, like he made statements like that saying that these people should be doxed, that they should be should have their like workplaces reported and told about their behavior online.
And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thank you, President. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency said that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigation agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy's protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this.
Do they have absolute immunity? Hold on. I assume. I don't even know if that's true, is it? I thought they had like qualified immunity. By absolute immunity, Drew. Media had pushback from experts who said the legal landscape around a potential prosecution is far more complicated. Federal law enforcement is absolutely Jewish. Around immunity, but just coming in. The idea that a federal agent has absolute immunity for crimes they commit on the job is absolutely ridiculous. Says, Michael J.Z. Mannheimer, a constitutional law expert at Northern Kentucky University, Salmon P. Chase College of Law. More than 120 years of case law on the issue of so-called supremacy clause immunity has shown that federal officers can be criminally prosecuted by the state prosecutors for taking course of their official duties, but it's up to the courts immediately or to ultimately determine whether they can. But prosecuting the shooter or another ICE officer in a similar position would not be simple. A federal official charged with state crimes for actions taken in court where they would then raise their immunity arguments. And it's conviction in case for judgment. Is there any? Actually, what levels of immunity are officers granted? I know there's like, is it qualified immunity? I think is one of. Oh yeah, you said qualified immunity, right? I think so, because it would be really weird to say that these federal officers have qualified immunity or absolute immunity, but whenever it comes to the immunity ruling from the SCOTUS, that like there's more of a caveat there. There's more of a consideration to make this distinction. Like if the president doesn't even have this sort of immunity, but I don't know. I don't. Qualified immunity is a legal official of federal law that grants government officials performing discretionary functions from lawsuits or damages, unless the plaintiff shows that the official violated clearly established statutory or constitutional rights of which a reasonable person would have known, is comparable to sovereign immunity. Though it protects government employees rather than the government itself, it is less strict than absolute immunity by protecting officials who make reasonable but mistaken judgments about open legal questions, extending to all officials but the plainly incompetent or those who knowingly violate the law. So, it doesn't make sense for me, for feds to have strong immunity protections than the normal cops. I'd have to think about that distinction more, because I'm trying to... Would it make more sense for the cops to have more or like stronger immunity than the feds? Because my immediate intuition is that like the feds are probably going to be more involved with like a wider variety of things, like leading to like more considerations have to be made or taken into account, meaning that there's more like potential for like fuck ups or something. So like granting that immunity, like it makes sense to me intuitively, but I don't know where I lay either way with that. They're supposed to have better training and should be held to higher standards. That's true too. I don't know. I can be swayed. Absolute immunity is a type of sovereign immunity for government officials that confers complete immunity from criminal prosecution and suits for damage so long as officials are acting within the scope of their duties. So I wonder, it says absolute civil immunity applies to the following people and circumstances. So I wonder if, like, why there's a caveat here when it says absolute civil immunity. Does that apply? Is, like, immunity, like, is it always civil? I would imagine not, because if they're talking about this case and it's a potential criminal charge, then... I'll just look up civil immunity versus criminal immunity. Also, I'm going to change this stupid fucking background. How do you change that? Themes? I want more themes, please. I just want a basic wood. This one's fine, whatever. Download. Amateur streamer, by the way. Eat shit. I'm just kidding. Peace and love, peace and love. Chill, guy. Chill. Fuck. So now, is that beautiful? Beautiful. Legal immunity or immunity from prosecution is a legal status wherein an individual or entity cannot be held liable for a violation of the law in order to facilitate societal aims that outweigh the value of imposing liability in such cases. Such legal immunity may be from criminal prosecution or from civil liability, or both. Okay. So is absolute immunity for civil circumstances and legal immunity applies to civil and legal or and criminal? Or is legal immunity like a broader category? Because it says here, most notable forms of legal immunity are parliamentary immunity and witness immunity. Okay, wait, I need to... If I DoorDash on here, does it show my address? That's cute. Look how adorable that is. What's the White House address? I'll just put that temporarily. God damn it. Whoa. Okay. Wait, no, if I do that... Fuck. Whatever, dude. What if I do this? Oh wait, hold on, perfect. Hold on, watch. Watch this, 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 watch this. These are safely and legally purchased games, don't worry. Okay, that's not it.
Oh shit. You say hi to Robbie.
Good luck. Dead where is this? Wait, no, it wasn't there. It was this. There we go. Base. Missed a bit. Did you find out what you're looking for the difference between absolute and qualified immunity? No, I'm about to. I just opened a new article, so I'm gonna be reading that. But I need to get food because I am dying. I'm trying to find out a way to block my address on here. I don't think it like matters too much because I'm a nobody, but why is this? Okay, there we go. Change screen, change screen, change screen. There we go. Base. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Let me cook. What's up, Chicky?
Hey.
What's up, brother?
Nothing much. Just got back.
From
Bowling.
oh, bowling.
Yeah.
You said it absolutely matters, LMAO. Don't show your address, retard. Don't tell me what to do. Okay.
You're still alive?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're
What's on the
chilling, though.
docket?
I was going over some of the White House statements. Ugh. Okay. Can you see? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Perfect. From what I understood from what I read, absolute immunity is for people in the judicial system like judges, jurors, and prosecutors from being sued over a court case. Immunity is for the judicial system. Damn, she ran. I'll read that in a second. I need to get something to eat. What should be the option? I was thinking Taco Bell, but that's kind of slop. That's why it's specified civil. Okay. That makes sense. Or that would make that from the way I'm reading it makes sense why that would be the case. Touchdown savings. Frig yeah. Oops. Got a good Italian place. I don't know. What do people get from Italian places? Chicken parm. Okay. I have like the taste palette or the is taste palette a word? Oh my god, my brain is broken today. What? I can't, bro. I'm broken. My sleep. Not even a video to babysit as well. Listen, hold on. Wait a second. Let me get this out of here. Oh. But don't show the thing. Thanks. Oh wait, I can do this. Hold on. Watch. Bam. There we go. Now I need to get this out of here. Bam. Close that shit out. Put this here. I guess we can just talk. How you doing, King? Unless you're talking about King Ghidra. I'm chilling. How are you? Oh, okay, guys. Fuck you. Whatever. It was Ghidra. Whatever. Jeez. What's a good... Oh, Ghidra, we didn't really talk about the thing from yesterday. Oh, is this Ice Agents? Like the video that he had?
Ross continues around.
Kill yourself. What's a... Oh god. Disgusting. Dad realized his wife sent sickening photos to a child predator. How old's this dude? Was dude's wife? I was... What?
I'm protecting my daughter, and no one will ever touch my daughter ever.
Okay. Well, certainly someone's trying. And may have.
I have an Instagram page just focused on fetish.
I, basically...
Oh, wait, what? I have an Instagram... Okay. Is this the dude?
Fetish.
I, basically like to be babied. He's my daddy.
Oh, we have a closet full of them. Of diapers? Yep. Oh, yeah. And
Are they... Please tell me they're not used, right?
other ABDL stuff. There's a whole strand of stuff. Like, it's not just diapers, there's everything that you can think of. Interesting.
He sometimes will get diapered with me, but he's like a diaper lover.
I wore diapers in interviews to relax. Okay. Literally. In fact,
Please don't say that he's wearing a diaper right now. Please, 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 please.
2025,
Okay.
officers investigate the unsettling claim that unthinkable images of a 4-year-old child are circulating online. What they ultimately discover goes beyond the disturbing initial report, revealing one of the vilest cases Lake Stevens, Washington has ever seen.
You said there's you have hundreds of fetishes.
No.
That's not what
it's not one that I'm against or share. Or basically, it's I don't judge people.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless...
Is that a faint crinkling I hear? What does that mean? What are diapers meant for if not to be used? You know, Kedra, you changed my mind. I'm gonna DoorDash some diapers.
Tip regarding a disturbing image being shared online. 46.
The ultrasound right here. Insane. They have a fucking phone stand right here too.
6-year-old Jonathan cyber tip regarding a
Minecraft bees. Okay. Friends become our chosen family.
disturbing image being shared online. 46-year-old Jonathan John Whitwell and 32-year-old Larissa Jordan were stopped by police while shopping at the Safeway in Lake Stevens, Washington.
Oh.
First.
I'm just confused. What's going on? Oh, I know, but I don't understand what's.
It's all good. We'll get it all cleared up for you.
You're gonna transport this guy to the PD? Sorry, I'm not trying to have issues.
All right, take a seat.
I have a hard time with my arm like this. Okay. And I'm super claustrophobic. Oh, God.
Go ahead, take a seat.
Then you should be wearing your diapers, buddy.
Roll the windows down.
I can do that. You need to take a seat first, and I'll seat belt you in.
Claustrophobia, which is why.
Are you Jonathan?
John.
John? Jonathan?
John.
Jonathan.
Willow, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope you get better.
Alright.
Can you please not shut the door yet? I'm serious. I have severe claustrophobia. Seriously. I'm not trying to fight.
Just to let you know, you are being audio recorded, okay?
Okay.
Just so you know.
It's okay. I'm serious about.
He moves the sky and grapples the sun. True.
Open the window. I'm not gonna leave the
I know that's not true because I've seen dogs' ankles. Okay.
door open.
John's fiancee Larissa was approached separately.
I got it. I'll take it.
Can I say goodbye to my daughter? Or can someone give me a or something?
Stand by.
The couple who were engaged share a 4-year-old daughter who's still inside.
What are you talking about? He's got a D1 physique, he said to himself. Well, I was talking about his ankles in terms of like the muscle. The muscle on his ankles.
Grocery store.
Okay.
She's being watched over by a few officers while they wait for a CPS worker to arrive.
Hi. Is your name? I love that name.
Is that your friend? Did you just meet him? Yeah? Tell me about your blankie.
Mom's staying here.
Mom's staying here? Yeah, she's just for a little bit. We'll, yeah, just for a little bit.
She's in the police car.
Yeah.
The car's moving.
The car
Chat, what are you thinking about?
is
What do you think about her? You rocking with her?
It's moving. Yeah. We came to help. Your mom helped take care of you for a little bit.
Where is she?
I think she went to the police station.
Yeah, I think she went back to the police
My man.
station.
Neither John nor Larissa were given many details about why they were being detained before they were escorted to the police station to speak with investigators.
All right, go ahead, step out.
The couple's toddler is also taken to the police station, where she'll wait for her parents' interviews to conclude.
And we can wrap up your blanket.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Let me see more of that woman. Never mind.
Yeah, I can hold on to it.
Gorgeous granny has seen love too. True. Keitra.
Oh, look, there's a cat. Do you see it?
Do you see that kitty cat?
First and foremost, as you can probably see on this wall here, is that you are being audio and video recorded, so that's happening. And then before we start, I want to read you your Miranda rights, okay?
After hearing her Miranda rights, Larissa agrees to speak with them.
I'm sorry if I'm shaking.
No,
You caught me when I was going.
You know we don't live in a patriarchy because we always hear about Miranda's rights, but never Miranda's wrongs.
My rent check.
Sad.
We have no clue what this is about, and my fiance is mental retarded. I know he's freaking out right.
What the fuck? Hold on.
And we have no clue what this is about, and my fiance is mental retarded.
Can you legally marry somebody who's mentally retarded? Like, I don't feel like she's using that as like a colloquial like sense of the word, because I feel like people are like, oh no, he's just like retarded. If they're referring to somebody who's just like very autistic, or just like, you know, doing like dumb shit, it's just like, oh, they're just kind of retarded. But like to say, listen, I know he's like freaking out. His behavior's a bit sporadic because he's mentally like diagnosed retarded and like.
I know he's freaking out right now, and I don't want him to get arrested. And I'm just.
John was brought into his own interrogation room right next door to Larissa's, where he was.
There's no shot that's legal though, right? Hold on, retards you love. Yeah, I talk to you all the time about my desire. Okay. Can you legally marry a mentally... Like, it's not even like a DSM term anymore, right? Dude, okay, if I read this and it says you can marry them, then I've been living life on hard mode this whole time. It's about to get way easier. People with all sorts of disabilities, people who have physical disabilities can get married, but all people who suffer from intellectual disabilities can get married. Autism, Down syndrome, and mild mental retardation have a desire to get married, and legally speaking, they have the right to do so. Just because a person has a condition that can or does impact their intellectual capacity does not automatically mean they don't have the right to get married. However, there may be cases in which a person who has a disability may not have most. One person. Okay. Guys, chat. We're gonna be like the Hugh Hefner of retards, okay? We're so in. We're so back.
This, however, doesn't go over quite as smoothly.
Do you understand each of these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I do have disabilities, so like I do have issues understanding. No, I can't read anything. I have third grade reading. I have horrible reading.
Do you want me to read them again and slower?
About to find himself the baddest retard in the area. Fuck. Yeah, I will.
I understand that. I mean, I just have to. If something I have an issue with it, I just say.
So it's really important that you understand. So I'm going to go ahead and read them one more time. Now that I know that, I won't rush through them so fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand each of these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yes, I have a question though.
Okay.
Do I have to state any of this stuff? Like, if I don't state anything or whatever, is my alternative jail? Or can I go home?
No, that's not how that works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
okay.
the like.
Okay, I thought it was like a thing. I'm like freaking out because I'm so nervous.
No, it's not like if you don't talk to us, then
yeah.
That would be.
Okay, that's why I'm like freaking out.
What is? Can I ask?
My disability? I don't know the exact statements, but it's like, and I don't get Social Security anymore right now because I'm in the process of trying to get it back. But I have some kind of mental retardation. I don't know the exact terms. I have a hard time learning and comprehending stuff. You know, understanding some things, reading things, stuff like that.
With this clarified, John agrees to waive his Miranda rights and speak with detectives.
Deep breath. Okay. So, you mentioned that you didn't want John to get arrested. Why did you say that?
He's mentally disabled.
Alright. Trying to choose between... They have a Philly cheese pizza. What the fuck? They also have Gabriel's Little Piggy. Jesus Christ. I think it's just like standard, like pepperoni sausage. Dude's using the old I'm a water brain trick. I can respect it. Big ups. Yo, big ups to my homie Waterbrain. And there's Andy's Buffalo Chicken Pizza. Which Buffalo Chicken doesn't sound too bad.
You'll get arrested for that.
No, every time we've had problems, it's always been like fighting and something that both of us have been a part of, and I guess I just don't want him to go to jail because I don't know what's going on.
The photo looks bad though, actually. Dude, did they... Hold on. I think they tried to isolate the image from the background. What the fuck? Like, what is... How? Like, this looks like if I were to... Let me try it on another photo real quick. Hold on. Just show me the money, boy. Boy, show me the money. If I take this one and I need to open it in here. If I take this and I do this. Okay, it didn't fuck up like the other one did. New emote unlocked. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys.
Going on right now, and I can't take care of him if either one of us are in jail.
Can't take care of John?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just worried about him going to jail for something that you don't know about because just the way he is, or?
Are you afraid he's in trouble for something?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I have no clue. Why would I be here, though?
With Larissa beginning to calm down, the detectives gather background information. She states that she's employed at the Big Five sporting goods store in Everett, and that John isn't currently working, so he stays home and cares for their 4-year-old daughter.
God damn
Larissa
it.
often goes by the name Rue, which she'll be referred to occasionally during both her and John's interviews. John also has a nickname and is sometimes called Irish.
Am I allowed to take this off?
Yeah.
She has something else underneath there.
Yeah.
Irish, he's for sure retarded then. Huh.
When I get nervous and anxious, I just...
Yeah, I get it.
The reason that we brought you in here to talk to us is we had a report come in about some online activities that had to do with an account that's potentially associated with you. Yeah, so...
Yeah, because somebody said something about investigation. I'm like, online account investigation? I'm like, okay, everything I do online is... I'd be surprised.
Larissa has also been informed about the nature of the investigation and has begun listing some of her internet activity.
I've had Kick for 10 years.
No! Dude, she's definitely a pedophile. Bro, why'd I get suspended? Damn, bruh. Wait, hold on. Can I change my... Hold on, I'm gonna change the screen. My live access just got removed from TikTok. Violation reasons. Hate speech and hateful behaviors. TikTok is enriched by the diverse backgrounds of our communities. Differences should be respected, not cause division. We do not want to allow content that attacks, incites violence, or dehumanizes any protected attribute, including nationality, ethnicity. Wait, this happened right after I said, oh, he's Irish? Of course he's retarded. Is this why I got my live access removed? No shot, right? No shot. Whatever. Whatever. More bandwidth for me. That's kind of funny that I fuck with it. I remember when I was in middle school, iFunny was full of pedos posting their kicks. I've never used iFunny. Like, I would see like memes that were formatted and then reposted, and it had the watermark of iFunny, but I never actually used it myself. It's so fucking gay. True. Irish occupied government. The woke left. Yo, I was just trying to be supportive, okay?
I do talk on Snapchat, and I definitely need to check ages if this is happening, because no.
How do you mean?
Because I'll talk on Snapchat, and
I'll do spicy Italian sausage.
conversation after conversation. Okay.
I'm gonna do
Tell me more about that.
pepperoni. Just a classic. Classic Pete's. Classic za.
What are you doing with your day? Occasionally there's a few dirty ones.
Do they have...
but
Okay, they do have drinks here.
usually I'll be really good about, hey, what's your ASL? Okay. There's a few people I haven't recently, so I'm wondering if that's what this is about now.
I mean, you're on the right track. It definitely is related to online communication. That's what we're looking into. We have some safety concerns related to the investigation that have to do with your daughter specifically. And that's one of the reasons that
Did she forget to ask the ASL of her own fucking daughter, dude? That's
we
embarrassing.
want to talk to you today. The warrant's going to cover electronic devices, so we're going to be able to look at that and get into that.
While Larissa and John are speaking with detectives, a search warrant is being conducted at the couple's apartment.
I think that's the blanket. Yeah. So do all your overalls in every room, and then we'll like lay out blankets. We'll take photos. Okay. Because we're gonna have to match those to photos from Nick. Okay, good to go. Cool.
I know because of my work that there are some things that are kinks that people like us don't care about, and there are things that some people call kinks that are obviously illegal that involve kids.
Legality and kinks are not mutually exclusive. Duh.
Yes, and I would never involve my daughter in anything like that. I was at 5, so.
Okay. Does it surprise you to hear me say that? I'm not trying to alarm you, and I'm also not trying to keep secrets from you. I just
I
want
thought it was because I was talking to like someone who might have been 17 or something.
As though he self-reels from this
Bruh.
new information, John discusses his
Bruh
activity
moment.
online, including his Facebook and Instagram pages.
And what are the, you said kink ones?
Alright, I'm trying to decide between, for an appetizer, of wings or breadsticks.
What are those for?
They're just related to fetishes and kinks.
Oh, okay.
Meaning they specifically don't have any vanilla things to do with them.
Sure, yeah, totally. No, when you said that, I was like, they're crooked or like...
It's like
Wings? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I have an Instagram page
Fuck the
just
carbs.
focused on
God damn, both of you.
And what kind of,
God
what kind of
damn.
stuff are you posting?
Okay.
just fetish.
I mean,
For a diaper, I'm into ABD.
I assume bone in, right? You guys rocking with bone in?
That's part of the, like I said, I have a bladder issue, and so it became a fetish at the same time. So I'm not afraid to hide. I mean, I have 1,700 people that follow me. I've never been afraid. My family found out, they just...
Alright. Last option. I don't fuck with mild, okay? I'm not a pussy. I'm not a freaking goo goo gaga baby that wears diapers and is mentally retarded. You said wings, not true. True. Both of you, both. Okay. Listen. Do I want hot? Or do I want fire in the hole, in parentheses, warning, colon, these wings burn twice, exclamation point, parentheses.
They're like, oh, what the hell? Doesn't bug me.
So AVDL?
So like when I have, for instance, I have mental ABDL stands for adult baby diaper lover. So you either in the little space, like mentally, like you just feel like your brain is so overpowered. Like today, for instance, sorry guys, I'm not trying to stress you overwhelm for you guys.
Stop. No, don't. No, don't do it.
Have like a mental issue day sometimes, just completely thinking about nothing else. It's mentally helping. I originally started wearing diapers because I had the bladder issue. I started leaking.
My kink.
Can you handle the heat, white boy? I don't know. We'll see. I've never ordered from this place before, but I'll do it. I'll do it for you lads. House specialties. Okay. Calzones, hoagies, the massive gibbon. What about the massive taken? Okay. Beverages, 20 minutes left. They only have Coke and Diet Coke? Kill yourself. Extra sauces, okay. I'll take that one. Oh, no, I have that already. This. I pause this because I want to read her kinks. Dude, I'm just like interested in shit, you know? I just wonder what my girl likes, you know? What's your soda of choice, fellas? I fuck with obviously the Doctor, Surgeon Pepper, and Big Red, but I know Big Red is like more specific to like certain regions, so I don't know if like you guys have Big Red. Or drink the Coke, maybe just think, okay. Yeah, I'd still say the same. This shit is expensive. What the hell? Yo, for $73, this pizza better be fucking good. You better be fucking good and fucking hot. I think it's just like a, what would you call it? A cream soda. Address looks right. Blah blah blah. Okay. I always get paranoid that I don't have the right address. I don't know why. I'm just insecure, okay? For that much, you better get head too. Shit, I wish. Let me see the name of the driver before I say that. Okay. Adult Rue. These are her kinks. What the or wait. Likes and dislikes, I guess? Mashed potatoes, more goth/country appearance. Gamer, mostly PC, in parentheses, simulator games. Favorite adult food is potato soup from home. Hiking in nature for any mindset. Photography, nature, and people. Spook season is the best. I don't know if she can say that. Her boyfriend is mentally retarded, older, and white. So the fact that she thinks that she can say like slurs. Also, it's not even. Oh wait, no, it is season. The fact that she thinks she can say slurs on this paper is just absurd. The smell of garlic, dogs and fish and birds and rats. Music, in parentheses, a lot of kinds. Dislikes thunder, in parentheses, or super loud random noises. Eating fish, Christmas, working/chores, and giving oral. Isn't this just any gal? Let's be real. Let's be real, fellas. Come on. Little Rue X. Oh, wait, never mind. I see. Limits. Is this for Little Rue as well? Scat, loud chewing, blood drawing. This is fucking in front of other partners who. Oh, without consent. Okay. Sheila, pet space. More pastel and cute. Favorite little meal is dino nuggets and something potato mash. No D potatoes. Stuffed animals and toys. Being patted and doing stuff in public sometimes. Being called a good girl. Biting/being bitten/being marked. Binkies, in parentheses, adult version. Important. Crazy, unique, overwhelmed, 32, mom, party, pansexual, bipolar, and ADHD. Fellas, is this just all women, or what the hell?
It scares me because that is something that I have to constantly be like, you're not allowed to be around. You're not allowed to see this kind of thing. Because
True. Of course, a good bit of the list was food.
my kink is
Also, just mashed potatoes, basically.
being a baby myself.
Okay. So you do like age play? All right. And what kind of age play for you? Like, are you pretending to be super young or?
It's not necessarily a.
It's not really pretending, sweetie. Get it
For
right.
me, I regress into a smaller mindset because it helps me. It keeps me less anxious.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, that makes sense.
And whenever I'm in my attire and stuff, it just calms me down.
Okay.
But in the community that I'm in, it's really, you don't mix those two things. So
Well, there's obviously a difference between age play and like actual children.
Yeah.
That line can get blurry sometimes for people if you kind of lose your compass. Do you find yourself struggling with?
Well, I mean, can adults only do age play, or is the opposite true? Come on, this interviewer is obviously biased.
Age play, like you just said, oh, I have
And probably bigoted.
to remind myself not to go too far. Did I misunderstand you?
I think you misunderstood.
Okay, that's why we're talking, so help me understand.
It's more so like I'm not trying to go so deep in the mindset that I can't come out of the little kid headset.
Got it. Okay.
Bro, how do you get lost in the little kid mindset, bro? What does that mean?
Tell me about the like chat rooms that you're in.
Is there a point of no return once you do age play?
A lot of them are like.
Well, never mind. I shouldn't say that. She's in a interrogation room right now. So
I know it's gonna sound really weird because I don't look like the type of person to be into this.
I promise you will probably not
bitch, you look like the exact type of person that would be into this.
surprise me.
Post BMI, never mind.
Degrading, like, taste. It's not the animal. It's the
size. Okay.
They're like a cow breeding rooms.
Dog, what? Wait, what? Did I miss something? What?
Like, so deep in the mindset that I can't come out of the little kid headset.
Got it. Okay. Tell me about the like chat rooms that you're in.
A lot of them are like, I know it's gonna sound really weird because I don't look like the type of person to be into this.
I promise you will probably not.
I'm 20, bisexual and awesome. Get over it. Yes, I see you there liking my page. I love you, stalkers. I would delete any rude comments, which means if it was started on a photo, I will remove it.
Surprise me.
Degrading, like, taste. It's not the animal. It's the
size. Okay.
They're like a cow breeding rooms, which is basically just a lot of people with ladies on cow milkers.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm sorry for so much detail.
Oh my gosh, Dion, I actually really appreciate you being totally straight with me.
I'm not trying to get in trouble, man.
I get that. Yeah. Do you think there's something you would get in trouble for?
Does she do that while she's doing age play?
No, that's why I'm being honest.
John also appears to be struggling to explain some of his kinks, now clarifying that he isn't aroused by diapers.
So then how does this diaper fetish work then?
It's mental. It's all mental for me. It just makes me feel comfortable and relaxed. I wore diapers in interviews to relax.
It's mental, like my retardation. Don't you get it?
Okay.
Literally.
So, but you said that.
In fact, I call it my good luck charm.
So you said you and Rue kind of bonded over that common interest.
Oh yeah.
And I was,
that and other things. THC.
Sure.
What a fucking... I can't say that word.
Is it for her then, and for you it's just...
Well, I mean, it's not like we've never done anything. But I'm not really... That's not what we don't focus on that. We have a closet full of them.
Of diapers?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Do you know...
And other ABDL stuff.
Is there like a drum or something like being hit over time over the audio every time this gets like the photo is shown? Gotta run later, guys. Just followed. Thanks, King. I'll see you later. Hope you have a good one.
We have a closet full of them.
Of diapers?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Do you know...
And other ABDL stuff. There's a whole strain of stuff. Like, it's not just diapers. There's everything that you can think of.
Interesting.
Toys that are this tall. You know this
Toys like-
stupid ring thing? The kids play with it were this big? They make them this tall. They make cribs the size of this, bigger than this room, actually. We had one in our living room.
You have one right now?
We had one.
Okay.
It fell apart.
In her interview, Larissa provides more detail.
I basically like to be babied. He's my daddy.
Okay, so he stays like an adult. Like,
He sometimes will get diapered with me, but he's like a diaper lover.
okay.
But that doesn't sound good.
No, it's totally fine. Like, there's no shame or shade thrown at you. I just
hearing everything in context.
Honestly, I think I get that would sound like that. Is there a component to that for you or for him?
Sometimes we have the diapers, but
Well, where can I can't even make the joke. God. That's just so fucking weird, sorry. I was gonna say, where can I find me a girl this bad? Sorry.
that's fine. I mean, like I said, it's not. There's no shame to that. I just don't know it, right? That's when I was asking the question. And then
Yo, when your girl willing to go down on you in a diaper, that's when you know it's true love.
does his age? You said sometimes he is the younger.
occasionally he can be, but it's rare.
And what are your ranges again?
My ranges, when I'm really, really stressed, is infant to about 4
Okay.
Whenever I am just kind of needing to de-stress a tiny bit, I'll get in like teen gear where it's like pigtails and kitten ears and stuff you can go out in public with.
The detectives with John bring this line of questioning back to their daughter.
I mean, she's young. Does she even realize that it's unusual for you guys to wear diapers?
We don't do a bunch of crazy stuff in front of her. It's not like we're doing scenes in front of her or anything.
So where's she when that's happening?
What do you mean? We're not doing scenes. That's the thing. Is what I'm saying is we're wearing.
I was gonna. I can't even. This isn't even fair because I can't even reply to him, like anything he says, because he's literally retarded. I can't say anything. I was gonna say obviously when she's talking about when you do scenes, but he's retarded. This isn't.
Like our diapers are a pair of underwear. She's seen them, yes. I mean, there's a closet. I mean, she's gotten into the closet. She's 4. She gets into everything. Of course, yeah.
While it seems that Larissa and John have many interests in common, there are aspects of their relationship where they don't agree.
I don't know exactly everything she does outside of the house.
Okay, is that mutual? Like, are you cool with that?
Not exactly, but it's part of. We're in a poly relationship, so I'm like new to the poly thing. So she was poly before she met me.
Yeah.
Then she became monogamous, like what, 5-6 months into the relationship for me/us.
John explains that last year Larissa wanted their relationship to become polyamorous again.
I mean, it was an ultimatum, but yeah.
It was an ultimatum.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel now?
I struggle with it all the time.
Yeah.
Because of our daughter, that's the only reason. It's always been my daughter is important, and the mother of my daughter is important. Those are the 2 most important things in my life.
Larissa's conversation about her online communication, specifically her use of the app Kik, returns to their daughter.
Has anyone ever asked you for pictures of?
Not in the groups.
Okay. How about one-on-one with people?
Why?
Long conversations. Okay. Most of them have been clean. None of them have been dirty about her.
Has anyone ever tried?
There's been a few people who've tried.
Okay.
But
tell me about those.
Just occasionally you'll find a dude who is like, oh, you're into DTLG, ABTL? How's your kid?
God, why?
Like, no.
What do you say?
Typically, I will either change the subject or just not report, but like block their little thing.
Like block them?
Yeah.
Okay.
This discussion appears to strike a nerve with Larissa. Though it may seem obvious why the topic bothers the mother, what exactly has her feeling emotional won't be clear until later.
Hey, you okay? Deep breath. You're doing great.
I'm just so anxious because this is
horrible. Some guys will pay for that. Pay for pictures and stuff like that of your kids.
I know, they pay so much. How do you think I buy the diapers?
Is that a surprise to hear?
Freak!
It's not a surprise to hear, but yeah, I've never been paid for anything like that. The only thing I've ever been paid for was my ex-husband will pay for like alcohol for me.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Have you ever sold yourself? Other than the time for alcohol?
Of myself? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You've sold your daughter?
No, never, ever.
All right. Have you ever taken them?
Well, that's some of the implication right there.
Some guys will pay for that.
Some guys will pay for that. Pays for pictures of your kids.
Is that a surprise?
Is that a surprise to hear? Okay.
It's not a surprise to hear, but yeah, I've never been paid for anything like that. The only thing I've ever been paid for was my ex-husband will pay for like alcohol for me.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Have you ever sold yourself? Other than the time for alcohol?
Of myself? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You've sold your daughter?
No, never, ever.
All right. Have you ever taken them and then not sent them?
No.
Okay.
After beating around the bush for over an hour with John, the detectives finally dive deeper into why they're there.
Well, so then a little bit more about our investigation. Do you want to go into it a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. So we got a report of an image of a child that was being shared through Kik.
And if she is, it's accidental picture.
Okay. Tell me about that, about an accidental picture that might have
I don't know. I'm just saying if it happened, I don't know about it. That's what I mean.
But do you have any idea how something like this would come associated with you? And I mean, so keep in mind, like,
well, the ABDL thing, people link that stuff all the time. All the time, because they think it's some kind of child thing, or they think it's, I mean, so many people think that's foul.
Yeah, I don't understand why people that when they hear the adult, what is it, adult daddy, like little girl thing, the abbreviation, when they hear that, I don't understand why they think the little girl thing is referring to a child. That's so weird that they would think that. What the hell?
Wearing a diaper as an adult. I get blocked, deleted, and all that kind of stuff. It just comes with the territory.
As their conversation continues, the detectives with Larissa inform her that the warrant includes a search of her phone.
What kinds of things will we find that you're aware of that we'll find?
A lot of me.
Of you?
A lot of me, and a lot of videos I have saved of my group chat.
I wonder if you can see, I don't know if there's like a software or something, but I wonder if you can see what this dude's typing right now.
Chats that people have sent.
Okay. Any of that involve
children?
Ooh, my order is picked up. Ooh.
All that stuff is no problem. Like adult, whatever. You can get as fetishy as you need to, get as kinky as you want. It really doesn't involve us at all. It's just, obviously, if someone wants to harm a child, then that becomes a problem.
No, I would never, ever harm a child.
When it comes to the reason why detectives are speaking with him, John appears to have a tough time accepting that it's even possible.
Like I said, I'm never away from that one kid.
Yeah, except for sometimes.
Rare, very rare. We're talking about, do you know how long I'm at that store? 15, 20 minutes. It's Safeway.
How long does it
It's
take a photo?
2 miles.
How long does it take to take a photo?
Seconds, but I'm just saying, this photo is not, I mean.
John, I've seen the photo.
But
Yeah.
I do the same kind of cases he does. I'm also internet crimes against children. And I've seen a lot of CSAM, and I saw the picture.
I've watched a lot of child pornography, sir. What they have of you.
It is
Don't clip that, by the way.
100%.
I mean, it's not, I mean, I don't know what it is, but to me, there's a difference. So to me, the only way it would be child for in your guys' definition and mine, the only way it would be child is one, if she's trying to make money off of it.
What?
And I'm talking about not necessarily just a picture of her.
I'm not either.
What do you think should happen to folks who are...
She said she's not either, talking about just like standard like photographs of people nude. It's gonna be a crazy setup for a crazy reveal.
into like attracted to kids and acting on it?
Acting on it definitely deserves something.
Like what?
Jail.
Okay.
It's not something I'm into. It's not something I've ever been into. I would never want anything on this.
Okay.
My whole family has been nothing but this kind of thing. I'm protecting my daughter. No one will ever touch my daughter, ever.
Okay. Certainly someone's trying and may have. Okay? And that is clearly someone close to you. And I'm not trying to be mean about it, but I want to protect her too.
I do too.
Can I describe this picture for you?
Go for it.
No.
Well, we just don't want to like overwhelm you with it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a graphic photo. Okay.
And it was sent to somebody on Kick or something? Yeah, no, see, I don't even know anything about it.
How does it make you feel to know that on the internet? It's there and it will never come back.
Oh, did they already describe the photo? Did they cut it?
What is that?
We cannot take it off the internet.
Oh.
It's out there now forever. How does that make you feel to know that?
It's gonna happen.
Just whatever.
Yeah, social media is gonna happen.
Yeah.
We threw it out the window the day it was invented.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it, but I'm just saying it's gonna. Whether she, meaning my daughter, chose to do it in the future.
Right. This photo was not taken.
I know. I'm just saying. Eventually, I feel like it's gonna happen with social media.
Okay, but I'm talking about this specific image. I'm not talking about.
I understand you're talking about this specific image, and I know what you're saying, and I already know you can't do about it.
Well,
so I am the type of person that thinks about things, and I'll forget about it in 20 minutes.
Dog.
Because of my brain.
No, sure, I get that.
I also move on.
The detectives speaking with Larissa switch topics, returning to one of their earlier discussions.
Talk to me about fantasies.
My fantasies would get other people arrested.
Sounds like he's gonna get you arrested, dog.
Or just because we're talking about stuff, right? Like, what are some of the fantasies that you've had?
I like the ideas of myself only.
Okay. By who specifically? Anyone?
Basically, as long as they're old enough.
Okay. Tell me more about that fantasy.
I'll be laying there and I'll be like, okay, my throat is feeling weird, and I'll be like, oh, it'd be nice to just be choked right now, to be taken control of.
Yeah.
I'm always in control of everything, so I guess I just want to lose control.
Okay.
I know that sounds like really and if you check my kick, you'll see
I'm not labeling
before.
anything at all. But none of that stuff is a big deal. It's just trying to sort through how these.
I'm not into kids.
You have demonstrated to us that
Tweet that. I am a whore, but I'm not into kids. Tweet it.
you are a very loving and protective father, and you've said it yourself. You're obsessed with your daughter. She's your world. You've wanted her since you were born, and right now I'm telling you that she's being abused online, and you're just kind of no. It's the thing
She's
that
not
happens.
being abused online.
She's being exploited. She's being abused at home, and she's being exploited online, and you're just kind of whatever about it. So there's some there's some inconsistencies with the John that we met earlier and the John that we're meeting right now, and that.
Well, because I know exactly what you guys tried to do. What's that? Because I know you're trying to take her. You're either trying to take her away from her or her mom, and
I don't have interest in taking a child away from a loving home. Period.
she is loving.
I will not leave a child in a dangerous situation, though, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
After the brief change of subjects, the detectives with Larissa once again discuss her 4-year-old daughter.
Have you ever taken any other videos of her using the bathroom or anything else without her clothes on?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Though Larissa hasn't admitted this in the other interrogation room, it appears that the investigators going through both of their devices have discovered some concerning content.
So what's going on in that house?
What do you mean?
I think it's probably time that we start talking about the things that you don't want to talk about with Rue.
What do you mean?
So, Rue's getting blackout drunk, sending photos. Rue is abusing the dog?
No, Rue doesn't.
Yeah.
What do you mean she's abusing the dog?
She just told her that lives next door then.
She's abusing the dog.
Oh, I guess he's the detective in the other room is probably texting the one dude in this room.
And now we found evidence as well.
Both of them?
I don't know.
Oh.
Is there one that's better than the other? Or? I don't know.
Both of them. Oh, just the German Shepherd. Okay, sorry. I think you meant my Yorkie.
I just know that she's into that kink.
What else is she into?
I can tell you everything. There's a billion things on FetLife that she's into. Okay. Literally probably over 100.
Seeing that the conversation isn't going the way they planned, the detectives decide to take a break.
We're just going to step out, have a chat, and we'll be right back with you later. Just while we step out, you're still being recorded from here, okay?
Despite being left alone in the room, John keeps the conversation going.
Oh my gosh. I just thought of something. I totally forgot to tell you guys something. Very important too. Oh, God, that's me.
Is he pissing?
See, now I'm a little freaking out because I'm in the room alone. I gotta pee. Remember that pee? Yeah, I remember.
Restroom's right there for you.
By the way, you know what I forgot to tell you guys? What's up?
John informs the officer that the important thing he remembered is that a friend is currently watching their dogs at their home. The detectives with Larissa also decide it's time for a break.
Why don't you give us just a minute? Okay.
Why is that important? Am I just not... I don't know. Why is that important? I don't get it.
You want to have a minute to yourself? Okay.
My purse has an inhaler in it, and I feel like I'm about to need it.
Okay, we'll go look for that. Just hang up here, don't wander holes or anything, okay?
Deep breaths.
When the officers return to speak with John, they confront him about more of the information they've gathered, this time giving a glimpse into the home life of the couple's 4-year-old.
Kids were playing out inside. She got I think she got dirt or something in her eye, and it was time to go home. She was getting tired and cranky, and I brought her home. And the lady was complaining about the fact that I was bringing her home because she was crying out her mind. And I was saying, "Why don't you mind your own business before I shoot you?" You know.
What the fuck?
I think she got dirt or something in her eye, and it was time to go home. She was getting tired and cranky, and I brought her home. And the lady was complaining about the fact that I was bringing her home because she was crying out her mind. And I was saying, "Why don't you mind your own business before I shoot you?" You know. And she reported me, and CPS was working with us, and we told her the exact same thing.
According to police documents, the neighbor heard John yelling at his daughter, "Stop crying or I'm going to shoot you," on one occasion.
Oh my god, bro. I thought he was saying that to the woman. No, you didn't. Don't tell your daughter that. Why would you say that to your daughter? No.
Heard yelling, "Just shoot me." Concerned for the child's well-being, the neighbor called the police. The responding officers noted that the 4-year-old didn't show any outward signs of abuse or negligence. Earlier in Larissa's interview, she discussed this incident, and her recollection contradicts John's claim that he was yelling at the neighbor, not their child.
One of the neighbors didn't like how he yelled at her.
What did he say?
I don't know. I was not there.
So the neighbor called?
Yeah. And then CPS came to the house and like, everything's perfect. They're great. You're a loving family. We can see how hard you're working towards her. We understand you love your daughter.
Okay.
Following the disturbing revelations before their break, the detectives once again attempt to broach the unsettling subject with John.
Is she filming the stuff?
And there's no way that she could be doing it with the dogs unless it's just a picture with near the dogs, because they're both female dogs.
What? Okay.
What has she told you about it? Like, how did you learn about that?
What? How did I learn about it? Seen it on FetLife, and that's about it. Do I know what it is? Yes, I know what it is. I don't. Do I care?
So you saw images of her videos?
No, it says it.
Okay,
What
so
you're
you're
into.
listed as
Yeah,
her
it's not a. Yeah, I don't know if there's. I don't scope every single picture. I mean, I've seen all her FetLife pictures, but I don't go looking for every kink that she might be into.
Returning to interview Larissa, the other detectives have decided to take a different approach.
As you probably gathered, we do a lot of these investigations. I've talked to dozens. She's probably talked to hundreds of people in your situation or circumstance. So we have experience on how people.
So I know there was some other stuff that I was watching earlier, like, but I think I'm invested in this now. Also, my food is here, I think, so I'm gonna grab that in a minute.
React to things we tell them stuff, and the fact that we tell you that there are explicit imageries of your 4-year-old daughter on the internet, and not one single tear has came out of your eye during your crying. That's not a thing, right? We talk to parents all the time and say, "Hey, your daughter is images here," and they're falling on the ground, throwing up, crying, bawling, wailing.
Don't forget the head. I don't know. They're a top dasher. I feel like I don't know if top dashers do that.
That's a normal human response. So it's unusual, okay?
I can understand that. I was crying a lot.
God damn.
What, were the actual tears or just the?
It's just, this comes out right now. I've been crying a lot.
But the problem is that same image finds its way on Kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna message my top washer. Got to give some top dasher. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. That's retarded. Lacey, excuse me. Your thing says you're a top dasher, yet seems you forgot the top. Just send her a photo of myself in a fedora.
It gets uploaded to the internet.
Okay. Here we go.
And similar images. It's not just that one. So
you see where this is like, I can't understand things, right? And that's our entire job, is to understand things.
there's forensic guys actively looking through all the stuff right now. And it doesn't match up with what you're telling us.
I black out a lot because I drink a lot, so I'm honestly telling you what I remember. If I did something I don't remember, I'm not sure. I'm drunk a lot.
That's not a good enough excuse.
I know it's not a good enough excuse. I'm just saying under soberness, I would never ever do anything like that, and I don't think drunk me would either. But if you're saying this is happening,
I told you I wouldn't lie to you.
John's interview has been shocking so far, but it's about to take an unexpected turn.
What has she told you about her interest in me?
Yeah, it doesn't bug me.
No, what has she told you about it?
Oh, nothing necessarily.
It's come up in conversation, so...
Oh, yeah, and it doesn't bug me.
I'm not asking you if it bugged you, I'm asking you what she said. What did you
not that she's into it. I did.
Oh, well, sun's out. Like, is that...
That's kind of how we are.
Okay. I mean...
Our relationship, I mean.
And I'm not questioning your lack of judgment.
Into more things than most.
No, that's not my question. So just...
Yeah, okay.
I think that you think I'm judging you, and I'm not.
Oh,
my question is, like...
But I don't judge her either.
And that's not what
if she's
question
into it,
either.
she's into it.
Is that one that you share with her? Because I know you said you have hundreds of fetishes.
No.
That's not what
It's not one I'm against or share. Basically, I don't judge people. I'm open to a lot of things. So I might be old, but I'm open to a lot of the stuff that the current generation's into, meaning I'm not against it. Like all the damn different genders, I'm not against it. I can't say all the LGBT, there's too many letters now. I can't say them all, but I'm not against. In fact, I go to Pride Pride last year. She calls it the Rainbow Parade.
it was what it is.
She sees all kinds of images because there's them dogs there, or what are they called? You guys, I don't know if you guys know what cosplay is, and what are they called? Furries, dudes in leather, and my daughter's seen it all.
After trying a more confrontational approach, the detective speaking with Larissa finally began to get the truth, and it's even more horrific than they imagined.
So can you please tell us why your daughter's images are online?
I've only ever sent it to one per single gig.
Send what?
Those pictures.
What?
How many pictures?
Those two.
There's more than two.
But I only remember sending those two.
Okay.
Describe those two images to me, please.
The bath and the entire rash.
Okay, the rash one, we'll call it the rash image, okay? Who did you send it to?
Panda something.
Panda. And that was on what platform?
Kick.
And when did that happen?
Probably when I was really hammered a few weeks ago.
Okay, so we'll say a couple weeks. And how much did they pay you for that image?
If anything.
They just wanted to see it.
Why?
Why?
Panda asked. What do you remember about that?
I know we were constantly talking dirty and everything.
Was this in direct DMs? Or is it a thing?
DMs.
Okay. How long have you known Panda?
A month or two.
Panda had also come up in John's interview earlier when discussing his and Larissa's polyamorous relationship.
There's only two guys that I know of strictly right now, and that's her boyfriend in Everett, Devin, who she works with, and some online guy from Facebook named Panda.
But they haven't met in person?
No, he's in Florida or something.
Larissa's boyfriend, Devin Lowry, would eventually come up again.
Now, you said you sent a second picture. What was that picture?
Just about that one. That one was completely harmless.
And who?
It was completely harmless too. I just ended up getting sent to somebody.
No. Doesn't.
So,
one step forward, two step back. These are harmful pictures. Did you send that to who? The second one?
The same person.
Yeah. Was this the same time?
Or a different time?
Might have been the same time or very close.
Okay.
If Panda wanted to see other kinds of pictures of her, would you have sent them?
No.
But you just said that when maybe drunk you could have done that.
I would never hurt my daughter.
I believe that.
I would never hurt her.
But if someone wants to see a picture of her and she's already in the tub, that wouldn't hurt her. That wouldn't injure her.
I don't do it. No.
Whoa.
These were all innocently taken.
Yo, this says home of the 30-inch massive gibbon. And then I thought to myself, I can show you something else that's 30 inches and massive. Get it?
Misused.
What happens when you get drunk?
I don't remember anything. It's like somebody else takes over.
And what does that takeover look like?
I've been told that I am moody and aggressive.
Have you ever been told you're dominant?
Only towards my fiance, yes.
How does your dominance present itself?
Usually towards Irish.
Explain that to me, if you would.
Usually it's towards Irish. Sometimes I will have group chats where I'm commanding in those. As an online text-based group chat where I basically command people to do stuff.
Despite the gravity of the situation, John is adamant with his denial.
I don't think that she's trying to sell content necessarily. Maybe content in other forms of me and her, or me and her in diapers, or me and her, or me, her in the bathroom, maybe by herself, but me or her. Doubt it. If somebody's seen an image, or she shared an image on her, it was just communicating with somebody.
How's the image taken, dog?
I don't necessarily like it, but I know this has happened, and I know it's gonna happen.
So exploitation is just kind of inevitability?
Pretty much, in this day and age.
What?
While Larissa has been inching towards the truth
Okay.
about the images, she isn't quite ready to come clean just yet.
I truly have a bad memory.
Well, bad memory and being drunk are two different things. I have a bad memory, but I'm sober as can be.
It's both of them.
So you're constantly blackout drunk and you don't remember things?
Yeah.
That's a bad combo.
I personally
True.
know I would never hurt my daughter drunk or not. I believe you. But I might have taken pictures when I was drunk.
The images don't show her in pain. I just want to be clear. Because your repeated statements to me is I would never hurt her.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, like, it's clearly illegal images. It's not ambiguous, right? We didn't like scramble up a team to come talk to you today because it was on the fence or it was a bathtub bubble bath situation. So help me understand, because I really want to understand, to unburden you with this.
I honestly,
don't remember taking the other pictures. If I took them, I obviously deleted them when I was drunk because I don't remember. I have no actual, like, before you said anything about them, I only knew about those two.
Okay. But you don't
Your Honor? I don't remember.
seem super surprised. Because it sounds like it's within the realm of things that could happen during these blackout drunk spells.
Yeah, I went to jail twice because of it with DB.
Oh, with the drunkenness? Okay.
That's why I'm not surprised. But I just...
Does it bother you that you were doing that?
It really bothers me. I'm not that kind of person, literally.
Literally, I'm not that kind of person. Literally.
Explicit pictures that were in sending
Well, that picture that you described, I would have to have more content.
All right, I'm gonna try a slice of za before I do the
All the
wing.
conversations before the picture and all the conversations after the picture and any conversations he had with the person.
So what's the what? In what context is that an okay picture? What in what context is that an okay picture to send?
There's so many different things it could be.
Okay.
That's the thing. It's me. It could be a friend sharing a picture of her.
So it's okay to send an explicit picture of your daughter as long as it's to a friend?
To me, that's not explicit though. Remember?
So you don't feel like you need to stay from that, is what?
Oh no! What I'm saying is I'm gonna still continue precautionaries. I guess I don't know.
How are you going to keep her safe from that?
Rue?
Yeah.
Talk to her and figure out what's going on.
In her interview, Larissa claims that her conversations with Panda had recently taken a turn.
When did things start to get a little bit different with Panda?
A week or two ago.
Okay. Does he ever mention anything about being into kids?
Yes, he has mentioned.
Okay, so tell me what he said.
Come on, dog.
He wants to eventually have a family so he can just look at them.
Bro.
Or is that what you guessed he meant? It's not the exact words, but basically what he said to me.
They once again return to the topic of the images.
Tell me what he's asking for.
He just wants to see her.
Okay. He says, send me, does he know her name?
I think I might have said it to him once, but he calls it sleeves.
What the fuck? What?
Okay, let me...
I don't think I ever told him my daughter's name per se, but he does like he just calls her cock sleeves, you know, like nothing like that wrong. Yes.
Let me say the same sentence, but a different way. Okay. So I sent explicit images to a guy on Kick who is excited by children images.
That sounds way dirtier. Yes, I understand how it sounds when you say
It's the same thing.
Absolutely insane behavior, dude. Insane, bro.
Right? But when you say it, it's like way down here, like, you know, I don't see what the big deal is about all this stuff, right?
No, I understand that.
And that's kind of scary for me because it doesn't, I don't believe that your head's in the right space of what's actually happening.
It probably isn't. I have DID too. You can look at my medical charts.
You have what?
DID.
What's that?
Identity.
You did what?
It's a personality disorder.
What'd she say with this? When you already feel like shit, they get a bunch of anxiety pushed on you, and then you take an anxiety pill only to feel more anxious because the dirty looks I get because I'm not doing what they wanted. Yeah, bad mental headspace. Trying not to have another breakdown tonight, but it feels so close to happening anyway.
It's a personality disorder. It's different people in my head.
Oh.
But it's medically in my charts if you need to.
I believe you. I just don't really know much about it. That's why I was asking. But you can see how that's concerning, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the kind of hurdle that I'm trying to get past right now.
No, I know.
They're not innocent, and it is a big deal because you're sent to some guy on Kick.
They intend to escalate.
You sent it to some guy on Kick that calls your daughter a cock sleeve. Damn.
They'll start off with what you're doing, and then they get worse because the people that you're sending them to, they're aroused by them.
I understand that.
With Larissa admitting to sending the images, the detectives with John attempt to confront him.
Rue just admitted
To what? Abusing. Because again, I need more. Abusing means I don't know what that means.
Well,
she's disabled, so I don't know what that means.
Does it matter?
Yes, because there's two different contexts.
Okay, so if she's getting off, is it better or is it better if somebody else is getting off?
If she's getting off her, it's
dog.
Okay, so
really
it's
judge again
Can you help me understand that?
because it's two different people and two different contexts. Like I said, two different scenarios to me.
Well, help me understand that because to me it's not.
Hell, to you it's not, to me it is. Like I said, it's two different scenarios. You explain it yourself. One's somebody else, one's her. One's her parent.
So it's okay for a parent to use a child, just not somebody else. I'm going to tell you something right now, John. I don't think that you can keep her safe.
Why?
Because you're telling me right now that it's okay that Rue is using her, but that's fine. You absolutely just did. You just told me that it's okay.
Yeah, I just said it's a different
No, you said it's fine. You said that's her thing and it's no big deal, but if she's sending it to somebody else, then that's different.
I can't judge her.
How
What?
are you going to keep
See,
doing
he knows, but you don't. I can't judge Rue based on what she's into. I don't care what she's into.
She's into your daughter.
That's her daughter.
What?
I'm into my daughter, but not.
Okay, you see the problem here? No. The problem is
My
that,
brain doesn't, I guess.
and that's a huge problem. If you can't see that, then I know that you can.
Oh no, I can't.
Because I can tell you right now.
No, what I'm saying is I
Dog.
need rude. God, no, that's not what I'm.
You can't.
Yes, I
If you
can.
can't keep her safe.
I'm not gonna let her. It's new evidence. That's why I can't say anything about her or the other person. It's two different scenarios.
I will never hurt her body. I will never touch her in that type of way. I accidentally took it. Not an accident. I took the photos. I deserve what's gonna happen to me. There's no reason for it.
Well, Larissa, thanks for being honest about it. That's huge.
I do really only remember those two pictures.
Police documents reveal that despite
That means she has
Larissa's
more.
sent 2 images,
Yeah,
a video
exactly.
of her 4-year-old daughter using the toilet was also sent. A shower curtain and potty training seat visible in the video were matched to items in Larissa and John's home.
I'm sorry if it seems like I'm staring at you. I'm staring like right at your stomach.
I did not even recognize that might be what you're looking at, but thanks for the heads up. Would it make you at all feel better to write a letter? Apology letter? Is this something you want to do? Okay.
As revealed by police documents, Larissa's apology letter reads, "I've done you wrong. You don't deserve to be seen in that way yet. You are the reason I continue. There are no words that can express the guilt I feel knowing now the consequences of my actions."
Bro, only the consequences make her view it that way?
Exposed. I deserve whatever happens to me. I hope you never ever go through this again. I would give anything to keep you completely protected.
Rue is abusing her. I don't know what you're not understanding about that. Rue is over there writing an apology for the way that she has abused and exploited her daughter. Your daughter that you claim that you're obsessed with. Your daughter that is your life, that you love, that you have wanted your entire life, that you don't want to be apart from, that you just told us that you would do anything to protect, that you won't let her be alone with other people. But that woman who helped you create her, who helped you raise her, one of the 4 people that changes her diaper, is abusing her, is exploiting her, and is sending
Who cares? What the fuck?
online. And like I told you before, that picture is out there and it will never go away. That picture will be passed around from pedophile to pedophile for eternity. And your reaction right now is why I know I'm not safe with you.
Well, what? So I'm a different person, though. You're probably trying to say I'm not capable of taking care of my kid.
I'm not trying to. I am actually saying it.
I am.
Base.
Daughter.
Bro, this chick's a queen. Holy shit. I'm not trying to. I am. Queen.
I'm capable of taking care of her because I didn't know what's going on. This is the kink thing.
It has nothing to do with you not knowing what's going on. I've seen people not know what's going on, and that's absolutely.
You know what's going on now, dog.
That repeatedly, and it breaks my
Bro.
heart. You are telling me right now that it's okay, that you can't judge her. I can't say anything. I have to have a conversation with her. I would lose my mind if I found out.
I'm disabled. My mind doesn't work that way. You guys don't know me. Is the problem?
I think you need some help, and this is maybe the first step. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to let us know about what's happening that we didn't ask the right question or?
No, I told you everything I know. Truly, I'm sorry. She doesn't deserve this. I didn't see it before, but I basically put her in my shoes prematurely. I didn't touch her, but I still hurt her. And I didn't.
Bruh.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff is exploitative. I know you know that now. And you may have had an inkling for it and not fully understood. I don't know where your head was at during those chats, but for sure you can't be doing that.
I'm not interested in kids.
Do you think if tonight didn't happen, you would have sent out more images like this of your daughter, whether it be drunk, blacked out drunk or not?
No, I was getting
She would have.
with him anyway. Because he was talking about his
With him?
After this horrific reveal, the detectives with John share an update about his daughter.
Taken into protective custody. She is with CPS and she's going to be placed somewhere safe. Okay, she is not going home with you. She's not going home with Rue. Okay, that is not going to be a thing that happens. All right. I don't know what the future looks like. Okay, I am completely removed from that. But I can tell you right now that CPS will get a copy of this report and they will get the transcript of this interview if they ask for it.
My problem is I don't know things like you think you guys know.
And that's a problem.
My brain.
That's a problem.
I'm not saying that I don't.
She can't protect herself. She is relying on you and her to protect her.
I'm not saying I can't protect her that way.
No, I am.
See, what I'm talking about is I don't know how to explain that I know how to protect her.
You can't. You can't explain it.
Because I don't. My brain doesn't know how to explain it. But that doesn't mean I don't know how to take care of my daughter.
You've explained it plenty well, John.
Following this confrontation, the detectives attempt to wrap things up with John, but this proves to be a challenge.
Do you certify or declare under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that your statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
No, I feel differently.
Bruh.
How so?
Bruh.
Because they're trying to take my daughter away for stuff I didn't even know was going on.
I'm asking you about the statement that you made, though. It was a statement that you gave me
Yeah,
true.
but I wouldn't have done any of this without knowing.
Okay.
Without a lawyer.
But was your statement true and correct? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't understand a lot of it. The conversation we had, I don't understand a lot of
The
it.
things that came out of your mouth, were you telling me the truth or were you telling me a lie?
I wasn't lying, but I don't understand it.
You don't understand the things that came out of your own mouth?
Some of them.
Okay, which ones do you not understand?
But it's just because I don't know how to explain them.
Okay.
You guys are making it.
All right.
My head, you guys are.
Listen to me. I have to finish this question. Okay.
As Larissa's interview also nears an end, she has a final question, one which shows where her concern lies.
Not that I actually need to know the information or want to know, but how long does something like this keep you in jail for? Usually the rest of your life, right?
No.
No. They just don't put you in jail for the rest of your life? They don't.
They're asking if it's forced to automatically 2303 is the statement. What do you mean? Who knows? Walked away with my daughter.
Right. I'm gonna take you back upstairs.
As Larissa
This
awaits
woman's
her
a
fate,
queen,
she
by the
shares
way.
one last regret.
It was all for the satisfaction of someone else, not me. I think that's why I just feel so bad, because I didn't even do it for me. I did it for somebody else, and she doesn't deserve that.
Following their interrogations, John and Larissa were both arrested. Soon after arriving at the jail, Larissa began contacting her boyfriend, Devin Lowry, over recorded video jail calls.
Hey, I love you.
I love you too.
How are you doing?
I cry every day.
Despite the gravity of the situation, Larissa appeared to have no problem keeping the mood light.
And yes, I am embracing the triple L.
So
I don't even get a hairbrush, but look,
No?
my hair is all brushed out still. I use my fingers.
John was released soon after his arrest, while Larissa remained in custody. During their call, Devin revealed that he'd been in contact with John.
I had gotten him a temporary phone at least so he could contact the CPS person.
Thank you. He's not allowed to have internet.
Oh, he did not tell me that part. He told me that they had dropped everything for him.
Stupid.
That's stupid?
Talk about that stuff, but
Bro!
Yeah. He keeps asking me
She's
for
so mad.
all your stuff.
By the end of her interrogation, Larissa had apparently known that her relationship with John was over, as she asked the detectives to return something to him.
It's just his ring, so
Yeah.
he's not gonna want me after this.
Following his release, John headed to the police station to collect some of the items that had been taken from their apartment as part of the investigation.
I'm keeping this. You can have this stuff.
It's really cool how they're able to get like all of this like footage.
It's
Thanks, Mikey. Oh wait, let me hold on. Wait. Why are you not? Wait. Oh, never mind. You're on YouTube. Fuck. Let me do this. All right, chat real quick.
Contract for the dom-sub relationship that you guys
Oh,
have.
but I was saying it's really cool that they're able to get like this much information. I don't know if these are like standard with like FOIA requests or how you get this access, but I think it's really cool.
With her and John's relationship evidently finished, Larissa had other things on her mind.
Mike said that he's gonna work on the divorce while I'm in here so we can get married when I get out.
Okay.
I don't need a ring.
I know you don't. I
didn't need it anyways.
About it at all until RC said something, and then I was like, RC, well, technically she's supposed to give me one. No. If I had money to get you a nice ring, that would be going for the fancy lawyer right now. I don't know how I got lucky enough to get you what I don't deserve you.
Yes, you do.
I would do a jailhouse wedding tomorrow with you if I could.
Though it's unclear what exactly Larissa told Devin about why she was in jail, it appears that the story was altered from the one she revealed during interrogation. During their call, Devin shared what he discussed with his mother about Larissa's situation.
I was kind of telling her, and I told her, I was like, yeah, you remember how when I was little, you had a picture of me and another friend of hers.
Oh, no.
At my age, splashing in a
Yeah, I was gonna say she probably just revealed, or not even revealed. I guess just lied about the contents of that photo, about it being just like a someone taking a bath or like a training video or like a video or a photo of her doing something with her. I don't know, but
yeah, we had that same picture of me. And she's like, yeah, and then she's like, I totally could see how something like that could happen. So yeah, she totally is like, yeah, I see how you could get messed up for something that's innocent.
Over the next few weeks, Larissa and Devin managed to maintain contact, and during some of their conversation, she made her feelings towards John known.
Do not try to contact me unless it's about my child or getting more of my things. Tell you how much John screwed me over.
The majority of their conversations, however, took on a much different tone.
But hey.
damn, they had a lot of convos. Holy shit. No.
Was I normal or naughty?
No.
You're such a pervert, and then you smile about it.
Because it's fun to see your reaction.
I miss my tongue ring because it was fun.
You're such a pervert, and then you smile about it.
Because it's fun to see your reaction.
I miss my tongue ring because it was fun whenever I stuck it out at people. They'd be like, so, fun note, which I don't think we've ever did before, and I'm demanding it. You've never French kissed me.
I've never French kissed anybody.
Well, let's change it when I get out.
As long as we can change one other thing, too.
My last name?
Okay, 2 other things.
What?
Yeah, on the same note.
I was actually thinking about that the other day.
What does that mean?
Speaking of, that's one of my other annoyances with it only showing your face.
You're a dork.
I mean, I'm sorry, but...
You're a man.
Yes?
It's one thing I've been craving.
What?
You.
You'll have to do old school and draw your...
Hey, girl. Hey, Steph. How are you doing? As good as I can be. Yeah, I bet. Not me, I'm just looking at you first.
Yeah, Geedra. I don't know which one you're you're replying to. But fuck, dude. Insane, dude.
I mean, they're kind of hard to not look at right now, so yeah. I can't see them, but the boys are over here.
Hi, guys. Your mom tells me a lot about
Don't show her the children, please.
you. Your kid
The
is
tongue ring, true.
Oh, this one back here?
Yeah.
Did you see where the guy was like, there's something that I want to change when you get out, and she's like, my last name, and she was like, oh, he was like, okay, well, 2 things, and he like points in his fucking mouth, like, is he talking about the tongue ring there or something else?
Great, well, you have a good day with your kids.
All right. See you soon, hopefully.
Hopefully.
It seemed Larissa had a new perspective on her situation.
But you're not a bad person. Sometimes you just do bad things. It gave me hope.
According to official records, Larissa Jordan was arrested on suspicion of animal cruelty, exploitation of a minor via live performance or photograph, and possession and distribution of depictions of a minor engaged in...
Disposition date, May 8th, May 7th. How long are these charges for? So these are charged. Does that mean she's convicted on it? No, I don't think so, right? Like, I assume that she's gonna have to go to like an actual judge after this. This isn't like referring to anything in particular to like her being convicted.
Explicit conduct. Her bond was set at $250,000 and she was held until May 8th, 2025, when the state charges were dismissed. And according to court records, she was released from state incarceration. She was then promptly arrested on
Well, okay.
Larissa is now being indicted for
I was about to say, dog.
material involving minors.
This is Larissa Jordan v. USA. Can I get like the court docket on that? Wait, what was the name? Fuck. Jordan v. USA. Court docs. What'd you miss? Apparently the woman was sending sexually exploitative photos of her daughter to some guy that she was talking to for about a week or two. She said the guy didn't really use her daughter's name much, but would instead call her daughter Cocksleeve as a nickname. There was apparently like animal abuse / cruelty or cruelty or whatever as well. Then she was kind of getting freaky with her boyfriend, not the retarded one, some other one, on the police phone calls. It's a protective order, Michael. Oh, you had to buy these on Pacer. I don't think that's the right one, though. exploitation, animal cruelty. Wait, Hex, if you're still here, were you the one that was that commented on the message on X or something? Oh, 2 suspects arrested in Lake Stevens for bestiality and child sex abuse. This might be it. What is this? Yeah. So how did you... I'm just curious, because I've been using, like... I had somebody recommend this site for using tags on YouTube videos that I've never used before. Was it just like a recommended video to you, or how did you find that? It was recommended. Okay, interesting. Who else do you watch on YouTube, if you don't mind me asking? Court docket number... Oops. Oh, is this it? Wait. I don't even know if this one's the right one. What was that? A lot of right-wing channels like the Lotus... What was that? Lotus Ectors? Oh, Lotus Eaters. Sorry, my thing was kind of smaller. Never heard of them before. Not just UK politics, but that's the first one I remembered. Are you from the UK?
She's also accused of distributing, engaging in communications with others.
Oh, also, I need to remember to do this more. No, in the great state of Bama. Base. I'm in Kentucky. So we're Southern brothers. Feel free to join that Discord if you have it, or whatever. Don't feel obligated to, but I just need to remember to invite people more. And I'll usually like stream from there as well, or talk to people, or hang out in like VCs. I do want to find this though. Case number. Is that not the case number thing that I just had though, right? Because I would buy this. This. I'll be real, I missed a bit. Missed a bit of what? Like the video? He pesters for dick pics too. Yeah, but that's only because you pester for... Never mind. Okay. I'm joining now though. Hey, oh. Jesus. Is it physiognomy or physiognomy? Cool. Recent opinions. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck. God damn it. I don't want to pay $49. Can I wait, can archive.ph does this work on these? No shot, right? No shot. He stuttered, he lost the second one. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening? I just wanted to pirate a website, dog. I'm hacking into the mainframe. Also, I don't know if you play any video games, but Ghidra and I have been playing Arc Raiders. Can't have shit around here. True. I want to illegally. Or legally, yeah. I was thinking about watching the Ghidra, or not Ghidra, I was going to say something to Ghidra. My bad. Fuck. There was that... I don't know if you saw, Wick is hosting... Let's kick his dog shit. I heard Arc Raiders. Damn, you broke your PC. Not good. How'd you break your PC? I was telling Hex that in the Discord, like, you and I play Arc Raiders every now and then. That is the most fucking Alabama-ass thing that you could have possibly said. Yeah, like a few weeks ago, I spilled my beer on it. Based. Oh, wait, Ghidra, I don't know if you saw, but Wick was hosting a panel with, I forgot, Short Fat Otaku, I think, and Destiny, and it's quote-unquote against everybody, but they had Enrique Tarrio, somehow. Jordan versus us. LMAO, what'd he do? Wait, what do you mean? Jordan versus us? Oh, Jordan versus US. Yeah, that's, I wonder how far back the YouTube stream is. I don't know if that's recent. But, it was, this woman who was sending exploitative photos of her own daughter to a pedophile that she met a week or two ago. Get this boring shit out of here. What the fuck? I was playing War of Rights, and that's just how it's meant to be played. What is War of Rights? I don't think I've played that before, or heard of it. Oopsies. Oh my god. Dude. That makes perfect sense. I feel like you and... unironically, I feel like you and Jordan, the guy that was here earlier, would probably get along with like shit like this. He likes those really autistic, like, FPS simulators. He was the one that was playing Tarkov earlier. So it makes sense now that you were asking him that shit. Is this fun? Like, is this like worth picking up?
They're making a line to our right side. They're aiming guns at us. They're shooting at us. We're currently dying. 4 fish and chips. I'm scared. Oh. I thought you were gonna do it for a second.
Yes, brother.
Huh? What?
Oh, base. It shows the gear thing next to your name, Mikey, on YouTube.
What?
Oh, who said that? Who said that? Oi. Alright, man, enough f***ing about, right? We had our memes, now it's time to win the war, eh? And these fucking cavemen's not gonna come by off.
I got scared. This is scary. Don't worry, Robinson. Your secret is safe with me. Oh, nice one, right in the gut.
Up. Okay. Dude, I had some dude, Ghidra, I don't know if I told you, or if you saw, they do events for holidays, and that's the best time to play base. Do they have a pretty active, like, fan base? Or player base? But Ghidra, this dude commented on my short and called me a cuck. It feeds my justifiable superiority complex. Ha! Got him. That is the most, like, gay shit you can possibly say, by the way. My superiority complex has now been well-fed and, nourished. Fuck you, dude. He says... Hold on, he comments. Wait. Oh, wait, I never wanted to do this for some reason. Get a job, cuck. Based. Based. Who has the better audio, Wick or Destiny?
That. Really? What's her name? Really? Sherry?
Okay.
Swear when people were inside.
Who has the better format? Let's be real. Hold on. There's a small but active community. I feel like those games are pretty cool. Like when you get to see those.
There's no evidence. There's evidence coming out every day.
Evidence coming out every day. All right. My mouse is dying. We got some batteries. Hold on. Wow. Ghidra, if you're still here, I was gonna ask you, if you could stream for a living, would you? Like you'll recognize the usual officers and notable figures, like a dude named Child Snatcher. Base. Can you change your name in that? Okay, what would be a like limiting thing for you to cover? Or I guess like if you cover like drama shit, would that be worth it to you? But I feel like you have like a good like personality and a good eye for drama. Yeah, you can change your name. Okay. I'm gonna try a wing real quick. Also, Coke is notorious for softening the effects of the spice, so I'm gonna pour one out and refill this before. What if you're like a VTuber, Deidre? Would you do that? Or would you do like the icon thing? I think they're like different concepts, but I just lump them in together. It would just be a talking Pikachu. Dude, it'd be like that one Jewish meme. Jewish cartoon hand rubbing. But it's just a fucking Pikachu doing it instead. It's this, but it's like there's like a lightning kind of going around him when he talks. Oh, also, well, I don't know if Hex is still here or not, but just in case, if there's ever like any disagreements or anything, I'm not gonna get my Kick stream banned. Wasn't that like the thing about me being on Kick though? Is like it's way more lax. I was gonna say to Hex, like if there's any ever stuff that you disagree with, because I remember the stuff that we were talking about originally, whenever we started talking, was a disagreement on, I think, communism versus fascism. Like, you can always like hop on to like the Discord and join, and I'm willing to like accept like whoever, basically. Like, bring them on, I mean. Not necessarily to like fight, okay? So it doesn't have to be like an aggro thing, but just to talk about it. Rumble is probably the best free speech platform. Yeah, but like the people that are going to be on Rumble, I don't know if that's true for one, and I'm not saying that to like disagree, but I'm just not familiar with Rumble. But I feel like the people that are going to be on Rumble are going to be like the most like right wing, like already selective types of people that wouldn't be like super well receptive to like content that I would probably do or want to do. But could be good content to debate people in there. Perfect rounds to get some traction as a left wing guy. Speaking of wings, hello, Anon. Wait, is that what it says? Yeah, it is. Okay. What's up, Anon? Phil the Nietzsche. What the hell? Is there open Discord for debates or something? If you're talking about like Discords made particularly for debates, yeah, there's like politics Discords and stuff like that. But if you're talking about like the one that I was talking about, like with my Discord, yeah, like we'll have like debates and stuff in there. But it just depends on what you're talking about. Also, these wings are bitch made, by the way. They don't like taste bad or anything, but they're just not like that spicy. Wait, I just realized. Are they just not spicy, or do that white boy have some motion or something, you know? You know what I'm saying? Ahaha. Fuck. It's Kentucky spicy. Shit ain't real. I'll give you my address. You can mail me some whatever spicy. Kentucky spicy probably ain't even up to par with my local. What does that word mean? Come on, dude. Okay.
Wait, did I get moved? The fuck channel am I on? Did I get... I don't even know.
What is that emote? I can't even see it. What the fuck?
Oh, there we go.
Waiting on, hello, sir. We're waiting on Dev now. We'll get started, but just kind of a, here we go.
I had invited Tim Hale as well. Hope that's cool.
Yeah, Tim should be about to get here.
Okay.
I just got off the phone with him.
This is Dev and Destiny versus the world, so whenever he shows up, we'll pull him in. So just a little heads up how this is going to go. I'm going to introduce the topic, and then I'll say hi to my audience, and then we're just going to get right into it. My first question is going to be, do we agree with the White House's portrayal of January 6th? Why or why not? And
I feel like if you're going to have Enrique Tarrio on here, like, there's no disagreement that he should have with Destiny, right? Like, he should agree with every step of the way, like, the way that it's categorized from Destiny's perspective. Or characterized, sorry, not categorized. Do I have... What? Hello, dude.
we'll go from there. It's very conversational. All I will ask is if I tell you to stop talking, please stop talking. I'm going to do that because no one can hear when we're all screaming over each other. There's a lot of people here. It's going to be a little chaos, but we got this. Any questions?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's get this show on.
Hey, is there a share link here for X?
Oh, for X?
For X.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yay!
I got a YouTube link if you want it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it.
Okay. We'll just...
Dude, where the fuck is Enrique Tarrio at? What the fuck is this place? Imagine you get to like a lobby of like some convention center or some shit, and this dude is just sitting there arguing with these aspy fucks talking about January 6th.
That should work. Okay, there you go, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Okay. And with that, let's start the show. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious, and gang...
This guy is not serious, right? Wait, where'd it go? Usually it pops up. Hold on. Like, this guy's memeing, right? No shot.
Have we got a show for you tonight? Recently, the White House have put out a January 6th page where it claims that the Democrats are the real insurrectionists. And it goes through a timeline of events that a lot of people contest.
Again, Enrique Tarrio, like, based on his identity, he has to disagree with the White House here. Or else it just makes him look like a weak cuck fuck loser.
And Destiny have agreed to take on all comers on this and to talk about whether or
All
not
comers.
it was
Not appropriate, dude. Not appropriate for TOS.
appropriate for the White House to make these updates, whether these updates were accurate or not. And we have a whole host of people to talk about it with us, including Enrique Tarrio, Gibbs, we got Grid, we got Kung Fu Joe.
The traitor himself, Enrique Tarrio.
I guess, yeah, that's the first question for you guys, and we'll just...
Real quick, I want to see, I don't know, White House, January 6th. Appropriate for Destiny? True. True, he's a comer, okay? He's a comer. Whitehouse.gov. A day which will live in infamy. Fucking... Yep. That's it, just fucking... Dude, why? Why is Nancy Pelosi here? Is this the, what are they called? What was that group of people called? Fuck. Was it the council or whatever? The committee, yeah. President Trump took decisive action to pardon January 6th defendants who were unfairly targeted, overcharged, and used as political examples. They were not protected by the leaders who failed them, aka Trump. They were punished to cover incompetence. On his first day back in office, January 20th, 2025, President Trump issued sweeping blanket pardons and commutations for nearly 1,600 patriotic Americans prosecuted for their presence at the Capitol. Many were trespassers or peaceful protesters treated as insurrectionists by a weaponized Biden DOJ. I wish it was weaponized at this point. I wish Biden weaponizes. I wish he directed Merrick Garland in the way that like these conservative retards like claim that he did. I wish he did an ounce. I wish George Soros did an ounce of what they claim that he does. Fuck. He fully pardoned most, commuted sentences, and ordered immediate release of all of those still imprisoned, ending years of harsh solitary confinement, denied due process, and family separation for exercising their First Amendment rights. Thousands of Americans paid the price for political failures they did not create. Since J6 2021, Nancy Pelosi spent over 3 years and nearly $20 million in taxpayer funds. Also, the endless virtue signaling and moral fagging over this fucking like cringe ass shit, where it's like $20 million of taxpayer funds? Are you kidding me? That's so much money, dude. How many people pay taxes in the United States? Is there a way that I can like look that up, like specifically? Taxpayers filed 153. It could have gone to the military-industrial complex. True, the same military-industrial complex that Trump wants to raise the budget to $1.5 trillion for. Crazy! Woo! Tax returns. $14.8 trillion. Crazy. Like, how much does it cost for committees? Is that something we can look up? How much does a congressional committee... How much, is that how you spell committee? Cost to run. It's... Yeah, it is. Okay. House committees are funded at $301.2 million for the 117th Congress. This represents a $18.3 million increase from the 282.9. When was this article made? Oh, in 2021. Interesting. Which Congress are we on now? What number Congress? 119th. 119th Congress committee budget. Here's the cool. There shall be paid of the applicable announcer not more than 11 million. How much was that? We'll fund this committee. Okay. Like, there's no way that's that drastic of a decrease, so there must be something I'm like misunderstanding. No, providing the amounts for the expense. Like, is this a proposal? Introduced, agreed. I assume if it was like agreed in the House, it would show this, no? Or I don't know. If it was agreed to in the House, does that have to go to be approved in the Senate, or how does this work? I don't know. There's gotta be some way, like, this is like laid out somewhere, so it's more obvious. Because I'm a fucking retard, okay? Not as retarded as that guy earlier that was okay with his wife. Never mind. Okay, anyways. Since January 6, 2021, Nancy Pelosi spent over 3 years and nearly $20 million in taxpayer funds on her partisan select committee, producing a scripted TV spectacle to fabricate a quote-unquote insurrection narrative and pin all blame on President Trump. How is it a partisan select committee? Like, there are Republicans that were a part of that committee, for one. For two, she extended the offer, I think, to, like, bring on, was it 2 additional, like, Republican members to sit on the committee? But the people that was, like, that were proposed to be a part of the committee were active, like, they were being implicated in the January 6th event. So it's like, you can't do that. Video and audio recordings, including unaired HBO... Oh my god, bro. Whoa. Video and audio recordings, including unaired HBO footage from her own daughter, shows Nancy Pelosi repeatedly acknowledging responsibility for the catastrophic security failures, admitting, "We have totally failed, and I take full responsibility for not having the National Guard pre-deployed, despite intelligence warnings and President Trump's offers of troops that were ignored under her leadership as Speaker." Like, the National Guard, by the way, the National Guard excuse is just completely thrown the fuck out. Especially under this second term of Donald Trump. Like, there's no shot that you can even blame anything on Nancy Pelosi whenever you have Donald Trump that is weaponizing California's National Guard to be deployed into other states against the will of Governor Newsom. Like, to blame this on Nancy Pelosi when you're the sitting president of the United States and now somehow have the discretion to and it's in DC too. Like, I don't know, whatever. The Democrats masterfully reversed reality after January 6th, branding peaceful, patriotic protesters as insurrectionists and framing the event as a violent coup attempt. By the way, every fucking Republican before, like, this current administration were also in agreement, like, on the day of. that this was a fucking insurrectionist like coup that was attempted to be orchestrated by Donald Trump. Attempted or orchestrated by Trump, despite no evidence of armed rebellion. Nobody said armed rebellion, dipshit. Like, I don't know who the fuck wrote this. I don't know if you're just like... No, they are making shit up. Never mind. My bad. Or intent to overthrow the government. In truth, it was the Democrats who staged the real insurrection by certifying a fraud-ridden election, ignoring widespread irregularities, and weaponizing federal agencies to hunt down dissenters, all while Pelosi's own security lapses invited the chaos they later exploited to seize and consolidate power. This gaslighting narrative allowed them to persecute innocent Americans, silence opposition, and distract from their own role in undermining democracy. Oh, if the whole thing is like made up, then why the fuck do you even have his call to action right here? Donald Trump's call to action. Give me a fucking break, dude. Ashley Babbitt murdered in cold blood. Dude, there's no fucking shot. If we're going to justify that police officer, sorry, not police officer, I won't even grant him that privilege of being labeled as such. That ICE agent that fucking murdered that woman after he was quote unquote fearing for his safety, the fact that they can justify that and say this is like a totally normal thing that is like well within the bounds of an ICE agent's like capabilities, they can justify that and not call it murder. They just say it's like a killing that shouldn't have happened, but she was like a domestic terrorist and also Antifa and part of an organized network and blah blah blah. But Ashley Babbitt, the dumb bitch, the dumb fucking traitor that tried to break into the Capitol building among like a swarm of other people that were trying to break through this fucking door despite a cop yelling at her, hey, get the fuck back, get the fuck back. Like, that woman is then shot and it's murder in cold blood. If it's murder, wouldn't you expect to see that cop to be like prosecuted for that crime? It's kind of weird that there was no like conviction on that crime for it being a murder. But I don't know. No weapon was found on her and she posed no threat. Bird faced no charges. 3 other Americans were also killed. No. Kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself. Mike Pence refuses to act. Holy the betrayal of the president. It's not within... They're there to certify the results of the election, dog. But Trump is just so fucking ass mad about this, where he's like... There was that one quote... Sorry, there's many quotes, but there's that one quote that I think of like quite a bit, where it's like every time this is like brought up, I think of how before the certification, Trump was like trying to actively pressure Pence to refuse to certify the election results, and he told him, "You can either be a patriot or you can be a pussy," and it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, give me a break. Stolen election certified. President Trump silenced. Mass arrests of patriots. Oh my God. FBI entrapment operation exposed. God, dude. Disgusting. Okay, so I guess that's the... Wait, what's a little base in your opinion?
Kind of get into it. Grid, we got Kung Fu Joe, all sorts of people. We're gonna get into it. I guess, yeah, that's the first question for you guys, and we'll just kind of get into it. Was the White House's portrayal?
I would agree that the quote, "You can either be a patriot or you can be a pussy," could be based on its own, but in this context, whenever he's trying to get Mike Pence to throw out the results of the election because he's ass mad that he's lost, I think Donald Trump is actually the one that's kind of being the pussy in that instance. But
of January 6th on their website, accurate. Why or why not? Anyone can start. Go ahead.
I guess just on some basic language stuff. Can we all agree that Trump never, in any part of that ellipse speech, he never called for peace or told people to be peaceful. He never said any of those words because he used explicitly.
True. True. He said, "I know you're going to be marching down there peacefully and patriotically." He didn't say that they should go down there.
You need to go.
But like Twitter did stop him from saying "be peaceful" as soon as he said we need to be peaceful.
Did he say Twitter?
So like Twitter.
Fair, but I was a big Trump guy back in the day. I ain't got much to say in response to that. Okay. I used to be when was it 2016? I would have been 16, 17. I think I was as well, but
Twitter did stop him from
told people to be peaceful. He never said any of those words because he used explicitly at least once, and he never explicitly said, "You guys need to be peaceful. You need to go."
Like Twitter did stop him from saying "be peaceful." As soon as he said we need to be peaceful, then they deleted his tweet, canceled his account, whatever, and made it impossible for him to actually proclaim, "Please go be peaceful." So that's one thing that I think we can agree on.
When did they delete the tweet? But also, you're the fucking president of the United States. You have other means of, like, even if this were true, you have other means of contacting people. You have other means of, like, announcing a message, which it seems like they did, like, have some sort of message that was released, because if they left the Capitol after a certain while of him, in response to him telling them to, like, fuck off, like, it sounds like they did have some sort of means of reaching out to the protesters, no?
Happened.
Well, that's cool. So I'm going to ask my question again. So the speech in the ellipse, the hour speech or whatever, he never told people to be peaceful. That was never a command he gave. That was never a thing that he explicitly said ever. That was just never a thing that was said, but for some reason people repeat this. I just want to make sure we all agree on that at the ellipse speech, he never told people you need to be peaceful. You guys should be peaceful. He never said anything. He didn't say that.
Yeah, you're being really narrow with that. Yep. That's
well.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I mean, like, afterwards, people went to the Capitol and they, at the very least, rioted, so they weren't peaceful. So, yeah, I think if we're going to make a White House
you're talking about his rhetoric,
website,
though. You're changing where we're looking.
Well, no,
you're saying, this one part of the one speech that he gave this one day.
Are you asking if he said specifically the word peaceful?
No.
Like,
If he told people,
picking one word.
So on the WhiteHouse.gov website, they claim, that hold on, let me look for it explicitly. So it says, he stresses the need to fight for the
I can cuss here, right? Is there certain words I can't say?
Just no, nothing that would get me demonetized.
No
So no
slurs,
F-slurs, no hard R's, nothing like that. Okay.
Cool.
So he stresses
Other than that, you can call retard, fuck, all that shit. So yeah.
Okay.
So on the White House website, it's Save America Rallies, their second timestamp. It says he stresses the need to fight for the country through strength and determination, explicitly calling for peaceful protest. I just want to be clear, that never happened. That part is a lie. On the side, at the very least, we can agree that that's a lie.
So he never said the words peacefully and patriotically during that speech?
No,
he never told people to go do that. He said that, I know you'll go marching peacefully and patriotic or whatever.
Well, off topic, but when this was happening, I was driving back from leave in Massachusetts and got back to my base. Like, these bastards got me in trouble. Are you talking about the January 6ers?
But he never explicitly said, he never called for, that was never explicitly called for.
That's super nuanced, dude. If he says, like, peacefully and patriotically, I think that's the key. And I think there was a lot of people, including myself, pissed off that day. And to kind of hit what the question for the host, for 4 years, we've been fed nothing but, like, bullshit and slop from the Biden administration about what happened on January 6th. Now that January 6ers are actually out, we get to say our piece. And I think
your piece is, like, acknowledging and going along with the exact sort of framework that you say is a lie or is dishonest. So
people
go for
see
it.
both sides of the story, and they get to not make a binary choice. Maybe they agree with me on some things, maybe they agree with Destiny on other things, or other liberals. And I find it fascinating now that, like, we're nitpicking words when he's explicitly said that peacefully and patriotically make your way over to the Capitol. And then on top of that,
he didn't say that. So what you just said, you used the word explicitly. I don't know if you know what explicitly means, but because we just want one fact at a time. Just one fact at a time.
So he goes ahead, and on top of that, his tweets got deleted, and you silence the president of the United States right after that.
He's talking about the ellipse,
I don't think
dog.
it was ever his intention to tell anybody. I sat through courts through 6 months. I don't think.
Sounds like you learned nothing from courts then.
Storm into the Capitol and storm the building or do anything. I think he wanted people to protest outside. And as somebody that,
That's
again,
cool. Okay,
was
so I'm
planning on being
going to
there.
read the sentence here, okay? I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He didn't tell them, you need to be peaceful. You need to go and be peaceful. You need to go and not commit. He didn't explicitly say that ever. He just said, I know you'll be marching over soon.
Who cares? Like,
What do you mean? Who cares? That's the premise of this whole fucking debate, dude. Jesus Christ.
It's not a big deal. You can say it's not a big deal.
Don't shoot it.
You can say it's not a big deal. That's fine. I just want to be clear.
Can I give you one at a time? Destiny, finish your question.
You can't prove a negative?
No, Tim wants in here too. Is that your name? I'm sorry, Tim.
The full quote is, at the ellipse, President Trump speaks to hundreds of thousands of supporters, detailing evidence of election fraud and urging the crowd to march to the Capitol to, quote, peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, end quote. There is no urging the crowd there. He just says he'll know they'll do it. There is no urging it's about an hour-long speech where he talks about voter fraud. He says we need to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country. He calls everybody in Congress weak. He's here to protest the results of the election. So I just think it's a little bit rich to pretend that there were explicit calls for peace in this. There wasn't. And this was like one thing he said almost at the beginning of the speech. Yeah.
Hey, every time you leave the house, like when you were a kid and you just got your driver's license, does your mom say, "Oh, don't crash"? Like it's retarded to even think that he has to say that every time that he comes out. He said,
maybe he doesn't have to say it every time. No, he doesn't have to say it every time he comes out. But maybe he should say it when he's called a bunch of people to Washington D.C. to protest the results of the election. Maybe that would be a good thing to say when he's kind of got everybody riled up and he's also saying you need to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country. Maybe it would be a good idea to really stress the peaceful part, especially considering what happened afterwards, right?
Like he did. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's his speech.
Yeah, that is a line that he said, yes. But that's...
Isn't you saying he just didn't say...
I'm saying he didn't explicitly call them to do it. And I would argue there's stronger calls explicitly for violence when he says, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. It seems a little bit more of a command. And it's at the end of the speech, as opposed to the other thing that was towards the beginning of the speech. It's an hour-long speech. But saying there weren't all these explicit calls for peace. He didn't say...
Even beyond that, hold on. Is there a place where I can view this whole thing at? It's always so difficult to find for no reason, to be honest. And the C-SPAN, is that the one that has it? Oh my god. Fuck off, dude. Let me just pirate your shit. It's not that big of a deal. Give me a break. Is this an ad? No, dude. This is the Jan 6 report. Is there a transcript to this? Mo Brooks. This guy. Right?
Please welcome Congressman Mo Brooks.
Mo Brooks. All right.
Thank you so much for being here today to help save America. Now I'm Congressman Mo Brooks from Alabama's 5th Congressional District, and I've got a message that I need you to take to your heart and take back home, and along the way, stop at the Capitol. For 7 decades, America has been the greatest nation in world history. We have a standard of living that is the best in history. We have a military that is unmatched in history, and we are a beacon of freedom for all. Have you ever thought about why? Is it because we're just lucky? I would submit no. We are great because our ancestors sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, their fortunes, and sometimes their lives. And what did they sacrifice for? They sacrificed for foundational principles that have combined to make us the greatest nation in world history. First, they believed in moral principles that are the compass that help us do the right thing rather than the wrong thing, with the power that we enjoy as a great nation. Second, we have a Bill of Rights that protects individual liberty from abusive government power. A Bill of Rights that is based on the principle that a government is simultaneously our best friend and our worst enemy. That a government powerful enough to give us anything is powerful enough to take everything from us. Third, we are a free enterprise economy, an economy where you get to decide what you want to do with your God-given talents. An economy based on freedom and liberty that allows us individually to excel. And fourth, we are a republic. We, as individuals, collectively control how our government works and what our destiny will be. But we are here today because America is at risk, unlike it has been in decades and perhaps centuries. Socialist Democrats attack and mock our moral values, even to the point of sarcastically in the United States Capitol, one of the most revered places in America, mockingly closing their hedonistic prayers with a man and a woman. What is that? Socialist Democrats attack our Bill of Rights on a daily basis. They attack freedom of speech. They attack freedom of association. They attack freedom of all kind, including the right to bear arms. Now, let's be clear about these Socialist Democrats. They also want to destroy our free enterprise system. They don't trust you with your individual liberty and freedom to do what's best for yourselves or your families. However, we're going to stop them. Now, we have definitely had some setbacks with what happened in November. We have had some setbacks with what happened last night in Georgia. But we are not going to let the socialists rip the heart out of our country. We are not going to let them continue to corrupt our elections and steal from us our God-given right to control our nation's destiny. The 2020 election is behind us. Today is a time of choosing, and tomorrow is a time for fighting. Today is also a day of revelation and separation. Today, the curtain will be pulled back, and American patriots will learn by their votes which Republican senators and congressmen have the courage to fight for America. Today, by their votes, Americans will learn which Republican congressmen and senators love their bourbon, love their cigars, love their prestige, love their personal power, love their special interest group money more than they love America. Because today, Republican senators and congressmen have a simple choice. Today, Republican senators and congressmen will either vote to turn America into a godless, amoral, dictatorial, oppressed, and socialist nation on the decline, or they will join us, and they will fight and vote against voter fraud and election theft and vote for keeping America great. Now, I can't speak for anyone else, but I can promise you that as for me, Mo Brooks from Alabama's 5th Congressional District, I will vote and fight for America on the House floor. But let's be clear. Regardless of today's outcome, the 2022 and 2024 elections are right around the corner. And America does not need and cannot stand, cannot tolerate any more weakling, cowering, wimpy Republican congressmen and senators who covet the power and the prestige the swamp has to offer while groveling at the feet and the knees of the special interest group masters. As such, today is important in another way. Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass. Now, our ancestors sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, their fortunes, and sometimes their lives to give us, their descendants, in America that is the greatest nation in world history. So I have a question for you. Are you willing to do the same? My answer is yes. Louder, are you willing to do what it takes to fight for America? Louder, will you fight for America? Let me conclude with these remarks. In 1776, at a time of great peril, an American patriot by the name of Thomas Paine said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." Such was the mettle of our founding fathers. And today's times do try our souls. But today, we can make our voices heard for America by uttering words that cause socialists and weak-kneed Republicans on Capitol Hill to know that we, American patriots, are not going to take it anymore. That we, American patriots, are going to come right at them. That we, American patriots, are going to take America back and restore the foundational principles that have combined to make us the greatest nation in world history. What are the simple words we must shout to the heavens and carry the message to Capitol Hill? What are the words that cause socialists and weak-kneed Republicans on Capitol Hill to shake in their boots and cower in their foxholes? What are the words that scare the hell out of socialists and weak-kneed Republicans alike? Join with me. USA, 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 USA. Washington, America, heed those words because we're going to carry them right to you. USA.
Okay. For one, those are letters. Okay, chill, bro. For two, the point of me bringing that up is him making the comparison to January or to 1776, but then also saying that their ancestors were willing to lay down blood, sweat, tears, and sometimes even their lives. Are you willing to do the same? Feels like that indicates a little bit more than using words, okay? Feels like that indicates a little bit more violent tendencies than is actually led on than these people who are just like complete dishonest, disingenuous, scheming fucks.
Not going to have a country anymore. That seems a little bit more of a command, and it's at the end of the speech as opposed to the other thing that was towards the beginning of the speech. It's an hour-long speech. Just saying there weren't all these explicit calls for peace. He didn't say, you guys need to remain peaceful, nothing like that. He just said, I know you'll be
No, not a great look. No. Nope.
marching over there peacefully and patriotically to make your voice heard. That's it. It's not a huge point. You don't lose the whole argument by giving this. I want to make sure we're on the same factual page.
Do you think that he knew that the crowd was going to peacefully and patriotically march over there? Like, he didn't give a marching order like, hey, go storm the Capitol. Hey, go stop the certification election. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy is what he's
I mean, by your own standard, like, does your mom have to say, like, not to get into an accident every time you fucking drive? Like, you obviously understand that there are things that are going to happen as a result of an implication of statements that are being made, like, regardless of the intent or not, which obviously his intent was to rile them up and to get them, like, pissed off enough to send them over to the Capitol building to fight like hell, quote unquote.
Like, you don't expect the crowd. I didn't expect the crowd to do that. I know a lot of people, a lot of liberals think that I went over.
You didn't expect the crowd to, weren't you? Sorry.
There to go stop the certification election. I wasn't going to do that. And I didn't need the president to tell me to be peaceful and patriotically. I was already...
Yeah, I was going to say, I was already going to be a fucking piece of shit.
Both of those things.
Well, so you did know that the...
Yeah, okay, so he's... Never mind. I forgot he had a fucking court case. He can't admit any of this, I guess. But, like, when you're the leader of the fucking Proud Boys, when you have communications, when you have the shit mapped out, when you say in your private group message to the other Proud Boys, make no mistake that it was us that did this, Sounds like you did maybe like know that like some shit was gonna go down.
Capitol was going to be broken into.
Patriotically, I was already both of those things.
Well, so you did know that the Capitol was going to be broken into. It had already happened by the time that speech was over, right? The Proud Boys had literally organized to do this. You guys were involved in breaking through all 3 of the outer barriers, and then finally with Dominic to break into the actual Capitol with the riot shield. So you did know that was going to happen in advance, right? You were in the Capitol the night before, and you left because there was a warrant out for your arrest. So yeah.
So I'll ask you, like I asked the prosecutors and defense team, what evidence do you have that I knew that was going to happen? Because you said it as an absolute. So what evidence do you have that I thought that was going to happen? Because my messages in court, even given by the prosecution, doesn't show that. It shows that I'm like, holy shit, this is happening. I probably, actually, as a matter of fact, Destiny, you probably found out
That's
about
what it showed you.
the
My
Capitol
understanding,
before
I thought that you were convicted for this. Didn't you lose in front of a jury on this?
If you consider a jury that during their questioning,
excuses.
I do. So we can vote. Yeah, I do consider that a legitimate jury. Yes, and you were convicted on the case. So I do. Yes, yeah, I do. So okay, so what's the next factor?
I mean, I hope one day when you face any assault charges or anything or sexual assault charges, that you're convicted of a jury that hates your guts. Then they put me in the jury because the first thing I'm going to do is find you guilty.
Okay. I want to hear from some other people here.
Just to be clear, also real quick. So everything in the indictment, all of your messages about your plans to storm the Capitol, the buildings you want to.
Can you point one message? Just show me one message.
Do you want me to read down the indictment to have you reject everything? Is that what you want?
Go ahead. We got all night here.
While he's getting that up,
I don't got nothing to do here, bro. So if you want to look at the indictment, go ahead.
Yeah, while he's getting that up, I just want to hear from some people in the crowd.
Yeah, tell me about my 6-month trial.
Right,
I'd love
and
for
we'll get into it, right? So go ahead, Tim, then Dev, and then we'll get you Kung Fu Joe and Gibbs and Grit. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification. The first thing I was going to do was with the speech, because that was the prelude to this. But Destiny, I think he wanted to limit it to specifically saying, for after the fact. But I mean, are we ignoring the tweets that he gave?
Exactly, Gudro. Like, let these two battle it out. Jesus Christ. Nobody wants to hear from this fucking retard.
At 2:38 and 3:13, he specifically does use the words peaceful. He says, "Stay peaceful" for the first one and "remain peaceful" or peaceful for the second one. So what is the contention?
They're talking about the ellipse speech, dipshit. Keep
about
up.
the word peaceful and when it was used specifically.
Yeah, so he made those tweets when there was already violence breaking out. So when he says "remain peaceful," that's nonsense, and people were begging him to call people to go home. So like people like Ashley Babbitt got killed because he refused to make that call for people to go.
His own daughter was, begging him to call the crowd off too, by the way.
Home because he was hoping that Congress would break down and give.
And so was Mike Pence when he was hiding in the bunker trying to get a hold of people to, call the crowd off. But
then to the desire for him to have the vote switched.
Congress had already been removed at that point, so that's a stupid thing to say. You know better than that.
Did they not come back that night?
Yeah, they came back later that night, but
so I think the point was
after all of the rioters have been removed, sir. I mean, that's a dumb thing to say.
Yes, after they removed the rioters, which people wanted to happen, they came back and they re-adjourned in order to finish the count. Correct. Thank you for doing the logical order of events. So Tarrio, when you were saying things, I'm just trying to see if these messages are real. So when you posted a message that said "fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag," was that a message that you posted in a group chat on November 12th?
I posted it on social media, yeah, and I'm 100%. I said that. I celebrated it.
When you said if Biden steals this election, the Proud Boys will be political prisoners. We won't go quietly. I promise. Is that a thing that you posted?
Yeah, that was in November.
Okay. You need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with each other. No, you need to remember the American people are at war with you. No.
Please bring up the message where he says, "Make no mistake." Please, please.
Your messages,
right? When did those tweets happen? Remind me when those tweets happened.
In November of 2020.
It was in November of 2020. Was January 6th an event?
Was January 6th?
Did January 6th, the event at January 6th, did that ever get announced before November of 2020? Can you tell me the day that it got announced that was going to be a rally?
I'm just making sure that so far in the indictment you agree to these. You agree to these things, right?
Unless I'm fucking Nostradamus and I know that some rally's going to happen in the future, do you expect me in November to be tweeting about some shit that I didn't even know was going to?
God, I wish I was watching this earlier so I can call in. The backbone of the government's case was hundreds of messages exchanged by the Proud Boys in the days leading up to January 6th. The prosecutor said, show how the extremists saw themselves as revolutionaries and celebrated the Capitol attack, which sent lawmakers running into hiding. As Proud Boys swarmed the Capitol, Tarrio cheered them on from afar, writing on social media, "Do what must be done." In a Proud Boys encrypted group chat later that day, someone asked what they should do next. Tarrio responded, "Do it again." "Make no mistake," Tarrio wrote in another message, "we did this." Sir, Tarrio, was that before the event or was that after the event? Dipshit. Lying, dishonest, scumfuck.
Going to happen. An event that I didn't even know was going to happen.
Did we know that on January? I'm pretty sure the Electoral Count Act literally calls out the date of the certification of the election, so we all knew in advance when the certification of the...
That's a month before I tweeted that, so yeah.
December 12th was when the election certification? I thought that was January 6th. My bad.
No, it's not January 6th. As a matter of fact, you got that wrong. The certification of Congress, the counting of it happens on December 12th.
Just real quick, I do want to make sure that Tim gets a chance to get in here. He's been trying.
Sorry, Tim.
No, it's fine. Then Tim.
No, it's
and then
fine.
I wanna hear Dev. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, we knew when the certification was going to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean people knew that the rally was going to happen, in which case you still have to create the nexus between the rally and his supposed urging people to riot, which, that didn't actually happen. But I'm just trying to understand, you're dismissing the tweets that happened after 2 o'clock and after 3 o'clock because they happened after the speech, but in the speech he also says peaceful, but you're saying he didn't direct
Dude, the White House fucking website is the one making the claim they said it at the Ellipse speech.
people to be peaceful, he just acknowledged it. Isn't that
He should have told people to go home because it had already gotten violent.
But you're unhappy that he didn't say specific words?
No, he should. Well, at that point, people should have gone home. He should have said, you need to leave. It wasn't peaceful. It was a riot at that point.
If he says to,
you wanted him
to be peaceful,
the
that
initial contention, my understanding, I'm sorry, I thought
beyond splitting hairs.
I'm not beyond splitting hairs. It's very easy. So if there's a riot happening at the Capitol and you have the ability to tell your people to go home, you should probably tell
Dude, look at this fucking retard right here. Goalpost equals moved.
You wanted him to tell people to go home in the middle of the speech when he says to be peaceful?
You were just talking about his tweets that he made hours later at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Which one do you want to talk about?
But I thought you were complaining about the fact that he didn't direct people to be peaceful in the speech when he said, I know you will be peaceful.
Well, yes, but that's because I'm just going through the whitehouse.gov J6 site, and I'm going through the timeline on the claim thing, right? And the second claim for the Save America rally is President Trump delivers powerful speech. That was the very first one I was looking at. We can go through the rest of them. I just started that one.
I don't even think it's worth getting in the weeds of what
In the weeds?
peacefully and patriotic.
What do you mean getting in the weeds? The whole setup of the fucking debate is talking about what the White House is portraying it as.
Like, we don't need a 10-minute discussion on what those words mean and how he meant it.
Sure. Well, he also did say, just to be clear, he said we have to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, right?
Yep.
How would you describe the events? How would you describe the events that unfolded over the next 4 hours? How would you describe the events that unfolded? What did it seem was more happening? That people were fighting like hell because they thought they were going to lose their country, or that they were marching peacefully and patriotically?
I think 95% of the people, I believe 95% of the people that were there on J6, all they did was walk in. They didn't touch a fucking cop. They didn't break a window. They didn't do any of that. If you want to talk about the 5%, look, I don't agree. I don't agree with the assaults. I've said this. I said this on January 6th in the evening after seeing it. I said it on national television. I said it on CNN and I said it on Univision. I can't vibe with people assaulting police officers. I think that they should have been arrested. I don't think that the problem was, I still think that they should be pardoned, not for their actions, but because of how
Why do we
justice
care about any of this? I don't know what we're talking about now. This doesn't anything.
Well, no,
I
really don't care about you talking about.
I heard that you said 95% were peaceful, so that means 5% were
peaceful.
Okay, so then 5,000, 10,000 people.
How do you get the Psyduck react? What was that? Where was that at? Also, he says later that day. It's like, dog, later that day. You said do it again.
Were rioting then, if the president's own words are to be believed, because they say
is that the number of people?
They say hundreds. They say
people
they
walked
into the Capitol that day.
On the
there was about 100,000 people, I believe, is the number
on the site. They say hundreds of thousands, so 5,000 to 10,000 violent rioters. Then
no. I'm asking you, is that the number? Are you citing the number of people that went inside the Capitol, or the number of people that attended the rally?
I'm giving what they had as attended the rally on the whitehouse.gov.
I'm not asking what they give you. I'm asking what you know.
I know that around 1,600 people were charged. I don't know how many people went into the building altogether. I don't have the count on that, so I don't know. But that's not.
So
really
you don't know what the 5. We could just say 5%. We don't got to go with the number.
Dude, what is this guy at the bottom right or middle doing? What the fuck?
Because it wasn't thousands of people that went in.
Sure,
that's fine. 1.5%, but it was a small number. I mean,
well, because only a small number of people even got to the building, right? That's how it works. Like in any riot, it's probably like 1 to 5% of people that are being violent, right?
There are probably thousands of people in the building. I was one of them. And Enrique, I think it's...
Oh my God.
Like you said, well, I would say it's beside the point, because if you want to address the violence, it happened in very select areas, and there was a context behind it, such as the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. It actually, one of the biggest reasons it wasn't an insurrection is that it got...
goalpost move times 2.
If they were going to, become violent and overthrow the government, we would have been more violent in the building than out. But what you see is that when you review the video, it actually was at very select locations because people were incited. There were provocateurs. I agree with Enrique.
Bro.
Not everybody who was there was
so to be clear, the incitement was you trying to break through where cops were.
Someone in chat said hairline equals moved. Insane.
The video, it actually was at very select locations because people were incited. There were provocateurs. I agree with Enrique. Not everybody who was there was
so to be clear, the incitement was you trying to break through where cops.
Yeah, I'll shoot you over the link. No problem, bubby. Also, if you don't feel comfortable answering it, that's okay. But I know you said the you're late, like getting to your base. Are you military?
cops were. When people were inside the building, they weren't violent because they didn't even know what they were supposed to do at that
What do you
point.
mean by you? What do you mean by
With Enrique, he was at very select locations because people were incited. There were provocateurs. I agree with Enrique. Not everybody who was there
Yeah,
was
so
a
to
good
be clear,
person.
the incitement was you trying to break through where cops were. When people were inside the building, they weren't violent because they didn't even know what they were supposed to do at that
What do you
point.
mean by you? What do you mean by you? Are you talking?
I'm speaking
to me,
the
or you're talking
the general you, because he's talking about the protesters not being violent once they got inside the building, because they didn't have much to be violent against because all of the congressmen had been evacuated.
So you're saying, so you're agreeing with me and Tim in saying that some protesters were violent. Yeah, I agree with you. Some protesters
I never
were
brought
violent.
this up. I don't think this point is relevant to anything.
I believe
Any
that they should be
protest,
arrested,
in
and
any
I believe
riot.
that they should have gotten some time in prison. Yes.
Yeah, in any
I don't
riot, a small
believe
percentage
that
of
they
people
should
are
have
gonna
gotten
be
10, 20 years.
Okay.
It's not for you to
Yeah.
decide.
And I
You're
don't
not
believe
a
that
judge,
said,
Doff.
Before anyone else goes, hold on just real quick. Before anyone else goes, I do want to make sure that Dev gets a chance to have his say and come in and give us what he's gotten. I do see Gibbs come.
Yeah, I was a ground radio repairman in the Marines. Are you still active? I guess. It was a great time when it recommended. Okay, never mind.
Kung Fu Joe over there, and we're gonna get you in here in a second. Dev, go ahead, give us what you think.
Yeah, I've
Was
been listening.
the January
This is
6th
kind of
go ahead.
crazy. Just because I don't know who you are, the guy with the green background, but you were talking about Trump's tweets, and I mean, while the riot was happening, you expect a decent, competent, good leader to try to calm people down. That's what you expect them to say. But I mean, at 2:24 p.m., Donald Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country
True.
and our Constitution, giving states a."
Not only that, but they're quibbling over the usage of the words here. Okay, which I agree is I agree that it's like important to distinguish between those. But these are the same motherfuckers that screamed over Joe Biden having that frame of him giving a speech with like a red background behind him. So it's like, give me a break, dog.
Expect them to say, but I mean, at 2:24 p.m., Donald Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify." Now, that statement, is that going to calm people down or rile people up, do you think?
Well, I can tell you from my own experience, it didn't rile me up. I actually, at that point, I actually wrongfully assumed when I read that tweet, I was
Why
already
is he
in the
answering
crypt.
from his own personal experience? What are we doing?
Because he was there.
Because I was asked, why do you think?
What do you think most people are doing?
How about everyone else's perspective then?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I think most
You're asking to give other people's perspective that's not here?
Yeah, that's kind of how reality works. We kind of speak for how we think people are generally like motivated by things or what might cause people to do things. Are we incapable here of fathoming other people's state of mind?
I'm going to tell you exactly what people thought.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna tell you
how about let's
exactly
not
what
generalize to some bullshit. Just stay on the specific things.
No,
Dev asked a
no, I'm
specific
gonna give you
question.
exactly what
Dev
people
gave a
thought, and
specific tweet.
I'm gonna give you
when
my
people saw
specific,
that Pence had failed,
thing.
what did Pence fail? What did the people do?
So anybody who thinks that the only reason, excuse me, I think anybody who thinks that the only reason that people went into the Capitol is because Trump told them that the election was stolen is a retard. I think they weren't looking backwards, and it started with Hillary Clinton in September of 2016.
What were people at the Capitol for?
Trump supporters.
I almost got ran over by some lesbian listening to this debate. I was so pissed, but luckily for her, I've been studying Buddhism for 20 years, so I'm chill. Dude, maybe she just like mistaken you for like an ICE officer, okay? Cut her some slack. You don't know what she's been through.
What were people at the Capitol for?
As a basket of deplorables.
Oh,
then
in 2016, how many people invaded the Capitol?
And you go ahead and
The answer is zero. The
definance
answer is
us,
zero. Yeah,
you
it's none.
deplatform us. You
Mhm.
shut down our businesses
It's zero.
during COVID.
Yep, yeah,
right?
it's zero.
You allow the
Who shut
summer
down
of
the
love to
businesses during
happen
COVID? Wasn't
unchecked.
Trump the president for that?
And
Oh, who was the president for the
straw
summer
that
of love?
broke
Wasn't
the
Trump the
camel's
president for
back-
that? Notice how
One at a
all of their
time, one
facts
at a
are
time,
wrong.
one at a time. Both of you,
is
please.
somebody
Let
stole the
Enrique finish.
fucking election.
Mhm.
So yeah, we were pissed
Trump
off
tried
about
to,
a
but he
million
failed.
fucking things. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
there's a million things that we're pissed off about.
So
It wasn't
for
just
January 6th, why were people at the Capitol? What were they there for?
We were there to fucking peacefully protest
Who called them
the
there?
stolen election.
Who called them there?
Yeah.
Hold on,
President
Destiny,
Trump called it.
I need to ask a
Yeah.
question.
That's
I
good.
I gotta
Thank
ask
you.
this. I'm sorry. Because do you truly believe that people, absent Trump, absent his speech, that they wouldn't have been?
Hold on, you gotta give me this. Hold on. Isn't putting the shutdown on Trump kind of retarded? No, it's not. What was this dude's name? Let me do this. Ba ba ba. This here. Come on. Kinda, right? He also kind of looks like the he looks like if this guy and the guy from Guardians had a child together. Governors were the ones deciding how open everything stayed. You can criticize for not giving clear direction, but you did not force the economy to shut down. Yeah, but I don't think that's Destiny's point, though. Right? Like, he's saying that, like, if this guy is going to be blaming, like, the Democratic establishment or blaming Joe Biden for everything being shut down, then it seems like you would have to apply that standard in the opposite direction, because who is the person that was in charge during those shutdowns? Like, I would agree with you. I think Destiny would also agree with you. But if we're playing by their standards, then yeah.
And people like showing up angry at the Capitol that day, is that your claim?
Absent him inviting them there? Nah, maybe 1,000, maybe, I don't know, if that.
Well, hold on. So you don't believe that there are other factors leading up to that day from the time of the election, not including Trump, that would have motivated enough angry people to show up that day?
No,
I can tell you what
not
the
really.
factors
No,
are. It's actually really easy. There was a whole bunch of people
there's a
online
lot.
who were posting. There's a whole bunch of people.
No,
Online.
hold on.
No. I'm
Let
going
me
to
answer your question. Please,
There's a whole bunch of people online who are posting about how Mike Pence has the power to send back the electors so that Trump can steal the election, and everyone was hyping himself up for this bullshit. That's why you guys went there. It was retarded.
No. That's not the only thing I'm talking about. Like, I have a list of things that factually happened, and whether or not you can observe them through 2020, vision, like from now, doesn't matter, because we had so little time to analyze these things. So expanded mail-in voting due to COVID-19, late night vote count pauses and updates in key states, changes to the election procedures.
Every single one of these things
Hold on,
failed
I'm
in
not
court.
done yet.
None of this matters, dog.
Every single one of these.
Buddy,
all of them.
did you not just hear what I just said?
It's cute. He
Did you
believes
not
in
hear what I
justice.
just said?
Litigated all of these. You lost.
Hold on. No. That you obviously weren't listening. If you listen, you can hear me better. What I said was, what happened by the time January 6th rolled around, we didn't have the time and like 8 hours a day for years on end. No, we didn't have years
you did.
like you did. No, we didn't.
You did.
How? Okay, between January 6th and the election, the determination of the election, how much time was there?
If they think this shit is so powerful, the judicial system is like so fucked and corrupt and blah blah blah, then why wasn't Trump convicted? Like, that's like the Democrats' like main issue, is that like Merrick Garland was just like slow as fuck on any sort of like prosecutions relating to like the January 6th and like whatever. But here they think that they didn't have enough time to investigate all this stuff, and that the judicial system works so fast and efficiently under the Democrats that they weren't able to get anything pushed through. Like,
a few months, but there was enough time that almost every single claim that Donald Trump brought up in his speech had already been debunked thoroughly, and none of them, absolutely zero of them, have held up today. So apparently there was enough time.
No, that's not true.
It is.
Hold on. So
Democrats were saying that mail-in voting is the most unreliable form of voting. Democrats said that. That's something that's not going to change.
Who asked?
Well,
what does that do with anything?
So the White House.
How is it not relevant?
I want to hear from Gibbs. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah. So the White House posted this thing, and I really feel it's important that we kind of like analyze it in the 2026 light. Actually, what did they say? It says, in truth, it was the Democrats who staged the real insurrection by certified and fraud-ridden election, including widespread irregularities and weaponizing federal agencies. All right. So we're seeing. Look at this. Now we're looking at
Who are
right
you
now.
even quoting? Wait, who was that even a quote from?
the White House, the Trump White House.
That is the White House page. White House, not the whole thing that we're here. Y'all literally posted and said this is what we're debating today.
What's the point?
Anyway. Well, I would like to get to it. Thank you. 1 second, please. Anyway, and so when we look at it in 2026 and we see all the fraud and we see places like Minnesota where we now have evidence that 197 duplicate ballots were posted. Yes, we do have that. It was just by the Congress just a couple days ago. Maybe keep up to date. We have that. We see evidence of the fraud. We see evidence of this NGOs paying for it. The Trump administration has been saying from day one, when this went down, that they're basically having some sort of system in place to rig the election. So they're the real insurrectionists by subverting the...
Look at this Ghidra-ass comment, by the way. Stutter equals lost.
Of will of the voters, and that's what we're seeing has happened. They use the fraud.
Why didn't Trump said this coming in 2016? They had 4 years to find it. Why did Trump not find anything?
Oh yeah, because Biden's going to be investigating himself whenever he gets put in power, huh? Does that make sense? Give me a break, come on, man.
No, Trump said there was rampant voter fraud for the 2016 election. Yep. He was in office for 4 years after. They found nothing. He put together a commission to find it. They found nothing. Why?
And yet now we're finding all sorts of stuff.
No, we're not.
So
but I didn't ask you about now. I said he had 4 years.
Well, I'm talking about now, though. We can talk about 4 years
ago.
ago.
No, you weren't talking about now. You brought up a quote from 2016. So you want to talk about now? You want to talk about now? Why don't we have any fraud from this election? He said there was millions of illegal voting. We don't have any fraud.
You understand that, right? Okay. The quota just went from 3 days ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, where is the evidence of the voter fraud? The rampant voter fraud in 2016, in 2020, in 2024?
We literally have evidence right now that 197 duplicate votes were cast in Minnesota's election, and 137,000 is what it cost to beat him, right? And so, yeah, clearly something was going on when we have billions.
Wait.
voter fraud. The rampant voter fraud in 2016, in 2020, in
We
2024.
literally have evidence right now that 197 duplicates votes were cast in Minnesota's election, and 137,000 is what it cost to beat him.
What? Yeah, like even assuming this number is true and like accurate and everything, why would you give up the follow-up? Like, why would you follow that up?
Right.
Oh
So
my God.
yeah, clearly something was going on when we have billions in fraud and 197,000 duplicate votes in a state where they won. And it's a state. Well, guess what?
duplicate
Timmy Walz
votes?
is the VP candidate. Come on, bro. There's some kind of collusion here. That's the real insurrection.
Right.
Okay, I am curious. Something Enrique said at the beginning of the show, that people have been fed a lie about January 6th. If you could have, if there is one lie you could point to that the Biden administration or the Democrats or whoever has been saying about January 6th, what would you say that lie is? And then we can see if Dev and Destiny, what they think about that. What are you thinking?
True. We don't even know if they all swung Democrat. True.
So to say something that I don't want to argue about, but just saying it's an insurrection was all bullshit. But
it's
to be more specific, and specific to my case, that we decided to plan to commit an act of sedition, which is one step on the treason for people that don't know that, to overthrow by force.
Which is what you're convicted of, by the way.
Is bullshit. And they ran with this narrative, and they ran with this Tom Clancy novel. Because if you read not only my indictment, if you sat through the 6 months of my trial, and you read all the bullshit that went on in the trial and how they wanted to paint it, I think that's one of the biggest miscarriages of justice and the biggest miscarriage of a PR campaign by the DOJ. So much so that I think I'm happy that I got 22 years because it opened people's eyes and was like, well, you know what? I don't like this guy, but he doesn't deserve 22 years because, you know, these facts are the case. And in my case, you know, we had FBI agents.
Are you saying show the text of the Proud Boys?
Embedded within the group. We had CIs that were informing about the Proud Boys before January 6th. And
FBI agents were not even embedded in the group. I would expect you to have any sort of communications or anything like that showing from like Democratic like policymakers or legislation or legislators or anything like that showcasing that. The fact is none of that exists. These people, the claim isn't even like FBI agents, by the way, dipshit. Get your fucking facts straight, okay? The new talking point is that they were FBI informants. Okay, sweetie, get it right.
At January 6th, and not a single one of them did the prosecution put on the stand. So just to close up here,
I just ask a couple questions on that?
Blaming,
Is it
yeah,
real-
give me
just real quick?
1 second.
no,
I'm just closing up.
No, I mean, like
But
you
for
said
the
enough
most
dumb
part,
shit,
I
right? So
think
like, were the Proud Boys the ones that initially broke through?
Let me finish. Let me finish, and then you can go ahead and do your own shit. Yeah, just mute yourself for a second. So check this out. So I think in closing, I think just the narrative that went behind this seditious conspiracy with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, it's bullshit. You want to get some of them. You want to get Dominic. Look, you want to get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window. You can go ahead and break a window.
Were the Proud Boys the ones that initially broke into the Capitol?
For it.
Were the Proud Boys the ones that broke into the Capitol?
I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to keep talking for a second.
So much yapping.
If you want to get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window, then absolutely go ahead. He'll tell you himself that he shouldn't have broken a window. And I'm unmuting.
The Proud Boys.
Yeah, what was the intention of breaking the window, you fucking retard? Also, if the Supreme Court does rule that we can denaturalize people, if Democrats ever get back in power, we have to denaturalize this motherfucker and get him the fuck out of here. This traitorous piece of shit scum fuck. Holy shit. Reminder, the only amount of fraud that's actually been uncovered in Minnesota is $250 million, not the 18 plus billion they keep parroting. True. Also, do we even know the time span in which that $250 million was like distributed? Like, was that within a year or was it within like several years?
Were the ones that broke through initially, right? They were the first ones in, right?
No, they weren't the first ones to break in.
They weren't the first one. So there wasn't, let me just be clear. So there wasn't a group of about 100 Proud Boys while Trump was still speaking that made their way to the Capitol.
There wasn't even 100 Proud Boys in the ground on January 6th. So let's start with correction.
Okay, how many would you say there were? 52. Okay.
52.
Was there a group of about 50 Proud Boys during Trump's speech that were already making their way to the Capitol that broke through the outer perimeter, then the second one, and then eventually broke through the window with the riot shield via Dominic? Was that all the Proud Boys?
No, apparently you don't know about the Dominic Pizzola. So we'll start with the Dominic Pizzola and work our way down. So
what? Just say like if he was the one that broke through the... Actually, no, don't even say that. Dude, you... Oh my god, bro. You even just said that like, Dominic was the one with the shield and that acknowledged that he shouldn't have broken the fucking window.
Dominic Pizzola, Dominic wasn't the one that initially broke the window, and he wasn't the last one to pull the window. He wasn't even the one that went in.
He didn't go
He's
in
just
first.
the one that conveniently was. He was not. That window was already broken. You want to pull up the video and take a look at
It was already... They just stumbled upon a broken window at the Capitol building?
Window, notice how you just said cracked window, so he's the one who broke through the window with the right shield. He was a Proud Boy. Yeah.
He finished breaking. He finished. He didn't even finish breaking the window because the window wasn't...
This dude acts like such a fucking bitch, dude. This sounds like some, like... If you're in a... he sounds like a woman, okay? I was saying bitch in a derogatory way. I wasn't saying it in like a pussy way. I was saying that he speaks like a fucking woman. If you are in a relationship with a woman and they fucking do this shit, where it's like, well, he didn't actually like break through the window. He didn't like immediately like start hitting it. He wasn't the one that like cracked it or like started hitting it first or anything like that. He was just the one. Actually, no, I'm not even gonna say that part. If they're intentionally leaving out this fucking information because they know that if not the general claim of Destiny's point is accurate, then the whole claim is accurate. Like, they know that what he's reciting is factual. It's an actual retelling of what happened on the day of that event. But he's like trying to phrase it in such a very particular sort of way that no matter how you phrase it, if you don't get the exact language, he's not going to like concede to anything whatsoever. It's so fucking... It's the most abusive fucking gaslighting type shit. It's disgusting. I really can't believe we let a president get away with the fake elector scheme. True. Actually true, dog. True. We let him get away with it, and he's the president again.
Still not accessible, and somebody else pulled down the window.
Somebody claimed it right after he did the show.
Go ahead and I
Also, what's up, Swoopy?
challenge you and I say, pull up the video and we could discuss
Sure.
Dominic
And if he wants to, we can. So my question is when you tweeted out that you were proud of my boys in my country, okay?
Yes.
Don't fucking
At
leave.
what time was that?
What were
At
you
what time
referring
was
to?
that?
You tell me. When you said you were proud of
I
them,
was
what were you
saying, I
referring
was
to?
talking to the crowd. So let me listen. You could hit me for a lot of things, but the things that you're talking about, you can't. Right? I had direct communications with my guys via Telegram at the time. Right? So if I didn't.
You mean the Telegram in which you messaged them that we need to do it again and that they should make no mistake and that they're the ones that are responsible for it? That Telegram?
Want them to leave, why isn't there a message from me directly to them saying don't fucking leave, just keep going? I put that message out on Parler, which is similar to Twitter, right, to the public. I was celebrating it. If that's what I'm guilty of, then fucking lock me away for 22 years. But how the fuck are you going to tell me for tweeting when you've tweeted?
They tried dog, they tried to lock you away for 22 years. You got fucking pardoned.
It's so much fucking.
What's up? My YouTube stream is like way behind for some. Yeah, I think my latency thing is fucked. For some reason, whenever I stream to YouTube, I don't know if it just like takes up a lot of fucking like internet to get it to stream there or what, but yeah, I don't know.
Worst shit that you
I don't know if you have a Kick either, but you can also try Kick. It's up to you.
should probably be in prison for.
Yeah,
right?
that's great. Okay, so why is the Proud Boys who were in first, right? You were tweeting out, I'm proud of my boys and my
The
country,
Proud
don't
Boys, we
fucking leave,
established that the
right?
Proud
And they'd
Boys
already
weren't the
broken
first
in,
ones in,
and you
so
said
we can
they were the
clear that
first ones
out
that
of
broke
the
the
thing.
outer perimeter.
Let me finish now.
Right,
Let
so
me finish
you
this
knew that they
thought.
were breaking in. You were proud of them for doing so.
I did
and you
not know
encouraged
they
them
were
to say-
breaking in.
Really, you had
I did
no
not know they
idea.
were breaking in. No, I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't turn on the TV.
I got the video. I
Go
got
ahead,
the video. You can look
Can
at
you
it
send
if
it
you
to me
want.
and I can play it? for you?
I've DM'd it to you.
You didn't turn on the TV, but you were the one that like actively planned and mapped out the Capitol building. No.
You can watch it.
Give me a second.
First guy goes by Red on Red Glasses. If you want to search the Sedition Hunter hashtag, he's an Indian-looking fella. Red on Red
One
Glasses.
second.
What does that mean,
I'll go
dude?
first.
We'll see it in a moment. Just gotta. I'm juggling.
He's an
I can
Indian-looking
also throw this
fella.
out there. There have been many attempts to get information from the government about who these individuals are, and little effort by the prosecution to identify these people. So I know Dominic as well. I did time with him, so I know for a fact he wouldn't be capable of planning an insurrection.
Okay, it's about a minute-long video we're going to watch. If you click on the watch stream, we can all watch.
Can we
it
start
together.
with the Windows
Maybe not him individually, but probably the group that he's in, right?
broken?
Okay,
Can everybody see that? It's cracked.
right there. Okay.
Yes.
Why does that matter?
Okay.
There's 2x4.
This one.
You're just describing how it happened. What the fuck? Oh, he was just being a nice guy and helping fix the window. Yeah, you have to fucking break it down in order to get it repaired. These people just decided to like jump in there. It's fucked up. It makes me so sad for the future of the country. It's basically guaranteed that JD Vance will not accept the results of the 2028 election. He has the job of certifying the votes. True, unless... And I don't think this is like unrealistic. Unless Trump does not survive this term of natural causes, okay? Just to clarify, of natural causes, then Vance will step up and be the president. But he's obviously just going to choose a sycophantic, like, vice president, so probably Vivek. Dude, imagine Vivek becomes VP. How ass mad MAGA will be. Holy fuck.
I don't know if I could use this.
And I think that's Dominic there going in fourth, right? But he's the guy holding.
Going in fourth.
He is indeed.
So this guy right here, he's Dominic.
Yep, and it's a Proud Boy.
Oh my god, bro.
That's correct. Yep.
He wasn't first. He was fourth. Okay. He really wasn't trying to insurrect the government. Okay.
One, two.
If that guy could get
Wick,
over the fucking.
Wick, you're so fucking retarded. Why the fuck are you counting this? Why are you going along with this? It doesn't matter.
Window.
2,
3.
He's
Well,
a
he's
4,
technically
5.
fourth. 4 or 5. 4 or 5.
But
And I want to hear Destiny. I want to hear Destiny what Destiny has to say about this.
Just to be clear, he's absolutely breaking that win.
Dude, I'd be pissed. Oh, you called it. Are you talking about? Wait, called what? Like if Vivek was chosen as VP?
No,
yes, of course.
He's absolutely no. Listen, Dominic will tell you himself he's breaking that window.
Cool.
But I'd love to hear Destiny's take on this.
That doesn't disagree.
I know. Now, do you feel like you're wrong about being the first?
I never said he was the first one in. I said that the Proud Boys were involved in breaking into the Capitol building. No, I didn't. I knew you guys were the first ones that broke through all the barriers, which is true. The outer perimeter, the second outer gate, and then the window here.
First one, we could do this again.
Sure, you can find the first one if you want.
When we're talking about semantics, you want to talk about the president not saying a single word patriotically and peacefully, and not directing people to be. But now here, you're not using semantics, right?
What do you mean I'm not using semantics? Was he a Proud Boy involved in breaking through the window for the first people to enter the building?
Yes,
that's my claim. Correct. That's good.
Dominic doesn't even deny that.
And this happened right after 2 o'clock. This happened before Trump was tweeting that you guys should remain peacefully, right?
About the first, second, and third breach. Go to the first breach. Was the Proud Boys the first ones to go through the first breach?
You're not talking about the first ones to go through. Some of the first motherfuckers that broke it, dog.
No, he's the one that has a burden of proof right now because he's making the claim.
Well, the burden of proof is on the prosecution that found you guilty and convicted of seditious conspiracy, but you know.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking liberal DC, liberal DC jury, of course. Again, I hope one day, whenever you face your charges for your sexual assault and all that weird fucking kinky shit that you do, I hope that the people on that jury hate your fucking guts and put you in prison, and I hope you rot there for 22 years. And I hope that you change your mind about everything, but I doubt it. And I hope you change your mind about the justice system because you're out here simping for the fucking justice system.
I'm not simping for the justice system. I think it's a crime that actual subhuman filth like you guys are pardoned. You should be rotting in a jail under the fucking jail. You should be rotting under the jail.
Destiny and Dev, please. Destiny and Dev, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we all know that Newsom's going to pardon you anyway, Destiny, so it's fine.
True base, my king.
Okay, so Dev, you showed us that video. What else are your thoughts here? And then I want to.
Well, here I think Dev can take this response. But one guy was asking why were people at the White House or why were people at the Capitol, and he said there were multi factors. They were there because Trump called them there.
They were there because they believed that 2020 was stolen from them, even though it wasn't.
Yep.
Even though.
Yeah, because Trump told them that for. Would it have been like over a year? I know for sure it was like months and months and months. Okay, but then it was also the direction of Trump to go there.
Did win 2020
because Trump spread a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, and because he
a few people, and I can name
held the event there.
Christina Kelso, Scott Fairland, many of them were there because they were angry about losing their businesses. And yeah, I mean, the election plays into that because they thought
losing their businesses during COVID when Trump was president.
The lockdowns would continue more, but these are people who lived under blue states and they were just there to have their voices heard. They went there with signs about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. Not everybody there was a Trump supporter either, by the way. You know, you got to remember that.
Cool, then protest the election of your fucking governor if your contention is with the governor's policies.
When you have a large amount of people like that, you're going to get a cross-section of American society. So it's not
well, sure, but I mean, nobody really cares about the guy who went there to protest and just kind of stayed outside, didn't get any trouble, went home. No one cares about them. People care about the ones who are hiding.
I mean, you should when they get prosecuted too.
They did though. That's the problem.
They didn't.
Hold on, back up before we get into this naming off every individual, because every single time these guys get looked up, all of them were doing some fuck shit. But I understand the DC jury; it's all horrible, politically partisan prosecutions. Why do you really think that if Trump? I don't know. I'm asking this because there's no good faith engagement here. If Trump hadn't called people there on J6, it would have been a few hundred people tops.
Bullshit. Vice did a whole they did a video walkthrough of the audience. They found 6 distinct different groups.
I'm also going to give December and November as an example. Trump didn't tell anybody in November, December to show up to DC, and we showed up in the thousands. As a matter of fact, I'd say that the November rally from November 14th was a lot. There was a lot more people attending that rally than they did on January.
Rally, just so I can just.
What?
Fact check real quick.
The Million MAGA March. I could be off. But regardless,
bigger than Jan 6.
The fact that the president did not tell anybody to.
And Trump never told. Okay, we'll see.
And they still showed up in mass. I remember actually with Bobby that's sitting right next to me. I remember sitting on Capitol Hill and looking down Constitution Avenue and seeing people shoulder to shoulder all the way to the White House.
Well, yeah, but
the point earlier was that so many people.
So, like, I know what you're talking about because Trump didn't even understand what was going on with the false elector plan until like early December. I get it, but all throughout November, you had like Ken Cheesebro talking about this. You had the First Amendment Praetorians that were talking about this. There was like this slow boil online of riling people up to get them to believe that there was something that could be done about this. That Trump could have these 7 slates of frankly false electors to come in and then save the day in the last minute. And this was like it was built up online. It was built up in certain channels in certain spheres in DC. It eventually got to Trump's desk in early December, and that's when he started pushing it personally. But it still came from a location, and it came from the right wing.
So let me ask you something.
Actually being upset with the election.
Let me ask you something about Pence then. So you're saying that they lied to them and they couldn't. Let's say, so then why is Pence considered a hero from the left if he decided to certify the election results? What if Pence decided to go with Trump's plan?
Then he'd be a fucking traitor. What is this, a gotcha?
Would that make a difference? Would
Wouldn't we consider him a hero?
He'd be a traitor,
of course.
But then there is a chance of something happening, right? There is a chance of going ahead and not certifying the election.
Yeah,
correct?
if the insurrection was successful.
So having that hope, having that hope that Mike Pence would do something would motivate people to try to protest.
Yeah, correct. To try to go you're describing an insurrection. They would hope that their pressure there would force people like Pence to intimidation. And it's not legal. It would be illegal. It's not legal.
Where's the language inside it?
It's not legal.
I need to fix this right here.
I understand, but let Destiny finish, then you can fix it, and then I want to hear from Greta.
What you're talking about is insurrection. Them unilaterally overthrowing 7 states worth of votes to pick their own electors would be depriving the American people of their right to vote.
But you didn't argue with me when I asked if Mike Pence can do that, and that is a legal solution.
No, he cannot legally do it.
He legally cannot.
So he couldn't not certify the election or refuse to certify the election.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then if you just
to be clear, do you grant them that, Enrique, that not in a legal way, in no legal manner?
Wait, is this a new Ghidra account? What the fuck? For doing something you agree with what you did. Wait, why was that deleted? What the hell? Wait, can I see? What is happening? I wonder what that said. Sorry.
Could Mike Pence certify or not refuse to certify?
Yes. Listen, I give him that. Okay. But what I'm saying, my argument isn't that. My argument is that people thought, we're getting in the minds of these people, that people thought that Mike Pence was able.
Oh, so you can extrapolate someone's like perspective as a crowd rather than particular individuals. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Also, why do you think they had that thought? Nobody even knew what the electors like process even was like prior to 2020, and a lot of them still don't even know what the fuck that process is. So it's like the only reason they know this is because Donald Trump told them. Yes, good one.
Not certified the election
because Trump told them.
Maybe Tim has more insight if that's able, or maybe
because Trump told them that. Yes, they think that because Trump told them that. That's the whole point. This is why it's Trump's fault. Yes.
Dude,
listen, I believe that the president also thought.
Bro, why is he? That's the quietest I've seen this motherfucker.
The election was stolen.
I don't care. We can live in this. That's fine, but you're just giving an excuse then for why he was calling all those people there to insurrect the government. Because if you think the election is stolen,
he wasn't calling anybody to insurrect the government. And let me tell you, the schedule for that day.
He was.
Everybody, he wasn't even supposed to speak. He didn't.
That's why you have that fucking Mo Brooks dude up there comparing this to 1776, to the Revolutionary War, to asking the crowd if they're willing to lay down potentially their lives like their ancestors did for the Revolutionary War. That's why the Proud Boys and that's why other people that were part of that crowd were talking about how it was a revolutionary day.
Decide to speak until I think January 1st or the 31st. He decided a whole 10 or 11 days after that the rally was scheduled to be on there. And everybody thought, including my guys, thought that the president was going to speak at the Capitol, in front of the Capitol. Even the president says it, right? My guys were at the Washington Monument, which was the back of the ellipse. They couldn't see anything. They were pissed off that they got there late, that they woke up late because they got fucking sloshed the night before, and they wanted to get good seats. So that is why they moved to the Capitol so early, because they thought that he was going to go to the Capitol at that moment.
Hold on, I actually have a question for you, because now I'm really interested. So you just said that Donald Trump believed he was genuinely stolen from, right?
Correct.
Okay. And despite this, he still wasn't calling for an insurrection?
Not restraint.
Can you tell me when he called for an insurrection?
No, you
can you tell me when he used the specific vocabulary insurrection? You guys should march down to the Capitol and insurrect the government? Can you tell me when exactly he did that? Thanks.
You just said that he wasn't calling for an insurrection, right? Like you just said that?
He was not calling for an insurrection. That's correct.
Even though he believed he was stolen from, is he a cuck? Like what the fuck?
True.
He was stolen from. He should be calling.
He was pursuing. He was pursuing, as he said, peacefully and patriotically, fucking protesting the election.
Past that point, you're fucking beyond it, dog. You're past any of that. Also, the way this lines up, damn, it almost lines up perfectly. I love the way the grid system here almost lines up with the chat. You're past, like, you had your days in court, dog. Like, you're past the contention of the election.
He said to fight like hell, you're gonna lose the country. He said
He was pursuing, as he said, peacefully and patriotically, fucking protesting the election.
He said to fight like hell, you're gonna lose the country. He said fight like hell, you're gonna lose the country.
There will be order in this court.
There has to be some sort of like analogy that can be made, showcasing that like the absurdity of what these people are talking about the protests were hoped to achieve, or hope to have achieved. Because like, to hope that these protests would lead to Mike Pence refusing to certify the election is just impossible, because he can't refuse to certify the election. Like, it's there for like an honorary sort of day, or an honorary like sort of system to essentially like welcome the next presidency. So it's like there has to be some other like process or something that can be thought of to show the absurdity of like, yeah, you can't just say no to this. Like, this is it's so fucking stupid. Also, this dude just looks like a soy jack. Like, he encapsulates that personality like perfectly. But watch how he points up here, by the way.
He said to fight like hell, you're gonna lose the country. He said fight like hell, you're gonna lose the country.
There will be order in this court. There will be order in this court. I want to give it to Grid, and then I want to give it to Gibbs. That's the order.
This is something that's really annoying. You guys keep acting like that things we know today to be more or less factual actually supports that there was massive irregularities with the election.
True, Ghidra. Why'd you switch your account?
All Trump was saying is, hey, there are massive irregularities with this election, and we should check this shit out.
They did check it out.
Yeah, yep.
All of it got struck down. That's
why
Barr left. That's why Barr left. Then stop lying.
Shut up.
Then don't
I don't
lie.
care.
Stop
I
lying.
don't care. I'm going to finish. You can keep talking.
Doesn't
Stop
like
lying.
this point.
But
because
I don't care
yeah,
what you like. The point is that we are looking at this, or you are looking at this through what you think you know today. Which, by the way, we're finding out every.
You knew this in real time, retard.
Day that those irregularities may have happened, or more credible. And the reality is that your rhetoric is breaking down. The rhetoric that you've been spewing for 4 years of there was no election fraud and it was Trump was trying to seize control. All that's breaking down.
Sorry, let me readjust my claim. There was no widespread election determinative voter fraud. Okay.
Because the reality is had they just given Trump what was he asking for, a week or 10 days to go through some of the irregularities? The fact that nobody was willing to do that, and now they conveniently forget that that's what he was asking for.
Yeah, that's why I was like reframing it, because it's like, I don't think anybody here is going to be like that like fucking autistic about like when I say there wasn't, because I think everyone just kind of realizes like, yeah, like we do understand that like there wasn't enough that's like widespread, because election fraud is like bound to happen to some extent in every single election ever. But it's like the person who is claiming the election fraud is the one who tried to commit election fraud. Like,
is stupid. You guys can't be.
I can't engage you. I can't tell if you're fucking with me. There's no shot you're. No, they use the same email. Fuck you. Fuck you.
More stupid
So I've heard everything you have to say. Right, do you know the process of actually doing that, though? Of actually having this investigated? You know what the real process is? Because it did happen in 1876. You know this, right? That there was an electoral commission that was put forward, and in fact.
Wait, was that the election in 1870? Is that whenever the ECA was established?
Certification of the vote was delayed for 2 months. So all Congress had to do was to do the same thing they did in 1876. And the reason Congress didn't do that is because the riot fucking interrupted it. Like, that's one big reason why the process didn't happen the way it should.
No, that's bullshit. You know it.
No, that's complete.
That is bullshit, Devin. You know it.
They would have done it.
I think it's question. Let Dev answer the question, or respond to the accusation.
If there was enough proof to convince the congressmen and the senators to actually have an electoral commission to investigate this, then they would have done so. There was no fucking proof. There's still no fucking proof. You're saying that new proof is coming out every day. Yeah, you're saying it's coming out every day. Are you talking about like the 350,000 votes from Georgia that went viral like last week?
315.
Well, I didn't mention that. Yeah. I mentioned the Minnesota stuff that's happened with the duplicate voters we know are on the rolls. And we could go into other stuff like in Nevada that's come out recently. There's all sorts of different examples. There's stuff in Texas. Like there's lots of examples.
It doesn't matter what example I give you. You're going to try and hand wave it off.
I want to point out what Devin just
Okay, let's just do it. Wait, let's just do it specific. Let's just do it specific.
It's really impressive. It's really impressive.
Destiny, then Gibbs.
Okay, well, let's just work one specific example, okay? So one thing that Trump said, we can go through every single one of these if you want. He said, then election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. He's talking about in Fulton County. We know that that claim was a lie, and we knew that claim was a lie on day one. It was debunked.
That one dude looks like Rollo Tomasi, the red pill motherfucker. Are you talking about the guy with the middle left?
If you watch the video, they were put underneath the table when they were going to stop counting. Then they...
Yeah. It sucks too, because it like, I don't care much for the setup, but I like the colors, and I like the how the background is like way out of focus, and you can see how crisp and clear the quality is on the center of it, and also the way that the lighting on the flag in the background kind of hits the side of the face right there. I think it looks really nice, like aesthetically.
Pull those same boxes out from watch the video. They were put underneath the table when they were going to stop counting. Then they pull those same boxes out from underneath afterwards.
And they try to lie about it in court.
On day one, and Trump repeated it at the Ellipse speech on January 6th.
Well, before we started arguing about what evidence we're accepting, I want to point out this game that they're doing real quick. It's really impressive how on the left over here they do this ticky-tack, baby-back bullshit with words. Oh, he didn't say peacefully, patriotically, or whatever. At the
These people are the same. They always do this shit. It's so fucking annoying. When you bring a point to them, they'll try to like meta point out like some sort of tactic or strategy that they see like being deployed, and it doesn't even apply whatsoever.
Exact right time, but then they go, oh, he was implying
Like, watch this never be addressed again unless Dev or Destiny bring this back.
an insurrection. Well, you know, can you point to me where the word insurrection comes from? But then when you say that, they want to dismiss it, wave a hand, go, well, you know what he thinks, and it's just like there's no winning here. It's an all loose scenario with him. They're just gonna play this.
I mean, you guys do like pretend to know like what people think. Like you saw this with the fucking Minneapolis or the Minnesota woman getting fucking murdered by the ICE agent. Like you obviously saw that whenever you said that, like, oh yeah, she was intentionally trying to drive into the person, to assault them, to kill them, to whatever the fuck. Like you know you can apply someone's state of mind, whether it be accurate or not.
It's really all propaganda because they don't really want to talk about the real insurrection, which is the stolen election via the fraud. That's really what's happening, and we're seeing it everywhere. And you just go, oh,
the fraud. Just prove it.
We are proving it. That's why they're opening tons of investigations and finding.
Be back in a bit. Good luck.
News all the time. Okay, Fox News today said there's 250 to 500 million, 500.
Fox News, dog. You're citing Fox News. And also, to be clear, I'm not like Okay. If this isn't, wait, hold on. I can't tell if I'm being fucked with. Okay, is that not actually Ghidra? If that's not actually Ghidra, okay, then I don't want to give you mod. I don't know you. Okay. But I'm not going to be gay about this because I know, I hate when people are like, yeah, I don't like engage with like mainstream media or like the news or anything anymore because it's all like corrupt and everything. Because there are still bits and pieces that you can take from like even like the most like biased articles. And as long as you have like decent like media literacy, and you can like read multiple sources or whatever, and you can like kind of combine like it constructs something that's like fairly accurate to what reality shows. Like that does definitely apply. That does work. But it's hilarious for this guy to cite that like, oh yeah, no, election fraud does totally exist, and then cites the one company who has like the largest settlement in the history of media, where they had to pay almost $800 million to the Dominion company for lying about. For intentionally and knowingly lying about the usage of the machines and the accuracy of those machines. Like, it's incredibly ironic that they would cite these people.
$1 billion worth of fraud, $1 billion worth of fraud going away. Finding new shit all the time. Fox News today said there's 250 to 500 billion dollars worth of fraud, $1 billion worth of fraud going away every year right now, estimated. And then we're seeing, oh, it's funding candidates. Oh, we're seeing, oh, it's in these states where we have tons of illegals, no voter ID. Wow, just a total coincidence that's happening.
What Dev said, actually, I just want to say is actually an important observation. We wanted the debates to happen in Congress. So the fact that the riot happened and it canceled that
Congress was not the appropriate forum for that debate to happen, though.
Do you want the actual answer? Because the answer is not that we went there to interrupt the process.
Of course you did.
You did.
That makes absolutely no sense.
It makes perfect sense. It doesn't make any sense that you think, how is Congress the appropriate forum when they're certifying the vote for a debate to happen about the electoral procedures?
It doesn't matter if you agree with it. That was the argument at the time.
I read some of those Fox/Dominion court docs. All of those Fox people lied so fucking hard and knew it the whole time. True, especially Tucker Carlson. Whenever he's like begging to, was it Sidney Powell, the person that Donald Trump himself said sounded like a crazy person, where he's like begging her to be like, listen, we need you to provide some evidence, please, that these voting machines don't work. Like, we need you to we can't just keep telling people these fucking lies because it's going to look really bad on us.
Go there and support our brave congressmen and representatives. That was the point of
to decertify the vote, to not accept the result of the election.
No, actually,
yeah, it was.
You don't even know what happened.
I do know what happened. I've read all the fucking documents. You're just lying about everything. The whole point of the certification process. The whole point.
What the fuck? I read some shit on the internet. It makes me afraid. Fuck you, dude. Like, you got wrung through the court system for 6 months because you're a traitorous scumfuck loser who got charged on seditious conspiracy. One of like the very like rarely ever like charged and convicted like indictments against somebody. Like, that's you, dog. That's you. And then you're trying to use your own shit as like an example to contest somebody else's complaint or contest someone else's claim. But then you're over here. You lost the fucking case and you're citing your own case. It's the Dinesh D'Souza strat. These people have no shame. There is no shame. It's incredible. Jesus. Tucker was bitching about how he wanted Trump to just disappear. Yeah, now he's like suckling on him again. It's crazy.
That's what you sound how many people in here were convicted of what crimes? Give me a fucking break, okay?
True.
I'm trying to say, because I actually am a witness. I can tell you my experience there.
I actually am a witness. Dog. You're the one that was convicted.
Cell phone footage proves this. I didn't know there was any restricted area, and I'm not trying to put that on Proud Boys or Ryan Samsel or Ray F specifically, but
oh my god,
I was just there for a First Amendment demonstration. When the cops attacked us, it incensed us, and that was that.
Cops attacked you where? At what part?
On the Western Terrace.
When if a cop attacks you and you're on the Capitol grounds, your first thought is, "Wow, I'm getting attacked for no reason." Not maybe I'm not supposed.
Maybe I shouldn't be there.
Because I was present.
Yeah, because he thinks he's at a peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest doesn't give you the right to trespass.
He's at a peaceful protest where he broke through 2 separate barriers to get into the fucking place where the cop is attacking him.
I bet
peaceful protest doesn't give you the right to trespass. Peaceful protest doesn't give you the right to trespass. Peaceful protest doesn't give you. Peaceful protest doesn't give you the right to trespass.
True. Where did the Capitol Police touch you on the doll?
You didn't know it was trespassing because you're not understanding the context of people pouring into an area, not knowing that it's a restricted area.
Well, no, this part is irrelevant. We're not even.
When people are walking by and like jumping over like barriers that are like broken down by previous like protesters that already went through there and are attempting to break through the next barriers, sounds like they're too fucking retarded to operate, and that they need to be like held at home or kept in a padded wall, like to be safe. Because they're obviously not capable of controlling themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some people that probably trespassed that weren't aware that they were trespassing. None of us are arguing that, though. The specific point. Wow. Well, sounds like Donald Trump maybe should have clarified before he sent all of them over to the Capitol to try to disrupt the counting of the vote. Maybe.
Maybe people tore barriers down before his speech.
So where did President Trump?
They're called Proud Boys.
Yeah, maybe the guy in the call with you that is debating on your side is responsible for the people that broke down that shit before you even got there. Good one.
Oh, that was my earlier claim. Thank you. Yes. Hello. We know that.
So it's funny to me that he says that the cops weren't inciting it. We had a professional witness on the stand, a use of force witness on the stand that specifically covers riot control. And
a professional witness on the stand for the use of force. And that's going to somehow back Enrique Tarrio's claim that the cops were inciting these people to come into the Capitol grounds. All right, let's hear this.
When we asked the stand that specifically covers riot control, and when we asked these pepper balls and these rubber bullets, where are they? If there's a crowd, where are they shot into? And they're usually shot into the front of the crowd. They tell them not to shoot into the back of the crowd because the opposite effect can happen. If you look at the video from the cops that were overlooking from an eagle's nest position, they weren't shooting at the front of the crowd. They were shooting at the back of the crowd. And one of those people that got shot, his name is Joshua Black. Also, a couple of Proud Boys that were far back, about 100 feet back, were getting peppered with pepper balls. And I know that aggravated the crowd. So I'll take the word of a.
So because let's grant everything Enrique just said, because they used an improper crowd control technique, that means they were trying to incite a riot at the Capitol building.
Use of force professional before I'll take the word of a use of force professional before I take the word of a podcaster that's read shit on the internet. He just said that read shit on the internet and is a self-proclaimed professional in things that have to do with
clear, just so I understand, this was an expert witness that was brought on for the side that lost the court case, right?
That witness actually was. Both of the witnesses for the government and for myself, both of them are use of force, and both of them answered exactly the same way. So you could try that with somebody else, not here. You could take that shit somewhere else.
The case was lost.
There's also plenty of video. The man he's talking about, Joshua Black, was shot through the face with plastic rounds and was bleeding all over the
Cool. Sounds like his problem. Shouldn't have been there. Fuck him.
We're incensed by that, and there's plenty of testimony from defense.
I mean, you guys are going to use the logic that like, oh yeah, maybe that woman shouldn't have like disobeyed orders. and been so like careless and neglectful and like lawless. Like maybe she shouldn't have done that, and she wouldn't have been shot. Maybe he shouldn't have been like breaking into the Capitol grounds, despite it being a restricted area. Maybe he wouldn't have gotten shot in the fucking face. Good, fuck him.
I mean, you can disregard defendants because you think they're guilty, but there's plenty of
I only
actual
think the ones
eyewitness
are guilty are the
testimony
ones that
about
were convicted.
No, look,
You know.
You know where I find cowardice and destiny. He's saying what he wants to say, but he's still there. He's still got that fear. Just say what you want to say. You want your political opponents to be
What?
Look, if we're playing this game,
trying to
we're playing this.
You know what? This guy's a fucking coward. Okay, he says what he wants to say, but he doesn't say what he wants to say.
That are trying to circumvent the lawful outcome of the election in prison, yes.
Yeah.
And especially people that are planning to do it, yes. Which is why you guys were there. You went there to
but you
protest
want
the
the person
certification
trying
of
to
the
run
vote.
over
You
an
said it
ICE
yourself.
agent. You want them to go free.
She didn't try to run over the ICE agent. She was trying to drive away.
See, exactly, bro. Thank you for proving my point, you fucking dipshit. Lock this guy. Actually put him under the fucking jail. Actually let him rot.
Say what you truly want to say. Look, I'm going to be you for a second.
I can just say what I want to say. I don't know why you think I won't just say what
celebrate the
I'm
death,
saying.
like you celebrated the death of Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah,
celebrate the
celebrated.
death of one of ours. We celebrate the death of one of yours. And let's stop playing this game where we
One of ours and one of yours. Okay, let's examine both of those. Okay, real quick. Ashley Babbitt, the traitorous bitch who was trying to break into the Capitol building, got fucking domed by a police officer that was repeatedly giving her orders to back the fuck away because she was on Capitol grounds. Not only Capitol grounds, but she was also in the Capitol building trying to break through a fucking door that was locked and that was actively being like destroyed by people that were trying to like break into that shit. Okay, and then let's compare it to the other woman who got shot by the ICE agent, where you can obviously see the ICE agent at her door trying to open the door, screaming at her repeatedly, and then you can see from the now released perspective from the cop that was making a speedy and healthy recovery, by Trump's words, that he is filming her, and you can see her face in there when she's looking at the ICE officer to her left. Then she like looks down at her shifting gear, puts it into reverse, and then puts it into drive, and is turning the wheels to drive right to get the fuck away from her after her wife is in the background saying like drive, drive, drive. Okay. So these instances are completely different. One is like trying to flee a scene where she's not even, I don't even know if like her state of mind. Okay. I don't even know her fucking state of mind, to be clear. Nobody knows her state of mind. There hasn't been any investigation into it whatsoever. I don't know if she knows that these people are ICE agents. I don't even know like the situation leading up to it, but it's like, that is like worlds apart from being directed by the President of the United States to invade into the Capitol building to attempt to change the results of the election. And just break down a door against like cops' orders. Like this, yeah, she absolutely deserved it. 1,000,000%.
pretend that we don't have a bias here, because you do have a bias. You want to see us in prison.
They both didn't follow lawful orders, in my opinion. I think there's probably going to be like much more consideration in the court of law whenever it comes to the woman that was shot by the ICE agent, because I'm not even sure. I don't even know if ICE agents have the authority to detain or arrest citizens, right? So like I don't even know, like, and the context leading up to it would also influence my opinion quite a bit, to be clear. But also, even if she wasn't following lawful orders, like that doesn't justify her being shot. However, in the instance of Ashley Babbitt, I think it 1,000,000% does justify her being shot.
I do, yeah. People that are guilty of things, I like to see people that are guilty of things in prison. That's true. Yes, that is correct. No, you're projecting your delusion onto me. You don't have to do that. You can just be your own disgusting piece of shit. You don't have to project it on me. That's okay, bro. That's okay, bro. That's okay. It's okay, bro.
Let it out. Let it out. Tell people how you really feel.
I already said how I really feel. You guys should be rotting underneath the prison. Yeah, what's up?
Well, we're not. And you know what? It makes you angry that we're not.
It does. I am. Yeah, I'm honest about that, of course.
Destiny, stop. I'm about to give you the mic, Destiny. Destiny, I want to know specifically what you and Dev's strongest argument is that this is an insurrection, and then they can deal with that.
You said, bro, game wardens can do traffic stops and order you out of car. What is a game warden? The law enforcement officer who protects wildlife and the environment. A conservation officer, maybe also. Give me 1 second. I'm responding to text. Before I even like read any of this, when you say they can do traffic stops and order you out of a car, I'm not like inherently like denying that, but also, again, like I said earlier, the background to why the ICE agents had like rolled up on her particularly, like that would change my perspective as to like the like consideration for any of this. But then also my intuition is that this is going to be a I don't know if game wardens are like considered to be like federal like officers, or if they're going to be like what would it be, like state officers based on like whatever conservation they're part of, or no? It protects wildlife and the environment, comes from environmental. Because my impression, like my intuition is going to be that these people are going to be part of like a particular, I don't know if jurisdiction would be like the appropriate word in this instance, but they're going to be operating in a particular environment which they reside over and have the authority over. Whereas with like the ICE agents, that doesn't apply there. I like the ones in my area, narcs. They can be either. Are you saying ICE agents could be either, or are you saying game wardens? Oh, I guess that would make sense because there's different like levels of conservations. I'm gonna look this up just. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife. Blah, 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 blah. Game wardens. Yeah, that would make sense. Sergeant salary, game warden. Once we classify the salary. Peace officer. I think going into 2026, I want to find a way to like analogize or like explain concepts more succinctly, and I want to be able to work on that because I have like a distinction in my mind that I'm making between these and the ICE agents, but it's hard to articulate it. And even if I am articulating it in a way that I think is satisfying, it's hard to like articulate the true differences between the two, because from my understanding, the ICE agents don't have a particular jurisdiction, whereas I would say that like these state and federal game wardens would have like particular jurisdictions that they reside over, or authorities that they would. Right? I don't know the particular term. Would you say? Would you say that an officer? I guess they do because well, this is citing like movies, so might be retarded, but it's like whenever you have like the like the SVU or whatever people, and they show up to a scene, and then they have like the fuck. What is the SVU? Hold on. Is the SVU? Would you say department in Law and Order? Federal? It's not, right? Because they're in New York, and they're just like particular New York, aren't they? Or am I wrong? But yeah, like in this, the police and the FBI, like, yeah, you'll run into like issues whenever it comes to like the jurisdiction. So I would imagine like you do refer to things as like jurisdictions when you're talking about law enforcement. All LEOs can order everyone in a vehicle out, and it's lawful. I feel you. I'm better articulation myself. They're state or municipal. Okay. Refresher. Municipal. Relating to a town or district, or it's. Dude, I feel like this is really. They keep expanding the scale of it. Relating to a town or a district or its governing body or a city or a state or a country or. I'm memeing, but single administrative division. So is this like going to be like like it says town, like much smaller than? Yeah. Okay. And then what was because I see this abbreviation, but it's just probably good to know. That's something else that I need to do or get in the habit of is like. I think earlier whenever I was like talking to you, I was like, I'm going to double check this and then like look at it. I just need to start looking stuff up more. Law enforcement officer. Okay. Just to get in that habit. I think it's IRI. I don't know if you watch I'm Really Important, his streams, but I think he does like he's a good example of that sort of behavior. Where when he doesn't know like a I think he knows everybody in Congress. I could be wrong. If he doesn't know everybody, then he knows like quite a few of them. And he has this like page that he goes to. It's like a Wikipedia, but for like congressmen. And he'll just look that up to remember offhand. And that's probably just something like a good habit to do. Are ICE agents considered LEOs? That might sound like a dumb question, but like I don't. Would you consider customs and are all? Well, no. Hold on. Is the FBI? Is that part of the? Hold on. Having reference material is always a good idea. Yeah, I started trying to do that a little bit, like in my notes. Like I have just like general references to material that I've like either written or I've taken notes on, and it's just kind of nice to have like my general notes, or like just constructing, I don't know, some sort of like argumentation is probably like a good thing to do. Oh yeah, I was reading like one of these studies. I was excited, and I don't know, but it's probably just neat to have. That's all. I read this, or I was watching this one video. If they can make an arrest, can ICE make arrest? Like I know these sound like really simple, like retarded fucking questions, but it's like when you say make arrests, does that qualification only refer to like people that can make arrests with citizens included? Or when you say arrest, is it going to be with immigrants or immigrants in particular, or like detainments? Like, can they? I know ICE can make detainments, and I'm only making that distinction because I was reading with like the stuff relating to the National Guard like fairly recently, and the distinction that they make whenever it talks about the capabilities that the National Guard has when it comes to enforcing the law. Where it's like they're not technically able to actually issue the arrest, but they can detain and then send them to like police stations or whatever to be processed or to have, yeah, I don't know. I don't want Cora. Kill yourself. For the idiot saying ICE isn't a legit law enforcement. Yes, it is. Budget overview. Okay. Bye. How gay is it? I'm assuming ICE can make detainments, but arrests might be more nuanced. Is it gay to like ask ChatGPT stuff, like like these questions? ICE officers and agents are on the streets every day, prioritizing public safety by arresting and removing criminal aliens and immigration violators from our neighborhoods. So it's like in this first line, like the caveat that I'm trying to keep in mind is the specification of criminal aliens and immigration violators. Does not need judicial warrants to make arrests. Like all, God, I'm so fucking mindfucked now with this administration. Like I'm reading this. No, university professors are doing it all the time. True. Dude, did you ever see that Almost Friday TV bit where it was like talking about like a, I don't know if that's what you're referencing, but it was Almost Friday TV where they had that skit of the professor, and he essentially just uses the class as ChatGPT. Let me clean this up. This looks gross. No, I'm referencing my PhD advisor that keeps encouraging us to use ChatGPT more often. What the fuck, bro? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Can consider to be Elio's like arrest on citizens. Only pertain to into regulations / laws. Welcome back, Idra. Don't just blame the current administration. The last good presidency was Joe Biden, okay? There are law enforcement officers, and yes, they can arrest U.S. citizens, but only for... I wonder... Wait, before I read anything else. I wonder if they're going to say that they can arrest U.S. citizens, but it only pertains to U.S. citizens that, like, violate the immigration laws by, like, either aiding and abetting in, like, criminal activity done by or orchestrated by immigrants or immigrant networks, or they are actively, like, what's it called? Trafficking. Federal law enforcement agency under the DHS. ICE agents are sworn federal officers with badges and firearms. Arrest authority under federal law. Authority to execute warrants. How would you execute them, dog? Jesus Christ. I'm just kidding. Authority to conduct investigations and make seizures. Dude, enough people have seizures on their own. You don't need that shit. But not for immigration violations. What? May arrest U.S. citizens if they have probable cause to believe the person committed a federal crime that ICE has jurisdiction over. Examples include drug trafficking, human trafficking, firearm trafficking. That's interesting. What? Hold on. But not for... Wait, what? When they say immigration violations, what does that mean? I didn't like his presidency because I was still in the military and the admin changed a good bit of the culture. What do you mean by it changed a good bit of the culture? When I say good, too, to be clear, personally, I like him. When I say personally, I don't know him personally, but like I like his persona and like the seemingly like good faith attempts in governing. I really appreciate and respect that. It's the same reason I really appreciate and respect Governor Beshear in Kentucky, but also like the amount of like legislation and stuff that he was able to pass. Make sure to ask ChatGPT. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna ask it after this. And I was also, there's like another model or whatever, it's like thinking model or whatever. This is interesting though, where it says, but not for immigration violations. Like, what does that mean? If U.S. citizens involved in one of these crimes, yeah, that's what I was kind of like guessing earlier, but ICE cannot arrest a U.S. citizen for immigration status because citizens cannot violate immigration law. They also do not have general police power over power like state or local cops. They can't arrest you for speeding. They can't arrest you for simple state law misdemeanors tied to a federal crime. They are not routine, quote unquote, street patrol police. Their authority is federal and mission specific, not universal. Important distinction, ICE divisions. Can you, what do you mean? What was it? Where was that at? But not for what? Immigration? What do you mean by not for immigration? And can you provide sources? More briefs on extremism that only focus on right-wing extremism and social issues. Would you have an issue with more of a focus on that existing if it were the case that there were more right-wing extremists that were committing those crimes or starting those issues? Immigration law only applies to non-citizens. Oh, okay, I see the citations here. Okay, it's just taking me here to the same page I was just at. Cornell Law School. Exercise of power by immigration officers. Power and authority to interrogate and administer oaths. Any immigration officer is hereby authorized and designated to exercise anywhere in or outside the United States the power conferred by Section 287A1 of the Act to interrogate without warrant any alien or person believed to be an alien. Okay. Mr. Re-enter, pass through, reside, concerning whatever. Power and authority to patrol the border, not relevant. Power and authority to arrest. Arrest of aliens, okay. Basic, nearby. So not relevant. Arrest of persons under the act of felonies regulating the admission or removal of aliens. The following immigration officers who authorized, okay. Arrest of persons under 287A5A for the act of any offense against the United States. Sounds like no, the police cannot fine sidewalk walkers for jaywalking because they are not jaywalking. True. I didn't mind the briefs, honestly. It was the crackdown afterwards on fascists. I was under investigation. Could have gotten a dishonorable discharge just for the beliefs that I kept to myself. I don't know if it's too personal, but I'm curious what the investigation was and like what that was over and how they came to know about it. Felony authors. Is this just general felonies? Okay. Okay. Blup, blup. Do ICE officials? ICE officials are federal law officers. All ICE officers go through extensive academy. Not anymore, dog. Not anymore. Often, officers wear masks to prevent doxing, which can and has placed them and their families at risk. Cool. Then don't sign up for it. No offense. Is asylum a legal status? Curious. I wonder how much of this stuff was changed. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, dude, wait. What did they, hold on, wait, what did they change? What's it called? Internet, is it Internet Archive? They linked my email address I used in high school to an old fascist forum, took my phone, searched and interviewed my platoon about me and if I made rants. Gotcha. Were you on that fascist forum? Alright, moment of truth, we're gonna see. Oh, okay. Can I put a link here or how does that work? Oh. I don't want chatgpt.com. What the fuck? Do I need to get rid of this? Okay, there we go, right? Alright, let's go back to... Let's do September 2nd. All right. Was this? Interesting. I was clear to the end and just got a slap on the wrist because I might be a fascist, but I'm a nice guy, and yeah. Interesting. What the fuck is a fascist forum, dog? Like, how do you get these? Asking for a friend. August 28th, 2025. This isn't true, but okay. I don't even know. Whatever. I think the context of like the stuff that this has provided is probably going to be used it'll probably change, or not change, but it'll probably influence like my perspective in that instance in Minnesota, depending on like the context leading up to it, and like if that woman was being pulled over, why she was being pulled over, because from my understanding, she's like it's weird that she's like in the middle of the street like that for sure, but then seeing her wave people around her, and then to see that truck, that unmarked truck, pull up, but then to have that ICE agent that shot her come from that car that's like positioned in front of her, like that feels incredibly weird. But I don't know.
I'm about to give you the mic, Destiny. Destiny, I want to know specifically what you and Dev's strongest argument is that this is an insurrection, and then they can deal with that. What is your strongest piece of evidence that this was an insurrection on January 6th? Go ahead.
Well, me and Dev will put forth our own thing, I think.
Yes.
So, dog, I found propaganda material on iFunny when I was a kid, and they'd occasionally post an advertisement. The site's gone now.
I think that
exactly, and then we'll
I would say probably the.
Oh my god, bro! This title: Teacher laughs after raping student. Jesus.
Are you going to say the false electors, or are you going to say Trump's behavior during the insurrection, Dev? Which one do you want to go with? Or do you have a totally different thing in your head?
I'll go with false electors.
Okay, I would say that Trump's behavior, you're the actual Trump counseling sheep. I don't know why you would ever tell me to think for myself, sir.
True.
I think the strongest piece of evidence is how Trump acted during the insurrection itself. So, for instance, when there were multiple family members, when there were multiple members of government that were begging him to call off the rioters, and Donald Trump was making phone calls to congressmen telling them that, well, maybe you should consider flipping your vote or changing your vote. He had even the call with McCarthy, where he was saying, well, maybe they're mad for a good reason. And Giuliani was also making similar phone calls. I think that was very evident that the things were going as he wanted them to, that he was happy to see the insurrection carry on, and rather than actually calling down the National Guard to go there immediately and to stop it, he was happy to watch it continue on because he was hoping eventually he would delay the certification of the vote or flip it to himself. I think that's one of my strongest pieces.
Okay, Dev, go ahead with yours, and then we'll get the response from all of them. Go ahead, Dev.
I mean, we've already talked about these 7 slates of false electors before in this conversation. You guys think that basically Trump was stolen from, and so this was part of the actual procedure. Basically, it was based on the 1960 election because there were dueling electors in 1960. The difference is that in 1960, the state of Hawaii actually signed off on the alternate slate of electors. That didn't happen here.
Same thing with Bush v. Gore, right?
They're publicly available to see. You can see that no state government actually signed off on any of those electors. At the same time, I have now at this point read 64 full court cases on what happened during the 2020 election, all the audits, all the recounts, all the...
And was it Chesborough? Which lawyer was it that originally proposed or like talked about carrying out the elector scheme, and then was talking about how he thinks that it would be shot down 8-1 or some shit like that, and then revised it to say that like it would be shot down 9-0. Trump, personal lawyer, elector scheme, shot down. The immunity case should be... No, that wasn't it. Nice one. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Here's Chesbro. God damn it. Shot. I don't remember what it was. Fuck. I don't know. I'll find that later, I guess.
Investigations. No fucking evidence has ever been produced. And additionally, everyone says, "Oh, it's standing. Standing's the reason why those court cases didn't go anywhere." Well,
You need standing, dog.
guess what? If you actually read the court cases, you'd realize that pretty much in every single one, the judges actually said, "Hey, even though there's no standing for this, we are going to do like an impromptu kind of look at the merits anyway, because we understand this is actually really important, that everyone really cares about this." And so you can actually read the court documents and realize there's fucking nothing. There's no evidence of anything. In all of these cases, Trump just lost them. On standing, on merits, on everything, because there is no fucking evidence. And I know everyone's talking about, oh, there's new evidence coming out right now, all these news, no, it's all bullshit. Like in Georgia, the 315,000 extra like improper votes. What that was you had like a poll worker who failed to sign out at the end of his shift, and so it turns out that the ballots that he was involved with were were not signed off on properly, but they're still all completely legitimate ballots. And then guess what? Once that state was recounted, those were all recounted properly and recertified, and they were all signed off on. So like even
What is this retard fuck in the bottom left doing? A violent uprising against an authority or government. What is the...
these little moments where you have
What?
like, technical snafus that don't actually disqualify any votes or show any fraud, none of it ever pans out to anything. It's all bullshit.
There's no chain of authority,
You guys
which
can
means
respond to that. Go ahead, Stream Rift, and I want to hear from the rest of you. Go ahead.
there's no chain of authority, which means they didn't follow their own state laws. And so that calls into question whether they were legitimate or not. And it's 2 signatures. The other thing is an insurrection, the definition I looked up, a violent uprising against an authority or government. It was an appeal to government. It
was an appeal. There was no violence.
Was saying you're doing something that we'd like you to do differently. It was explicitly not saying we have another plan, let's have a new government. So definitionally, as an insurrection, nobody was trying to overthrow the government.
Nobody's talking about... Hold on. Nobody's talking about the overthrowing of a government. Nobody's talking about anything like that whatsoever. Even your own definition. Like, you're saying a violent uprising against an authority or government. It's not saying with the intention of overthrowing it or to demolishing it or whatever. Like, you can still operate within the government structure by having an uprising against it. Like, this is not contradictory whatsoever to what you said.
So definitionally, as an insurrection, nobody was trying to overthrow the government. They're trying to get Congress to elect. Even if you say, oh, well, Mike Pence couldn't fail to certify the election. Okay, fine. That's an appeal to government, not an overthrow of it.
Definitionally, it was an overthrow of the government. He lost, and they wanted to keep him in office.
Overthrowing the government.
Because the new government was supposed to be Biden, and you wanted to overthrow the count to keep Trump entrenched in power.
Stay here, Destiny. Stay here. How is saying, dear government, you did something wrong,
You
and
just
I want you to
said.
do it different, an overthrow of that government?
Because when you're saying the thing you did wrong was you kept in a guy in power that I don't want, or you have voted a new guy in power that I don't want you to have in power, you're insurrecting against the government.
That's not what they're saying. They're saying we don't think there were valid results. So they're saying government, you did the election, you can
realize. So you do realize that Trump went to Pence and said, hey, listen, don't send these 7 electors back to the States. Just install me as the next president. Trump said that to Pence.
So what part of the insurrection is them overthrowing the government? The audience.
It's the part when the certification of the vote was literally delayed because of violent people breaking into. It definitionally is. I've read so much more about this than all of you fucking retards combined. Okay, but it definitionally is. They broke into the Capitol and for the first time in the history of the United States government, the certification of the vote was delayed. It happened because of violence at the Capitol, and it was the goal of President Trump.
The first time in history.
Whoa, Ghidra. That's cute. What the hell? How'd you do that? What the hell? Are there like, can I have a bot named Ghidra? And then he can do that? Banned. I didn't realize the R word and a variation was banned. I don't know why. Hold on, let me change that. Hold on. I love the R word. Bro stole a bot's job. Yeah. We need to overtake it. If bots are going to be stealing from us, then why not reciprocate? Chat, sexual hate speech, moderate, maximum, minimal. What is that? Violence, bullying, okay, spam, banned words. AI stealing another man's job. Exactly. Alright, try that now. No, don't take his job. Don't take his job. No. Captain Funk, I feel like you would volunteer yourself to become like an AI, like an actual AI. I think you would give up your soul. There we go. Based.
We had massive mail-in voting, which is the most fraudulent
We didn't have
form
any
of
fraud.
voting.
We did, and you found no fraud. How sad is that? Just like
It was
no,
massive.
nothing.
Hold on, later.
True. It was so massive you found none. True.
Years later, how are we supposed to know this months after the election
I got
testimony?
a question for all of you. I have a question for all of you, okay? Let's say it's 2016, okay? And Trump wins 2016 fair and square because he obviously did. And now let's say Joe Biden, presiding over the counting of the vote, says, you know what? I'm just going to start tossing out electors and we're going to install Hillary Clinton as president. Would you guys have stood for that?
What does that have to do with whether it was an
Oh my
Are you
god.
moving the goalpost? That has nothing to do with the thing I just said.
He's measuring your consistency, dog. Come on.
Yes or no?
Yeah, Elon Musk promised it, but I actually made comedy legal. You're welcome.
No, I asked the question first, and it got dodged. How's that fair?
What was the dodge?
Yeah, what was your question?
A dodge. Yeah, because he was like, oh, it was the first time in whatever that it was delayed for 3 hours. And I'm like, dude, this is the first time in, I don't know, ever that they was this volume. I'm asking, how are you going to say that this was like
Thanks,
solely by
Kedra.
Trump when there were so many other factors absent Trump?
I'll get a... I feel bad. Okay, I feel bad saying that I'll get a bot for that. Or I'll have a bot do that. Because you're doing it right now. But I don't want you to feel obligated to do it, okay? That's all.
Every single
people mad enough to show up that
yeah, they all came from Trump. Every single piece of voter fraud that was brought to him was debunked by Barr. Why did Barr quit? Why did Barr quit before the certification?
I'm talking about they didn't have that much time between
plenty of time.
The decision of there was only months.
Months. That's a lot of time to find any voter fraud at all. To find one piece of voter fraud, there's plenty of time. Yeah.
No, was the voter fraud like the mail-in voting investigated?
Before you ask more questions, hold on. Before you ask more.
King Ghidra is a bot for real. Dude, don't say that. Don't call them bots, bro. Don't call them bots. I do what I want. Lil ass ninja. You don't even want to call me the real word.
More questions. Dev did ask you a question. Your question just got answered. Can you answer his? In 2016, if Joe Biden had decided to get rid of the electors and install Hillary Clinton as president, would you have stood for that?
I would have gone to go protest at the Ellipse.
Like you guys protest.
Also, wait, oops. Also, there's if you guys want to, there's a was it stream content or whatever, where you can like post like recommendations of like shit to see or watch or whatever the fuck, or talk about.
For that.
I would have gone to go protest at the Ellipse.
Like you guys protested last time inside the building.
See, Enrique answered it. What about the rest of you?
I mean, I'll answer it. I didn't know it was specifically to the whole panel, but sure.
Yeah, everyone, go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying had Biden installed Hillary Clinton just because, or are we talking about we think that there's massive election fraud, or what?
A whole bunch of Democratic officials cooked up a whole.
Wait, what the fuck? What was he? Did he just do some coke? What the fuck is happening right here? What? What is Enrique doing?
Okay, so you're saying had Biden installed Hillary Clinton just because, or are we talking about we think that there's massive election fraud, or what?
A whole bunch of Democratic officials cooked up a whole bunch of alternate electors and said, "Hey, Biden, use these."
You mean like a Steele dossier to try and smear Russian collusion and all that?
Were there any false electors in that dossier?
Russian collusion and all that.
I wasn't even listening to this. Sorry, I was focused on what he was doing.
Think that there's massive election fraud, or what?
A whole bunch of Democratic officials cooked up a whole bunch of alternate electors and said, "Hey, Biden, use these."
You mean like a Steele dossier to try and smear Trump of Russian?
No, that is not the same thing. No, what?
collusion and all that.
Were there any
Exactly.
false electors in that dossier?
I mean, there wasn't, but I mean,
Then why make the comparison, you fucking retard?
Wait, real quick, hold on, wait, that was a really good point. That Steele dossier, how many fake electors were cooked up as a result of that? Can I hear an answer from the panel for that? How many?
Give me one minute.
Wait, you're asking the wrong question. Is that election interference?
No, nobody asked about election interference. Why the fuck?
Wasn't it published after the election happened?
I'm just asking you a question.
Well, if it was after the election happened, then definitionally the answer would be no, if time only goes in one direction.
So Russiagate was before all of that. Before
No, so Russiagate was after the election. That's why it's such a stupid fucking conspiracy theory, because the person that hurt Hillary the most is probably Comey. Yes,
it wasn't. It wasn't. There was a PR campaign in 2016. I remember because I was there. I was in the 2016 campaign. So don't tell me that there was no Russia before 2016. That's election.
Dude, think for yourself, homie. Do what you told Destiny to do. Think for yourself. I don't know why the fuck you're using the same catchphrases that your fucking daddy is using. Russia. Like, what?
Interference. That's exactly what it is.
2016 is a whole year. The election after the election was when the Steele dossier was leaked. Well, BuzzFeed published it. But it was after the election, so it's kind of the worst. It's kind of the worst thing ever. It doesn't really. Yeah, you keep saying that whole year. 2016 is a long. There's like 12 months, 365 days.
Yeah, the election was at the end of the year.
And the Steele dossier was published afterwards. Yeah.
Arithmetic, dude.
Well, we talked about stolen election. I can give you an example right here. We have, what's her name? We have the executive director for Wisconsin's election commission, Claire Whittle-Vaughn. She was convicted of voter fraud in 2024.
Just a real quick.
We just got an email that was released.
I have a fact
that
check
says
for the Steele dossier. It was published on Mother Jones on October 31st, 2016, so it was just before the U.S. presidential election.
Okay, just before the election.
Okay, so we have an email just today from this person who's been convicted of voter fraud, saying, quote, Xerox 64,000 ballots in the back of the conference room in Milwaukee City Hall, room 501 at 3 a.m. Guess what? They won a percentage by in Wisconsin, 0.63%, and that's how much Biden won by.
Presidential.
Okay, just before the election.
Okay, so we have an email just today from this person who's been convicted of voter fraud, saying, quote, Xerox 64,000 ballots in the back of the conference room in Milwaukee City Hall, room 501 at 3 a.m. Guess what? They won a percentage by in Wisconsin, 0.63%, and that's how much Biden won by. So it looks like, yeah, we are starting to find examples of the election being stolen, like this example. Like, I mean, so when you're saying there's no evidence, there's evidence from that every day. The Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughn.
What? I don't know how to fucking spell that name. The jury rejected the officials' characterizations of her actions surrounding the 2022 election as an attempt to blow the whistle on election administration issues. Guilty of voter fraud, jury finds. The former deputy director to the Milwaukee Election Commission was found guilty of 1 count of misconduct in public office, 3 counts of voter fraud, and at the conclusion of her jury trial on Wednesday will be sentenced to May 2nd at a hearing before Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Corey Ashley, who also pleaded not guilty to all charges she faced, combined all potential penalties for his attorney. Neither gave any comments to the reporters, including midday. Successfully argued that Zapata used fake voter information to request 3 military absentee ballots to the Wisconsin Election Commission's portal, just ahead of that year's mention. And then some base. Adams painted Zapata as an apolitical whistleblower, highlighting the real issues within the election administration, divorced from any conspiracy theory. He said she was under extreme stress at the time, in part because her office was inundated with such theories and threats of harm or death against election officials. Adams used his closing arguments to convince the jury that there was an incredible mismatch between what prosecutors believed and the actual facts in the case. Westfall had argued that Zapata abandoned her responsibility to secure elections and, in her capacity as a public employee, committed fraud which compromised security, knowing that her actions were illegal. During closings, reiterated the heart of the there were multiple legitimate avenues to raise her concerns, but instead she committed a crime. She pointed out the crime. Well, it does not mean she needed to personally receive them. While she was working as deputy director on the commission, according to has requested 3 ballots. She then used her governmental access to get the home address of Janelle Brantian of Menomonee. Falls, a Republican member of the Wisconsin Assembly who had frequently made false and had the fraudulent ballots mailed there. She admitted to her actions, including to her boss, she was to expose a loophole in absentee. Okay. So this was 3 ballots in, when was this? In 2022, so in a midterm election. And what was his name?
Just for the election.
But not to interrupt the current subject, but did anyone here see that video of the Honduran politician getting hit in the head with a homemade rocket? She lived, but the video is crazy. What the fuck is that? What do you mean?
Vaughn. We talked about stolen election. I can give you an example right here. We have, what's her name? We have the executive director for Wisconsin's election commission, Claire Whittle-Vaughn. She was convicted of voter fraud in 2024.
Oh, just a real
and we just got an email.
Was this someone else?
That was released.
I
That
fact
says
checked the dossier. It was published on Mother.
Yeah.
Arithmetic, dude.
The executive director for Wisconsin's election commission.
Executive. Wisconsin committee. Is this her? Why am I only seeing this bitch? What? Eric, okay. Is that video that you're talking about, of the Honduran politician, is that only, like, can I see that on YouTube? Oh. Also, I don't know why it keeps linking me to this. Urine.
Gladys. Gladys. Viene Gladys Aurora.
Wait, pause it, pause it, pause it.
Gladys.
Okay.
Viene Gladys Aurora. Teresita, Calix. También Teresita. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando ahí? ¿A dónde? ¿Aquí en el Congreso? Sí, ¿por qué no entran? No nos dejan entrar. Cerrar. Gladys Aurora. Gladys.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm trying not to laugh. It's not funny. But that would be a really good meme format or something, okay? Like this clip.
Sí, sí, ¿por qué no entran? No nos dejan.
Like it is funny in a fucked up way, okay? But having, like, this could be like labeled as something here. And then like the aftermath. Like this this photo right here. God, dude. It's a little funny now that I have a how, let's be honest. Yeah. Like, cause you don't expect seeing that happen.
Sí, sí, ¿por qué no entran? No nos dejan entrar. Gladys.
Jesus.
Gladys Aurora.
Constitución en el 205 a poder llevar a cabo la declaratoria si el
Teresita, Calix, también Teresita. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando ahí? ¿A dónde? ¿Aquí en el Congreso? Sí, sí, ¿por qué no entran? No nos dejan entrar.
No, stop. I can't. That's rude. That's rude of me. Hold on. Who the fuck? Who the fuck threw this? Also, why'd they fuck her up, bro? What'd she do? What'd they fuck me for? Wonder if they practiced. The attacker was or has a hell of an arm. I'll give him that. He should play for the Crimson Tide. Bro, why is he doing?
Gladys.
She's supposedly very anti-communist. Bro, what a fucking boss, though. Like, just getting in the car like that? Does she have her phone in her hand? Bro, she's tweeting. She's like, just got fucking bombed. Hee hee. That's crazy.
Claire Whittle-Vaughn. She was convicted of voter fraud in 2024.
Oh, just a real quick dossier. It was published for the U.S. presidential.
Okay, just before the election.
Okay, so we have an email just today from this person who's been convicted of voter fraud, saying, quote, Xerox 64,000 ballots in the back of the conference room in Milwaukee City Hall, room 501 at 3 a.m. Guess what? They won a percentage buy in Wisconsin, 0.63%, and that's how much Biden won. So it looks like, yeah, we are starting to find examples of the election being stolen, like this example. Like, I mean, so when you're saying there's no evidence, there's evidence from that every day. The Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughn.
Right.
So, yeah.
So we're still waiting. So how was the election stolen based on the
Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughn. Like, I mean, so when you're saying there's no evidence, there's evidence from that every day. The Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall.
Claire Woodall, okay. Works in Milwaukee Election Commission up against this person. Who's this? Reason mainstream media says it's nothing to see here, but some reports say otherwise. Claire printed 64,000 ballots in a back room at a city hall in Milwaukee and had random employees fill them out for the 2020 presidential election. Biden won Wisconsin by a margin of 20,649 votes. So this is from a X post. The reason for this dismissal was related to other issues internal to the Election Commission office and to city governments that raised concern, said Jeff Fleming, Johnson's spokesperson. He declined to say what those issues were. People see one side of the, on the camera. Okay. Replaced Woodall in a surprise move on May 6, announcing that her deputy, Paulina, would be in charge of the election commission, but the change has nothing to do with how Woodall ran elections, including in 2020. Yeah, the Bill Gates pie one. Let me see if that's the one I'm thinking of. Hold on. Bill Gates pie clip. Yeah.
Police and security guards. It was Microsoft Chairman Bill Gates.
Why they do my boy like this, bro?
Hitmen meet him first with a pie in the face. Gates was momentarily and
bro, imagine it pans over to the guy who hit him with the fucking pie, and it's just like a doofy ass clown. Crazy. So there were recounts, okay? Did she allegedly print these out during each recount? Okay, asked whether Woodall's ousting was related to the these false allegations, Fleming told the Associated Press in an email, absolutely not the case. There's no indication of any election impropriety in any election in Milwaukee. Okay. So this isn't what he says it is? Surprise. Gibbs is a retard.
Woodall Election Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughn. So yeah.
So how was the election stolen based on the?
She was convicted before this email was.
How was the election stolen in 20?
She wasn't convicted.
You said Russia.
What?
How was that used to steal the election?
Did I miss something? She wasn't convicted of anything. No.
As an example, trying to steal an election.
No, I said that's election interference. That's attempting. And attempting is conspiracy in its own nature, so it should be prosecuted. And
Who attempted it? Who was the person attempting?
22 years.
So many mainstream media companies had this dossier, and it was Mother Jones that eventually published. Was it Mother Jones or was it? I thought BuzzFeed was the first one to publish it.
On October 31st, 2016, just before.
Are you sure it wasn't? I'm almost positive it was BuzzFeed.
On publicly.
So wait. Reported on is different than published in its entirety. My understanding is that BuzzFeed published it. Oh, you mixed it up for reported on. No. Okay. BuzzFeed published it on January 10th, 2017. Did it eventually publish? Was it Mother Jones or was it? 2017. You said Russia. How was that used to steal the election? You guys brought that up as an example of trying to steal an election.
No, I said that's election interference. That's attempting. And attempting is conspiracy in its own nature, so it should be prosecuted.
Who was the person attempting?
22 years.
So many mainstream media companies had this dossier, and it was Mother Jones that eventually published. Was it Mother Jones or was it? I thought BuzzFeed was the first one to publish it.
On October 31st, 2016, just before.
Are you sure it wasn't? I'm almost positive it was BuzzFeed.
On publicly.
So wait. Reported on is different than published in its entirety. My understanding is that BuzzFeed published it. Oh, you mixed it up for reported on. No. Okay. BuzzFeed published it on January 10th, 2017. Okay, thank you. So I was correct. Thank you. Jesus.
Okay, I gotta make a little money, so let me read some of these super chats, and then we'll get back to the show. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say, didn't the ellipse speech have specifically peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard in it? I see several video and an NPR article saying it happened. Weird. Thank you for the $10.
Yes. Artemis, start showing up to these again.
Zero Fox for 10-month membership. Thank you, buddy. Peacefully and patriotically hit like and subscribe. True. $5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays. When Trump sees violence, he said, stop being violent and be peaceful. Destiny says that's just nonsense. Good one.
Stop being violent? Wait, he tweeted that? Was that a tweet that he said?
Remain calm, remain peaceful.
Paraphrasing? Oh, because when somebody says remain peaceful, that makes it sound like there's no violence happening. That's what I would assume. But okay.
Well, Trump did tweet this. He says, I know your pain.
Quantum Fantasy member for 15 months. Wow. Gibbs being so well behaved up there in the corner. Well, let's see. The Soy Pill for $5. And this is to Enrique. What did do what must be done, end quote, mean, Enrique?
Are we answering it now or are you going through
answer now, please.
Okay. I was excited. I was excited about what was going on at the Capitol. I was watching it on TV and I said, do what must be done.
So,
I was celebrating the shit out of what happened that day. Yes.
What a fucking pussy, bro.
Yeah, what did you want to be done?
I wanted them to keep going.
Wow. Okay.
Going how?
I wanted them to stay there. I wanted them to protest. I wanted them to stay there. Yes.
Inside the Capitol
I didn't
building?
want them to leave.
Yeah.
Inside the Capitol building. I wanted to occupy the Capitol building.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know. It was in the indictment.
And do what with it?
Just real quick, $5
To disrupt, to insurrect. That's what that means. That's definitionally an insurrection, right?
No,
Definitionally is. You're using threat and intimidation in order to disrupt a lawful government process. Yeah, it's definitionally an insurrection. Jesus.
Let me get through these. Okay, we got more. I promise. We'll get there. We'll get there. I promise. Mr. Wise Guy Plays for $5 says Destiny doesn't care about things that's not framed in his anti-Trump worldview. Change my mind. $5 from Audacity. This is fun. It's like when Dad used to put on Boomer Radio and they would play Greatest Hits. Makes my basement Reno easier to do. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for $5. $20 from Josiah from Pondering Politics. If January 6th was mostly peaceful because only a small number of attendees engaged in violence, each of these fine MAGA fellas would agree.
The
every
BLM was
individual
peaceful.
BLM riot, not
Yep,
protest,
true.
is likewise definitionally mostly peaceful.
True.
You agree with that?
Wait, I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't get that.
The vast majority of the BLM protests and even the riots themselves would be peaceful if by that definition. Because every riot only has like 1 to 5% of people actually rioting. There's no riot where every single
Destiny,
person
would
is
we
breaking
agree?
shit.
All of the BLM protests, all of the J6 protests, everybody gets a pardon if you weren't violent. We all agree on that, right, Destiny?
No, they have more crimes in the
Same
country than
policy on
violent
both groups?
crimes. What a stupid point. There are plenty of crimes you commit that don't
Oh,
involve
okay, so we
violence.
don't agree that nonviolent protest is equally pardonable. That's fine. That's
Non-violent protest? I'm talking about occupying a Capitol building with the goal of
I
insurrecting
literally
the
just
government.
fucking asked you.
That's the
If you ask me
definition.
You asked me about everybody who is non-violent. Occupying definitionally is
You're
not
aware of
non-violent.
sit-ins, right, Destiny?
Yeah, you're aware that you can get arrested. It's called civil disobedience.
Trump supporters in prison.
Yes.
Just fucking misdemeanors.
Yeah, at this point, hell yeah, I do. Hell yeah, 100%. Absolutely. 100% at this
I
point.
respect you for
Thank
that.
you. And I respect you more. You admitted that you guys were attempting an insurrection. You failed. And that's why the opinion changed afterwards.
I would respect if you could consider any other alternative.
I want you to see. I want you to suffer. I want you to suffer like my
I'm
family
every day. I'm
suffered.
suffering
I
right
want
now.
you to pay like my family paid. I want you to do exactly what we did. If I could, right now, how I feel and the shit that I went through, not before. I didn't feel like this before. I would have heads on pikes at this moment.
We know when you guys were screaming it at
the. Dude, that clip. Fuck. Please tell me you guys have seen that. Giedra, have you seen the Heads on Pikes video?
We can take that place. We can take that place. And then do what? Heads on pike!
Jesus Christ, bro.
We can take.
The guy in the back looks so concerned too. He's like, and then do what?
We can take that place. And then do what? Heads on pike!
How did it
Jesus.
Quick, please, Enrique, whose heads would you like to see on pikes specifically?
The people who did this. The people who did this.
Why would you want your friends to be fucking murdered and their heads put on pikes, dog? That's kind of weird to say right now.
Would you like to see on pikes specifically?
The people who did this. The people who did this deserve that.
The imagined enemies, yes.
Who did what?
Was schizophrenia a prerequirement to joining the Proud Boys, or do you have to find a way to induce it in all your members?
I believe that the prosecutors in this case, I believe all the aides that helped fucking the suffering of 1,600 people and their families, I think that they should be investigated. I believe that they should be investigated for treason, and I believe that they should get the proper punishment for what treason is. That's what I believe that they should do, because they're nothing less than treasonous pigs, and that's all they deserve.
If I may, Tim,
I would not like to see Destiny endure what we endured. I would just wish he would change his mind about his political opposition. I wouldn't want you to have to.
Tim is a better person than I am.
No, I know. I know the consequences of weaponized government, and I don't want to see it.
He
I'm not
doesn't,
a Republican, you know.
but-
I was a labor leader. I'm not far right. I actually.
I'm center left or far left, yeah.
I don't want. I'm not in favor of it. I don't believe in returning evil for evil, even though I got pissed off that day. I'm sorry.
magnanimous.
It's about all pikes, all heads. It's about.
$5 from Adashira to say, for the traitors of America, what was peaceful about chanting, hang Mike Pence? Also, if you think that didn't happen, why didn't Mike run again?
Bro. Fucking. This fucking soy jack, bro. No, he puts up an unironic Joaquin Phoenix Joker meme. No, it wasn't an insurrection. But it should have been.
Was that as a serious threat as people supposedly wiping feces on the wall, which didn't happen? There's a couple clips you can find of people chanting stuff, but I mean, where was the rope? That was never going to happen.
That was the thing stopping them. They didn't have the rope.
Obligatory disavow.
What about the guillotine, dog?
Disavow. You shouldn't do this. No hanging of anyone.
Good one.
Unless a proper trial, Enrique was talking about.
I find it interesting that Destiny, this is from Mr. Wise Guy Plays, another $5. I find it interesting that Destiny in the beginning said that Trump never said anything about people needing to be peaceful, completely walk that back.
Nope, I said there wasn't an explicit call for people to go walk peacefully. He did say they needed to fight like hell, or they were going to lose the country, right? And it was going to be the speech.
They didn't have the rope. He
I
didn't
mean,
say
they did have a rope. Like we literally saw the picture of the gallows built the morning of. Like that actually was there, but you know, I know we're not.
Dude, a gallows for midgets? You couldn't even hang. You couldn't even hang a fucking midget on those.
It's not our fault. You guys are too retarded to build an actual fucking gallows. I can't help with that. Jesus.
Oh, bullshitting. Look at this.
Can I hang up with this? They need a better
Look at that. You're playing the violins here. Look at the size of that thing.
Okay.
Be realistic.
$10 from Pondering Politics. Just real quick. $10 from Pondering Politics. Trump had weeks and months before the election to challenge the alleged election changes this dude is complaining about, in addition to the time after the election. Thank you for the $10.
True.
5 Canadian dollars from Ace Chrome Cheetah to say, so you just admitted Trump is planting and fabricating evidence in his second term to prove voting fraud occurred in 2020. £5 from Riz What the Fuck to say, I'm not sure insurrection quite covered how disgusting and unpatriotic it was for these people to attempt to overturn the result of an election. $10 more from Mr.
He shouldn't say anything from a country he's from. He'd probably go to prison for fucking saying some stupid ass shit. That's probably insurrection and fucking.
You know what? Anyone who wants to give me money to say things is okay in my book.
I'm with it.
Okay.
I'm with it.
Okay. $10 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays to say, will you guys ever bring up the BBC News completely fabricating and editing parts of Trump's January 6th speech to make it sound like he was telling his supporters to fight down at the Capitol? I want to hear Dev and Destiny address this one. Please.
They used it on my trial. Let's start with that. They used it at my trial. They used a BBC clip at my trial. So go ahead.
That edited BBC
no, they
clip?
didn't, because the edit happened in 2025.
Yeah.
Your trial was what, 2022?
Well, they're on that time travel shit, bro. Come on, you should know this by now. They were with the retroactive stuff.
No. Listen,
the reality is they didn't completely fabricate anything, but they spliced together something from the beginning and the end of his speech, which they shouldn't have done. It was stupid.
Spliced it together.
Yeah, they should have done it. It was a bad edit, but like using it now to go back 5 years and claim something is fucking stupid.
Well, notice how, because I'm not a partisan fuck, I can say that's bad. I shouldn't have done that, right? But you can't concede a single fucking thing, despite the fact that all the evidence. You guys can't even answer. What were people there for? What were people at the White House for? Donald Trump had been calling them there. Donald Trump had been calling them there. Yes, Donald Trump had been calling them there for almost a month. Donald Trump had been calling them there for almost a month to protest the certification of the vote. They were called there for almost. Donald Trump called them almost a month earlier to protest the certification of the vote. That's what they were there for, because they didn't like the outcome of the election.
Well, if you're not partisan, can you admit that if they actually?
You just said it.
Well, like, if he's not partisan, can you admit that if they actually subverted the election with voter fraud and there's other stuff that the Trump administration is alleging, then that would be equally as bad, if not worse, than the insurrection that y'all are alleging?
I'm literally an American who.
He has literally said in the past that if there was this election fraud, if there was this voter fraud that is proven and verifiable, that he would be justified, or that these people would be justified in their insurrection. So, yeah.
Whose country was born from rebellion? Yeah, if the election was actually stolen, I think you would have plenty of reason to insurrect and rebel, of course. Which is why it was all the more disgusting that Donald Trump lied to you guys, and then you guys continue to propagate the same fucking lies over and over and over again. Every single lie that Trump told the day of the ellipse speech, Barr and other members of his government had already debunked to him. That's the issue. Just like the State Farm.
So you didn't need Trump to say
just
anything.
like Sidney
You didn't need
Powell.
Trump to say anything to believe that the election was stolen.
Donald Trump was the one spreading that lie. He spread it for 6 months before the election even fucking happened.
Absent Trump, there was still.
Why would you say yeah, sure to that, and then move on?
They didn't need Trump to say anything to believe that the election was stolen.
Donald Trump was the one spreading that lie. He spread it for 6 months before the election even fucking happened.
Absent Trump, there was still fucking shit going on.
No, there wasn't, but there really wasn't.
Yes, there was.
No, there really wasn't, though. No, there really wasn't.
People thought there was fraud.
So Donald Trump ran in DC.
What COVID was like?
I want to hear from Grid. Grid, go ahead, please.
Yeah, man. I mean, so Destiny, come on, man. Trump doesn't run NBC or Fox News or any of the other major networks that were carrying the stories of potential election fraud. It's literally so disingenuous of you to say that Trump made this all up and he was the one that was promoting this when literally every news.
Wasn't Donald Trump the person that called? Sorry, not the person. The president that called directly into Fox News to speak with the pundits there? Isn't Donald Trump the person who is the father of people who actively work with Fox News right now? Isn't Fox News the one media company that almost had to pay out like $800 million to Dominion voting machines because they lied about the efficiency of them, or the anything revolving around Dominion at the time, where they were knowingly lying, where they were documented texts and emails and stuff between the people that worked at Fox News at the time, knowingly lying. He might not own Fox News, but in essence, he kind of does, yeah.
News agency in the country was not only covering it, they were looking for it. And I mean, come on, man, stop it. That's bullshit.
Let me just be clear. Was Fox News knowingly propagating lies about voter fraud on behalf of Trump's campaign? Was that a thing that happened?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah, they settled the largest.
You're 100% sure that they were propagating lies.
Yes.
Yes.
The whole Dominion machine voter fraud. That was Fox News propagating things that they knew.
This is when he should have asked this fucking partisan dipshit. Assume what I'm saying is true. Assume that Fox News was knowingly propagating these lies. Does that change your opinion on anything?
Were lies from Trump's campaigns and campaign circuits, yes. They settled the largest defamation of all the corporate history.
That's then you just proved yourself wrong. You said that Trump did this.
Please, everyone stop. Grid. Do you acknowledge that that's true?
I don't know that.
I don't know. I don't know. How could I possibly know?
You don't know about the largest election-related defamation, one of the largest election suits, and you don't know anything about this.
I know Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox. I mean, yeah, I remember it, but I don't know that all of that was 100% factual either. Again,
pretty crazy to not know anything about any of that, but okay.
Well, I don't say I know something else. I fucking know it. I'm not guessing.
So just for everyone's
Actually, well,
education,
speaking of
there was a
that, speaking
conviction.
of-
There was a not a conviction. I think that's a word. They
Finding?
They settled, I think.
finding.
There was a settlement.
There was a settlement by 2
Also, to be clear, it's not that I expect people to like know all of this shit, but he is a political commentator who is a ride or die for the Trump administration, and it's it's mighty convenient that you don't know the shit that is absolutely damning to the person that you are defending.
$2 billion companies.
I think the settlement was for $700 million.
But that doesn't support your claim that Trump did this.
Trump's
your
campaign
claim is
surrogates,
that
people like
Trump
Sidney
put
Powell,
this out there and he was
Trump's
the guy doing
people
it.
in his group were the ones going to Fox News and
Trump's
telling
people
them.
now. Okay, all right.
Yes,
Okay.
the president of the United States himself was not personally driving a car.
Who are
He
the
wasn't
Trump
hopping
people?
on people like Sidney Powell, people like Rudy Giuliani, people like Mike Eastman, people like Kenneth Chesbrough.
But this is a double standard. You say if he doesn't say enough of what you wanted to say, it's Trump's fault. But then when we're like, well, he didn't actually do it, and you can't give us direct evidence. You're like, oh, but in this case, it's implied. You're doing a double standard here, which is
It's the ultimate goalpost moves. I mean, those goalposts are on the moon
What
now.
goalpost do you think I've moved? Hold on, just to be clear, what goalpost do you think I've moved? Our original
You
claim was
initially
that
said
Donald Trump started spreading lies about the election, which he
said
did.
that it was Trump who was out there saying that the election was rigged. He did all of this, and he put it out there. It wasn't him.
Bro, is that Ray Epps down there? Why even involve Ray Epps in this whatsoever?
It was Fox News. It was CNN. CNN was covering it. I mean, this is
Covering it doesn't mean it's spreading the lie. Fox News spread it. It came from Sidney Powell was Trump's personal lawyer.
Million people? No, Fox News does.
Yes, because
And
Sidney
Fox News
Powell went to
reported
Fox
on
News
it.
on behalf of Trump to spread the lie.
Dev,
Yes.
go ahead.
So you guys are asking for examples of when Trump himself did it, right? Okay. Do you guys know what happened at the White House on December 19th, 2020?
He met with Sidney. He met with Sidney Powell, Mike Lindell. No, another attorney. Yes, and that night was when he tweeted, "Be there, be wild."
On the 19th, there was a 1-hour meeting between Trump, Eastman, Pence, around 20 people from Congress, and about a dozen senators, where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. Everything was laid out in that meeting on December 19th. And by the way, that's the
Is
reason.
that the first time that they made a story about election interference or potential election fraud? Was that the first time we heard about it?
Not the first time. No. But it
wasn't Fox News. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't the BBC. It wasn't any of these other news agencies who were finding irregularities with the election. There wasn't all of these news agencies whose job it is to cover the news who were finding the irregularities and Trump pointing to it and going, "Hey, we should look into this."
No, that's not what happened. No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Okay, then you live in a very special kind of world.
What happened is people from Trump's group. Remember the Kraken? I know you guys like a mind wipe and memory hole, all the stupid shit these people said. But it was Trump surrogates that had claimed to find evidence.
Bro, Gavin McInnes shows up. Why?
Of voter fraud, and they presented these to state legislatures and to city councils and on TV and on Trump's fucking social media, and then the media looked into it. Nobody found anything.
That was months after the story broke in the news, Destiny.
No.
It was literally a month and a half after the first iterations of election fraud. The Kraken wasn't even mentioned. It wasn't mentioned in November right after the election. It was late December when the Kraken was going to be released.
Before the election even happened, man.
Yes.
Okay. Here, I have a question for Mr.
I could be wrong about
there. What's he doing? Is he walking a lobby?
He's talking to somebody. He's in a lobby.
I don't know what he's doing, man. But
that's not a green screen. He's in a lobby.
He's actually somewhere. No, give him what you got, Dev. Ask him the question.
Are you back? Yeah,
Go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No, I have a question for you because earlier in the debate, you said something along the lines
Please,
of
please,
that Trump
please.
didn't tell you to go there and he didn't tell you to do what you did, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Please bring up. Please.
I decided to go look this up. I
Please.
didn't want to say it without confirming it because I'm not the kind of guy I am, but I decided to go look it up. You do realize that in your trial, the defense you gave was that Trump told you to go there, right?
No, that was on the closing arguments, and it was very clear. If you go ahead and you go through the transcripts of it, we're
my
saying
God.
that we were there because of the event at the Ellipse, not because the president told me to stop the certification of the election. Those are two different things.
What the fuck? What's the event, dog? Oh my God. What's the event you're there for? Who's hosting the event? Why?
So what your attorney said was Trump told these people that the election was stolen. Trump told them to go there on January 6th, and it was Trump with his speech on January 6th that unleashed this mob on the Capitol. That's what your lawyer said.
Okay, and if you keep reading through the context of that, he's saying that event being there, right, and switching over to and saying, hey, we're going to go to the Capitol, and I'm going to go through and say peacefully and patriotically, made everybody go over there, right? And that's what happened. It was a riot. Look, nobody disagrees. It was a riot. It was a riot that gone bad. But to go and say that it's an insurrection, it's bullshit. Come on, dude. Things go bad, and it went bad. And look, there was a big. No, Trump did not tell me.
I get it. Things go bad, but
Trump said on December 19th that there was going to be a rally. I was already at the November one. I was at the December one, and I wasn't going to miss a January.
Can you answer the question real quick?
I wasn't going to miss the January.
Again, just directly. Just I want to
because Trump did tell you to go there. You did say that.
Trump put together. So Trump said to be there on January 6th. Yes, I was there. I don't think anybody would disagree.
Cool. Okay.
He put the event together. He didn't tell me to go.
No voices in your head or anything?
Yes, there's no voices in my head telling me.
Also, to be
Trump
clear,
isn't in my head
that
telling me
whole
to go there.
Kraken thing, that started in November. City Pal was fired in December by Trump. So
Yeah,
that
just
whole
real quick.
voter bullshit started.
Jesiah from Pondering Politics for $10 says, a Wick fact check the fella in the upper right-hand corner. Powell publicly talked about releasing the Kraken on November 17th. So there you go.
So if we know that Trump was calling people there at least a month ahead of time, or around a month ahead of time, if we knew that he was telling people that the election had been stolen, that we had to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, and then he sent a whole bunch of people to the Capitol.
Because that's what people
and then
believed at the time. Yeah,
Because yeah.
Yes, because right. So what? And then a riot just happens to break out. I guess, since we're saying who could have possibly foreseen that? Right? And then a riot breaks out. And then a riot breaks out. And then a riot breaks out. Why is it not until after Ashley Babbitt is shot and killed that Donald Trump finally tells people to go home? Why would him and Giuliani be making phone calls to Congress and telling them to change their electoral certification laws? Why wouldn't Trump call in the National Guard
because they
immediately?
believe it was stolen and that they should. That's called lobbying. It happens every fucking day.
So it was an insurrection.
You lobby somebody to change their vote. Welcome to Congress.
Lobbying somebody to change their vote in the presence of mass violence when it has to do with an official government proceeding is called an insurrection. You're just defining insurrection in other words. Why don't you own it? You should own it. You told me to own it. You're the one who's a fucking pussy. You're such a fucking loser, dude. Just own it. You thought the election was stolen. You guys showed up to intimidate Congress and changing the outcome of the election. That's an insurrection. Insurrection. It's an insurrection. It's an insurrection. It's an insurrection. It's an insurrection.
You promoted the Steele dossier. You went ahead and you fucking went ahead and you demonized Trump's supporters for so fucking long. And then
I'm happy. Any of the cases, any of them, you lost every single.
Ask the judge. Ask the judge. Order in the court.
$10. Ace Chrome Cheetah to say kind of ironic, since for Tarrio, I'm sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your name. Forgive me. Tarrio to accuse Destiny of simping for the Justice Department, since there's evidence that he had been an informant for federal and local law enforcement. Were you an informant for federal and local law enforcement?
Yes, I took down an entire sex trafficking ring in 2013. Yes, I put 30 people in fucking prison because they were a bunch of fucking pedophiles.
He did that? Or did he have information that led to arrests of that?
And sex traffickers, and if anybody has a problem with that, then I tell you what they're protecting, right? They're protecting fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers. So yes, I am very proud that I put 30 fucking people in prison and 2 of them are serving life terms. And I do it again. And every time that I find somebody that does some type of sexual assault shit or some sex crimes, like my buddy up there, Destiny, we'll put them in prison. And
you know, except you're fucking president, right? You know.
So just curious, you know how they say that like 36, so you know how they say like 36 feds, you know how they say like 36, you know how they say 36 federal informants, so when they say 36 feds, when they say 36, probably shit that you enjoy, I'm sure. When they said that 36 feds then were at the January 6th insurrection, you would have been counted among those, right? If you would have actually stayed overnight?
I mean, I guess if you want to count me in there, yes. I did not inform on the trial. I did not inform on anybody on January 6th. You know what I did? I strapped my fucking balls in, and I sat there with my fucking brothers, and I went to trial, and I got offered a sweetheart deal to lie about the president, and I took 22 in the face. And you'd never do that for any of your friends. You fucking
cool. You did the Roger Stone meme. You kept your mouth shut. You didn't say shit. That's crazy. So did you just admit that you had stuff that you could have given about Donald Trump or Roger Stone or whoever the fucking freaks you were talking to on that day? You decided not to because you were going to get rewarded for it by Donald Trump with the pardon. That's great. Thanks. That's I got out of my fucking dossier. Now I read your indictment. I read the filings in court. You got convicted of seditious conspiracy for the first time in how many fucking years in this country?
I hope one day that you get persecuted for your fucking views and you go to prison.
Well, if my views are that I should get to insurrect the government because I'm too fucking retarded to read a voter roll, because I'm too fucking retarded to fall for fake news on Twitter, I hope I go to prison too, okay? Yeah, I'm sure. Is that what you enjoy in prison? Is that what you like doing all the time?
Okay, hold on. We gotta take it from 11. We gotta bring it down to like an 8. Okay, just that's all I'm saying.
Let me know when you want 11 again.
I want my channel to remain monetized. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, mine too. What you just said, because you mentioned that
you monetized. Go ahead, Dev. Go ahead, Dev, please.
You had put away some pedophiles in 2013, which got good job by the way. Fair enough. With that being said, why do you still support Trump, considering that he's obviously in the Epstein files?
There's a red herring. What the fuck? Let's get back to the.
Oh my god, bro.
Destiny, can either of you guys answer?
No, make him answer. What the fuck? After he brings up this fucking red herring himself, like
out of the thousands of people that showed up that day, can you prove that they were all there because Trump directed them there? Do you have any proof of that?
Nobody said that.
I got a whole lot of proof. A lot of people were talking about the election being stolen and didn't Trump tell them shit.
How could we possibly prove that? What kind of proof are you looking for?
There you go.
That's your allegation. Hold on. You made the claim.
He didn't make that allegation.
So if a guy were to say, I want 10 people to come to my house tomorrow night.
Answer my question.
I'm answering you fucking retard. Let me finish speaking, okay? I'm sorry. If I say 10 people, hey, fruitcake, shut the fuck up, let me finish. If I say 10 people come to my house tomorrow and 10 people show up.
Did he say yes or no? Hold on.
If I say 10 people,
did he ask if he has? Dude, you're supposed to provide the proof. Then you're not supposed to just say yes or no.
If I say 10 people, hey, fruitcake, shut the fuck up, let me finish. If I say 10 people come to my house tomorrow, and 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend, and you say, can you prove, better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove. How am I supposed to prove that every single person showed up was there because of shit? Maybe on camera, okay? Chill.
True.
Okay? Let me ask a question. It's not crazy. I know it sucks dealing in the world of fact is hard for you motherfuckers, okay? How are you possibly supposed to prove that every single person shows up because, like, Donald Trump, he announced the event, and people showed up for the event, and he was a speaker for the event, and then they went there protesting under his name? I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of them, 99%, showed up because of him.
Okay, that's a total dodge.
My invitation did not say insurrection.
Just real quick.
My invitation said, hey, come to a rally.
Just real quick, I want to make sure Kung Fu Joe, did that answer your question? Why or why not?
Fuck no. No, it didn't. That's a total fucking dodge. That's just
In that case, Renee Good.
That's very straightforward.
Kung Fu Joe, I'll answer for you.
Right, Destiny?
I'll give you
Because your people are hyping up this whole ICE thing. So by your own account, Renee Good, it was good that she got shot in the face.
No, it wasn't.
Right?
That,
Why would I say that?
Because of how you framed everything right now is, well, the president's told everybody to go there, but he never pointed at anybody. But now you're demonizing ICE, and now the same thing happened on the other side.
He literally pointed
because
to
you
the
said the same thing about Ashley Babbitt. You said the same thing about Ashley Babbitt.
Was trying to break into a secured area where there were congressmen at the other end of the hallway.
Well, Renee Good.
Can you prove every single person was there because of Trump? Damn. Low key, I feel like pretty good and shit that like somebody else be getting hit with like that nerd emoji and shit. You feel? It'd be funny if some guy was just following the crowd and not knowing what was going on. I mean, that's probably how like a bit of them actually are, like unironically.
Tried to run over an ICE agent.
She was trying to escape the scene. It's very obvious. She was trying to. She was very obvious. Very obvious. She was trying to drive away.
She wasn't even armed. I think the other one was armed with a fucking Honda.
Trying to get away from an Antifa member named Zachary Alam. That's why she punched him in the face before going through the window.
That's really?
Yeah, really. His name is Zachary Alam. Yeah, he was an Antifa member. He broke the window that she crawled through.
Absolutely. And she was forced the entire way. I heard there were 3 Antifa people that carried her all the way to the front of that protest, and they were all pushing her through that window. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. How many Antifa? It's so crazy that we've got thousands of different angles of video footage and everything else, and the best thing you could do is the Zach dude and Ray Apps. It's crazy how many instigators there were that just aren't on camera for some reason. That's fucking wild. It's crazy that Enrique Tarrio here never mentioned anything about an instigator forcing the Proud Boys to go there. Isn't that kind of weird? It's kind of crazy, huh?
You can address the Antifa thing. You can stop freaking out, and I can address the Antifa thing. Landon Copeland, an Antifa member, he actually gave a signed confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa there that he met with before.
Wait, who?
No,
who the fuck asked, retard? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. She tried to climb to the
No, he hit him with it. No.
window on our own. We can all see it on fucking.
confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa. Address the Antifa thing. Landon Copeland, an Antifa member, he actually gave a signed confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa there that he met with before.
Who?
Landon Copeland.
No, who the fuck asked, retard? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Base.
Try to climb to the window on our own. We can all see it on fucking video footage. Nobody's pushing her fat retarded fucking ass through the fucking window. You're retarded. Sorry. Done. You're done. Thank you.
Was she more dangerous than the woman driving the car?
I want to give Dev wanted to answer Kung Fu Joe's question. If we can get back to that for a moment, go ahead, Dev. Answer the question if you'd like.
Just refresh.
Do you remember the question?
What was your question? Go ahead.
I want to know that if he has proof of like what percentage of people showed up there because Trump told them to be there.
It was Trump announced the event. He was
so
going to be
so you can't.
No. Hear me out. Because Trump did announce the event.
Dude, the fucking Proud Boys leader right here. He fucking said directly, like, Trump had this event. I was there for the event.
Yes, he announced it several times on social media, and also, more importantly, he retweeted. This got like over 100,000 likes. He retweeted Ivan Raiklin's tweet, where Ivan Raiklin said, "America, Mike Pence must do this tomorrow to defend our Constitution from our enemies. Big tech censorship, MSM censorship, corrupt officials at the federal, state, and local levels." And then it says, go to the. So yes, he's promoting these things. He's retweeting these things. At least some people who saw that ended up going. Yes. There's a connection.
You don't know how many. You don't know how many.
Because there more than zero.
Obviously, yes.
There were plenty of other motivations for people to be there than Trump.
Kung Fu Joe, can you just acknowledge that perhaps at least a majority were probably there because Trump invited him? Can we just
that? Absolutely not. Absolutely
why
not.
not?
I think there's plenty of.
Why is that unreasonable?
Because I have a list of reasons why it's unreasonable. There was a lot of expanded mail-in voting. That's sus. That's one. The heavy-handedness during COVID, under Democrats mostly. This list is things that mostly Democrats are responsible.
For one, Trump was the president. For two, if you're talking about governors specifically, then they should be protesting the governors. They should learn how like civics works to like some extent before going to the fucking Capitol building and then trying to insurrect the government right there. Okay. For three, what was the other fucking one? All the mail-in stuff. Like the only reason people think that's suspicious is because it was like propagated by Republicans in the first place.
So in a way, you could say Democrats are responsible for January 6th because they pissed off a lot of fucking people. They pissed off a lot of people. Changes to election procedures without legislative approval, restricted poll watcher access in some urban counting centers, high voter turnout, and record vote totals. Are you going to tell me that all these other things on top of like a year of COVID, like heavy-handedness, is not going to make people suspicious, right? Of the
Yeah, there's probably more voter turnout than ever in history because people were at home. They were locked in. Like, they have nothing else to do with their fucking time.
Democratic Party when they were
but we're not asking why are they suspicious of the Democratic Party. We're asking how many do you think, and you don't have to give us an exact number, percentage-wise, showed up because Donald Trump announced an event and said, come to this event.
Actually, let me ask you this, okay? So, Joe, are you aware that Turning Point USA was in contact with the Trump campaign to actually facilitate bringing people to D.C. for the event? And Charlie Kirk himself said this. He said that they were busing people in to attend this fucking event.
Who the hell cares?
Not them being brought in directly by Trump?
My point is that there's thousands of people there,
Okay.
right? And the thing that you guys are alleging is that they're all there because of Trump. I'm
never
saying
said
that's
all.
bullshit. We don't fucking know that.
Right.
Okay, you can't even put a percent. Okay, put a percentage on it. What do you think it is? Can you even put a percentage on it? Honestly, no.
95+%, of course. If Donald Trump hadn't made the calls to be there, if Donald Trump had made the calls to be there, the people wouldn't have shown up.
Anyway, a lot of people would.
You keep saying yes, they were pissed anyway. They were pissed because of lies that Donald Trump was telling. They were pissed because of lies that Donald Trump was spreading.
I can speak from experience here. Destiny, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Even if Donald Trump didn't say anything, he said on November 14th and December 12th was not promoted by Trump, and there was tens of thousands of people on the ground on DC without Trump saying a fucking word. So we can stop. We could cut that shit off. We could cut that shit off. That has no merit. That has no merit whatsoever.
And he needs that. He needs that as part of his narrative. It's part of his narrative. He needs that. He can't prove it.
Destiny already. Look,
you guys literally already said nobody even knew about the January 6th date until Trump called people protesters. A November 14th protest on the night of the election makes sense.
People were talking about this all over the place, independent of Trump, and they're pissed about the stolen election. Trump said, "Oh, I'm upset about, or we're worried about mail-in voting," and everybody's like, "Oh, well, let's keep an eye on that." And then wouldn't you know it, a bunch of mail-in fraud. We're all like, "Oh, now we know."
But there was no mail-in fraud, right? Never found any of that mail-in fraud, right?
Okay, so just real quick, $10 from Josiah, Pondering Politics, to say multiple convicted January 6ers and many who pled guilty said they were there and did what they did for Trump. Check the court records. Dev can probably quote it verbatim.
I address that because
yes.
that's what's called. People do that during what's called an allocution. It's basically throwing yourself at the mercy of the court. It's basically, I'm sorry, I was a bad boy. When it comes to federal sentencing, you have a sentencing guideline based on an arbitrary number system. If you accept responsibility for your crime, you typically get a 3-point reduction in your.
Wasn't there that woman that was like convicted, and then she like, woman convicted, January 6th, and then she was like pardoned, I think, but she was like, no, like I actually. This, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Pam Hemphill. I'm a mother and a grandmother and a cancer survivor and a retired addiction counselor. I am also a convicted criminal for what I did on January the 6th, 2021. Thank you for having me back to the Capitol today. I am deeply grateful for this chance to try to make amends and talk about what happened 5 years ago. Once I got away from the mega cult and started educating myself about January the 6th, I knew what I did was wrong. I pleaded guilty to my crimes because I did the crime. I received due process, and the DOJ was not weaponized against me. When Donald Trump pardoned us, I rejected the pardon. Accepting that pardon would be lying about what happened on January the 6th.
Queen.
And I own that guilt. 5 years ago, I traveled from Idaho to D.C. to see Donald Trump speak. I had fallen for the president's lies, just like many of his supporters. Local people had welcomed me into the circle when I was around them. I heard them saying things like, the Democrats are trying to turn us into a communist country, or the radical left wants to do away with our Constitution. The gaslighting caused a lot of fear, and I was scared. With that fear in my heart, I came here on January the 6th. I went from Trump's speech to the Capitol because I thought Mr. Trump would go to the Capitol with us. I heard people saying that Trump was going to walk down to the Capitol, so I went. Well, as you know, Donald Trump never showed. But the rioters did, and the attack began. The police officers were the heroes. They protected the Capitol, and everyone inside the Capitol, and even people like me. I was trampled on by the rioters. And if it weren't for the Capitol Police helping me that day, I might have died. To the Capitol Police officer sitting, if I may address you for a minute, I am truly sorry from the bottom of my heart for being part of the mob that put you and so many officers in danger. I want the Capitol Police to know how truly grateful I am to them and how deeply sorry I am. I can't believe people are still disrespecting you and trying to lie about January the 6th. I will do everything I can to stop the lies about our brave officers like you who protected us during the attack. Thank you. Speaking about January the 6th has caused a great risk to my personal safety. I have been doxxed online, harassed, and physically assaulted. But I am here, and I don't care. I won't be pushed by the public to release.
Or even better, start a monthly contribution.
Base queen, based accountability. We love it.
Your sentence, but responsibility for your crime, you typically get a 3-point reduction in your sentence. But if you show no remorse, then you can get a 3-point enhancement. It might sound arbitrary, it is, but that's a 6-point difference in your sentencing, and that can be a huge disparity in how much time you do. And especially when you consider most of these guys were like blue-collar guys, or they had wives and families to get home to. They were trying to do whatever they could to get home as soon as. It's also why even more people took plea deals and actually put the.
That was an informant. True.
It's a humiliation ritual, not law.
What?
So it's not a humiliation ritual.
Yes, it is. When you're doing
an allocution statement. You're trying to place the blame on somebody else.
Let Destiny respond to this.
Trying to put the blame on somebody else is like the opposite point of a fucking allocution statement. The whole point of allocution is that you're supposed to show you're taking responsibility for whatever the fuck else. So if you would do an allocution statement, you would say, "Well, it's just because of Donald Trump," the whole fucking time.
Well, welcome to DC. Welcome to the DC circuit. Yeah, welcome to the federal circuit in Washington DC, where they want you to throw Trump in the. There was a snake in the jail with me named Tom Civic. He got released on bond because he wrote a letter to the judge saying, "I'm sorry, I supported Trump. I'm Antifa now. I'm a good boy."
I'm sure. Yeah, all those corrupt judges, all the Antifa, Antifa.
Why did they charge people in their hometowns? Destiny,
can I ask a question?
Why did they charge people in their hometown? Why would you charge people because the crime happened in DC?
I'm giving you his name. Look it up. I'm giving you his name. Tom Civic. Look it up. I don't need to make this up. I have enough experience with this. I'm not making it up. I'm giving you the defendant's name. It actually happened. Look it up. Actually, according to the NPR, yeah, but well, look it up. Tom Civic wrote a letter. His judge released him out on.
Why is that Ghidra, low-key?
Oh, I'm giving you the defendant's name. It actually happened. Look it up. Actually, according to the NPR, yeah, but well, look it up.
Nerdy emoji,
Tom Civic wrote a letter. His judge released him out on bond. His restrictions were that he couldn't watch Fox News and far-right content. But yeah, he was saying that we were cult members in the jail because we sang the national anthem at night. Yeah, that's
Peace and love.
It was a humiliation ritual. Suck it.
Yeah. So I got a question for Destiny here. Since he said that, I got tried by a member of my jury, I want to go back in a time machine really quick, and I want to give him the same example, and I want to see if he feels the same way. Pre-civil rights era, and even after civil rights era in the South.
Pre-civil rights era. Okay. Is this even going to be a comparable example whatsoever?
Specifically in Alabama, there was a lot of black African-American defendants that got sentenced to not life in prison, they got sentenced to death. And they went to trial, and ever since then, a lot of them have been...
I wonder why the fuck you're using this example and then going back to pre-civil rights era.
Overturned. But because the reason why they were overturned, it was because it was a white racist jury as members of the jury, which were clearly, and they had said that they hate N-words. So in that case, can you say that those people that...
Did you have the jury composition say that they hate Proud Boys, that they hate Enrique Tarrio, that they hate Trump, that they hate MAGA, that they hate conservatives?
That got death sentences in the state, we'll focus on the state of Alabama. Would you say that they got fair trials too?
I would say probably not. Do you have evidence that the jury came out and was making statements like, I hate all Trump supporters, and I'm all Trump supporters, or...
Destiny, I have a couple of those examples that are worse. When the judge in my case asked, and three individuals did the same exact thing.
Did any of the jury come out and say anything like this?
Did the jury? Yes, they did.
Members of the jury came out and said that we hate all Trump supporters.
Dude, I just listen. No,
then
they
why
said
would,
worse than that.
If they've said worse, why start off with a fucking judge as the first example?
Okay.
They asked, do you know about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys? And they said yes. Do you have strong feelings towards Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys? Yes. What are those strong feelings, and describe them? Nazis, anti-Semitic, racist, all sorts of things. Okay. Based on those strong feelings, can you, as a member of the jury, judge this case, set those feelings aside and judge this case by the evidence and the evidence alone? Do you know what those three people said?
Yes.
They said no.
No?
They said no.
They
said no.
So were they... Wait, hold on, he's not about to say that those jurors were dismissed, no?
Thrown out.
We did. We tried. Believe me, when somebody says that, we did try. The very next day and the day after that, those three members of the juries were put right back on the stand and asked the same question. And if you've ever been in that position, the judge sits on a podium this tall with a black robe, very menacing, and asks, are you sure? And all three of them said yes the very next day. After already saying no. They said hard no, there wasn't no if, ands, or maybes. And they were allowed to sit in my trial. During the trial, the foreman of the jury, we protest Drag Queen Story Hour all the time. We asked if he was politically active. He said no. After the trial, actually months after the trial, months after my sentencing, we find out that this gentleman puts together Drag Queen Story Hours in the DC area, an area known for Proud Boys protesting Drag Queen Story Hour, and specifically one of his events. So people can hate me all they want, but the process wasn't fair. And this happened many, many, many times over. So I'd encourage you to rethink your position when it comes to
I'm going to let Destiny and Dev respond to that. And then I have Josiah really wants me to read these out. So once Destiny and Dev respond to that, I'm going to read something from Pondering Politics, Josiah, and then that's the order we'll go into. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to find information about this Thomas Civic guy who assaulted the police officer.
M-S-I-B-I-C-K.
No, yeah, but are you saying that he got out on bond because he wrote some letter saying that he was Antifa now or whatever?
I said Antifa facetiously. He said he was no longer a conservative or Trump supporter. He was a liberal, and that was, I believe, should have been September. Would have been in September of 2021.
What can I Google to find this letter or whatever?
I can look it up. Hold on.
No, while you guys are looking that up, so here's what Josiah has to say. He says, Tarrio said, Trump had nothing to do with the November 14th, 2020 Million MAGA March. But here he is, the day before, hyping it up and saying he'd show up. And he made an appearance with his motorcade. The tweets he's referring to is on the 13th of November, 2020. He says, heartwarming to see all the tremendous support out there, especially the organic rallies that are springing up all over the country, including a big one on Saturday in D.C. I may even try to stop by and say hello. This election was rigged from Dominion all the way up and down. And then he also, that's what he says on the 13th of November.
Hey guys, sorry to cut in here, and sorry to cut in on your thing. I got to run. I got another event that I got to go to. I really got to say I appreciate you for putting this together. I appreciate my brother Tim Hale, everybody else on this. Destiny, thank you for being here. Dev, thank you guys. Appreciate you. I'll be back if you guys want to do this again. I'm open.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you for coming.
Be in touch with yourself.
I will touch myself.
No, not on screen.
Hey, I got a link to that letter. I'm trying to put it in the chat, but it's not.
Oh my god, bro! What did Enrique do to this dude? I don't know if you can see that. Hold on, the bottom left. Let me go back.
I will touch myself.
No,
as soon as he disconnects.
Hey, I got a link to that letter. I'm trying to put it in the chat, but it's not pulling up. Can I do the screen share, or is that what I should do? Or?
Send me the link, and I will put it on screen.
Alrighty.
Just DM it to me directly, please.
You got it.
And now he freezes.
I'm opening it up.
Dude, it's a freaking deep state.
At its best.
I'm going to share. What am I looking at here?
Oh, that's the
Walk me
handwritten.
through it.
Back up there.
You guys
Yeah,
see it
it's a
on screen? You
handwritten.
should be able to read.
Yeah, if you don't see it, click on the share button, bro. Or view stream or something.
Read it, Wick.
Okay. This is from Julie Kelly. There's one get out of jail free card. Write a letter to Trump, low
Please tell me there's a letter attached, and it's not just this.
judge like Amy Berman Jackson condemning Trump and have the defense lawyer accuse January 6 detainees of acting like cult members. Tom Civic, charged with same crimes as many others in D.C. Gitmo, first detainee.
DC
This is
Gitmo,
who writes,
okay.
It's cursive. Give me a second. Your Honor, my name is Thomas Civic. In an attempt to provide an understanding of who I am, I felt compelled to write because my conduct on January 6 was unequivocally an aberration of the high moral standards I hold myself to. What happened at the United States Capitol that day does not provide an adequate representation of my character. Although I strive for excellence, I will be the first to admit that I am not perfect.
Oops.
My life has been full of joyful times, However, there have been a fair share of growing pains, none more significant than what I am currently experiencing. The shame, dishonor, and regret endured are without question the worst emotions ever experienced. I disagree with what occurred that fateful day, especially the trauma suffered by Officer Michael Ferron? I'm not sure the name. It is without question unconscionable. January 6th was a disgrace to our nation that felt a sea of, I don't know this word, Trump is ultimately responsible for. But we are strong and will heal from it. While many praise Trump, I loathe him. His words and actions are nefarious, causing pain and harm to the world. He is not a leader and should not be should be ostracized from any political future. What he honestly needs to do is go away. Throughout my incarceration, I have had ample time for self-reflection, which has enabled me to grow and become more cognizant of my being, ultimately having a profound impact on my core values. I have vowed to never attend another political protest in my life. That was my first and last. In addition, I will never allow myself to be consumed by the mob mentality. It is dangerous and undoubtedly out of character. I give irrefutable assurance to the court that if I am released, I will without hesitation abide by any and all conditions set forth. All I desire is peace, reconciliation, and unity. We must all work together to build back a better nation. And sincerely, Thomas Civic.
And then what was the date for this letter?
Filed. It was filed on October 18, 2021. I don't.
Yeah, it would have been sometime. I believe it was in September that he was a.
I don't see a date.
He was a jailhouse snitch, so he was gathering information on people. He ended up going to the hole for sexually assaulting another man, and then he got bailed. Funny enough,
it's a yikes.
The big yikes.
It's a yikes.
As long as he renounced his own feelings and thoughts and paid tribute to the left.
So what, I'm just out of my curiosity. Maybe I got lost reading that. What was the point?
What do you mean to the left?
So his claim was that this guy was able to get out on bond. So this doesn't mean that he got out of any charges or anything. But because he wrote a letter saying he hated Trump and he's Antifa, or he threw Trump under the bus, basically. It sounds like he's writing a letter to try to say that he's not a public threat anymore, and he recognizes the wrong of his actions. And he's not going to, I guess, try to be a threat. He's just trying to get out on bond. He's not escaping his actual court case.
It also served a secondary purpose of framing those of us who were still in there.
Oh my god, I just read what Swoopy said. Going to bed, good night. Also, I'm Lord Ghidra.
As creating a radicalized environment. So another part of this is the pleadings of his lawyer, who was saying that because we had a tradition in the jail of singing the national anthem at 9 o'clock every night, it created a toxic environment. He was being bullied and compelled to sing the anthem. And the judge wanted to save him from this toxic environment, and she appreciated that he was going out of his way to avoid radicalism. So that was that. He did end up getting a lower sentence than his co-defendant's head.
Well, fuck, you shouldn't have rioted then.
True.
What's that?
You shouldn't have rioted then.
What's that in response to?
Every single thing that I've heard for the past 5 minutes. Like, I don't care about the sob story. You were there. You fucked up. You should still be in jail.
You talking about him?
So this is I'm just curious. Who published this? How did they get this letter? Who published this letter?
That was a case file, dude. You could see the case file number at the top of the letter. So it usually would go on.
Oh, so if you write a letter for a bond or whatever, it'll be a part of your corpus. Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Gang, we are kind
You better run, bitch. Damn, if only I read that earlier when he was still here.
of circling the drain just a little bit here, just a little bit. Is there anything like that you guys think that we haven't covered yet that we should?
I have a question for Dev.
Go
so
ahead,
Dev, I've been thinking on this a lot, and it seems like obviously this is a controversial issue. It's hot. Would you agree that anybody who is nonviolent in either the J6 or the BLM or any just politically motivated, we just say, guess what? If you were in a politically motivated thing, we value free speech. We don't like people getting run over. We know things can run hot. So anybody that hits a cop, burns a building down, breaks something, okay, we're not putting that in this bucket. But would you agree to like a universal, if you were nonviolent, you didn't break anything, everybody gets get pardoned on that? Is it an untenable position for you?
No, they shouldn't.
Because there's not a nonviolent crime. What are you talking about?
All right,
it's a nonviolent crime. You should be charged with that.
All right,
Yeah.
I understand your crazy position.
It's crazy.
That's crazy?
Is it crazy to charge for nonviolent crimes?
It's crazy to try to say that we value political protests and that we're going to turn a blind eye on some of it, and we're not going to have a threshold that we're going to apply.
But you can commit nonviolent crimes just as long as you're doing it under the guise of protest?
Across everyone.
Well,
and generally, as I've been out there talking to a lot of fucking people. During the last election cycle, I knocked on 7,000 doors. I've talked to tons of people. And nobody thinks it's okay to hit a cop. Nobody thinks it's okay to disrupt an election where you think something went wrong. Nobody thinks that's okay. And the one sort of plan that virtually every moderate would go for this plan, by the way. And even most of the folks on the extreme say, well, you know, we want to have civilian participation in government. We don't want to shut this down. We want to be able to have speech. Why don't we try to be soft? Because this is the argument on the BLM riots. There wasn't the same level of follow-up on those, for all of those nonviolent ones. So what you're saying is, fuck the right, but the left gets a free pass. And you don't want that because you think it's crazy.
I'm not
okay,
saying
I get it. You think it's crazy.
I'm not saying
you just
that.
said the policy was crazy. And I explained how it would apply and how it benefit each side. And now you're saying it's not crazy. That's great.
Yeah,
Making progress.
listen, just because your specific idea is stupid does not mean that I'm saying the left has a free pass, all right? I think that all trespassers should be charged with trespassing.
Decouple that. My pardon idea is stupid. How?
Because you're saying that there should just be a blanket pardon for all nonviolent crimes. No, there shouldn't be.
So the FBI has been following up on J6 for 4 years.
Go ahead, please.
So if you trespass, you should be charged with trespassing. That means a whole bunch of people on J6 should have been charged with trespassing, and that's a good thing.
Sure.
Also, if there's like lefty protests where there's trespassing happening, charge them too.
Yeah, if they knew that they were trespassing and they qualified for the mens rea, yeah. But it's like, again, I feel like a lot of this is people just kind of memory holding.
Don't laugh at that. What the fuck?
That it developed into a
Why would
riot
you laugh at that? You don't agree.
as the crowds were attacked.
No.
Why were the crowds attacked?
Hold on. Wait. Were the crowds attacked before Dominic broke into the Capitol?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what led him up there, actually. There was a northwest
That's what led him up there, was them being attacked?
You had people warning the police saying, hey, if you keep shooting through the scaffolding through the tarps, people are going to have one direction to go, and that's up.
People poured into the northwest near that scaffolding. People were pouring into an area that they weren't supposed to be in?
Northwest scaffolding was an open area that people went into because they had nowhere else to go. Yeah,
wait. They couldn't go back? Where they came from?
You run into yeah, you want me to show you some video of what the cops were doing?
To people that were trying to break into the Capitol, right? They were trying to break into the Capitol, right? Why are you petty? So the only direction they could go was forward. Hold on, wait. So just to be clear, you have video showing that the crowd of people that was on their way to the scaffolding was so dense they couldn't just turn around and walk away when the cops are saying, "Hey, don't come here." You talked about mens rea earlier. Don't you think it's a decent state of mind to know you're not supposed to be in an area if a cop is saying, "Hey, go back"?
Hey, you're assuming a lot of things there. Like the cops are saying, "Hey, go back." You know, a riot was actually declared before they used any PA system to actually tell people that it was a restricted area. And like I said, and we can get into the Proud Boy thing, which you're incorrect about, but the barriers were removed from the outside, meaning people like me show up a half hour later not knowing there's a restricted area. So, Wick, I just sent you a video.
I got it. It's up. Previous rioters, though.
Let's roll with it. Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, those guys are violent. Look at that. Yeah,
Once they're in to walk backward, though, they could just go home.
Yeah, they could, unironically, yeah.
Yep, those are hardcore criminals right there.
What am I looking for here? Just FYI.
Terrible.
I apologize for the sound quality. I had to record this in the jail using a Discovery laptop off of
What am I looking
evident
for?
outlet. You have to listen to basically this guy right here in the I guess it's a Carter, I don't know what that is, but with the black face mask. He's telling the cops as he's watching it that when they're shooting, so there's this northwest scaffold and it's covered in a tarp. When people go in there for cover so they don't get sprayed or shot at, the cops start shooting through the tarp and they start hitting random people.
I'm gonna be real with you. I can't hear a thing this guy's saying.
So if you pull up the tweet that it's from, it actually I wrote out the transcript there.
So I do know where this is, and like this is at the third barricade. You do realize like the crowd has already gone through 2 barricades at this point, right?
I'm aware of that, yeah. But what I'm
so they shouldn't be here then, right? They shouldn't be here.
Hey, instead of jumping ahead, let's rewind. What did I say?
Feds mind controlled them into moving forward. Yeah, feds like Enrique Tarrio. Yeah, I agree.
People didn't know it was a restricted area. People didn't know they weren't allowed to be there. I showed up, for instance, a half hour after.
Is this not a fucking barrier right there? Am I going crazy?
After those barriers, the first 2 were taken down, right? So a lot of people are there with different mindsets and different perspectives of what's happening. I have my cell phone footage, and it shows that we're just standing around singing God Bless America. I had no idea there was any breach at all. And so when they start shooting at people, not even at agitators specifically, but in the middle of the crowd, when they start body slamming old ladies with riot shields, people get incensed. Not saying January 6th was good. But what I'm saying is there's a broader context here for people who had no idea.
I understand. But I have a question about your situation, though. So when you went through those first 2 overturned barricades, you didn't think to yourself, hey, something's going on here?
I didn't see barricades. That's the problem. There were so many people there. It was like an ocean of people. I didn't see any barricades. And keep in mind, for the first crew that came through, a lot of them were removed. They actually threw some over like these stone walls that were through the walkways that connected Peace Circle to the West Terrace. So if you weren't looking for it, you very often were not going to see it. I mean, there's no other explanation than that. That's the truth.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, Dev gave me some video too. Let's see. And Dev, what am I looking for here?
Oh, we're just gonna watch it. Just play it for a few seconds. We're good. Yeah. Turn on the audio too.
This is now effectively a riot. 49 hours declaring it a riot.
So this is them breaching the third barricade.
Capitol Police 1 advised they're trying to breach into the Capitol.
Yeah, third barricade's down.
This is mostly peaceful, by the way. Duh, of course. You can't see the barrier blocking your fucking path. Object permanence? Ever heard of it?
And they've now broken in. I mean, like, the entire narrative about this event on the right is fucking ridiculous, guys. This is not some peaceful protest.
Easy for you to say because you're conflating a bunch of shit, and this is what you've gotten away with for years.
What is
a bunch of compilations and shit. This is what the J6 committee did. This is what they did at the trial. They create these giant compilations and they create a grand narrative and ignore the individual experience. I mean, like, so for instance, the second clip is on the east side of the Capitol. That's where Pam Hemphill was rushing the police. That has nothing to do with what happened on the west side. You have the northwest scaffolding, what I just talked about, the third thing. The Senate wing door area. There are different individuals involved in
peaceful.
You think it got to that point. Again, that's the area of the front of the northwest scaffolding, the first part. I don't know if I can be heard.
Yeah, you can be heard, but I'm just curious.
Okay.
Like, to me, it's looking like the people here are attacking the cops. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and I can provide some context for that. And I'm not defending the cops, but
why do you need to provide context for it?
Go ahead. What's the context?
I'm trying to find a clip that I could show you that would enlighten the audience a little, especially for a lot of people that I was locked up with. Basically, along that front end there, along the front west terrace, you have police who are using excessive force on people who are along that police line.
Excessive force of the people that have broken the barriers, that have broken multiple barriers, dog.
Maybe they're chanting some stupid stuff or whatever, they're waving flags. But a lot of them are trying to talk to the police. What you have is people like Padilla, for instance, Jose Padilla, he gets bashed over the head with riot batons to the point where he blacks out 4 different times.
Good.
And people like Jeffrey McKelliff, who was there at the front in the first clip. You see that area? That's the front. That's the west terrace, right? He's there peacefully protesting, and then he sees an old woman get smacked down with a riot shield. Right? This incenses people. These are grown men. They're seeing old women being attacked. I have video of people. Michael Curgio, I have video from him. People were getting hit with gases.
Wait, can you just play from here and then Tim, I want you to tell me if you see anything that this goes through that you disagree with for how they're characterizing stuff. Also, just the scaffolding that you're talking about at the northwest part or whatever.
Okay. You watching? Everyone got it? Everyone good? Everyone eyeballs on? Ears up? Okay.
Of Biggs' arrival, over a dozen Proud Boys are now trained on that entrance, and they attack the police.
Is this the scaffolding?
Around them again.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the scaffolding, so this is where the police are being attacked for them to gain entrance to this area. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the white area here. This goes around. This is like a construction site.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
They're getting ready for the inaugural address.
Yep.
All right, so people pour into here.
After the cops are attacked. After the cops are attacked here. Yeah.
Cops start shooting through the right here, this tarp here. Right.
After people are breaking in because they're attacking the cops to fight through this. Yes.
And a lot of them are pouring in there because they're getting sprayed and maced.
You ready for me to continue?
Yeah, keep going.
Kicking off a fierce 20-minute battle for the scaffolding. It's the closest yet the mob has come to the lawmakers inside, who are still in session. Again, Proud Boys stay at the front.
It's kind of crazy that they can identify them like that.
Joe Biggs retreats again with a small team. They stand to the side and watch from the lawn. Some of them peel off and head for the east side of the Capitol, where Biggs will meet them later.
So pause for a sec. So do you have, where is this video footage of the cops just randomly shooting tear gas or whatever into the crowd, where an area hasn't already been breached, and there aren't people who are literally fighting with cops?
First, I just sent Wick. I sent you a video of them body slamming an old woman.
Okay.
What is that? What?
Give me a second. What's the timestamp on this so we know? 1309. I'm gonna have to juggle here. Well, you know, I can just open 2 different tabs. Duh. Okay.
Wait, real quick. Can you go back for a second? Did that lady run up and shove the cop? Is that what just happened? I just want to make sure I saw that.
Well,
did she walk up and shove the guy forward? Yeah, just checking.
Yeah, let's watch.
Okay.
She comes up. They shove each other.
No, she shoves that cop back. Yep, and is standing there in an area she knows she's not supposed to be. And she gets pushed back.
Yeah, they're already reaching there, from my understanding.
Is there another body slam or?
Oh, there she is, right again. No.
Riot shield.
Well, she fucking deserved it, dude.
She's getting pushed back again, and she's fighting. This is our body slammed old person that you were getting so upset about.
Yeah, these are the fucking same retards that say that woman that was like driving away was like or attempting to drive away. Sorry, she got fucking domed before she was even able to drive away, saying that it's justified that she was being like gunned down, but you know, pushing this woman with a fucking riot shield that steps up to a cop, pushes the cop, and then gets right back up after she gets like riot shielded. Yeah, like that's the thing we need to like virtue signal and moral fag over. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I was getting so upset. I didn't even see that. I didn't get upset about that. But lots of other people did.
Gotcha.
Again, you can keep
Well, this is really interesting. What they're saying is really interesting because that's the point that Mr. Tarrio was making today. Destiny about the woman that was shot today or yesterday with the car, right? It's like, oh, well, this person drove into a cop and they got shot. Oh, good for them, breaking rules, stupid games, stupid prizes, right? That's not what you're doing now.
Hold
I
on,
feel
real
like
quick. Dev, hey, Dev, can I ask Dev a question? Dev, if the cops were to arrest that woman because she had, let's assume that one cop hadn't put himself in front of the vehicle. Let's say the cop asks her to get out and she flees the scene. If the cops had driven, followed the woman, and then arrested her eventually, do you think that the cops would be in the right to do that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, me too. Do you see the difference there? We have no problem admitting when somebody's doing something bad, and they probably should get arrested for it. So I don't know what the fuck your point is. Did the woman that we just saw, was she shot by the cop? Was she shot?
Yeah, I mean, oh, cool, she got body slammed. I'll take both of them. What's the difference? Except she doesn't have a car. This lady couldn't hit the guy in the car. That's much
She's trying to break in and she's trying to push her way through where there's 10 cops saying, stop, don't come here. And she pushes her way forward. She assaults the cop.
There's 10 cops, right? And they took her down, right? Okay, cool. Stupid game, stupid prize. I'm okay with that, right?
Okay.
They took her down. Okay, sorry. The language of taking her down is already ridiculous. They push her back. Then she gets right the fuck back up right after somebody on her behalf steps up and then hits that motherfucker with a flag.
We apply the same words over here to the other one. You're going, well, she didn't deserve getting shot. Like,
yeah, because this lady didn't get shot. You see the difference between getting shot and getting pushed?
Someone did get shot at this event.
Eventually, somebody was climbing through a broken, who was climbing through a door to get the congressman. There was guys having guns.
It's the same metric. See the double standard?
It's not really the same metric at all, though. It's not a double standard. It's two different standards for two different situations.
It's the same standard.
So just to be clear, just to go back, because this is all a fucking lie, because all you guys do is fucking lie, which is fine, I get it. This is the world we live in now. There is no video footage of cops randomly shooting off
or body slamming an old woman
or any kind of pepper gas or whatever else randomly into crowds or whatever, and that's why everybody's coming forward. All of the fighting, all of this was happening before the cops were shooting anything, so that you can't possibly use that as blaming why people were trying to break in. That was all just a lie.
We'll get you. By the way, Wick, I sent you a 7-second clip of literally state police Capitol Police rather opening the barricade and waving people in. That could have confused at least some of the people that were there.
This was after the Capitol had already been breached.
So look, here's the thing. There are
oh my god!
Showing up after it had been breached,
Nice.
so you move the football.
Well, to be clear,
but a Capitol Police officer waves it forward.
Just real quick, Stream Rift, you haven't sent me anything. I have no DMs from you in the last hour.
I put it in the group chat, but I'll send it directly.
Okay, send it to me directly. This is something that Tim just sent to me. It's 28 seconds long. What are we looking for, Tim?
You're going to see the midget fella on the left with the bullhorn. The police attempt to shoot him through the face again like they did to Joshua Black, but it ricochets off someone's flag. I just want to provide more context of the kind of things that were happening between all the clips that people see.
Let me watch it. Yeah, let me watch it.
God, dude, I fucking wish I was watching it this time so I can send Wick that clip of or that screenshot of Enrique Tarrio saying like, make no mistake, this was us.
Where's the midget?
That's pretty much it for that.
That's terrible. That's crazy.
They should have shot more, dude. Disperse those crowds. Get them the fuck out of there.
Okay, this is from Stream Rift. There's no audio on this that I can see.
I don't think there is. It's very brief. She's literally waving them in. Waving them in. How do you...
Oh, there is.
Yeah, come on in, guys. Come on in. We hear you.
I've seen this clip. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, there's like all of these have been debunked like 50 million times, but when you're so fucking high off your own psychotic retarded shit.
All right.
Yeah. Is this the vertical one where she's is this the one where she's waving at other cops?
Surprised no one on DGG sent it. I was looking at chat, or I was trying to look at chat. I don't know if anybody referenced it. I could be wrong. I don't know if anybody referenced it.
Cops, but this is cut vertically, and these guys don't know what aspect ratio is. Yeah, that's good. It's all right, man.
Yeah,
so I'm sure nobody there was.
It's got to be so nice to be propaganda for retards. Holy shit! It's like lying to a 3-year-old. Jesus.
And she's waving cops that are now behind the lines to come forward and go to the new line, basically. She's not waving in protest.
So there's no way anybody would have been confused on that one.
But no one is talking about that. No one is saying no one would have been confused. There might be some people. That's not what we're talking about. No one is talking about that. No one. That's not what the debate is. Is whether or not.
We're literally talking about it right now.
What's the, give us? Okay. No.
Just as easy as anyone else could misunderstand.
Every single person that walked in was not charged with or convicted of trespassing.
Thank God.
Okay, so
what does that have to do about that Capitol Police waving people in?
Because not every single person who just waved in was charged with trespassing.
What were you charged with, Tim?
I was charged with a misdemeanor cocktail, like picketing and trespass and all that. I also had a felony charge called obstruction of an official proceeding, an Enron scandal era charge. It had to do with destruction of documents. That was
how long were you in prison, Tim?
3 years.
Damn.
Okay.
Did you actually enter the building? Did you go inside?
And
yeah,
did you end up needing? Did you end up? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, shit. That's probably why you were charged with it. You shouldn't have been in there.
True.
No, it was a big statute. It goes back to the Enron scandal for destruction of documents. I should have got a year max, and nobody even does that with a federal misdemeanor. Like an 85%. If you want to understand,
did you not win your? You're all trying to talk at once. Just let Tim answer the question, and Dev can ask the question. But yeah, let Tim answer.
I was asking the questions.
Well, you were both asking questions, but fair.
I'll answer both questions.
Yeah, Tim. So, and I've heard this, but it's been a year, or almost a year now. Remind me, you did not actually need the pardon that you got. Why was that?
The pardon for me only wiped out the misdemeanors, which I would have, whatever. The felony charge I beat after I served my sentence. I beat it in appeals at the appellate court. It was based off of the ruling in the Fisher case, which showed that they improperly prosecuted people for 18 U.S.C. 1512, obstruction of an official proceeding. So it took a few years, but I beat that after sentence. So
okay, Dev, if you had a question for it, otherwise I have one more question for Dev and Destiny, and then maybe we might wrap it up.
Go ahead.
Well, real quick. Well, I'll ask a question. Tim, you knew that you were in the building when you shouldn't have been, right?
Actually, I did not, and so this became a huge contention during all this. I didn't know where the fuck I was. I followed a crowd.
You didn't know? Did you get amnesia? Did you black out?
Did you enter the back rooms, dude?
Weren't you one of the first people in?
Drew, did you enter the back rooms? Jesus.
Were you not one of the?
Enter the back rooms, dude?
Weren't you one of the first people in?
No, they say that because of proximity in terms of chronology. A lot of people poured in before I did.
I was the fifth.
I can't find a video of you minutes or within a minute after the very first breach. I can't find a video of you going in.
I'm trying to address the time. Yes, you can. I came in at about 2:14 p.m.
Did he enter through a window?
Breach had happened at 2:12. So within 2 minutes, I entered the Senate wing door area. I was not one of the first people in. I mean, I guess you could. You look at the totality of people who came in, but I wasn't one of the first people who broke the window or kicked the doors open or anything like that. I walked through an open door. I stopped actually on the scaffold and picked up the flag, and then I kind of wandered around and I followed a crowd in the building. I didn't know where I was, and if you watch the CCTV for the camera for the Senate wing door area, you'll actually watch me take a right. I go down a hallway. I turn back. I go down the other hallway on the left, and then I turn right back. I didn't know where I was.
When he says he has no idea where he was, is he saying that he has no idea where in relation to the actual Capitol building that he has no idea where he's from, like where he's at, or is he saying that like he has no idea where he was, as in like this is a place that is typically inaccessible to the public that he is sitting in now, or like?
Oh, no, just super. Were you ever saying words like a revolution was coming to Capitol Police?
I cursed off police on the outside after they were spraying people. I said the revolution won't be televised. Yeah, I did.
Dog. Like a legal, by the books revolution, huh? That's what you thought it was?
Okay, and then were you telling other people to continue going into the Capitol?
I think I was talking about an actual revolution. You think I was referencing something from the Civil Rights era?
Were you
what? From the Civil Rights?
challenging
What?
other people to go into the building?
No, I didn't challenge people to go into the building. I mean, no.
Encouraging people to go into the building, asking people to go into the building, telling people to advance on the
No.
Capitol? No?
Well, that came from an NCIS recording where I was talking shit drunk a week after the fact to my friend, who I thought was my best friend, but NCI strapped a wire on. I was talking shit. That didn't happen.
Okay, but you just were in 2 minutes after the breach, walking around with a flag, making statements to Capitol Police saying things like a revolution won't be televised.
That was on the outside towards the scaffolding where a cop was mocking me and making mocking gestures towards me.
Oh, so you were already
because people
outside
were
on the scaffolding, so you were near all of the initial breaching, and you had no idea you guys weren't supposed to be there. So there was a
Not
cop
near the initial
outside
breaching.
on the scaffolding
Wasn't near the
where you knew
initial
people were, and then you
breaching.
went in
Wasn't
through
near
the crowd and into the building. That's
Wasn't
crazy.
near the initial breaching.
That's crazy.
Was not near the initial breaching.
Okay.
That's crazy that you can't listen.
That's
I
just
wasn't
crazy that you were so close to all of the initial breaching. You had no clue. You were just being carried along with the crowd. Just insane. You're just carried along with the
I do
crowd.
have just one question for you, okay?
Oh, yeah, I said, huh? You should tell the truth, huh? Oh, that's crazy. Huh? I can't believe that, huh?
Tim, I have one question. This is just for me personally, okay? What are the strength of the maglock doors in the Capitol building?
So I actually know where you're going with this, and you're actually right. I actually did some prep on this. I watched your previous debates. Those doors are, there may be some magnetic element to it, but yes, I know that it's a fire lock. If you push it, yeah. If you push onto those doors and you hold onto them, they'll open up. That's
Thank
not
you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh man, that dude's gonna
I
kill
would
himself.
say,
Artemis?
I would say to provide some other context, the man who does that, I'm not alluding to him being some Fed or anything. He's a man named George Tenney, and he was in a previous stream I've seen you guys on. It was alleged that he was probably talking to another rioter. He was actually talking to Capitol Police on the level above. There's a crosswalk above, and we don't have the audio. But in George Tenney's trial testimony, he said that he was speaking to the police, and they informed him on how to open that door. And there is CCTV, again, no audio, showing one of the white shirt officers right in that same area. So that did happen. I agree though, and you are correct. The magnetic thing, that was some early, I'm not going to say disinformation, but that was an early rumor. Even my lawyer believed that. My lawyer represented one of the Oath Keepers as well, so that was something that people believed. It's not a real good talking point though. It's not really relevant.
Well, yeah, I mean, it came from the Twitter account called Swank for America, who was a lawyer for the Oath Keepers, so that guy probably just made it up and then it spread around. But are you claiming that the person that he was talking to above was actually like a Capitol Police? Was he the insider? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the police officer was the insider?
Is he there?
Broke up there. You said, was he?
Oh, he froze. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Are you claiming that like the police officer who was on the level above talking down to him, he was the inside job guy that was letting him in?
It was a woman. I'm not claiming that. George Tenney claimed that in his trial, and CCTV corroborates that there was a woman there. And then if you look at it, yeah, I mean, it does look like that. He's not able to do it. Oh, what's the do? He points up, he talks to someone, and then suddenly after that, he knows how to open the door, even though granted there's a sign there. So yeah, I mean, I believe that that's what happened. I have no reason to deny it or
someone's
doubt
a
it.
police officer though?
The Capitol Police officer. I don't know what her exact rank was. She was a white shirt, so I imagine she was some form of upper brass, not a patrolman.
Okay. I do have a question for Destiny and Dev, and then I want to let the rest of you ask questions to them too if you have them. But I'd like this to kind of move it a little bit to what we were initially talking about. So, do we see? I guess it's a two-parter. Do we see a problem with the official White House website putting out their version of events like this is? And if you do, what needs to be done about this? Like, what exactly is the problem, and what do you recommend or advocate is done? Go ahead.
I mean, the whole narrative is just a lie from start to finish. Trump wanted it. He called the people there. When they were there, they marched. They were violent. They insurrected. They managed to delay the vote. When the vote was delayed, him and his little cronies were making phone calls to congressmen in order to try to get them to change the outcome of the election. They refused. Vance refused. Eventually, Ashley Babbitt gets shot. The National Guard finally shows up. Trump, who shows himself to be so strong and able to deploy the National Guard to states that don't even want them there for some reason, was impotent for hours, watching everything unfolding on TV, was tweeting out basically harassing tweets towards and everything else. And it wasn't until after Ashley Babbitt was shot hours later, Trump finally tells people to go home, and he realizes his little insurrection plan failed. I mean, all the evidence of the day supports this 100%. I don't know why. What is the answer to, like, why didn't Trump immediately demand the National Guard go there to stop the rioters? If he was he not worried that it might make him look bad or anything else, because he wanted it to succeed. That was the goal.
Did he ask for the National Guard beforehand?
Yep. He made that as a slight suggestion, but, like, I mean, this was weeks beforehand.
There's not a slight suggestion.
This is the thing.
Hold on. Who do you think? Hold on. Who do you think?
Trump does pretty good.
Yeah, it's called. Well, so it's called understanding things. It's called understanding things. Doesn't Donald Trump have the sole authority, the ability to deploy the National Guard to DC if he so wants, if he demands it? You think bringing this up casually in a conversation is the same thing as saying the National Guard will be there? Can anybody say no to Donald Trump on that? Because I thought we just watched Donald Trump forcibly deploy the National Guard not to just DC, but to several states. You're saying at the point in time he couldn't.
And other states' National Guards deployed to other states, like territories.
Happen on a snap of the fingers, but sure, fair enough. Sure. But
against the will of either governors, by the way.
It didn't happen on a snap of the fingers, but sure, fair enough. Sure. But was it Pelosi the one that stopped those National Guard?
No, it was Bowser.
No,
I feel like we have video of her saying that it was her.
It was
I
Bowser.
feel like there's a video.
No, the video he's referencing is her saying, like, she takes responsibility for it.
She doesn't have the authority. It was Bowser. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you saw a 1 minute clip of her saying we have responsibility for this because they didn't.
I mean, we've seen a lot of 1 minute clips.
Yeah, because you guys live in 1 minute videos. I don't think you guys have the memory to store anything even more in your brain.
True.
So Gibbs, I'll lay it out to you. So what you have is a clip from the HBO documentary on the Capitol where she says, "We've totally failed. I take responsibility." That's her in the limo at the end of the day, and it's not like her officially taking responsibility. It's her basically saying,
she's never officially taking responsibility.
How have we been to this point as a country?
English is different now.
Hear me out, though. Hear me out, because more.
Why was Trump? Wait, hold on. Why was Trump making calls while the riot was happening when protesters were in the Capitol building trying to get people to change their vote? Why was he making those calls?
He was trying to save the country. The election had been.
He was trying to save the country.
So he didn't care that there was violence. So he was making calls. He was making calls under the threat of violence to get congressmen to do something different, to change the outcome of the election. Yes.
Yeah, there's no proof of that.
No proof of what? Wait, no proof of what?
That he threatened violence.
No, under threat of violence. There were violent protesters in the building.
What threat of violence? What threat of violence?
The violent protesters that were inside the Capitol.
The rioters that were there.
Yes.
The rioters were, and you think Trump somehow projected that he controlled that?
Considering they all left after he tweeted for them to go home, seems pretty likely.
Hold on. You're trying to tell me that Trump projected such strength, and yet every single congressman he called said, "Nah, I don't think I'm going to change my vote here, pal. I'm sorry."
Wasn't that his goal? Didn't he say multiple times they were there to give the strength to the congressman? Wasn't that the whole point?
I don't know what his goal was. You don't know what his goal is either.
But I do, because he said it in the ellipse speech multiple times.
He said, "We're here to give the congressman strength to change their vote." He said that during the ellipse speech.
Yeah, that's means backing. That's not threatening them. What do you? I mean, you got to speak English, right? English is your first language.
Yeah, so that's not the threat. The threat is when the violent people are inside of the Capitol rioting, and then you're making an ask for them to change their vote while violent people are inside the Capitol. Yes.
But he doesn't control those violent people.
They're there for him. They're there for him.
The problem that you're saying is that this is a very interesting thing, because let's just say for a minute that I am a violent person and I control violent people, and those violent people have a gun to the head of someone's loved one, and I say you're going to change your vote or else my violent person is going to do what my violent self tells him to do. That's what you're alluding to, and yet Trump had.
These guys would be like horrible fucking like mafia bosses, by the way. Like, him saying that we're going to go down there to give the strength to the people that need to make like the correct decision. It's like, obviously the implication is that the intimidation of these people going there is going to force these people into making the correct decision being like exactly what Donald Trump wants, by the way. But it's like, dude, imagine Gus from Breaking Bad if he used the tactics that these guys are suggesting or like trying to make like a mockery of. Like, I don't even know how to like analogize it to another like a real world example or any media example, because I don't even think the Gus example from Breaking Bad is like 1-to-1, but he's just so like subtle with like his language, or like the existence of him as a character is intimidating enough to the people that surround him in the world, where it's like when he makes a statement, it's like, oh shit, he wants that done, or else some bad shit's gonna happen, just like here with Donald Trump. Like, that's exactly what he was saying with that.
No direct connection to anyone in the riot. There's not one shred.
Didn't Trump tell all of them to go to the Capitol, and then they went to the Capitol? No, at the end of the speech, he told them, "We know you'll march to the Capitol."
Hold on. Do you have a single shred of evidence, which I know you don't, that he tweeted Enrique who was just here and said that this didn't happen, that he treated Enrique, hey, go and lock down the Capitol for me. I'm going to threaten these
That's what he needs,
assholes.
by the way, for this evidence.
So we're going to. This is the last part of the speech. I can read it. The last part of the speech. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
You keep using the same innuendo.
Let me finish. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue, and we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try to give. The Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and. He said all of this. This was all at the end of his speech.
Again, after Mo Brooks, by the way, after Mo Brooks goes on stage, talks about how they're like feckless, like weak Republicans that need to actually do the shit that they need to do to be strong Republicans, how we need to get them the fuck out of there, how we need to like potentially risk and like sacrifice our lives for the safety and the freedom of our country.
You just haven't seen any of this because you don't know anything of this speech beyond the one propaganda line that they shoved down your fucking throat.
He didn't call up a congressman and say, hey, you are going to vote my way or the riot will continue.
No, he called the congressman and he was calling them saying, don't you guys want to reconsider your vote now? When McCarthy said, call off your goons, they're rioting. Trump was like, well, it seems like they might have a good reason to be mad, right?
That's not taking responsibility for the goons. That's just making an observation.
Here. How about this? Let's say.
Go ahead, Dad.
Let's say that like a friend. There's me and another guy.
Has to be
right?
studied.
We come up to, and we walk up to you, and the other guy says, "I'm gonna fucking shoot you," and then I say, "Listen, I'm not connected to this guy at all. I've got nothing going on with this guy." And then you ask, "What does he want? What does he want from
Maybe he has a good reason to shoot you. Okay.
me?" He's like, "Well, he wants you to do what I say, but I'm not connected to him. If he shoots you, it's not on me. Like that's what you're alleging. That's what's going on here, man. That's what's happening." You don't understand a single word of that, did you? It just
I think that's the longest. I think Michael Phelps can't make that fucking word.
It was how about this? Here, you asked for a more direct connection. Okay.
Yes, please.
Do you know about the whole Michael Flynn thing?
Yes, I know about the Michael Flynn thing.
You know that Michael Flynn had basically a.
These are the same people that think like Biden was directly involved with like the indictments against Donald Trump or like the prosecution or the investigation done by Merrick Garland and Jack Smith, by the way. These are the ones that like keep making these connections or making the weird connections between like Hunter Biden and then like Joe Biden through like whatever means necessary whenever it comes to like quote unquote like money funneling. These are the people that are willing to make these like huge connections, but they can never see any world ever where Donald Trump incited this, by the way. Cringe.
Paramilitary group around him called the First Amendment Praetorians, and they were there on January 6th. And Michael Flynn was part of Trump's.
Yes, and you know that, and we know that the Oath Keepers were there to protect Roger, whatever the fuck his name is. What does that have to do with the price of geese in fucking China? Nothing.
You're asking for a direct connection.
I'm asking for a direct connection between Trump.
And the people who control the
threatening.
rioters were in Trump's inner circle. That's the fucking connection. Listen,
you're so
stupid.
Okay, so produce a single cell phone call, text, email, note, X post, anything telling Michael Flynn, get your boys over here and do fucking work.
Well, this is the problem, is when we do have evidence of like the opposite, like a Pelosi clip, right? Okay, boom. You go, oh, well, that was something said in private. Well, okay, cool. What's the fundamental difference between somebody recording the Pelosi clip? That is what he said.
That's not what
I didn't even get a chance to finish.
It's just her taking responsibility for something that she wasn't even necessarily responsible for isn't like evidence of her being responsible for the thing.
Saying about Pelosi. You guys think that it was Pelosi's fault, but do you even know why you fucking think that?
I don't actually think it's Pelosi's fault. I just think that it's disingenuous to say Trump had control over the National Guard when there were no executive orders which he installed
What?
this time, so that he did have control of the National Guard. You motherfuckers are literally making
He's in DC, dog.
shit up as you
It's
go along.
federal territory. It's Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief. He is the ultimate final call on the deployment of the National Guard in D.C. He can do it without any authorization whatsoever. It's federal territory. You're fucking retarded.
Because you can't get away from your
So
rhetoric. You
retarded.
just can't. I
Holy
love you
shit,
guys.
you're so
You're
retarded.
wonderful. Thank you for showing up. It's awesome.
The chain of command with the D.C. National Guard ends with Trump.
Yes. Just to be clear, everyone on the right who talks about Pelosi being responsible, Pelosi's not actually responsible for the National Guard of the Capitol. This talking point comes from the fact that the Capitol Police are controlled by a three-man board, which consists of the Sergeant at Arms of the
That's
House,
not the
Sergeant
foundation
at
of
Arms
the
of the
claim.
Shut up, the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, and the Architect of the Capitol. Pelosi, as House Speaker, can appoint one of these three positions, only one, not the other two. And after she's appointed him, she can't actually control what he does. So no, it's not, even if
yeah, the leader of the party that she doesn't control it. She's the leader of the party and it's her team.
Hold on.
Who holds the leash? Who holds the leash?
Gibbs, please. Do you
The
understand
three-man
what
board
you're
holds
saying?
the leash.
You're saying that. Hold on. You're saying, hold on, please, please, my God. You're saying that. Oh, obviously Pelosi didn't have to directly ask him to do it. It's obvious.
That's what y'all are saying about
So when
Trump.
we go to Trump, it's like, oh,
That's my whole point, Wick. Thank you. Thank you. That's my whole point, Wick.
Trying to eat your cake and have it too.
No, Wick. That's the whole point. I've been trying to. I know that you're trying to preempt the point because they haven't been able to get past it. I have been making this point the whole time that it's a double standard. It is a double standard that they keep holding these people to. With Trump, it's got to be specific. We have literal direct tape with Pelosi in this situation, taking some responsibility. We don't have any of that with Trump. But however, we're supposed to imply these things about Trump. It's a double
We can
standard.
imply it about Trump. We don't need video of Trump taking responsibility of it. No shit. Trump doesn't. No, we don't need it because it's in his job title, you fucking retard. He doesn't have to say I have responsibility for this. He's the commander-in-chief. It's federal territory and it's the National Guard of DC. He doesn't need to say anything. Also, Trump will never take fucking responsibility for literally anything. No, he just never needed to.
Responsibility for Operation Warp Speed?
Now.
No, he doesn't. He walked that back because his fucking supporters booed him, dog.
and it's great. And you know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You got to do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But you got, no, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine. If it doesn't work, you'll be the first to know, okay? I'll call up Alabama and say, hey, you know what? But it is working. But you do have your freedoms. You have to.
He doesn't.
I hate when Wick tries to become a panel. I agree. Yeah. I'm trying to like be charitable too, where it's like maybe he's just like trying to push the content or whatever, because people are like less loaded against him because he kind of has like this more passive demeanor that like they might be more receptive to like shit that he's saying. But I don't know. It's hard to differentiate it. But yeah, this dude never takes accountability for fucking anything. Like he still blames Biden for the Biden inflation, the Biden immigrant policy, the Biden open border policy. It's insane.
Okay,
he doesn't have to say.
Job title.
Let's make a little more. I mean, I'll try to get. Look, I don't think I can
Gibbs, listen,
tonight,
Gibbs.
but I'll get to some of them. $5 from Soy Pill to say the revolution will not be televised. The revolution is also a peaceful protest, and we are all allowed to be here. Not hurting cops. $20 from Potter Politics to say the DC mayor nor House Speaker are in the National Guard chain of command. They can't order the National Guard's deployment nor prevent it. MAGA. Why did Trump not order the Guard to be deployed during the 3 hours we watched the riot unfold?
Don't say no. Josiah should not say during the 3 hours that we saw unfold. He should say during the 3 hours that Donald Trump watched unfold.
My understanding.
I don't know who's MAGA on this.
I think it's wild that Gibbs is on a panel with Destiny. He's done a few. Gibbs is fucking retarded.
Well, I'm not specifically MAGA, but maybe somebody else is.
I'm 90%, 70%.
Hold on. Who here voted for Trump?
Three times, one every time.
Okay, then you're MAGA. Go ahead, answer the question.
That's
Yeah.
the version that
I don't accept
you
that.
voted for Trump.
Oh, bullshit.
I'll just ask you a question directly then. I'll ask it to you directly. How come Trump didn't deploy the National Guard throughout the entire thing?
Well, they actually have the timeline. Hang on, I had that up. Where was that?
Why is the timeline relevant?
Do it though.
All right, so I don't know. I'm not Trump. Why did? Okay,
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on.
Failing.
Don't say why didn't Nancy Pelosi.
So
Do you think it was a failing on his part to not do it?
I think it was a failure on Nancy Pelosi and
If she has no authority to do it, then how is it a failure on her?
the rest of the organization who prevented it from being the National Guard from even being there in the first place.
But how can she prevent it?
Gibbs was just a shitposter drunk with the rest of us in 2020, 21. Now he's a shitposter drunk on these panels, based 189 minutes of dereliction of duty or some shit.
What do you mean prevent? How can
Nancy Pelosi prevent the National Guard from being there?
At that time, Trump did not have the executive authority that he does now to order the National Guard out, which is what.
It's the dude. This is why you don't fucking interrupt whenever you're having shit explained to you in response to the dumb shit that you fucking say. It's already established that this is a federal jurisdiction that Donald Trump is unilaterally in control of.
One of the first things he did when he got into office this time, because he saw what happened the last time. Was it Bowser? Mayor Bowser requests National Guard for traffic management on 12/31. On January 3rd, President Trump agrees with Chris Miller and
That should be required. That should be required reading to ever even go on any panel involving January 6th. Wait, what are you talking about, the 189 minutes or what? $187 minutes. Interesting. Did you read this, Gidra? No, I haven't read this. And no, it's okay. Yeah, a while back when Destiny was covering it. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to reading this now. I think you read it. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I have heard the 187 minutes thing before, but I never read this. Wow, Captain Funk followed me after I gave him mod. He's just using me.
to activate National Guard to support law enforcement.
Can I just ask you, Grid?
Yeah.
Do you think if Trump had asked for the National Guard that they would have come?
I don't think there was time. I mean, I personally don't think that there was time to mobilize them, depending on, I don't remember where they were staged like offsite.
What if he knew the violence was happening and it was happening? So just
I could only hear one of you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Just from the website here, and I'm reading directly. It says this authority to activate the DC National Guard has been delegated by the President to the Secretary of Defense and further delegated to the Secretary of the Army. The DC National Guard is the only National Guard unit out of all the 54 states and territories which reports only to the President. And this
I got a question about this National Guard thing.
Since like the 1800s. So,
Dev, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something about this National Guard?
Hold on, wait. I want my initial question answered first. Then, so was it a failing that Trump didn't do it?
If they were close enough to respond, I think so. Yeah, I think he probably should have.
Okay.
I have a question though.
The failing that they weren't there in the first place. I've heard the rhetoric that they didn't expect the attendance they had, and that's why they weren't really prepared with the National Guard. I don't know. Tim, who was actually there, could speak better to that than I could. I wasn't there. So I don't know. I think it was a failing not to have the National Guard there with as many people as they had on site. I don't think the Capitol Police were equipped to do it. I think that even the Capitol Police were not there in sufficient numbers for the amount of.
Does anyone else
why is this
crack at this question of why didn't President Trump, who again, as we just saw, has sole authority of the National Guard, why didn't they call up the National? Why did
just to be clear, the answer is they didn't for the same reason why there were no National Guard there when there probably should have been. It's because nobody knew that Donald Trump was going to tell all of his supporters to go march on the Capitol after his speech. They didn't know that, and Trump knew that, and Trump wanted that. That's what he wanted. And Trump wanted to go to the Capitol afterwards. That was the whole goal. That was the plan. He was happy they were there, and he was happy that they were riding.
If Trump had called in the National Guard and then they had taken like a long time to mobilize and get there or whatever, would that have saved him from what you guys are accusing him of?
It would dramatically change the outlook. If as soon as the riot started, Donald Trump was taking actions. Donald Trump was taking actions. Donald Trump was taking actions.
Mobilize the National Guard to throw the coup officially. That's what they would say. They would say, mobilize the National Guard.
Yeah, right.
That's what they would say.
Dude, Gibbs is such a fucking retard. Holy shit. I don't know how you ever hung out with this dude. Well, I guess if you were drunk, it would be way more tolerable. Like the fact that this is his prediction of like any of like Dev's or like Destiny's mindset on this like topic whatsoever is absolutely fucking crazy.
That's the angle. So let's not play the game.
You see how you guys are all getting hyped up? You see how you guys are getting hyped up? You see how you guys are all getting hyped up on imaginary positions?
True.
You're projecting your own partisan bullshit onto us. You're projecting your partisan bullshit onto us. And you're excited. You just owned a position that nobody even holds here.
No, that is your position already. Because you go, he's
oh shit. Soy pill.
If his next thing is to go, let me call the National Guard. Y'all gonna go, well, I wonder why he's doing that. He's probably doing it to guarantee that those guys are safe and make sure that they get pissed. We all know they would do that, and you're lying if you're saying that he wouldn't be.
You would have cried harder. You would have cried way harder.
No.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
it's clear.
that.
I think you wouldn't have cried side knows you would do that.
I'm not lying to you. No. Listen. If Trump took steps as soon as listen to me. If Trump took steps as soon as violence broke out to try and stop it, I would give him credit for that.
Bullshit.
Absolutely.
He did.
Absolutely.
They shut him down on X. The fucking Twitter files make it very clear.
Wait, what do you mean he shut him down on X?
The fourth branch.
What do you mean he shut him down on X?
Doesn't want to go. Well, they terminated his account.
No,
they wouldn't let him continue.
I thought you meant. Oh, yeah, because he encouraged a violent insurrection, of course.
Yeah, because he said go peacefully and patriotically. And that's fucking retarded.
Why do you only quote that one part of the speech? What about the fight like hell?
Why do you ignore that they shut down his ability to speak when he was being peaceful?
He was banned for inciting a violent insurrection.
You deep throat this narrative. I don't know why you can't give it up.
Because
it doesn't make any sense.
Because we say that he incited a violent insurrection after inviting him to the Capitol because that's what happened. We don't have with the narrative.
You're so delusional. You think that they needed Trump to say. You needed Trump to go protest. Fucking people were angry. They were angry
because of lies that Trump told. Because of lies that Trump told. Yes, that was part of the plan.
Why
no shit.
I can ask you one question. Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you collapse every person that agrees with this protest into a one caricature monolith? Why?
Because almost every single lie originated with Donald Trump. Give me an example of one that didn't. Oh wait.
Of lives that
also, if he's saying here that, oh yeah, people were pissed off. Of course they're going to go down there. Of course they're going to riot. Of course they're going to try and overthrow the election. Then why do they need feds in there to instigate it?
Didn't originate with Trump. How about I give you a better
No, give me an example of a lie. No, you said they were there. You said they were there for a ton of different reasons. Give me one reason they didn't come from the Trump camp. Give me one reason they didn't come from the Trump camp.
95% of people went there because Trump said so. And your argument for it, and I'm saying, look, I don't even need the evidence. What's your argument? Let's weigh out the argument. Destiny's a bright guy sometimes. Maybe he's right about this.
Sure. Here's my argument.
The entire social media communities were fractured into a bunch of different groups.
Give me an example. One example. Give me one example.
Look, come on,
give me an example. Just one example. You have so many. You should have one example. Just one.
One example.
A folder full of 4chan memes.
Yeah. Give me one example of a reason why somebody went there from the Trump camp. Just one.
Jake Chansley. The QAnon shaman. That's the one. Is that a good one I can use, or do I have to use another one?
The QAnon shaman was calling people to the. He was calling people to the Capitol.
What? So your claim was that Trump was telling people they had to go and protest.
My claim, and you said, well, people were there for other reasons. And I said every reason is a reason that ultimately came from Trump. So when you guys say, well, they were just
no, they didn't have to. No, I'll answer. Everybody that is concerned about mail-in voting didn't learn that from Trump.
They did.
And a lot of folks were concerned about mail-in voting.
No, because of Trump.
There's a whole wide
because of Trump.
Where did they learn it from?
The only way anyone can learn about.
Yes, because of Trump. Yes, because of Trump. Trump said that mail-in ballots were going to be rigged 6 months ahead of time.
We can short circuit.
No, man, they can't think for themselves. That's why you guys repeat every single fucking talking point you get from Trump.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, order in this court. If you guys, this is to Kung Fu Joe Stream Rift to that side, to Tim, all of you. Can you show me someone in the right-wing influence sphere, or just anyone who was crying foul about mail-in ballots before President Trump was?
True.
If it did not originate with Trump, there should be someone.
Isn't it crazy? We can point. We can literally point.
Are you asking if anybody like other than Trump was saying the mail-in ballots thing before Trump said it? Yeah, lots of people have been saying that for like decades.
Can you name one?
Like, do you remember the Bush election?
What?
Like Gore and all that? Yeah.
Bush and Gore. That didn't have to be.
How is that going to have to do with anything? Yeah, sorry. He's stealing my take preemptively. He pre-watched me. Okay, I'm more important. He pre-watched me. if the problem in the 2020 election that they're talking about is the mail-in ballots, because it's a unique situation, then how do they exist in any other, like, that would make it not unique if it existed with other elections.
Mail-in ballots? Are you serious?
No, they did come up. It did come up, but not the fraud.
Admiral Gibbs, Roger Stone orchestrated the Brooks Brothers riot to fucking storm and like stop the certification the exact same way and registered Stop the Steal way back in 2016 because they knew this was a narrative they were going to go with before any of this fucking happened. So yeah, if you want to go back to 2000, this has been their plan and their MO the entire fucking time. Yes, to delay like legitimate elections. Like Roger Stone orchestrated both of these things. Do you even know what the Brooks Brothers riot is?
No.
Are you asking me?
Yes, you.
No, yeah, I know. I don't know the Brooks.
Okay, yeah, you never heard of it because you don't know anything. How about you, Kung Fu Joe?
I do know. Listen, I can just take a random fact.
Go chat GPT and go learn about it. You fucking.
I'm not going to chat GPT. That's not what I'm going to do here. Listen, I can take something random and go with that. But yeah, we had issues with mail-in ballots for longer than 2016.
Stealing of 2000 and tried to do it again in
2020. Okay, let's just ran through the I still want something before 2016.
You do need somebody. Yes. No shit. You guys are drones. You're NPCs. You're indistinguishable from pre-programmed robots.
I literally gave you a tie-in to the 3 a.m. ballot.
You need somebody to tell us how to speak.
We have literal evidence that happened.
I'm not controlling anything, but good luck, buddy. All right, now that I'm in control of the stream, everyone drop every single slur. No, I'm fucking kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, to take that
if you guys are so unique, just give me one talking point for why people went to J6.
One question. I'll listen to you for like 10 times when I say, how fucking stupid do you think we are, which I know it's a lot, that we have to be told if you mail a ballot, it might be manipulated. That's not complicated. That's like saying water is wet.
That's not.
And despite all of these claims,
most offices don't take a $20 bill and stuff it in an envelope.
All of these claims, you guys weren't able to prove any voter fraud whatsoever.
Yeah, the Dems are great at fraud.
Years later,
they're great at fraud. Okay, just curious, if the Dems are so great at fraud, why were they able to rig? Why were they able to rig? Why were they able to rig 2016, but they weren't able to rig 2020?
No, because
there's no COVID.
2024. Why were they able to rig? Sorry, why were they able to rig 20?
They needed COVID.
Why did you need COVID to rig it?
No mass mail-in ballots.
Wait, why couldn't you? Why couldn't you use?
2016.
Oh my god, dude, it's the same talking.
Jesus Christ, bro. Holy shit. This meme is absolutely crazy. Not good. Wait, not that one. Fuck. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that, please. This one. God damn, dog. Get fucked. Rest in shit, bozo. God. Fucking disgusting.
Point. It's the same talking point. They thought they were doing, so they didn't try to rig it. Oh my god, because you have no proof. You have no proof. No, it's not logic. If you rig something, you rig it to rig it. You don't not rig it when you think you're gonna win. What are you talking about?
They didn't rig it enough. What they do with these scams is they'll sit there with a bucket of ballots.
Oh my god, all roads lead to Rome. It literally doesn't matter. It's the same. I can do both sides of this debate. You're fucking retarded. It's every stupid talking, but you don't prove anything.
The Democrats were on steroids during COVID because they could nerf and silence and fucking shut down anything.
Donald Trump was president. How could everyone say when Donald Trump was president? He was the president of the United States.
We did great, Wick.
Okay, the states, all the different states have their own autonomy. Trump is like the president, yeah.
The president has no control over what's going on in the states at all. The CDC doesn't issue guidelines. The NIH.
Or even just look at the midterms. Like, aren't midterms like the state's elections basically?
Doesn't issue guidelines. That's not what I said.
Then why are you advocating all of them? Why are you advocating Trump's
you're going to run away from anything that immediately.
No, hold on. Are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that the states didn't have autonomy in controlling their own COVID?
I'm saying that the states get a whole bunch of autonomy when bad stuff is happening, but when a Democrat is in charge, apparently the president has all the autonomy.
You came here to dodge and dance.
Not dodging. The reality is the states have some degree of autonomy, but largely the states follow federal guidance, right? Don't the states generally follow federal guidance? Yes or no?
There's no point. Why should I answer your questions?
I just answered yours. Can I answer your question?
Judge all mine.
Because I answered yours because your answers are retarded. They're wrong. They're stupid. You're uninformed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, says the guy who says, oh, we need influencers to tell us what to think, right?
You have an influencer president. You have a celebrity president. Of course you need influencers to tell you what to think.
He tells me everything I don't even like the guy.
What major policy positions do you disagree with Trump for the last year on?
Oh, like being a Shabbos goy for Israel.
Oh my god, bro. He's arguing about the point you said he wouldn't defend earlier. Who are you talking about? Which one?
But that's the same thing you're accusing.
Oh my god, so good.
But Abe, you're a Shabbos boy too.
I know it's coming up on 3 hours now, and I want to give people a chance. They need to go. Tim, do you have anything for Trump? Or, I'm sorry. Do you have anything for Destiny or Dev here?
I actually think Destiny is Trump now. I think he has inherited all of Trump attributes. So I appreciate that alignment.
Destiny,
you're going to agree with everything he says, then, right?
You know what ballots are allowed and what ballots aren't. What's safe, what's not.
Also, it's a quick thing. Earlier, this Milwaukee voter fraud thing was brought up that apparently somebody got convicted for it in March.
Did
the person was helping the Republicans win the election.
Wait. That most of the alarms should be on the states regarding how restricted. Hold on. Let me pull this up on my actual browser. Fuck. On how strict lockdowns were. Let me go back.
Tim.
And he tells me everything I need to do. I don't even like the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, says the guy who says that, oh, we need influencers to tell us what to think, right?
You have
Was it before that?
follow federal guidance, right? States have some people tiny guts, but largely the states follow federal guidance, right? Don't the states generally follow? Don't the states generally follow federal guidance? Yes or no?
Are you saying the federal guidance part is what he wasn't going to defend?
I know it's coming up on 3 hours now, and I want to give people a chance. They need to go.
No, I think it's a different point. I think federal guidance versus like saying that they were entirely responsible for lockdowns is a different point.
For Trump, or I'm sorry. Do you have anything for Destiny or Dev here?
I actually think Destiny is Trump now. I think he has inherited all of Trump's attributes, so I appreciate that alignment.
Destiny, you're going to agree with everything he says, then, right?
You know what ballots are allowed and what ballots aren't. What's safe, what's not.
Where was it? The thing they're about to talk about, though. They're the most responsible. Yeah. You're saying the states are like most responsible, right? They're mostly responsible for the shutdowns, yeah. I don't think he's disagreeing with that in that clip. Real quick, though, okay? He's talking about the Milwaukee thing. And he's conflating those two stories that I did earlier. One is a story that was helping the Republican person by requesting like 3 fraudulent ballots that she got convicted for, that she got fucked for. And that's a separate person than what Gibbs was referencing, who he said was convicted, which wasn't convicted. They were just replaced in that position.
In March, this person was helping the Republicans win the election. I don't know why that was even brought up.
No,
I looked that up.
That was not Milwaukee.
Is that true?
If you're talking about jury finds former Milwaukee election official guilty of election fraud, Zapata or whatever, is that what we're talking about?
Nope, that is not what I was talking about. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was a good joke, though. What was her name? It was something Vaughn, if we recall. Yeah, good misdirect. It was, here we go. Let me just pull her name back up. I had that.
Please look it up. Please look it up. Please look it up.
Is her name. Yeah.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
D-O-G-G. -Dog. Yeah, let me find it.
While he's looking that up, I want to give the mic to Soypill. Soypill, want to jump off a little bit? Did you have anything specific to say?
It was like Claire something, right?
I believe I already asked the question. I mean, these people can't answer anything. The
Claire
answer is like a very
Whittleball.
clear
I'm sorry,
question to
Mr.
go in and say, hey, why didn't Trump send in the fucking National Guard for hours? And your answer is fucking silence. Oh, actually, I'm not MAGA. I'm not MAGA.
Here, let me talk about. Let me talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
This point is fucking nothing. This question does fucking nothing. And no matter when the National Guard showed up, it would have not have saved Trump from any accusation.
I don't think Vog was part of the same case. I saw somebody in chat say that.
You guys are leveling today. This point is fucking.
Your answer to this question is.
Hey, hold on. Let me answer.
I think Gibbs is realizing that he's a fat fucking retard, drunken piece of shit, loser fuck, and has his case wrong, and that's why he's looking so closely into his computer screen to see if he's like not hallucinating.
National Guard showed up, it would have not have saved Trump from any accusation you guys are leveling today. This point is fucking.
Your answer to this question is.
Hey, hold on.
You would just move the goalpost, therefore I don't have to answer the question.
No, I didn't. No, here, let me ask you, Soypill. Did the National Guard show up?
Yeah.
Did the National Guard show up?
Yeah.
They did. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it doesn't matter when the fuck they showed up, does it?
Did they show up a week later? Did they show up a month later?
No.
Did they show up when
hours later?
It doesn't matter when they showed up. If they showed up 2 weeks
Thank you. It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
It would obviously matter. Timing.
You're the one saying that isn't. Yeah. That okay. Oh, it matters how soon they got there.
Saying that. Why would it not matter when they showed up?
What if he called them and then they lagged it and they took some time to get there?
They didn't do that.
Someone just said the Vog person was someone who testified against Zapata.
But he fucking didn't. What do you mean?
And if he did, it wouldn't have saved him from any of this criticism right now. None of it. You would have still. No, bullshit.
If he called them the instant
hold on, bro.
And they took 2 hours to get there, I'd say, wow, it seemed like he did the exact right thing he was supposed to do, but he didn't do that.
No, they would have probably said, oh, see, the National Guard's there to like solidify the takeover.
Also, to fact check that Vog person you brought up, Vog was the boss of the person who got convicted. This Vog was not the person convicted.
There's open investigation into Vog.
So not the conviction. So
yeah, exactly. No conviction, right?
So the person. Hold on, no. Once again, I said the head of the department in which there was conviction for multiple cases of voter fraud, and then now we have emails directly tying her to the 3 a.m. voter search in Wisconsin where he won by 0.67%. So hey, yeah, I think it was 100% accurate.
What? No, what happened?
You were not 100% accurate. You fucking said that the Vog person was the one who got convicted of voter fraud to like thousands of thousands of votes. No.
Was the Zapata person tried to prove that there was voter fraud by fraudulently
requesting 3 extra ballots.
Requesting ballots. She got caught, and then she got convicted for it while trying to prove it was happening on the Democrat side.
What is the investigation? It's a new investigation. It's talking about 67,000.
Hold on. Let me make a little.
It's not a whole different thing, dude. Jesus.
If Trump called in the National Guard the second the violence started, it would wildly change my perception of his character. The record would show it, even if they arrived late.
That chatter's lying, Wick. They couldn't possibly be like holding himself to a standard. It's not true.
Yeah, the funny thing is, it doesn't matter anybody here, but like I thought that Trump was completely in the clear. It wasn't until I argued this up until 2022. I didn't think Trump did anything wrong. It wasn't until I looked at the timeline and everything else, and I saw all the people that were texting him, his own children, begging him, Sean Hannity, like so many people from Fox News, so many other lawmakers were begging him, please call these people off, and he did. He just sat in his fucking room watching TV while him and his crony fuck Giuliani were making phone calls to Congressmen trying to encourage them to change the election outcome.
Okay, $100 from Zone
Well, I was just gonna say, wait, like the same thing was like I just thought this was a fucking protest that got out of hand until I knew that it was organized by like Roger Stone, and it was the exact same MO as what they did with the Brooks Brothers riot, and they had planned this from the start, and there were false electors. Like if you can look at all of that and say, oh, but oopsie, he didn't mean to like have them storm the Capitol and delay the certification, like you're just fucking retarded. I don't know why we waste time with these people.
And we already had, like, fucking Steve Bannon said this in advance in that closed room. We hear his thing on audio recording. Roger Stone said in advance, Trump is going to declare victory the night out no matter what, and he's going to throw out bullshit about the mail-in ballots, which he tried to do. He literally tried to do that. He tried to declare victory. You heard them all call Fox News and try to bully them out of their election call because they were so ass-pained that they called Arizona.
You had Steve Bannon talking to the Chinese media on recording saying that Donald Trump is just going to declare victory no matter what the results are, like even if he loses.
Correctly, because they needed to throw up as much confusion as possible. Like, this is all planned in advance. And unlike you retards with your conspiracies, this is no proof of fucking anything. All of this is just out in the fucking open. And all of the former Trump allies, all the people that used to be his friends, isn't it crazy that all of them now testify against him? All of them fucking hate him. That Barr turned against him. That his personal attorney Cohen turned against him. That all of his former attorneys, people like Sidney Powell and Giuliani and Mike Eastman, are all fucking disbarred over and over again. That all of their testimony died in court. That these cases all died on standing, which is the easiest fucking thing in the world to pass, by the way. That every commission he put together to find voter fraud, none of it was ever fucking found. You don't know a single positive conviction related to anything that you bring up. And the only stuff you bring up is actually convictions of Republicans engaged in voter fraud, like people like Tina Peters or the Milwaukee person you just brought up. Like you have nothing. You have absolutely nothing for any of this.
$100 from Zonia to say.
Even the videos of the protests that you retards were at, you couldn't even justify it on the videos that we watched earlier. It was the exact opposite of what you guys were claiming, and you were there.
I mean,
it says time to trim fat, trying to get rid of people who aren't contributing. We're not doing that right now unless you pay me a little more money. But
I'm $100.
Look,
I think they're going to get what they want anyway. Goodbye, everybody. It's been lovely.
We're going to close up soon, but I do want to get to as many super chats as possible. There's probably too many to get to.
I like that guy. He shouldn't have left.
He said goodbye. He said he was leaving.
I know.
Fair enough. $20 from Raging Unicorn. In the year 2026, maggot scum need to buy rope and find a sturdy beam? Question mark. Thank you for $20.
Jesus.
$5 from
Are you allowed to read that one?
They are allowed to send it. $5 from Dash to say, Enrique, I want people to stay inside and Capitol and chant hang Mike Pence, but not insurrect the government. Go back to prison. $5 from Witch's Persona. Big brain Tarrio. Can't be an insurrection when you believe you already own the place and it's rightfully only yours.
True.
$5 from Death to Billionaires. Tario, did you want the protesters to kill Mike Pence? Sorry, he's not here right now, but I'll ask him next time I see him. Okay.
No, he wanted them to keep going, and by keep going, he means be peaceful, stay within the lines, and not do anything illegal.
Tim and I will see if we can't get Tario back so him and Destiny can finish.
Oh, I did remember. I did want to ask him.
I don't want to cheat Destiny of not finishing.
Wait, real quick. I remember what I wanted to ask him. So when you said that they had no other place to go because of the pepper balls, because there was a big crowd behind them, and then in the videos you saw there was a huge gap and a bunch of people walking backwards. Will you admit that you were just lying and they totally could have just walked away?
No, I was talking about people who were actually inside the scaffolding. I wasn't talking about people who were in front of the West Terrace and that.
We're showing videos of people on the tip of the spear, which is the language, by the way, that the Proud Boys use, at the front of the lines, assaulting cops, getting shot in the face, and then walking away, meaning they understood the very natural reaction to getting shot in the face with a pepper ball means, hey, don't come any further. And you, at this point, said, actually, I don't know why I'm here. I'm very confused. I'm just following all the lemmings into the crowd, but you couldn't have walked away back in that giant space where there was a huge gap for people to walk back.
You're attributing a lot more motive to my actions.
I'm just asking. Why didn't you walk back?
I can actually play a clip from the NCIS recording where I say exactly that. As much as you might not want to admit it or agree to it, I can actually show you.
But you say that you could have walked away and you didn't.
Well, there actually was an attempt where I did before it got too bad. There actually is video from Jaden.
And I just ended up in the Capitol building somehow.
Not too packed, and I actually try to leave, and I do. And then there comes a point where I actually crawl under a pipe in order to avoid getting shot, and then I have to go back up. So
wait, again, so you left and then you went back.
I can create. I'm working on a book. I'm actually working on a book.
I don't care about your book. I'm asking you, did you leave and then go back?
I exited the scaffolding, yeah, because I had no intention of going to the Capitol. I had no intention of going to the Capitol.
Why did you go back?
Then how did you end up in the Capitol?
Okay, why were they shooting? They were shooting people, and the people getting shot at said, we got to push forward into the crowd. This is what I'm hearing?
I'm telling you that I followed wherever I could go in order to avoid getting sprayed or shot at.
And the only path of least resistance was into the Capitol where people were shooting at your face, to be clear.
Those who don't understand, and you can see this on video from someone named Taylor Hansen, who was interviewing people at the time. There were people who were being injured, and I jumped to help someone who was injured on the ground. As soon as that happens, I get up. Taylor Hansen puts a microphone in my face and tries to interview me.
Yeah, there were a bunch of injured people in the Capitol. You were just trying to save them. To be clear, the other video evidence that you showed was, hey, they hit this old woman, and in the video you showed, she hit them first. So you just don't have any good evidence.
I don't agree with your analysis. Neither did the people who were there and watched it happen. That's why.
I know that all the people there watching it were just as retarded as you were. I guess you were there too. But yeah, like I don't agree with that. We're assaulting the police officers.
I saw plenty of stuff like that.
So hold on, just to be completely clear then, Tim, are you saying there was no way for you to just leave and go home? You were stuck there? There was nothing you could have done?
If I were to people around me and force my way, I mean, I suppose I could, sure, but that's not really, like, you gotta put yourself in the mind of the person who's there. I walked into the area not knowing there was a restricted area. I see people getting mason sprayed. My immediate reaction is to get...
Dude, my immediate reaction is to end up in the Capitol and then somehow just wander around it and pick up like a flagpole after I see it like dropped onto the ground just randomly, and then also to scream in officers' faces about how the revolution will not be televised. Like,
away from that.
It just happens, bro.
At what point did you realize they were getting mason sprayed because they weren't supposed to be there?
Never, until I left. Actually,
why do you think they were being mason sprayed then?
What did you think the mason?
Then why are you drunkenly rambling to a buddy a week later when you don't even like suspect him of like recording? You're just chatting up a dude.
Spray was.
At the time, I didn't really think. At the time,
you didn't think? That was pretty clear, buddy. But I don't understand.
Let him answer.
Why? Because you're just gonna like get some fucking retard justification.
Let him answer the question. let him answer the question. If not, like, what did you think that they were getting maced and pepper
I thought it was
sprayed
Holy Festival.
and-
You know that like Hindu thing where they like spray everyone with colors and he
Look,
thought they were
if he's going to keep spurting, that's fine. But if I already offered to give you the NCIS recording where I say, hey, look, I just showed up for a protest and then I got pissed off because they started shooting at us.
I want to know, why do you think they were doing that? Why do you think that they were spraying people?
At the time, you can think it's retarded. At the time, I thought it was because I was a Trump supporter and these cops were attacking us because we wanted election integrity. That's what I thought. That's how it felt. I'd gone days without sleep. I was a union rep. I worked overnights. I only got to the Capitol first.
Sorry, I was tired. I hate when I don't get enough sleep and I break into the Capitol. I hate when I.
Yeah, well, look. Maybe if you didn't suck dick, that you'd have a different perspective. Like, wait, that's your case.
Well, you got me, bro. Oh, yeah, sorry, your case. You don't know what it's like to be tired.
I worked overnights and I was exhausted. I had adrenaline.
I mean, you bring up like sucking dick. It sounds to me like if you wound up in a room full of dicks, you suck your way through every single one to get out because you don't know how else to leave. Like, I mean, that's your story, right? Like, the reality is, you have a military background. As soon as they started fucking tear gassing people, you threw your mask up, you were crawling around, you were running around, you were giving orders to people, you were barking shit to other people. That's what you were doing all the time. You knew that you were helping people advance into the Capitol. Yeah, you were helping people advance into the Capitol.
And I tried to help people who
Get into the Capitol. Yes, get into the Capitol. That's what you were running around doing. Yeah, I know you would do it again. Of course, Trump pardoned you guys. Why wouldn't you? You should do it again. Yeah, you have no reason not to.
Like, I do got to make a little more
So do gays not get tired? What does that mean?
money. $50 from Robert to say $50 to the GOAT panel host. Thanks, Wick. You're welcome, and thank you for the $50.
You're talking about me?
Take his shirt off. I can't believe he didn't ask.
No, he could have. $5 from Pottering Politics. Has Mr. Election Integrity ever called for it in any state ever won by Trump in 2016, 2020, or 2024?
True.
That's the.
I think you're talking about you, Gibbs.
What's the question?
I'm talking to all of you.
All the MAGA folks, why Donald Trump won't call for any sort of investigation into any state that he won.
Well, that's interesting because there is an investigation in Texas going down, and Kim Paxton's already arrested 21 people, I believe.
For what?
They were sitting there and getting illegals to vote. So, yeah, it's signing them up. So, yeah, there is an investigation in Texas. So that's at least one
investigation.
I think Kim Paxton did. But,
yeah, okay.
But he's running. He's literally running for Senate. Hold on. He's literally running for Senate as the most MAGA guy. That's literally his slogan right now.
So that wasn't
I guess.
But good try.
I guess, yeah, okay, cool. Well, hold on. Your boy Destiny already said by proxy counts. So I guess by proxies count here, then, right? Like, let's use the same standards. Stop using double standards.
That's the same. Okay.
$10.
Because the dude brought up he was tired, and he countered by saying the other dude was sucking.
From Mekika Notvi to say, Destiny, looks like Tim Hale is on your side by how much evidence he's providing the prosecution. $10 from Dylan Burnett. Sadly, all this debate has shown is that debate is worthless. The lines have been drawn and the sides have been chosen. Everything else is post hoc rationalization. $10 from Zero.
No, because we're actually correct. Like, we're in line with reality here, objectively.
No, but he's right. We are wasting our time trying to talk to these retards.
Well, you know why it's interesting. You know why it's a waste of time? Because, well, my favorite part about the 2024 election was that nobody gave a fuck about January 6th. I would say you guys are the ones wasting your time here.
Wait, are you the guy who dressed up as Adolf Hitler?
Yeah.
No, nice try, buddy.
No, not you, Tim Hale. You're irrelevant to me. Oh,
okay. $10 from Zero to say it didn't take long for the January 6ers to break out the I don't know about that defense. Ask them if they would look into the Dominion lawsuit case and come back to discuss it.
Which one?
Anyone, I suppose.
Well, so I actually, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I understand that nobody cares about anything but the presidential race, but there was a case, I believe, there was one in Atlanta or somewhere in Georgia and another one in, I believe, in Virginia.
By which case? They mean the $700 million lawsuit with Fox News that Fox News settled. That's a specific case they're talking about.
Oh,
almost certain.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean,
you don't care, of course.
I just don't care. That's been legislated, or not legislated. That's been
litigated.
Gone over 20 million times.
Josiah.
You just don't care when Fox takes the biggest L of all fucking time. Okay.
With collaboration from the
Yeah,
president.
I don't get my news from Fox News, so why do I give a fuck?
Okay, Josiah, you have some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking that Tim guy. That was my.
No, but most of the people that probably went to the fucking Capitol building do get their news from Fox News.
Okay, Josiah, you have some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking that Tim guy. That was my super chat too. He said that the reason for being at the Capitol, he's like, well, you know, just those of us who were pissed off about election integrity and demanded it. That's why the cops are shooting at us. I'm curious, has this guy ever called for election integrity or audits in states ever won by Trump in any election? Tim, have you called for it in 2020, 2016, 2024, or only when Trump loses do you care about election integrity?
No, I care about election integrity in general, but
you don't.
When have you ever called for it? I understand, but when have you ever called for it?
I mean, never thought. Besides the Bush election in 2000, I don't recall an instance where there were claims of mass voter fraud. I never felt.
So suspicious that you only think that voter fraud ever occurs when it disadvantages Trump.
Never said that. I went to January 6th primarily because, as a history guy, I thought it would be a historic moment.
I thought you were there because you were demanding election integrity. I'm now confused. What's your fucking motive, man?
True.
I can't say as a history guy. I know the fact that he dresses up like Hitler.
Why would we think a protest would be historic?
I'm sorry you're confused. I went there because I thought it would be my last opportunity to see Trump speak in a public speech. Either it would be his last.
Now a third motivation has entered.
You said the reason you thought that you were getting shot at and hit with like pepper spray and bullets and shit was because you're MAGA and you were demanding election integrity.
Yeah, okay, and that happened after the fact.
So if you were demanding election integrity, when did you ever demand election integrity about any state ever won by Trump in any election? He's run for president 3 times.
No. Yeah, so I went there after the fact. I didn't know there was going to be any event at the Capitol. I went there after I went to the Ellipse. I didn't intend to go to the Capitol at all. I went there in a suit and tie. I intended to hear a speech.
Yeah, so when President Trump told you to go to the Capitol, that's when you went to the Capitol.
Yeah, after I heard that we're going to peacefully march to the Capitol.
Oh my God,
you were there because of Trump.
Yeah.
I was there because I wanted to have that protest. But I understand.
Didn't you spend 40 fucking minutes like joining with your teammates saying that there was like multifarious reasons why people were there that had nothing to do with it?
Hold on, you're being a little disingenuous. I'm not one of those people. I named some people who went there to protest COVID or have a sit-in or anything like that. But
You're not one of those people. You just said you're one of those people. Enrique Tarrio, either the panel said you're one of these people.
I went there.
Oh my god, bro.
And what were you protesting?
I believe that I was protesting a stolen election.
So you were worried about election integrity. All right. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're trying to rewrite reality in real time.
I think you're imputing motives that don't exist.
My question to you is, if you're so concerned about election integrity, and you just explained that was why you were there, have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any election other than 2020, like the elections that Trump won? Or do you think voter
actually Bush Gore
in elections where Trump loses?
Yeah, Bush Gore is a good example, but I was
Bush Gore is a great example.
Okay, that's great. That was what 24 years ago. I'm asking about Trump. Ever since Trump has been in play.
Well, I don't have to worry about it because literally every single time Trump runs for anything, people are going to say he didn't win, and there's going to be.
Tim. Hey, sweetheart, I'm talking.
I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of you going circular.
And hey, listen, go back to fucking your sister, okay? Listen, Tim, I'm asking you.
Listen to your cousin fucker. Why don't you go back to where the fuck you came from?
Were you concerned about election integrity in any state or election won by Trump?
Nobody gives a shit, asshole.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit.
I've never seen Josiah like that. Holy shit.
What was the question? The same question? About fucking
yes,
Trump
have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any state or election won by Trump? So 2016, 2024.
You mean the one time Tim was able to vote for Trump?
What?
What does voting have to do with being concerned about election integrity?
I can list some other examples of election
integrity. No, Gibbs, I'm not fucking with you because listen, I'm sure you're more principled than this guy. I'm testing this guy's principles. This guy doesn't give a fuck
buttering his biscuits, bro.
To him, election integrity means Trump lost and it was stolen.
Josiah, just to be clear, this guy is like actually an avowed white supremacist. They found Mein Kampf in the Turner Diaries in his house. Like, yeah, no shit. This guy's like straight up.
I don't know what that means because we know he probably can't fucking read it. He can't even answer questions.
He's actually dodging the questions. To be clear, like, he is a dumb.
Obviously,
he's playing very coy right now. Like he's like, I thought they were shooting us because they hated us.
It's an auto loss. That's why he's not answering. I understand.
Okay, Tim, do you have any questions?
Tim,
do you have any questions for Josiah? Because he's asked some questions to you. I think it's only fair that you get to ask some questions to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, I mean, the last thing I said. Oh, you're talking to me or to Grid?
Tim, you can talk to Josiah. You can ask questions to him now if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I always care about. I always want to. Election that's good. I mean, what are you asking me? If I went to protest against Trump when he won and I agreed that he won?
No. I wasn't asking. No. Listen, and maybe you didn't hear me. I'll try again. I don't ask you to protest in any other elections. You said that you were concerned about election integrity. Okay, a principled person genuinely concerned about election integrity would probably have those concerns in every fucking election. But what we all know is that Trump supporters don't care about so-called election integrity as long as they get their preferred outcome. So my presumption is, as long as Trump wins, you think, oh fuck, perfect election. We don't need to do audits or ask questions because my guy won. When your guy loses, then it's a stolen election, a rigged election, a fraudulent election, and then you're deeply concerned about election integrity. I was trying to probe the principle behind your concern, which I don't think you have. I think you are outcome oriented. Trump wins, election good. Trump loses, election bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. That's perfect.
Wait, Tim, I have a question. When you dressed up as Hitler and went to your job and said Hitler should have finished the job, was it because a crowd of people were pushing you to do it?
No, that never actually happened. The quote never happened. I did do that though. The quote didn't happen. No, that was made up by.
Hold on, what did you say when you showed up at your job?
What did you say?
It was so long story short. I can get the clip, but I was doing a satirical take on an interview Tucker Carlson.
Get the clip. I want to see the clip. Get the clip. Find the clip. Why find the clip? Okay, I want to see this clip. Let's give it.
When you said Democrats might steal the presidential election through N-word rigging in reference to Kamala Harris, was this satire and was a crowd pushing you to do it because you couldn't walk backwards and not say the N-word?
Definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
N-word rigging.
Questions for Destiny or Dev while he looks up the clip that we're going to see in a second.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
I don't. If you're done, I understand.
Well, it's not even that. It's just I don't even know. I'm just lost after what we're.
We know. That was about the truest thing you've said in this conversation.
Sure.
Well, listen. I guess. I mean, I would be. Funny, haha, great, good stuff. But I mean, we gotta be honest. This is taking a quite wild turn here with whatever this is talking about.
It hasn't.
Are we talking about Mein Kampf? We talking about fucking Jan 6? What are we talking about? Are we trying to divert from the conversation? I mean, the whole reason why y'all bring up January 6th now is because of all this fraud coming out, all this other shit's going down. Trump's going to win. And y'all want to get distracted. I mean, it's 2026. We're still talking about January 6th.
That's not why, Gibbs. It's because the White House just published a completely false timeline of what happened on January 6th. That's what we're talking about now.
Right. Okay. Maybe I'll grant that. Maybe he gave us some ammo. I don't know. However, it does seem like it's in line with his general trend that he's been saying since almost 2016 that there's a deep state group that's got like subverting the American public will. And I feel like there's 2011.
Can I ask? I'm just curious. Can I ask? It's been 10 years. We've been hearing about the deep state for 10 years. Who is the deep state? Why don't we have any of those people?
I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question.
It's kind of weird. Well, wait, but you say you don't know who they are.
I say the deep state.
You said you don't know exactly. You have no idea at all, though, right? Like, we haven't seen a single deep state operator brought out.
Given that there was not a deep state, I'm saying there's a uniparty that's sat here and rigged the system against the American public. And I think there's a trend that shows that this has happened to some extent. And when y'all go, nah, that's just conspiracy talk.
I'm just curious. Wait, so maybe I'll agree with that, right? Maybe there's a deep state system that's rigging it for like all these moneyed interests. Can you give me an example of moneyed interests that would have...
where Trump has control of all three branches and still no substantial voter fraud? True. In any of the councils that were like initiated for any of this, yeah, no fraud.
More money under Biden than the oil companies stand to gain right now with Trump's invasion of Venezuela?
mean, listen, that's
of money interests. Deep state system that's rigging it for like all these money interests. Can you give me an example of money interests that would have made more money under Biden than the oil companies stand to gain right now with Trump's invasion of Venezuela?
True.
I mean, listen, that may be true.
It's not actually invasion.
Anybody would stand to gain more money than Trump's world financial does with his crypto
I mean,
coins?
we have examples of, like, I don't know, Ilhan Omar sitting here writing an act and then her husband directly benefiting from it. It seems pretty
Which
sus.
act is that? Which act is that?
I mean, why don't you tell me? I mean, you know all her policies.
You're the one that
Doesn't the House have to vote on this? Doesn't it have to pass the House of Congress?
Yeah, she pushed it out. Did they vote on it? Yeah.
On her own. And
It's crazy. It's crazy that she started benefiting from all this stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Why are you so concerned about what Ilhan Omar's family is benefiting from and not Trump? You're playing a character, bro. Come on, let's be principled. Let's be consistent. If you're worried about Omar, are you not worried about Trump?
What are you applying Trump is doing here with his family? Like, I think there's a difference, I think, with what I would prefer. So, like, Ilhan Omar, what is the dollar amount that you think that she's grifted, all right? What's the amount? What was it?
Millions. More millions than what?
Why does that matter? I mean, do you think she is or do you think she is not? Are you arguing that she's in fact not doing that? Or what is this dollar amount?
I believe you. Just hear me out. I believe you. Okay. Do you know how much Trump coin has fucking rug pulled from people? Guess how much?
Tell me.
It's $1 billion. It's $1 billion that the Trump coin has rug pulled.
Did he do that using the government?
Just wait. Did you know?
Which law did he pass to do that?
Did you know that Trump directed his own DOJ to no longer investigate any sort of crypto fraud in the United States? And he rug pulls $1 billion fucking dollars. Are you guys serious? You're talking about $1 million and who fucking cares?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. It's not even fucking fun, guys.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Here's my thing. Right? So, do all those people have free will and did they buy the coin? Yes or no? Yeah, we know they did.
Bro.
I'm sitting here for one. If you make a bad investment, that's on you, fam. Sucks to suck, right? Like,
Trump is the worst investment you've made in the past 10 years.
Sure, whatever. We're sitting here. So whenever he goes and gives me this coin,
This is the Boogie 2988 defense, dog.
and y'all buy the coin, then it Ripple, whatever, allegedly. You know, when Trump has talked about
It's called scam coin. Of course you're gonna be scammed if you buy it. What the fuck? Of course.
crypto stuff. Because you can talk about crypto with Venezuela, the reason why we get there. But we're sitting here going, oh, that's bad. Okay, maybe they lost some money. But that's different than using the government directly, like the Meals Act, which is the bill that Omar co-sponsored, and her husband has benefited directly from, making millions. You don't see a problem with that.
I see a problem with a guy who is the chief crypto regulator, which is Trump, benefiting to the tune of billions of dollars from his own cryptocurrency.
Who was president when the Trump coin was sold?
Joe Biden orchestrated the Trump coin as president. You're right.
No, just look. You're trying to say that Trump did something. You're making a crypto scam to fucking steal money from which thankfully Gibbs admitted.
This guy has Biden derangement syndrome, by the way.
Literally, Gibbs is making the point that a politician used political clout to steal money from taxpayers effectively, and you're arguing that Donald Trump, while he was not in public office, somehow participated in a rug pull, and that is your argument. That's the best argument you can come up with.
Wasn't he already elected by that point? And even if he wasn't elected, he was running for election. Yeah,
Wasn't it the fact that Hunter Biden did the whole Burisma stuff when Joe Biden was out of office?
No, actually, the Burisma stuff was while Joe Biden was vice president of the United States of America.
When you guys were saying that he was getting all this money, he was earning all this money through all the things that the Republicans investigated, then that all happened after Trump won in 2016. Was that happening after 2016?
In the United States of America.
He was vice president with the
Less drugs, man. Love you guys. Less drugs. It's gonna help you out.
What is this? What are we watching?
God, he should have just pushed him into acknowledging that like Donald Trump was elected by that point.
Halfway through,
I'm sorry, I put that down. There you go.
Halfway through this, you can see the clip that originated the Hitler mustache narrative. It's a satirical clip, and I mean, it's kind of cringy now, but I enjoyed it.
Let's take a gander, gang. If you want to bring it up on screen, I am curious. Let's see.
Oh my God.
What the fuck? This looks like this looks like Tech Protect.
Americans enshrines their right to practice their religion as they see fit and to congregate together to assemble peacefully. By what authority did you nullify the Bill of Rights in issuing this order?
Here it is.
How do you have the power to do that?
That's above my pay grade, Tucker. So I wasn't thinking of the Bill of Rights when we did this. It's a police state. It's a police state. It's a state of emergency, dipshit. I'm tired of seeing everybody acting like. And don't get me wrong. On some level, I'm sure there's people who would love to expand the power of the state for their own nefarious goals, but a state of emergency is not unwarranted. So that's really all it's going to be for today.
What was that supposed to establish, Tim?
I wanted to see the Hitler meme.
Well, I have one last, I have to go. Tim, my last question is: if the Capitol Police had used potato guns that said "white is right" on them and shot frozen corn cobs at you like you did when you were 20, would this have been an acceptable way for them to tell you to leave?
Probably. It would have been more recognizable.
It would have warmed the cockles of his heart. So
you're a fucking retard. I hope you rot in prison. Thanks for making some fun.
You guys pardon, bro.
$10, and then we're gonna wrap it up after this, right? $10 from Max Seifert.
Soy
10
pills.
euros. Ooh. Can you ask the Republicans if the shooting in Minnesota was justified, and if so, would the police at January 6th be justified shooting all the people that tried to get into the Capitol?
Yeah, I'm good. Yes and yes. Shoot them both. Sorry, Tim. I love you, but you should got shot.
Wow.
So
Base.
if they're shooting people with non-lethal weapons, hey.
Base Gibbs. I'm a Gibbs simp.
Sucks to be you.
No, I think the question was like implying like could they use lethal force against the protesters, commensurate with what happened in Minneapolis? They're trying to test again.
Well, that's a dumbass question because no lethal force was used, except by Ashley. By the way, Ashley Babbitt. Hold on. Ashley Babbitt was not killed by a Capitol Police officer. She was killed by private security, and that guy's been. They
Oh, you like soy pill and live and learn? Yeah.
Really leave that out of most.
Would it make a difference if it was a Capitol Police officer that shot her instead?
No, Capitol Police officer probably would not have shot her because he would have proper training.
Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by U.S. Capitol Police Lieutenant Michael Byrd on January 6, 2021. He's not going to change his opinion.
He was not acting in it. Well, I'll have to put that back up because I'm pretty sure he was a private security guy.
You pretty much I do.
No, he was on duty Capitol Police, but the question's a hypothetical. Are you consistent in the principle? That's what they're asking. If you believe that the Minneapolis shooting was justified.
Hold on, just real quick. Do you believe that Good was a justified shooting? Well, it was a good shot.
What I've seen, it looks like it.
Sure,
I'm not,
we don't need to hold you to like 100%. Okay, so given that you think that it was a good
I think
shot,
actually that was a bad shooting from what I've
why?
seen.
What's the difference between these two things?
Because she was literally not a threat to anyone. She was behind a door. She was unarmed.
She was breaking through it. She was breaking through the door.
She was not breaking.
She was crawling through
She
the
was.
door, right? Wasn't she?
Yeah,
Crawling?
she was crawling through a broken door. That's not a threat to anybody.
Wait, weren't there congressmen on the other side of the door?
No, there were not.
Really?
Yes,
Who did you see at the end of the
congressmen
hall?
were out at that point.
Who did you see at the end of the hall?
Sorry?
Who's at the end of the hall?
So, hold on, I have a problem with this figure. Like, I have a problem with what you're doing right here. Like, maybe I'm a break from my other Republicans on this one. Like, listen, if this is the people's house and they're destroying property on the people's house, and like I'm a people, and say I'm an individual private citizen, someone destroys property on my house, they break in, I'm shooting them. I'm not asking questions. Why shouldn't the government hold that same standard? Like, you know, it's got to be consistent. Like, if you're breaking in, you're tearing up,
Surprisingly,
bang, bang, bitch.
Law enforcement doesn't get that.
What?
They don't get that waiver, right? You see that all the time. Cops get tried for bad shoots because
Don't they have immunity for most shit? Like,
No.
Then why do they get tried right
The president of the
there?
United States now has criminal immunity.
They don't have prosecute. Well, it's one of those. It depends.
It's really hard to convict a cop for shooting somebody. Like,
It's very, very hard to convict.
So, that's my case. Like, I feel like it's gonna be consistent here. Like, I you mentioned, I feel like you're trying to be wishy-washy on that. Like, just by
You got to consider the mindset. I think you typically have to consider the mindset of the officer. At least I think in terms of just
Sure.
with the
Is it not?
shooting out.
Yeah, is it not reasonable to think that the officer who shot Ashley Babbitt was in fear for either his life or the life of those he was protecting?
That's a fair question.
An unarmed woman crawling through a door who had to like.
Wait, couldn't she theoretically had a weapon like in her pocket or something?
I think it was a knife.
Fuck, shut up. She did have a knife in her pocket. Yeah.
Sorry, my dog was working at the same time. I thought he was asking a question. My bad.
Also, what about the other people? Weren't there other people behind her? What if, like, more people like Tim accidentally wandered through after she crawled through, maybe, you know? Because he wasn't sure where he was.
Yeah, so you can take this at, I would take it with a grain of salt because obviously he's not here. Christopher Ryder has alleged that one of the sergeant at arms had whispered into the ear of Michael Bird.
Bro.
At one point, Michael Bird said, "Who's next?" after shooting her, indicating an intent. That's not my testimony. I didn't hear it. You know,
But that would indicate intent to you, but Donald Trump making phone calls to politicians while his whole family, cabinet, and governor are begging him to call the National Guard doesn't show you intent that Donald Trump wanted the violence to continue at the Capitol. That's not enough.
Yeah, how do you know that she meant, like, or he meant who's next to shoot?
I can't imagine what other context it would have been. But
No,
I mean,
it's much more explicit, man. We got to apply the same standards here. We need something much more explicit. Who's next to be anything? Who's next to
I mean, that's fine.
who's next to
True.
dinner? Who's next to carpool?
next to Filta. I'm just relaying what I've heard. I wasn't there, of course. I take it with a grain of salt as well. I never even met Christopher Ryder. This is from just listening to another defense in an interview.
Okay, so reported 60 to 80 House members and staffers, including Mark Wayne Mullen, a Republican senator, was inside the exact area that Ashley Babbitt was trying to break into. So that's why the Capitol Police were in there. They were protecting dozens of House members.
So what if instead of Ashley Babbitt, it was going to do with a skateboard? And what if instead of the security guy, it was Kyle Rittenhouse?
Dude, wait, who asked that?
What if instead of the security
Okay, never mind. Dev asked that. Thank God. Holy shit.
security guy, it was Kyle Rittenhouse?
Is that like a real? Are you serious?
Yes.
So the guy that has literally chased you down the block and has pulled a weapon, an actual gun. Seriously?
Yeah.
That's not a terrible comparison. I mean, Jesus, I've met some bad people in my time, but you're up there, pal.
All these guys, yes.
You're up there, Mr. Dev.
If you have a gun and someone charges at you, you fucking shoot them. Yes.
Yeah. Did Ashley Babbitt have a gun?
No,
the gun was charging.
And so, if you have a gun and someone charges you, you shoot them. Because if you don't, they're gonna take your gun and shoot you with it. So you shoot them.
If someone charges me?
Yes.
Did the guy chasing Kyle Rittenhouse have a gun?
You're in a parking lot at night. There's a crazy hobo wick that comes flying at you. You have seconds to react. You have a gun in your hand. Do you fire?
Me, yeah, I would.
Yes, of course you do. Okay, so if you have some crazy chick crawling on the floor in glass, right, like with this huge crowd behind her, you're hearing on the radio that your brothers and sisters are getting the shit beat out of them. Do you shoot?
Cops don't get that luxury.
Wait,
what? Wait, what?
You don't understand? Law enforcement don't get the luxury that I.
Yeah, they fucking do. They get more luxury than people. They got 12.
So then Ashley Babbitt gets the luxury of being able to like break in alongside of like a bunch of other rioters and break into the fucking Capitol building?
Rules of engagement that I don't have. If I'm simply in fear of my life, I don't have to see a weapon. I don't even have to. I can just think you have a weapon and I can shoot you. But a cop has to see.
No, they just have to
or believe that a weapon could be present and you are reaching for. You are actively reaching for. Otherwise, then you have to say good is an excellent shooter. Is that car's a weapon?
An unarmed man who rushes at a cop trying to grab his gun. That cop can shoot that man. That is legal. That is illegal.
It depends on the level of force that he's required to defend himself. There's a scale. They teach this. You know that. Come on.
Okay. I'm only saying, right, is if you believe that it was a good shoot for that ICE officer.
Wait, did we ask this? Wait, do you think it was a good shoot for the? Wait, do you think it was a good shoot for the woman in the car that the officer decided to stand in front of in Minnesota?
He said yes.
I just stand.
Yeah, he said yes earlier.
Okay.
We don't know so far.
Whatever. We're gonna wrap this up. Okay. Thank you all for coming.
Wait, what kind of a defensive shot? Do we say that's a self-defense shot, or why? What was the justification there? Can you defend yourself against an incoming car by shooting at the driver? Is that how that works?
That's weaponizing a car, yeah.
So you will defend yourself. That's like
I can't speak about any other state, but in the great state of Tennessee, a car becomes a weapon when you aim it at somebody and you can't shoot somebody.
So just to be clear, that's not fucking true. If somebody was standing in front of a parking lot, that's great. Go find the code and read it from start to finish. And if you're goofing off with a friend in the parking lot, he's in front of your car, you drive a little bit, and he pulls a gun and starts killing you, he would not clear that. You're absolutely fucked at that point. And forget the Minnesota law. We can look at the DHS guidebook. We can look at the federal government guidebook. You're not supposed to put yourself in front of a car, which is obvious because one, a person can't stop a car with their body, and two, you shooting the person driving the car in self-defense. You're not defending yourself. You'll just get ran over.
What was that last bit? Not defending yourself.
Shooting a driver of a car that's driving at you is not defending yourself. You're not defending yourself. You're just gonna die.
Did he die?
No, he didn't die because she wasn't aiming the car at him. That's not the point.
This is a whole lot of debate.
Wait, before we close, I sent one of my 10,000 super chats earlier today, and I didn't get an answer from anybody, ironically, other than Enrique Tarrio, so kudos to him for having the balls to answer. My question is for the Trumpers here, since you all seemingly were okay with Pence just certifying Trump as the winner unilaterally, would you have been okay, I'd like an answer, if Democratic vice presidents had done that in 2000, 2016, for 2024? Or is this only like a Republican rule?
Done what? Exactly.
Rejected the lawful winner of the election, so in case like 2016, I think was the example, so Biden was vice president at the time, presiding over Donald Trump's victory in 2016.
Did answer that earlier.
No, you did?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you say?
I said it's a good question of results. If they move to my exact words, questioning results is fine.
It's not questioning the results. It's changing the
We do recounts
power.
all the time. I mean, literally, we do recount. Like you guys act like we never recount. You act like we never question results of.
No, it wasn't
election
questioning results. It wasn't recounts. My question is because Devin and Destiny made the point that what Trump tried to do initially was just brute force, have Mike Pence just toss out the valid electoral votes and just declare Trump the winner. That was like the kind of crude initial approach. My question is, would you have supported Joe Biden in 2016 or January 6, 2017, doing that with Hillary Clinton, saying fuck Trump, we're rejecting the electoral votes for him and we're declaring Hillary Clinton the winner? Would you have been okay with that? This is what I
wasn't particularly okay with the way Trump conducted himself. I wanted recounts. I wanted all of this stuff to be above board. So you made a bunch of dumbass. You continue to make a bunch of dumbass comments about we're all MAGA. Gibbs is certainly not fucking MAGA. I don't know about.
You're all MAGA.
As far as I'm concerned, you're MAGA. So what about the other two?
Yeah, okay, so fuck off then.
I'll say maybe I would be okay with it. I like if you believe in electoral college, then at some point you have to believe that they're going to do something, or they're like a check that's there to like be needed to stop a dictator or something, or like say a certified false election or something. So maybe if like they presented enough evidence that they didn't certify, I might be okay with it. Like for both sides. I would like I don't know. Like I can't say
I've got a soft spot for you because I think you're relatively principled. The four people here, we can talk about that later. But I am interested in the two that I don't know, Tim and the other guy. What about you guys?
I kind of agree. Actually, I don't think it would be nefarious for Democrats to try to do whatever they could to pull a rabbit out of their hat. I think that's the nature of politics, and it reminds me of like the election between Jackson and Quincy Adams. People make maneuvers behind the scenes. You could call it dirty, but if Democrats did that, I wouldn't expect them not to try to win.
What about you?
Excuse me?
Tracksuit. You're in tracksuit.
Yeah. It's Kung Fu Joe, that is. Anyway, yeah. If you want to like try novel legal theories to challenge the system and challenge election results, go right ahead.
It's not a novel legal theory, but okay.
When they say this,
no, they would fight. What they would do is because nobody ever violates the principles. What they would do is they would fight tooth and nail, but then they would say, well, it's okay for you guys to do it, but it's also okay for us to fight against it because we understand the political realities. Some real political bullshit, whatever. So.
Deb, what about you? Do you believe them?
I agree. Not really. No.
Okay.
No, I've seen too much right-wing hypocrisy over the years now. At this point.
$10. Sure, $10 for multi.
What's the point of asking that question then?
Sure. Hold on. The point that I was asking that question was to see if you were, for one, able to even engage with the question at all. Will you admit to a principle? And then what is that principle? And then is your answer believable? And what's the second part of the question?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, because I really want to pick a fight over it, but like you guys hesitate. Like you were so hesitant. Even my boy Gibbs, like you hedged because you know you would be very upset.
Well, I can think of scenarios on the right. I can think of scenarios like on the right. Like I've said this several times. It's sometimes better the devil you know, right? Who you vote with and all these kind of things. And like say the wrong contingent of righties took power. There's an immediate like reaction that I would have to be like, no, I'm out. Like I would want this investigated. I want
these people wrong contingent of righties?
There's several groups. We don't need to go down the list, but like there's a lot. And so like okay, I don't know, maybe the fucking like Ku Klux Klan or some shit. Like they fucking snuck people in, or like you got like some like crazy fucking maybe white supremacists. Yeah, that's a bad one. Yeah, maybe like some religious fanatic group, like somehow gaining enough power. I'm not exactly religious, but they would be a pretty fringe Christian nationalist. But I mean, yeah, but sure. I know you're trying to pigeonhole me here. They're like,
but you understand how the conservatives power right now are basically white nationalists, right? You do know that, right? I don't know if they deny it.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm fucking Mexican. So like, listen, I'm just saying when we're sitting here saying these things.
No shot.
Where I would be like, oh god, yeah, I fucking want this stopped. Like so, yeah, I think that's there. I don't know. They would be able to do it.
Okay, this is to Multi-Rommel, or from Multi-Rommel for $10. Can you ask the Trump supporters, let's say hypothetically Trump was charged with insurrection and he was 100% proven guilty, should he have been able to run for president in 2024?
We're like begging the question.
That's literally stupid.
What?
That's question begging.
Just answer it.
Convicted of like insurrection, doesn't that automatically like bar you from any future election?
But would you?
The language in the
Would you defend it?
Wouldn't that be obvious? Wouldn't that be crazy if that was how the Constitution would have been? What a world
okay, no, I mean just pointedly,
you guys lost, but
if there was enough proof that Trump committed an insurrection, which obviously there isn't, but if there was, then no, I wouldn't vote for him. Why would you vote for him?
No, we're not asking if you'd vote for him. So say there's a video comes out and it's entirely legit, and Trump is sitting there and says, ha ha ha, I actually did an insurrection, and that was my intent to overthrow the 2020 election, ha ha ha. And then the courts, right? Should they have barred him from even being able to run?
Should the courts have barred him?
Yes.
I don't know that there's a legal grounds for that.
Okay, so even if he had tried to steal the election and you knew 100% sure that he had committed insurrection, you don't think he should have been prevented from running for the 2024 election?
That's two totally different questions. So if he says I did this, but I got away with it, and that's all you got is him just a casual admission, which is not an admission of guilt. If you believe it, and if there's corroborating evidence, then there's got to be then take him to court. If you can name the law that he's violated, obviously insurrection. Okay, but if you're just saying, well, nobody's taken him to court, nobody's done anything about it, and he's just said this in passing, they have a video of him saying something, like a joke or something.
So hypothetically,
I'm trying to engage with your hypothetical. Your hypothetical sucks.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna ignore that. My hypothetical. It does. Spot on. I asked you if there was indisputable evidence, and I gave you an example of what I would consider indisputable evidence that he did it, mainly an admission that yes, I did it. So are you telling me that would not be indisputable to you as evidence if Trump came out and said, yes, I did this, I did it on purpose, I meant to do it, this is how I did it, and that would not be enough evidence to convince you that he had actually done it?
Wait,
again, it would convince me enough to not vote for him. But hold on. It would convince me to not vote for him. However, you asked if he would go to court. I don't know what the legal precedence is on that.
$10 from Fun George to say, Wick, can you ask Tim how he feels about his dishonorable discharge? You're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
You're muted.
I didn't get dishonorable discharge. I got an other than honorable. I'm working on getting that restored, but it sucks. I actually never even had a hearing for it. Never got to see a JAG officer. I was held in solitary, so yeah, I had to face a civil and military case at the same time. But yeah, I mean, it sucks. But it is what it is. I'm alive and I'm free, so that's better than nothing.
Well, I'm glad you were alive at least. And then finally, $50 from Audacity to say, here's your 50. Josiah's extra sassy tonight. With that said,
I was hyped up. That's for sure.
Let's get some closing thoughts, closing statements, and let you guys all flee and disperse into the ether. We're going to start with, we'll let Josiah, and then we'll just go around, and then we'll let Dev have the last word. Go ahead. Well, we'll start with Grid, and then we'll go around and have Dev have the last word. So Grid, close us out.
All right. Yeah, we covered a lot of ground. I don't even know where to close on this one. Everybody's going to have their beliefs and opinions on this. I don't think we're going to change any hearts and minds here. I enjoyed the conversation. I had not really, I haven't seen Enrique in this specific type of venue, so that was awesome. That was really cool to see. Always a pleasure to engage with you guys. Don't take anything I say personally during the course of the show. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man and Grid. I'm Grid One Motorsports, and also I have a new channel called Gun Prattle. So if you want to talk about guns and competition shooting and things like that, come check it out.
Check them out, gang. I have links to everyone here except for Josiah. Sorry, you jumped on. I didn't know you were going to. I have them in my bio. Tim, I don't have yours either, so if you can send me your stuff, I can add that to the YouTube description. I'd be happy to do so. Josiah, close this out.
I think the January 6th website was atrocious, incredibly dishonest, but totally in character of Trump. I think that the MAGA arguments here were predictably terrible. It was really painful watching you guys struggle with the Nancy Pelosi National Guard thing. That it was gut-wrenching to see you struggle with that. But I'm glad we all agree that the Speaker of the House is not the chain of command of the National Guard. And whether you like it or not, yes, it would have been incredibly redeeming, if not, totally redeeming, if we had evidence that he ordered the National Guard to be deployed when he watched the riot unfold or made any actual attempt as Commander-in-Chief to suppress the insurrection. But he didn't because he wanted it to happen, and that's nobody's fault but his. So he bears the primary moral and executive responsibility. Yeah, it's a real shame that justice was not really served in January 6th. I think it's a big stain on this country. But yeah, good listening to you guys. And Wick, you made a shit ton of money today, I'm sure.
I did.
50% of it came from me, so
and I appreciate
my rage spending. So
I do appreciate the donations. It's nice to see you again. I miss you on the panels and stuff, man. So it's nice to have you jump in every once in a while. So thank you for being here.
You should come back.
Yeah, but just real quick before I let the rest go, if you enjoy this content, like, subscribe. On Monday, we're having Loaderbox, we're having Jeptan, we're having Non-Smoker, and we're having Counterpoints on to debate the shooting of the ICE agent shooting of the woman. So check that out. It's going to be 6 p.m. Tim, please give us what you got. Close this out.
Well, thank you. I don't do this very often. I really appreciate you having me on, Wick. I appreciate the invitation, Grid. I prepared for a different kind of debate with different bullet points and stuff, so I'm not going to burn through all that. But I think that January 6th has another side to it that most people are not familiar with. I'd like to see more debates like this, and there's a lot more video, obviously, that we're not going to diarrhea out onto the audience. But yeah, I'm always happy to share that kind of video. And yeah, check me out on X, Lewis of Monmouth. Yeah, thank you for having me on. I appreciate the debate, and keep it up for yourselves.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure. And I'll add your stuff to the YouTube description when I get a chance. Next up, it's Kung Fu Joe, the tracksuit.
Wait, did he dab? Hold on. Oh, God.
Thank you for being here. Always a pleasure. And I'll add your stuff to the YouTube description when I get a chance. Next up, it's Kung Fu Joe, the tracksuit guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wick, for hosting this. I want to thank Dev and Destiny for giving their time to the panel today, as well as my fellow conservatives here. I may have had a bit of a different position than some of you guys, but I think one thing we could all take from this and maybe agree on is I'm kind of glad that people like Dev and Destiny have decided to become completely politically ineffective by whinging on years later about January 6th. It's 2024 came and went. That election came and went, and nobody gave a single fuck about January 6th. So I just hope that they keep on crying about January 6th, and I hope they keep on picking women to run as their candidates for president. And with that, you guys have a good night.
Thank you for being here. Check them out, gang. I have links to this stuff in my YouTube description. Gibbs.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun. Enjoyed it as always with the debates. Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that the Dems want to play ticky-tack word games and they don't really care how they win. They just want to win. And I feel like these double standards really reiterate that fact and drive it home. In other words, yeah, also plotted. We'll talk Star Wars soon. And one last note: did anybody else think that Enrique might be John Zerger's lost twin? Like, because they look identical. I think it's crazy. I couldn't get past it. But yeah, thanks for having me. Fun as always.
Always a pleasure. And check them out, gang. Links to this stuff in my description. Destiny, please.
Yeah, I think there's two different realities. One is supported by hundreds of pages of deposition, thousands of hours of video footage, tens of thousands of eyewitness testimonies, and everything else, and I mean countless court documents, filings, cases, laws, cases that went nowhere. And I mean the other side literally just has a ton of conspiratorial nonsense behind it, and then this desperate attempt to weave narratives out of 7-second video clips that everybody knows is bullshit. Yeah, it's pretty sad and depressing. Hopefully the next president, when he comes up, can find a way to reconvict and rejail everybody that was involved in this shit, or exile them out of the fucking country, send them to El Salvador or whatever.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Links to this stuff if you need it in the description. Dev, final word, please.
Anybody who wants to know more about this topic, as always, go to my channel, watch my 4-hour video on January 6th, where I go over autistically.
Hey, wait, someone made a video on January 6th? That's crazy. That's awesome. Yes. I wish more people would do so, but go ahead, finish.
What you guys hear, this is a message to the right-wingers.
Jesus Christ.
What you guys need to realize that Biden was the compromise candidate, okay? He was the one that Democrats went with when they wanted to reconcile with you. And that era of the Democratic Party is now over. At this point, the Democrats win next, and they will win next. The only way for justice to be served now is for Trump and every single collaborator in his regime to be locked up. And then we need government programs to breed your women with illegals and then trans all your kids.
True.
Okay, gang, wave bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for coming. I love you all. I'll see you guys Monday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah. God damn, dude. Jesus.
What a wonderful, great time. Yeah, apparently there's like a full-on fucking coup going on in Iran right now. I haven't kept up on literally any of it, so.
Oopsies. Is this still up? I was gonna check this out later, or earlier.
And the, what is that thing, like, you know, like that fucking alcohol, you marinated these things in.
Yeah, tequila.
Like, we got them so fucked up, so messed up. And they,
well,
yeah.
Well, Data ate barbecued scorpion, some of them, and they ate snakes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the restroom, get some ice, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
The good ice, not, you know, not the ones that shoot women through their fucking vehicles. Okay.
The way. And we show
Let me
them our
know.
way, right?
I'll be right back. Just let me know if they say
like,
anything that's like relatively
you know,
interesting.
everything's good. Like, and they had a good time. We had a good time. And at the end of the day, you know, it's no different because guess what? You're white, brown, black. I'm yellow, whatever. We are human beings. As long as they believe in the same cause, believe in the justice, and you know, not believe in the
biggest thing
evil.
is,
We believe in the
hey,
same thing. That's it.
well, it's more than that. We all bled one color.
Yes.
That's it.
Right.
Yes.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter what branch of service. It didn't matter your ethnicity or anything like that. One color. We bled.
Yes.
We're all bled.
We got Gather in here. We got a new person in the room, guys. We got
That's what-
Gather. Melania and I welcome you with our hearts, right, Melania?
Yes. And we love the flight boys.
And that's the tricky part. That's the tricky part because when we did the actual parachuting simulation, the US guys were tripped out. They're like, "Whoa, what the fuck are we jumping out of the hot air balloon?" And we tell them like, "We have no budget. It's hot air balloon and nothing. So get on a fucking hot air balloon and jump." They're like, "Are you fucking kidding?" I'm like, "No. You want me to like hug you from the back and jump off or what?" They're like, "No. No, it was a good experience, man. Like I enjoyed time. It was fantastic. I wouldn't trade for the world. Unfortunately, the United States government didn't recognize that as a service. They saw it as me training or receiving training from a foreign nation, so they would not honor it.
Okay.
So they would not allow me to join the United States military.
Okay.
Oh my God, really?
Yep.
Yeah, there was numerous times when my unit would get shipped overseas and we'd do cross training if it wasn't officially.
It's a freaking dog, dude. What the hell?
Another space.
Anything interesting happen?
What's that?
What are you
Do
talking
you
about?
have speakerphone on?
Damn. Okay.
What?
Hello.
Yes.
First gen. Do you got speakerphone on or something?
My
Sounds like somebody's jacking
Your
up.
speaker is like super freaking loud, man.
You mean his microphone?
Yeah, he's like super loud. Does anyone else hear that?
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
I thought he
bro.
had his kid earlier. He was taking care of his kid. I thought, yeah, I hear it. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of feedback, and at times it's hard to hear.
Bro says she should have been shot too. Talking about that woman's wife, by the way.
It's like super loud.
My bad.
Okay, I'll shut up.
What are you using? A phone?
No, I've got this headset with mic
Okay.
with the mic installed on it. I just got it. I don't know how it works. I never heard on the other end. So
Yeah,
my apologies if I sound loud shit.
Should we move over to this video? Teacher laughs after raping student.
In my ear, so
Or
I don't know what it sounds like.
talk about,
It's coming out really.
I guess, say some shit in the space, or what is this? Oh, the Giga Chad.
Shit, I may lower my volume.
Or go to that Jake Shirley interview, or Nick Shirley interview.
Gather in here. I don't know who Gather is, but Gather, if you want to talk, we'd be a pleasure to meet you. Melania and I look forward to welcoming you into our arms with open arms. We're gonna have a great time and see who you are.
I gotta go take some medicine anyway.
Hello.
Check 1,
Is
2.
Is that you, Gather?
Yes, that is me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Cool. I wanted to see if you were consistent on something real quick, Keaton. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Do you think Ashley Babbitt deserved to be shot too?
No, I don't.
But you think that the woman in this last like Minnesota shooting should have been shot?
Yes, the woman, she literally stood in front and tried to run over and kill the ICE agent. So yeah, she deserved everything she had coming.
All right, what about Ashley Babbitt?
No.
There's no justification, like why whatsoever.
Yeah, no, Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, no, not at all.
You don't think her breaking into like a private Capitol building or whatever, like to, you know, go after the people that Donald Trump was directly going against while she had a knife in her pocket, you don't think that would have been justification whatsoever?
She didn't
Well,
have
no,
a
she didn't
have a
break
knife.
into any.
What do you mean she didn't break into anything?
Anywhere. No, everybody just walked in.
No, not everybody just walked in. Do you acknowledge that there was video of Ashley Babbitt directly trying to go through that door that she was told repeatedly not to go into?
All right, let me get at it. Let me get at it, Donald Trump.
Yeah, no, let me get this. Listen here, you son of a bitch.
Listening loud and clear, you son of a bitch.
Babbitt was shot and killed
Yep, she deserved
for
it.
no reason.
Nope, no reason. Nope.
No, bullshit she did.
Nope, she absolutely did, 100%. If you're going to be a traitorous fucking try to break into the Capitol... Hey, can somebody mute this? Can somebody mute this, dude? I don't know why the fuck you're like screaming through your microphone.
Fuck you! Get the fuck out of here, you.
Can I remove him?
Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on a minute. Charlie Kirk would want a reasonable debate, so I'm gonna be
Okay.
that guy.
All right, go ahead.
All right, let's have a reasonable debate here. Oh, I think I hit unmute. There we go. All right, so why don't let me ask you one question, Gabe, before you talk.
Yep.
Let me ask you one question. Why don't you think that the ICE agent didn't have the justification to kill the woman for almost running him over?
I would imagine that you guys are going to say...
Actually running him over. She fucking ran him over.
She didn't run him over, for one. For two, he had no like
she did.
objective
Have you
reasonability
not
standard.
seen the video?
I've
Did you not see
seen
the
two
video?
perspectives of the video, yes.
And he had every right to shoot.
He didn't have every right to shoot her.
He had every right to shoot her.
What do you mean by every right to shoot her? Like legally or morally, or like what do you mean?
Yes. Yeah, when they come after you. Melania, you whatever.
Legally,
But every
he had every right to shoot her.
Okay, by what standard?
There's an SOP. If you come at someone and you threaten their life, we will take you out. I was in the military, and you have every right to take them out because you're threatening their life.
When you say you're in the military, are you saying that you were like deployed, or are you saying that like you were like law enforcement? Or
Yes, I was deployed.
Okay, do you think that there are going to be like different standards for people that are deployed in the military versus law enforcement that are like held domestically?
Were you deployed?
Get the fucking microphone out of your mouth. I don't know why the fuck you have to deep throw it like it's a cock. Like, chill the fuck out.
Fuck you! You wanna come at me, bro? That's what she said, right? That's what her wife said. You wanna come at me, bro?
Dog, nobody knows what you're saying.
ICE agents have the same rights to do that. And yeah, if you're gonna come after an ICE agent, especially fucking damn near run over, hell yeah, I would have done the same shit. I mean, it didn't have to go out that way. It didn't. All she had to do was comply, but she didn't. She chose to try and run him over. And what happened? She got shot, killed. What do you expect?
Okay, just to be clear, people that are deployed overseas are going to have different standards whenever it comes to like...
If you want a video, I can send you a video right now. I can send you a video. I can send you a video, bro. I can send you a video of what happened.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm not talking to you right now. Okay.
If you can attack me, I'm gonna shoot you. I had somebody run a 14-year-old with explosive. Yes, we asked and we shot him.
Yes, that's my point, is that there are going to be less restrictive standards that are placed onto you versus standards that are placed on a law-abiding domestic population. Okay, are you incapable of having a conversation? How old are you? Are you like 40? Like, this is really sad.
Hey, first gen,
Now, why are you? We're having.
I'm sorry. That's all I heard. Guess he's going. He was not listening.
The other people can hear me. I don't know why it's impossible for you to.
He's going. That's all I heard.
But basically, yes, you are. So I don't understand. Gather, you get, the ICE agent had every right to shoot her because she was basically like. If you look at the video, you pay close attention, especially to the body cam of him, the officer who shot her. Her girlfriend to the left on the passenger side, said drive. And what did she do? She drove and runs him over. And well, as she's running him over, he shoots her, gets out of the way. She's dead. So yeah, I mean, that's what happens.
All right, real quick to the point.
Luckily, he shot and killed her in time. Otherwise, God knows how many other ICE agents she would have killed.
Well, to be clear, there were no other ICE agents that were in front of her. And then, to be clear, real quick to Tanya's point, obviously, like you said, there are going to be, I agree with you, there are going to be less restrictive standards whenever it comes to like being like deployed overseas to another area. There are going to be less restrictive standards versus like whenever you are in a domestic population acting as law enforcement. I think those are two different concepts, and they're two different concepts for a very obvious reason. Especially whenever you look at cases that set this precedent, such as Graham v. Connor, where it establishes multi-pronged test that law enforcement has to follow and abide by in order to qualify something as objectively reasonable and fearful. Like, right? Does that make sense, or do you acknowledge that? Or
let me tell you something. So whenever you've got ICE agents trying to do their job, and then you've got these liberals like them, those people. And they're there, and they literally, you're trying to get them to comply, and they don't comply, and then what do? They turn to violence. So she tried to run over and kill him, but luckily he shot and killed her.
Do we have evidence that she tried to run him over and kill him?
The fucking video.
Do you think it's more likely that do you think it's more likely that she was trying to run him over to kill him, or do you think it was more likely that she was trying to drive away?
See the fucking video?
Yeah, I did see the video. I saw both angles. Yep.
Look, it's a classic case and find out.
Hold on, First Gen.
Yeah, First
Go
Gen.
ahead, Elizabeth. Hold on, First Gen. Go ahead.
First Gen, your mic is bad, dude.
No, he's doing that on purpose.
No, I'm sorry, guys. I've got this like new headset. It's fucked up. Sorry.
Yeah, your headset's messed up. I'm just trying to collect the shit.
Well, I want to hear what Elizabeth's got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, Elizabeth. Yeah.
No, it was a classic case of fuck around and find out.
Yeah, just like with Ashley Babbitt, right?
Found out.
Yep, I agree.
No, don't.
No. Ashley Babbitt.
Don't even
How
go
can you
that
compare
way.
Ashley Babbitt to what happened to this chick in Minnesota?
Yeah, it's worse. Ashley Babbitt is a worse case than this chick in Minnesota.
How? How is that? Who did she attack?
Wait, do you acknowledge that they weren't allowed at the Capitol building?
Hold on, bro. Who did she attack?
Does she have to be attacking? Does somebody have to be attacking you actively for you to shoot them?
Oh my god, get the fuck out of here.
What do you disagree with? Do you disagree with that?
Let me ask you this.
She was just crawling through a window and she got shot.
Yeah, she was crawling through a window she wasn't allowed to be in legally, right? Oh my god.
Let me ask you this. How do you feel? What do you think about the Irina, the girl that was stabbed on the subway by that black dude? What do you think about that? I want to hear your thoughts on that. That'll tell me exactly what kind of person you are.
Me?
No, I'm talking about Gatherer.
It was tragic. I don't know. This isn't related to anything to like what we were talking about though, so I don't know why you're bringing it up.
No, it actually is. It actually is. So the girl Irina who was stabbed in the neck suffered all those black guys in the fucking subway, women, watching her bleed to death. What do you think about that? Where were you when that happened?
What do you mean, where was I when that happened? Yeah, I gave a shit. Yeah, it's tragic. It's horrible. I agree. It's horrible.
You did?
But do you acknowledge that this isn't about self-defense, right?
No, let me ask you, do you think are you one of those guys that have white guilt?
No, I don't.
Bow down to like.
No, I don't. Are we going to go back to the self-defense, or are we just going to move on from that, or?
Yeah. So you agree with me that the ICE agent self-defended himself?
Nope, I don't.
Killed. Why?
Because he doesn't meet any of the prongs that are required to be met for a law enforcement officer, as laid out in the Graham v. Connor Supreme Court case.
He defended himself. A vehicle was about to run him over.
How did he defend himself? Wait, Delroy. Hey, fucking retard. Hey, fucking retard. How did he defend himself? Do you acknowledge that there are prongs for like self-defense that are required to be met by law enforcement officers? Do you acknowledge that, Delroddy? Delroddy, do you acknowledge that?
She used
it. Do you like penis? Do you like penis? Do you like penis?
Wait, Delroddy, how come you already blocked me?
Put in your rectum.
Why'd you already block me, Delroddy?
No, let me get the fuck out of here. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you even in my country, dog? Are you even from my country? Get the fuck out of my country.
Get the fuck out of here, you faggot. I think you're a faggot. Get the fuck out of here.
Alright, real talk. Are you guys aware of like the prongs that exist for law enforcement officers to follow when it comes to an objective, reasonable standard?
I will give you a fucking address right now in Houston, Texas, at a fucking public park. You come down, I will fucking fight you.
Fly me out there, fly me out there, fly me out there, fly me out there.
Come down there.
Fly me out
You
there.
come down here.
DM
You're a fucking faggot.
DM me,
You
fly me
are a
out there.
fucking keyboard warrior.
DM me, fly me out there.
Get the fuck out of here.
DM me,
You're
DM
a
me.
fucking faggot.
I'm accepting your offer. I'm accepting your offer, DM me.
No, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
I
would fucking
I'm
murder
trying to
you
get
if
the
you come
fuck out of
down
my
here.
state to come
I
to
will
your
give you
state
a
so you can beat
address
my
right
ass.
now
Fly me
to
out
come
there.
and meet me.
Pay me.
In the public park. Fuck you. You're a fucking faggot. You like to
So now you
fucking suck
don't want me to meet you.
and
You
eat
don't want me
fucking
to meet you now?
assholes.
That's kind of
And
weird.
get your fucking rectum.
You kind of backed down from that claim like real quick. Like,
oh fuck you. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of
You're not
here.
even from my country. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah.
I gotta find out where this guy lives.
Cringe.
Yeah. I'm doing the same thing right now. I'm putting his the data on my record right now.
Hey, First Gen. First Gen.
Who's talking?
This is Dell.
Dell.
Howdy.
What up?
It's a fucking bot, dude. You can tell how he's fucking talking so fast. That's a goddamn
Yeah,
bot.
he's like, yeah, I know. I'm just giving him shit. Whatever.
Is First Gen a
I
troll?
don't think he's. I don't think he's a bot. I think he's a real life retard.
True.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard.
True. I'm
Real
such a
life.
retard that First Gen will fly, will offer
freezing.
to meet me in person so he can beat my ass, but then reject the offer whenever I tell him to fly me out there so that he could do that. Because he's so bitch made. That's why.
He thinks he's a journalist. I'm watching his page.
Who thinks who's a journalist?
He thinks he's Mr. Know-It-all.
Yeah.
Which is literally everybody in this conversation, right? Correct?
Mr. Know My Fucking Fist.
Yeah, fly me. Wait, Del Roddy, fly me out, fly me out. Del Roddy, fly me out.
Let's have a debate. Let's have a debate now. Do you agree that life begins at conception?
This isn't relevant to the self-defense argument at all whatsoever. Do you guys acknowledge that there's a Granby Connors? You're just like the liberal snowflakes you cry about. You're just like, yeah, snowflake.
All right, chill, First Gen.
First Gen, why are you such a snowflake?
I'm not listening. I'm just speaking. I'm just translating into like.
I'm not chilling.
Why is he such a snowflake? Does this bother you guys?
Do you agree that life begins at conception?
Do you guys feel weird that this guy's such
I'm
a
just
snowflake?
translating, bro. I'm just translating what he's saying in Pakistani.
Why are you such a snowflake?
Life's gonna end.
Why are you such
I'm trying to debate him and see what I can get.
Well, I haven't gotten any answers from Jose or Elizabeth or Del Rowdy. So
I'll mute myself. My bad. Go for it.
Keaton.
Do you believe that life? Do you believe that life begins at conception?
yeah, do you agree that in the Graham v. Connor Supreme Court standard that there are prongs that are required to be met by police officers in order to enact self-defense?
You piece of shit.
So you don't care about law, Del Rowdy. I don't know why the fuck you pretend to care about law.
Fuck no, I don't care about law.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you for admitting it. You're such a traitor to this fucking country. Get the fuck out of here. If you're not going to like have any concern for it whatsoever. Yeah, exactly.
You're a
Yeah.
piece of shit.
How? Tell me how.
Where the fuck are you at anyway?
What do you mean where the fuck am I at? I'm on X right now and
Where the fuck
like
are you at? I could buy a fucking plane ticket, come beat your ass right now.
oh, do it. Do it.
Okay.
Well, tell us where you at, then, motherfucker.
Listen, First Gen, you should stay out of this. I offered to give you like information required for you to fly me out to Texas or whatever.
You're taking your rectum? There you go.
Yep.
Congratulations. Nice mustache.
Hey, do you think Kirk would have wanted this, First Gen?
Are you gonna take us for mustache rides?
Kirk, or First Gen, do you think this is how Kirk would have conducted himself?
Take that fucking retard helmet off first.
You got a nice mouth there, boy. You got a nice mouth there, boy.
You wanted to only talk about your prerogative, not ours. So
Which is what I'm trying to do, but you guys keep distracting from it. Yeah.
No, you only want to talk about because you want to say you're right and we're wrong.
Which is exactly what you guys are doing. For one, that's a debate, obviously. I don't know why the fuck you would contest that. For two, I came up here asking Keaton a question about if he holds the same standards.
Okay, what do you want to, everybody, what question do you have to ask me, and I will answer it. Let's go, and nobody interrupt. We're gonna give it. Let's one chance, just one more chance. Let's see what happens. All right. What question do you have to ask me?
Yeah, my question whenever I came in here was if you hold the same standard for Ashley Babbitt that you do for this woman when it comes to self-defense. But it seems like none of you have any understanding of, like, regarding self-defense whatsoever. So I don't know, like, if you guys like have just like a fundamental disagreement legally
that
or
ICE
what.
agent had self-defense. Ashley Babbitt
By what standard?
was brutally killed.
She wasn't, or else there would be charges against the person who shot her, right?
Are you gonna let him talk? Fucking dude.
That's ironic coming from you. That's ironic coming
because
from
you kept interrupting him. I'm trying to listen to cheating. So shut the fuck up. You asked a question.
Fly me out. Fly me out. Sweetheart, fly me out. Sweetheart, fly me out.
No, fuck you. You asked a question.
I wish you would. I wish you would. Fly me out.
I want to hear you answer. No, I heard you out. You've been fucking talking, yapping like a little fucking little bitch.
You screamed into your microphone that you have shoved up your fucking ass. Like, more than
I will
since
fucking
I've been
give
here.
you the address right now if you want to come down here and fucking fight with me. I would fucking murder you.
Yeah, I said fly me out. I said fly me out. I already accept the offer. Fly me out.
Oh, give me up.
See how you back away from it? You don't mean shit. Shut the
fuck
fuck up.
You're a fucking douchebag, liberal. Right, go fucking your dad's dick.
Why do I have more balls than you as a liberal?
You have more balls.
This dude's got more balls.
I'm willing to come into spaces. I'm willing to come into spaces full of people that disagree with me. I'm willing to actually engage in a conversation that is substantial. I'm actually willing to accept your offer of like flying me out and like fighting or whatever.
All right. Second question. What's another question you got? What's another question? And besides the one that you just asked that I answered, and I think you know what I'm talking about. What's your next question? Between you and me.
Yeah, do you think that do you believe or do you acknowledge that there is a standard that is set by Supreme Court precedent that requires police officers or law enforcement generally to have an objective, reasonable standard of fearfulness before they engage in self-defense?
I think that there's a standard between taking out a domestic terrorist like
Ashley Babbitt?
No, like the chick that just got killed by the ICE agent.
And then what makes her a domestic terrorist versus just like a standard criminal?
Grave right now. Listen.
I thought this was between me and Keaton. I don't know why you're speaking up. Pipe down.
Oh yeah. So now you got my answer on that.
Yep.
Next question. And then whatever questions you got, because I mean, I already told you my answer for that.
Yeah, but you didn't answer me about the Graham v. Connor case when it comes to the prongs of self-defense.
Well, self-defense, if somebody is harming you, you take them out in whatever means necessary, especially if you're an ICE agent and someone's in a vehicle and they're in the wrong territory and you ask them to leave and they don't leave and then they don't abide and then they try to run you over, and then what are you gonna do? You fucking shoot and you kill them. So, yeah, that's what happens. And unfortunately, that young lady learned the hard way.
Fuck around and find out.
True. I'm so glad you apply that to Ashley Babbitt, by the way, Rowdy. Very proud of you. Real quick, Keaton, there are like 3 standards that are required to be met for law enforcement, by the way. It's going to involve the lethality of the person that is like actually attacking them, the vicinity.
Oh man, I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Hey, bitch, pipe down. Bitch, pipe down. You're so sensitive. I don't know why you cry so hard like a fucking liberal.
You knew the SOPs of the. You don't know the SOPs, so if you don't know them, you don't know the SOPs. You don't even know what SOP means.
Yeah.
What do you?
Yeah,
are you talking about for anything in particular, or just saying generally? I don't know what that abbreviation would like have to do with this.
Why don't you look it up? SOP, we use it in the military.
Yeah, the military isn't relevant to this whatsoever. I don't know why you bring this up.
In the law enforcement as well, we use SOPs.
What do you think this is relevant to?
Are you a fucking auctioneer or what?
Oh my god!
No, I just know you guys are going to interrupt me in the 5 seconds that I have to speak.
He's like sitting there like yapping like a fucking little fucking chihuahua, right? And his wife with a fucking mustache, like
Cringe. Okay. GG. Exactly, bro. That was fun. Honestly, I was surprised that the guy was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about law. Yeah, I don't care. Duh. Like, okay, I guess. Shameless. Also, I couldn't tell how much that one guy was trolling when he was like fucking eating his microphone. That was crazy. Standard conservative, true. Well, I feel like the standard conservative would like pretend that they care about the law, but okay. So this one's close out of there, close out of there. It could be interesting, could be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to recognize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back.
Crazy how they immediately went to trying to dox me. Yeah, I was just gonna tell them my fucking state, but I don't know.
To a previous statement by one of our colleagues.
I guess like depending on like how far it went, or how far they were willing to go. But I knew they weren't gonna do shit about like the come to Texas and fucking fight me. I'll beat your fucking ass. That's why I was like, yeah, fly me out. Like you're not gonna. I know you're not gonna do shit. Like you're fucking cringe. Okay.
Recognize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to a previous statement by one of our colleagues, Governor Biggs. He said that Democrats have not tried to de-escalate the situation. You know, after the brutal murder of Charlie Kirk, which was domestic terrorism, okay, we tried to de-escalate. After the assassination attempt against the president, which was domestic terrorism, I was appointed to the task force to investigate that assassination attempt. We tried to de-escalate. After the anti-Semitic attack in Colorado, in which you put forward a resolution that included language about ICE's favorable role in that. 75 Democrats voted for that resolution, even though there was no reason to put that in there, but you did it to try to put us on the board. So this idea that that Democrats have said nothing, that we haven't tried to de-escalate, it's just not true. It's just not true. Now, it's not like you guys have any credibility on de-escalation. I mean, literally, we're not the ones who told tens of thousands of people to show up to the Capitol and run in here like a mob. And now you all tell people it never happened.
True.
You know, like, oh, that's not what the deal was. It's not like every day there isn't some sort of tweet that just escalates and escalates and escalates. And so, listen.
Or the president saying that someone died of Trump derangement syndrome.
I hope one day we could have a hearing
Democrat, by the way.
on de-escalation. I would love to participate in a hearing on how we together de-escalate. But looking at one party and saying, you don't de-escalate, I mean, that's literally this dialogue on how we do bring down the temperature together.
Have you seen Jared Moskowitz before?
You know, I want to, you know, we heard about this domestic terrorism thing, right? Domestic terrorism. That was the first thing we heard. I have a question.
That was the first thing you called this motherfucker that was driving the car, by the way.
This is the person. This is the person who...
This is Jared Moskowitz. He is fucking beast.
A question. This is the person. This is the person who, within minutes of the shooting, went on TV and called it domestic terrorism. What is she, hiding her face like her ICE agents now? She can't show her face either? By the way, is this what the $800 billion went to? Every day we see her after there's some new tragedy in Homeland, she's wearing a different outfit with a different hat. I mean, come on, guys, she looks ridiculous. She's not just an embarrassment to the country. She's an embarrassment to you and the president. Okay, she deserves to be...
He's very bitchy. That's what I really like about it. It's so petty, but it's like, I feel like it's so good for clips. I don't know if people make clips of this. I feel like it'd be really good for clips, but...
Removed from her job by the president, and if not impeached, not just for her complete failures in Homeland, but her destruction of FEMA. She's not even running the department. You guys know this. You guys know she's not running Homeland. Your governors and you all, when you need your FEMA money, you don't call Noam, you call Corey. You know she's not running the place. She's a complete and utter embarrassment. By the way, every Homeland Secretary has come in front of this committee once, a Congress. I'd like to know the date she's coming. When is she coming?
When is she coming? When is she coming?
When is she coming? By the way, do you know Pam Bondi has not come in front of this committee? Do you know she's the only secretary to not appear in front of a committee yet? When is she coming? What's the...
Bro's got a little hype man right here, too. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nope.
To not appear in front of a committee yet. When is she coming? What's the date on the calendar that she's coming? You know what? Let's make it easy. I want to make a motion to subpoena Pam Bondi.
Second.
To this committee.
Third, fourth, fifth.
How much are we going to...
The gentleman is not recognized for that motion. However, the chair will advise as to the Attorney General coming
Third, fourth, fifth.
as they do routinely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But where is the Attorney General, the only secretary to not appear, okay, in front of a committee? The only one. We're into year 2 of this Congress, and we've not had the Attorney General in front of this committee. How much are we going to weaken Article 1 of the Constitution while you guys remain in power? I watch you twist yourself into pretzels trying to defend this, running away from previous statements, disagreeing with yourself, trying to defend the crap that's happening. And so I'll make a motion again to subpoena Pam Bondi in front of this committee.
Second. Third, fourth, fifth.
The chair will again.
Behave. I don't know if this is real or not, but real quick. Caught on tape. 2 ICE agents slip on ice in Minnesota, causing one of the weapons to discharge because it wasn't set on safety. These people are dangerously negligent. Like, there's no shot that's real, right? I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell. It's just kind of funny. It's funny to imagine, okay? Funny in a sad way. Can I do... Oh, was it Comer? Yeah.
Objection to order, Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Man, I love our chairman. I mean, people have called the chairman many things, different adjectives over the last 2 years, but I admire his courage. I mean, literally, as Donald Trump is running away from Project 2025, trying to put as much distance between him and Project 2025.
He always has these fucking graphs, too.
Because the American people know it's toxic, but not our chairman. No. Chairman, with all of his wisdom, he features Project 2025 in a hearing, one of our last hearings, right before the election. I mean, if the Trump campaign is listening, here you go, Project 2025 in a hearing. I'm sure they're real happy about that. But, Project 2025 wants to get rid of NOAA, wants to get rid of the National Weather Service. The people that tell you the weather and help us prepare for hurricanes. So I say that as a former director of emergency management for the state of Florida, for a Republican governor, actually, who responded to hurricanes. Maybe once we get rid of it, if Project 2025 were to succeed, if Trump were to win, maybe we'll just do it with a magic 8-ball, or maybe with a Ouija board, or maybe we'll do hurricane cones like President Trump did, right? Where he just, circled in another state that wasn't in the cone. So maybe what we'll do is we'll do hurricane predictions, like maybe it'll go to Mississippi, maybe it'll go to North Carolina, or maybe it'll go to all 3. Oh, look at me, smiley face. Maybe that's how we'll do the weather. I can see it right now, right? Trump would come out and say, it's going to be raining cats and dogs today. Please don't eat them. Okay? But the name of this committee today is Failures and Incompetencies. So let's talk about the big Kanish, right? The chairman's failed impeachment. Let's remember, we misplaced an informant over a year ago, couldn't find him, didn't know where he went. Another informant was indicted for providing false information that came from Russian intelligence. We used a second informant who was turned out to be an indicted Chinese foreign agent. And to top it off, the chairman was like, who could we find to make it even better? Maybe we could get someone to testify from prison, which actually we did here on Zoom. Here is the chairman's 300-page book report on impeachment. He said in his release, it is the strongest case for impeachment of a sitting president the House of Representatives has ever investigated. Wow, that sounds pretty serious. So I want the chairman to show the American people that we didn't just waste millions of taxpayer dollars to issue this book report. Mr. Chairman, the speaker is watching. You could call for impeachment right now, right? We got a little bit of time left before the election. I mean, just ask the speaker. You could ask the speaker right now or talk to him. Like, when are we going to schedule impeachment? Or is this just concepts of impeachment, right? No? Okay. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I think that the chairman...
Also, this shit went hard as fuck, too, because when it came out, that's when all of these references were, super relevant.
this, and I love the title of today's hearing, right? A legacy of incompetence, consequences of the Biden-Harris administration policy failures. I made a couple of edits to the title of today. So the title, I think, really is a legacy of incompetence, consequences of the Comer chairmanship, okay? Because all we've had in this committee for 2 years is failure. Failed impeachment, failure on this gas stove nonsense, failure on all the Chinese COVID stuff. They did nothing with that COVID committee. It's all failure. The whole House, the whole 118th Congress is failure. They removed the speaker, right? Then they tried to remove a second speaker, right? That's really great for the American people, right? Then they impeached the cabinet secretary. That hadn't happened in 150 years. They've had multiple CRs fail. Right? They can't even keep the government open without both speakers crawling to the Democrats to be the adults in the room to keep government open. So, I mean, literally, if we're going to talk about failures and incompetencies, we should just look at what we've done here over the last 2 years. And I want to end with this. I mean, literally 2 weeks ago, right, all we heard was about what the Haitian people were doing in Springfield. But no, the chairman wanted to top that. He literally brought a witness who proffered in this committee that the Haitian people would have been better off had they stayed in slavery for several more decades. Mr. Chairman, I want to spare you the embarrassment. You should strike his words from the record. No, you stand by his comment that the Haitian people would have been better off in slavery for 30 more years? Or should we strike that from the record? I just want to spare you that embarrassment. Okay, so
all right, your time's expired. Before I recognize Mr. Timmons, I would love to be a fly on the wall when you find out that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential election and his son pled guilty for corruption.
Why didn't you impeach him? Wait, why didn't you impeach him, Mr. Chairman? Where's the impeachment vote?
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, when's the impeachment vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, we have a 300-page book report, tens of millions of dollars.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Impeachment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll begin by pointing out that Hunter Biden is going to be sentenced on December 16th.
Hunter Biden's not the
and
president.
I bet you money he's going
to... Timmons, you need to take your medication and leave. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, you're several decades older than me. We know who's taking more medication.
All right.
Base. Also, for the square-faced loser, fucking thwomp-ass fucking retard
Before I recognize
right here.
Mr. Timmons, I would love to be a fly on the wall when you find out that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential election and his son pled guilty for corruption.
Why?
He never pled guilty to corruption, by the way. This is an outright fucking lie. This is their fucking fairy tale. This is the delusion that they have to tell themselves to pretend that they have any sort of like relevancy or anything whatsoever, or legitimacy to any of the claims that they spent years and years and years and years like peddling about Hunter Biden, because they have nothing. But I haven't seen this though.
Into fatal ICE shooting.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd ask to strike the last words.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. It is so hard to sit here sometimes because I didn't come to Congress to write laws or to do things that are hurting people. I'm just asking if there's any decency or heart or courage on that side of the aisle. The fact that a woman was killed, she was shot in her head, and y'all are pretending like nothing happened. I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed. Do you? Do you remember what our response was? Our response wasn't to sit there and pretend like it was okay. Is it okay because you have a badge?
True, it wasn't okay, and they didn't act like it was okay either, which you can see. Hold on. Where was it this? Where was it this? What was the... Oh, it was this, I think. Yeah. You had Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders, Jasmine Crockett, Pelosi, Harris, Warren, Jeffries, Obama-Dami, Newsom, Buttigieg, Schumer, BTC, Erudite, Ezra Klein, Dean, Harry Sisson, Krasenstein, Mehdi Hassan, Dylan Burns, and more, who time after time after time, one after another, came in and denounced the violence that was done against Charlie Kirk. Didn't even justify it. Didn't even entertain any justification for it, by the way. But you don't see the opposite, so.
Because the last time I checked, allegedly no one is above the law. Can y'all not just have a little bit of courage and humanity? A child. A child is lost her mom. And y'all want to pretend that it is okay. I am asking if there is anyone that will stand for the very people that elected us and sent us to Congress. You tell us things like, well, the immigrants are bad, and so we got to get all these bills because the immigrants are the ones that are causing the harm, they're bringing the crime. The mayor of
Are you saying OMFG to her crying?
Minneapolis told y'all to get the fuck out. Yet y'all are the ones, it is this administration that is bringing crime to their streets. That's what's happening.
It's a third incident where somebody has dropped an F-bomb in this committee, including a video.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot. Holy fucking shit, dude. Give me a break.
I'm sorry.
Including a video that we had to watch earlier.
Are your princess ears okay?
Is it?
Oh my god. Oh, honey, are your princess ears okay?
It is bringing crime
Mr.
to their
Chair.
streets. That's what's happening.
It's a third incident where somebody has dropped an F-bomb in this committee, including a video.
I'm sorry.
Including a video that we had to watch earlier.
Are your princess ears okay?
Is it profanity?
The committee's
House of Representatives. You are about the fact that it
Are you
wasn't
soft?
House of Representatives.
The gentlelady.
Are we offending your princess ears? Are they that soft?
All members
Well,
will
maybe some of the
suspend.
kids out there.
Mr. Chairman, it is the gentlelady's
They're killing
time.
them.
It is the gentlelady's time. Let's let her
True.
It is the gentlelady's time. Would you stop the clock for a moment? Okay, and
That was the quote.
I'll restore that. The chair will remind all members that the person controlling the time is not to be unreasonably interrupted. We would further admonish that whenever possible to express the full meaning of something, it be done so without an expletive that may be offensive to people here in the audience or those who watch us on television. I understand that a quote at times is essential, but I would admonish everyone that it has been the practice of this committee for the many years I've been here to use such things as F-bomb in order to get the message out without actually using the word. Notwithstanding that, the gentlelady will be recognized for this time plus an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Long story short, we are sitting in judiciary, and no one on that side of the aisle seems to care that this particular person, whose name we don't know at this point, became the judge, jury, and executioner. I don't know how you square that. And then we're sitting here literally in markup for a bail funds bill. When I first ran for office, it was in the midst of yet another lynching by law enforcement in Minneapolis. At that time, it was George Floyd. I remember working as a pro bono criminal defense attorney to help protesters that were being arrested. There were more than 600 protesters that were arrested in Dallas. There were churches that came together to make sure that there were bail funds. There were nonprofit organizations. And to explain how it works for bail, since we're in judiciary and we're writing the laws, and some people may not understand this, but those bail funds, those nonprofit organizations are not the ones that determine whether or not somebody gets bail. What they do is they help out poor people, which I know y'all are not interested in either. But they help out people that aren't rich and famous and have limitless amounts of money, like all of the Epstein defendants who somehow y'all can't find, even though y'all went and got Maduro. But it helps out those people to be able to get out of jail. Many of those people that if they spend just a couple of days in jail will then be thrust into straight up poverty because they will lose everything. Why it is that you want to criminalize people such as churches that are trying to help the poor because they understand what the Bible says, and they don't just say that they understand it or say that they love Jesus, but they decide that they actually put it into works because faith without works is dead. That is wrong too. And I'm here to tell you that there's gonna be a lot of nonprofit organizations that are gonna step up in this moment because there are gonna be protests around this entire country because of the state-sanctioned execution that we all saw unfold, unless there is some kind of justice that takes place and we get the name of that officer and that officer is prosecuted. So I ask that law enforcement, we have oversight over them. I am the oversight ranker. Let's go ahead. In fact, I make a motion that we have a hearing in the oversight subcommittee as it relates to this particular issue and what took place.
The gentlelady was not recognized for purposes of motions. Does anyone else seek recognition? Seeing no others.
That's crazy, Chad. What was the other thing? Oh. All right. Should we do the teacher laughs after raping student, or the Nick Shirley interview with David? Gidra, I do too, but we can't just be saying that out loud, okay?
You got ID on you? Is there any reason that a school counselor is meeting with a 15-year-old girl outside of school up in the middle of the woods?
I have reason, yeah.
Because I'm raping her. Yeah, of course.
Okay. It's not what they suspect it to be.
Okay, well, here's the deal. I've been doing this job for
It's not for counseling her.
7 years, and you hiding in the woods tells me otherwise.
Sure.
So,
Don't agree with that.
you don't? You really don't think that it's unprofessional that you're up here in the woods with a 15-year-old girl?
I would say that I crossed the line professionally. I would say it's not what I think you're insinuating it to be.
Okay.
Painting his nails. He
So
definitely
this,
did it.
15-year-old girl was up here in booty shorts, and parents came up, found a street bike near her
Bro, imagine he starts describing her clothing, talking about how good she looks or something. Jesus.
location was showing. She came out of the woods, and some male had ran off and hid in the woods. It was initially called in as a welfare, that they were worried about the daughter, that she was going to herself. Well, the reason was they came up here.
Actually, it's like that video you sent me. Hold on. I'm gonna pull that up. Wait, not this one. Jesus Christ. Oopsies. This one.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you guys like Wendy's by any chance?
You like Wendy's? Well,
Yeah.
what's the follow up?
I was gonna ask if you guys like Wendy's nuts hit your lip. Wait, how old are you guys?
She's how old are you? Like 16?
Oh, that's way too old. Hey, excuse me. Fuck me if I'm wrong. Do you guys like Wendy's by any chance?
You like Wendy's?
And found a bike, and then a male had ran into the woods. The daughter's wearing booty shorts. The male finally came out. It is her school counselor. He is 29 years old. They said he finally came out of the woods after they were up here for quite a while. He came walking back out to his street bike here. She's in tiny little shorts and a sweatshirt is all that she's got on. So just give you guys an idea what's going on. I contacted the detectives sergeant. He's going to send 2 detectives up here because of the situation, him being school counselor, your daughter being up here with him. So 2 detectives on their way up. Your daughter's just hanging out in the back of the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of go keep an eye on her. I don't believe there's anything she has that she can like herself with, but she's said it multiple times that if we didn't leave her alone, that she will kill herself over the situation because she didn't want us to find out who she was in the woods with. And we said, hey, if he's an 18-year-old boy, no problem. We'll be gladly give him his keys to his car back and we'll leave.
When you got here, where'd they go?
When I pulled in, I'm walking, and I said, well, whose bike is this? And she
Wow, so 18 is okay with your daughter, but not 30 plus? What the fuck?
said, oh, I don't know.
Explain the difference to me right now, Mom.
No, but then she went to
And I mean morally.
her phone off of it, and I said, well, you know whose bike it is. We got loops around the property, safe places to run, and then when she's up on Road, I'm like, there ain't nothing good that can. I thought I was gonna come up here. Maybe she got hit by a car. Or, you know, who knows? Somebody pick her up. I'm freaking out. Like she's not picking up. Her phone's not even moving. And
Did
so,
she drive up here? Or
No, she said she was going on a run. I don't know if she hopped on that bike and came up here, if he picked her up and brought her up here, or if she actually ran her little butt up here and met him up here. I don't know.
This was not the first time Heather's 18-year-old daughter had come to meet 29-year-old Sam at this exact location, but there was still much that both her parents and the police did not know. To make matters worse, Sam had been hiding in the woods.
Oh shit, Ghidra. God damn it. Sure, that's what I wanted to show. This, they're together in person. Whoa! Based! Hold on, oh, there we go. They have more opened up? What the fuck? Hold on. Let me close this. Fuck. Don't show my shit. What do you mean? I was just showing you my Instagram thing. Bro, why is she posing like that? I don't know, dude. She's something, I'll tell you that much, okay? It's the CTE. Fuck, I wish I... Here, I'm gonna DM you. Wait, hold on. That was you, right? Hold on. Okay, I thought I said that to somebody else. Jesus.
How bad is this?
Oopsies. Yo, dude. Where'd my video go? Fuck. That shit you sent is so cursed, bro. Dude, somebody posted that in the Justical Discord.
How's it going? You got ID on you? So just give you guys an idea what's going on. I contacted the detective sergeant. He's going to send 2 detectives up here because of the situation, him being school counselor, your daughter being up here with him. So 2 detectives on their way up. Your daughter's just hanging out in the back of the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of go keep an eye on her. I don't believe there's anything she has.
Cool.
I don't know if she hopped on that bike.
Counselor were about to come to light.
I know I'm being asked to stay.
Also, it's really fucked to like what if the cop told a really good joke? You're gonna tell this guy he can't laugh just because you raped somebody? Shut the fuck up. Give me a break.
Right? I guess I wasn't directly being asked to stay, but I know you have my ID.
Woke.
Yep, you're not going nowhere.
Sure.
There's 2 detectives on their way up here. They're going to be coming out to talk to you.
Sure.
So just hang tight over next to your bike. Okay. They're going to be here soon. And the detective sergeant is contacting the school to find out as to why you're up here with a 15-year-old girl hiding in the woods. So you can go and wait over next to your bike.
One last question, if I may. What crime am I being suspected of?
Crime?
Yeah.
Okay, well right now would be a potential offense.
And what evidence to put me other than just the circumstances?
Okay,
You probably have, like,
before you try
probable
to
cause.
YouTube lawyer it up, let me inform you right now, based on reasonable suspicion, which is Tarrio, Ohio, I can reasonably detain you for the time being for an investigation. You were up here, you're 29 years old, you were a school counselor, you were up here with a 15-year-old girl that is wearing very short shorts, she was hiding from her parents, she came walking out most likely from the back of the bushes wherever you guys were, her phone was sitting on your bike, you were hiding in the woods for almost an hour. So, based on that information, at this time, I am telling you, you are not free to go.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, wait next.
Why is he snarky?
Hey Jeff, yeah, there's something.
Gager, are you this cop? There's something weird about this guy.
Weird about this guy. He's giving me he's weird. He's smirking when he's asking if he's free to go. I'm informing him no. He's asking why not, and he's sitting there smirking. There's something weird about
Why not?
She wasn't picking up her phone, and then I look at the phone thing, and I noticed her phone's up here, and I'm like, why is she up here? This isn't a safe space for her. Years old, little short shorts, out.
No, don't stop.
You know, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna book it up there, and then I find her right here walking towards me and the bike when I pull in, and I like drive back there, and I don't see anybody. I'm like, who are you with? Some guy named Ray, she says. I met him on Snapchat or something. He's 18. 18, well, what school does he go to? Where?
Not that that makes it any better.
Met him on Snapchat. So then I'm like, well, now I'm
I think it.
concerned because that's not.
I think it makes it significantly better. Sorry.
What school? You know, you don't know what school. And so she's just like, you know, just leave it alone. If you don't leave it alone, I'm gonna myself. You don't think I'll do it? I'll do it.
The mom had begun suspecting that something was developing between Sam and her daughter about 5 months before the incident, when her daughter was reported for missing classes to meet with the counselor. She went to the school unannounced to tell him to stop meeting with her daughter, but this had no effect, as Sam later appeared unexpectedly at Heather's family ski trip and joined them, even recording the girl skiing on his phone, which neither parent liked. The two had been communicating frequently on Snapchat, and Sam would often ask her to send pictures in which she looked hot, according to him.
Do you have your cell phone on you?
Bro, why?
Let me see your cell phone.
According to him?
Parent liked. The two had been communicating frequently on Snapchat, and Sam would often ask her to send pictures in which she looked hot, according to him.
Do you have your cell phone?
Oh, I thought he was telling either the parents or someone else that she looked hot. Okay, never mind.
On you? Let me see your cell phone. Based on exigent circumstances and the fact that you could be destroying evidence of a crime, taking your phone for the time being.
You can do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Have your daughter's phone?
It's kind of wild that the parents are like so close to him like that. I don't know.
Gonna be some detectives. They're coming up here to talk to you. Okay. One of them is Detective Albright, and the other one is Detective Richards. They're gonna be coming up here to talk to you. Okay. They should be here pretty soon, and the detective sergeant's not far behind them. But for the time being, we're taking both phones. You've been up here for an hour, roughly.
At this point, it's probably been longer than that. So I probably got up here about 2:10.
Okay. I'm gonna add that into the call. Daughter told mom she's going out for a jog.
She's
going out for a jog. They live down here. Was going out on a jog. Mom noticed that she wasn't back yet. Started calling, trying to figure out where she's at. Check the phone app, see if she's up the road. So mom drives up here, finds daughter's phone on this street bike, and daughter nowhere around. Starts to go around the corner, and here comes daughter out around right in front of the car. Starts asking her, well, where's the person that's on this bike? She tells him it's a boy that she met on Snapchat that's 18. She's like, okay, well, what's his name? It says, like, Ray. And then she's like, okay, well, if he's 18, have him come on out. He doesn't need to be hiding in the woods. And they were here for over an hour. And it wasn't until she started calling 911 that he came out of the woods from right here, hiding in the brush. And is her high school counselor. High school.
How old is he?
29. He gives me weird feelings because he's smirking like he's... he initially asked me why I was requesting, like, his ID. And I told him, well, because you're a school counselor, and you're up here with a girl who is wearing booty shorts, who just you hid in the woods the entire time her parents were here.
Detectives found Sam's number saved as my love with a heart emoji in the girl's phone, with the last message sent alerting him that her parents had taken his bike keys and taken a picture of his license plate, while most of the messages had already been deleted. While detectives interviewed Sam, he was visibly shaking and looked very uncomfortable after coming to know that one of the detectives had already contacted his wife and told her everything about the evening.
Bro, ain't no way. Wait, how old's his wife? Okay, 24. Oh, he's 29. Okay. Okay. Yeah, wife. Wife is insane on its own, okay? But I thought it said like, I thought it said like 21 or some shit that when I first saw her pop up.
Already contacted his wife and told her everything about the evening. He lied to them, saying that he was there because the girl needed help with family matters, but admitted that it was unprofessional to meet her like that and that he might have ruined his career as well as his marriage. On the other hand, the girl became defensive about Sam during her interview, saying he did everything because he cared for her more than anyone. Two of the detectives who contacted Sam's wife moments later were told that she thought Sam had met with an accident and was very anxious. She also said that Sam had always had boundary problems with female students, something they fought about quite a lot. In a detailed interview, she confessed everything that had been going on between her and Sam.
I thought he was dead. I was ready to report him missing. I videoed me sobbing, being like, please just come home.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yes.
I
I was so worried for him. And then to find out he was just getting caught by police, I was about to give up both of my jobs for him and move wherever he wanted, so he could further his career. He did completely manipulate her too, being like, if this got out of, and how twisted that is, and how that girl didn't deserve that kind of manipulation. Like, it's so messed up. I knew I wanted out, but I went in and I was just like, you're going to be completely honest with me, and the second I think you're lying, I'm getting out, and I'm leaving, and you're never going to hear from me again. So I asked name, or like who she was, right? How long it had been going on, and that's when it was like the whole time.
Bro.
He'd been talking to her. The whole time? The whole time you were back together.
Oh, when did you guys get back
Bro fumbled so hard.
together?
Sorry.
It was shortly after Valentine's Day. Okay. Yeah, there's a snow day where he went to see her, and I remember looking up to see if he was right and looking back at our photos. And it was literally right in between seeing me. Like, he'd stayed with me 2 nights, and then he went home, must have seen her, and then came back to me the next day. And I remember asking him, I was just like, are you sure there's anyone you want to date before, like, you want to do this? I know it's going to be hard work.
Who's the cop now, Ghidra? Answer me that.
Like, you don't think about anyone you saw before me? Like, are you sure?
Right.
And
Or are we both the counselors?
he had said, no, like, I'm sure, like, there's anyone that I, like, want to see. But he had said that things had just gotten, like, romantic with someone around Valentine's. Later, he had told me that he had kissed someone on Valentine's Day. But he didn't tell me he did anything else. Yeah, he told me he had gone on a few dates with someone who was younger than me. And I remember that freaking me out, being like, are you just going to want to date someone younger than me, like, at a later point?
Yeah.
Like, that's weird. Like, I don't know. I don't even look at 21-year-olds, right? Like, if I find out someone's 21, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, don't. He said it was a former student. With what, like, little information he gave me, I did end up finding, like, her TikTok, and that's where I saw the video of her wearing his shirt. And I can send that to you right now if you want.
That would be
I have
awesome.
the pictures.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Do you have photos of him wearing the shirt?
Yep, he's in it.
That would be great.
He is in it.
So you had told me earlier that you sent those to him?
I did, and I was just like, she's literally wearing your shirt.
Yeah.
And then he had responded in some way that just like, do you like what if they look at my phone again? And I was just like, sorry, but also like not sorry.
Yeah.
Explain. And they're
Yeah.
like, this looks really bad. Like, this is horrible. Like, get rid of. Like, I don't know.
Did he explain?
No, he didn't. He just was just like this. Like, why would you send this to me over the phone? Like, this makes me look bad. And that was pretty much it.
Rachel also told the detective that one of his students had told her friends that he imagined her face while having sex with his wife, and that he wanted to face. Although Rachel and Sam were no longer living together, he came to her apartment that day to collect his bike, saying that he just wanted to take it out for a ride. Watch as Rachel reveals that she herself had been a student.
Was that her? Oh no, ain't no way, dog. No, dude, chill. I was gonna say, is that her apartment?
Together.
That can't be her. That's not an apartment, right? That shit looks like fucking sick.
Came to her apartment.
Damn.
That day to collect his bike, saying that he just wanted to take it out for a ride. Watch as Rachel reveals that she herself had been a student at the same school and had interacted with Sam during her high school years as well.
Just from going through her phone, she seemed to like really struggle with the fact that you were in the picture still, and she didn't seem to know quite that she had a feeling, but you know.
Wait, so she didn't know that Sam and I worked together?
It seemed like she had a feeling, but I don't think he was clear with her about it.
About like how that was going?
Yeah, because I don't know, and I think it kind of changed over time. Is kind of the way I interpreted just from some of her notes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did you ask him if there was ever anyone else, other students?
Yes. He had said there was only one other student that he had said "I love you" to, but didn't give a name, just that they were part of game theory. Both students were reaching out to him.
They were part of
He said
game
that they were
theory?
part of Discord. Yeah, I think he completely deleted everything. Like
He deleted whole apps.
Yeah.
Not just like data off the apps, but like whole apps, and whole conversations and albums and stuff. So
yikes, albums.
Yeah, about kissing and others.
Yes.
God damn, bro. Sorry to say it again. He fumbled so fucking hard, dude.
Whole apps, and whole conversations and albums and stuff. So
yikes, albums.
Yeah, about kissing and others.
Yes. But I didn't connect them because I didn't know at the time. Right. I think he was just kind of like spinning
some version of some truth.
Right. Yeah, to not have to admit to the full truth.
And I don't mean the student, okay?
No.
Was it like in her house or?
No, I think it was in his car. It had to have been in his car. I was a current student, Sam's first year. I think you already know that.
I think you told me that the first time we talked.
Yeah. And then we met matched on Tinder.
After you graduated.
After. But my sister was still a current student. But he said he'd look me up in like computer system too. It's like see if I was still on Shelton.
Wait, when? When you were a student?
No. When we matched again. He like, and like looked me up
to see if you're still on Shelton.
And just like see who I was again.
Do you think he ever did that? Did he ever say he did that to other people? Or?
He had dated another girl from my graduating year before he met me. And I think he would have done the same thing. Because I think he's done this for probably everyone, right? Like,
you think so? That feels like a violation.
Right, yeah.
Who was the other student?
Her name's Scott. I remember.
How do you feel about that? Like, is that really a violation? I don't think I really give a shit that much, but...
Asking Sam if he had remembered me. And he said, obviously he did because he like looked me up. But he said that he did. And that he had liked the way that I looked at him, even though I'd only looked at him twice.
Then he must have really liked it. Jeez, be appreciative.
Before that day.
Oh, actually, when I did his Snapchat warrant, it showed that he had blocked you. Why? No, I know. You have any questions? Don't hesitate. Like, I'm glad you got the report. I thought it'd be better for you to have it in front of you instead of like hearing it from me.
So I know it's in the report. Did it go any further? That's reported?
Not with this victim. So I believe everything she said. Like, I think that if they did have actual like reports, that she would have told us. Yeah, and I really think she would have. And I think she's being honest about everything she said did happen. So it's like the oral and then like fingers and that kind of thing. And she also is. I believe her too because she also is kind of like made statements of like I didn't do anything to him. Like she was just like uncomfortable with that. She's so young, like it's kind of scary, you know.
Yeah.
So like her whole reaction to that whole thing was very like genuine.
Yeah.
And she was like, I didn't do anything to him, and you know. Then there was a statement of like she told him she didn't want to, and he said it would be making love. Yeah, and so yeah, so it all just seems to like add up with everything we found, and I think she's being genuine about it.
Yeah.
So.
It's really interesting because Sam always used to paint himself as the guy that like wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe he genuinely thinks that he loved her too. I guess I don't know. But he said he would only sleep with people that he loved.
Maybe he jumped so fast into loving people.
Maybe
because that seemed to escalate pretty quick from what I know.
Yeah, and things went faster between us too, which also now is a red flag for me. In any relationship.
Yeah.
Since most of the chats had been deleted from Sam's phone and
She's
the girl's
taking
phone,
it, like,
detectives requested
pretty
records
well.
from Snapchat, which revealed several
Goddamn.
disturbing details. Sam had told the girl that it was okay for her to herself if she wanted to, and they had exchanged numerous messages suggesting that they were in love and missed each other. Some messages also implied that interactions had also taken place either on school premises or in Sam's car. On the day they were discovered, the girl was taken to the hospital after displaying self-harm tendencies and was later assigned a therapist. The therapist informed officers that Sam had been involved with the girl for approximately 2 months before they were caught. The girl also stated that the two of them used to hang out in the school gymnasium after boxing sessions that were meant to help her manage her anger, and that on one occasion, he tried to penetrate her while they were alone in his car despite her objections. She reported that they had met at the same location where they were eventually discovered.
He tried to penetrate her when they were alone in his car. How do you do that, dog? Asking for a friend. No, but seriously, how do you do that? Like, was there implied like lead up to something that would have gotten to that circumstance, or did he just like immediately go for like?
On numerous occasions, often out in Sam's car. In a later interview, the girl told officers that Sam had come to her house while her parents were away and had engaged in oral sex with her. All of these disturbing details gave officers enough cause to make their next move.
My grandmother's on her way to come get me. Can I tell her to turn around?
Yeah, we'll let you use your phone here in just a minute, okay?
I appreciate that.
Just get these cuffs on.
Sure.
Bro, the Naruto tattoo. No! Not the Ellie Last of Us tattoo! No! And they gave him pink cuffs. Oh my god. Dude, this is a performative male, okay?
Fit okay? All right. So these are your Miranda warnings. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Sam, do you have a key to the house here? Yes, because we have a search warrant for the residence, and we don't want to have to force the door open. So if you can show me which one of the keys it is that'll open it. I'm assuming probably this one.
Let's go in this case here. It's not my home.
I know,
right?
But we have a warrant for the house, regardless.
See the other keys in your other pocket? No, I'm saying the
AirPod case. AirPod case, that's what's in this pocket.
All right. Go ahead and turn your head that direction. Sure.
He's wearing a JJK shirt too.
Oh, she has to bring her back. Yeah, I have the keys, but I can bring the car back too. I just need a ride back. Yeah. Hey, Sam, so I'm not going to ask you any questions, okay? I just want to say something real quick, if that's okay with you. So listen, I know people make mistakes, right? Okay, this is not equaling a conviction right now, it's just probable cause, okay? I know people make mistakes. That being said, it's not the end of life, right? Okay? So if you could please do me a big favor and do everyone a big favor and take care of yourself and not do anything kind of silly and rash or hurt yourself in any way, okay? Because that's going to put a lot of pain on other people, and we don't need that, okay? This is something that is not the end of life, right? Okay? I just want to make that really clear, and nobody wants that. Okay? All right, thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sam, Freshman Academy Counselor. I'm all things freshman. As you've seen, Ed and I are a partnership. We're here to support you, and ultimately our goal this year is to help you feel like you belong. Whether or not it's being a part of a sport or an activity like game theory, come join. We're a bunch of nerds, we have lots of fun. Or you feel like a teacher really cares and invests in your well-being. That's what we want for you. You'll be connected with your advisories today so that you have dedicated time with the students in that class and your advisor. That's the important part of this year. I'm here to help. Mr. Story on the side, while I am on the personal side. So we are here to support you in every way that we can. Again, welcome to Hi, Sam, Freshman Academy Counselor.
After the school learned of Sam's misconduct, he was immediately placed on administrative leave. When the girl was asked why she had not told the police the truth earlier, she explained that Sam had told her he would himself if their secret came out. Detectives also met with the parents of another student with whom Sam had been interacting in a very similar manner, and who said they believed he posed a threat to their child. In addition to these offenses, Sam had given Heather's daughter vape cartridges and a marijuana bud on Valentine's Day. On that same day, he reconciled with his wife after living separately and also began dating the girl. Consequently, his educator's certificate was permanently revoked, and he was charged with the following:
rape of a child in the 3rd degree, child molestation in the 3rd degree, sexual misconduct with a minor in the 1st degree, delivery of a controlled substance, possession of depictions of minor engaged in sexually explicit conduct.
He was later sentenced to 41 years in prison after pleading guilty to 3rd degree rape. He will also be required to complete 19 months of supervised probation following his prison term and must register as a sex offender upon release.
He gave me like 3 roaches that he found in the backseat of his car and a half-eaten Reese's cup that he got too sick to finish. He's so sweet. By the way, he's like 34 years old and he's my freaking teacher.
YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
God, dude. Yo, chat. We rocking with him? We rocking with him, chat? Where's this at? Yep.
This fraud. This is the worst fraud in human. How bad is this fraud? This is the worst fraud in human history.
How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer?
They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And how have you seen the weaponization of the word racist?
There's been no evidence of that, by the way.
Islamophobe take power here. here in Minnesota, potentially the largest fraud to ever happen in America is happening right now, as billions of dollars has been laundered and funneled and given to Somali-ran businesses here inside of Minnesota, all across the state. I'm here in Minneapolis right now, and I'm meeting with a man who's been doing his own research for years, as he's been speculating this fraud, as he's seen it blatantly inside of his neighborhoods and areas that he calls home. This is an interview with a man who has done everything possible.
Yeah, from my understanding, there's been like, has there been hundreds of millions? I think Swoopy came in earlier saying that there was like 150 million. I think that was like actually reported. But yeah, definitely not billions. Also, I'm meeting with this guy who's done his own research, but doesn't cite where the research is like being taken from or anything like that. Only shows his first name. Yeah, completely credible, by the way.
To expose the fraud, and now let's get into the interview. What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare? How come they said this building was closed? There's a lot of fraud happening here in Minnesota. You've been living here for years now. How bad is this fraud?
To be clear, he's not observed any fraud, by the way. He's just seen like brown people in his neighborhood.
So I was born in Minneapolis a long time ago. I've lived my whole life here. And my opinion is that this is the worst fraud in human history, what is occurring in Minnesota and more specifically in the Twin Cities right now.
How much money do you think has been sent around fraudulently here inside Minnesota?
Over the years, I would say anywhere from 80 to 100 billion dollars.
And right now the big controversy is with Tim Walz and his government and the fraud that they've allowed to happen within the Somalian community. Right behind us is Cedar Riverside, a location where it is very densely populated with Somalians. How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer?
Well, so that complex you're seeing behind there, I attended the University of Minnesota, and in the area we're on right now, this is the West Bank, and it was always called the West Bank, and it was sort of the place to be when you're in college, and that was all student housing, 100%. That building you see in the background, it's now 100% Somali. And I can tell you confidently, they don't pay for their housing, they don't pay for their food, they don't pay for their vehicles, and on top of that, they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And how are they sucking billions of dollars out of the state?
He has no evidence.
Of Minnesota.
Well,
and he has no fucking clue if it's all like taken by Somalians.
One example would be with the hundreds of child care facilities that they have set up, and on every one that I visited, and I've been to maybe 100 of them or more, I never ever have seen one child at any facilities ever.
I just really want to see some fucking children, dude. Please.
Over the past 7 years, 8 years.
What are the businesses that are being used to fraud the taxpayer here in Minnesota? You got the daycares. What are all of them?
So you have child care, you have adult daycare, you have in-home health care, you have straight health care, and nobody really knows how that's defined. And then you have transportation, non-emergency medical transportation. And if you do a search, you'll see that the state of Minnesota says they have 1,020 non-emergency medical transportation companies, and my research is showing that 95% of those are Somali-owned. And what I know is that the people writing the check to the state of Minnesota never, ever, ever verify that any trip was ever made or that any appointment was ever made with a dentist, chiropractor, or anything.
And so these people are able to start these businesses and then immediately get funds from the government.
Is that a standard practice that people have to report there being trips actually being conducted?
Right.
Yeah, so interestingly that you bring up licensing, because another area of fraud that I exposed was all of these autism centers, because I would drive around the Twin Cities. I said, well, there's another autism center. I said, what's going on with all this autism? Is there something in the water? And then I started to look at, well, who owns these autism centers? And virtually 99% of them were owned by Somalis.
And is there an autism outbreak here in Minnesota right now?
There is not. But to open an autism center, you do not need a license.
And so people are claiming their children are autistic to receive money from the government.
Yes.
And the government, underneath Tim Walz's leadership.
People are claiming their children are autistic to receive money from the government? How does that make fucking sense? Why the fuck would they go through the process of getting a license to like open this business if they can just say that like their children are autistic and just like receive the funds for that like directly?
They're not going in investigating and doing their due diligence to say maybe we shouldn't give this company $1 million.
Well, so what's happening is there have been some sporadic inspections done at these facilities, and I have records of some of these inspections. And one inspection they'll get 11 violations. A child care facility with 11 violations, that is bad. I mean, unsanitary conditions, broken furniture, no play area for the children, and so they write these things in their report, but then they never follow up to make sure. They never physically revisit the site to make sure that...
They do. They have to. They're mandated to. That's why you see when you look up the violations for any of these centers, you'll see the violations listed, and then you'll see the requests from the centers that had the violations written down against them, having them like revisit the place and reconduct like a what would you say, like not an interview, but like reconduct a inspection. And then you'll see the inspection that was followed up on, like written down afterwards. Like you can view all of this stuff with the dates provided.
Any of those violations are corrected. What they accept is documentation from the center that they've made the corrections.
So at the end of the day, they're able to violate certain guidelines, yet they still receive money somehow. How is there not somebody inside the state who's saying, okay, we're seeing this fraud happen, let's maybe not just continue to give money to these people?
So you've probably heard the term Minnesota Nice before, which back
Oh
in the
my
old
God,
times,
bro.
the old days, it meant something. Now it's actually a curse upon us because the people here,
As well as documented reduction of violations per visit. True. I remember seeing that one that was like 11 in the follow-up, they only got 2. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense where it's like, yeah, they don't even have to go there physically. They can just like send in stuff through the mail to say that they fixed it. And it's like, if that's the case, why would they have any violation ever?
majority of the people, they're afraid of their own shadows. I'm an outcast because I'm exposing this fraud. I'm telling the truth. My family has basically disowned me because...
You're going up to random brown people, dog, and you're asking to see children. I would hope you're a fucking outcast. No shit.
Of all of this fraud that I've uncovered, and I've been called a racist, an Islamophobe, a white supremacist, Nazi, all these things. And I said, look, everything that I talk about is verified. I have it in writing. I've gone to politicians. I've gone to Washington, D.C. over the years. I said, look, this fraud is out of control. This is approaching $100 billion. And now you see the U.S. attorney, they started with the Feeding Our Future, $250 million. I said, no, that's amateur hour. Then they said it's $1 billion. Now, just today, the U.S. attorney held a press conference and said the fraud is possibly as much as $18 billion, but we don't really know what period of time. And I'm telling you, it's way more than that. You have transportation, autism, childcare, daycare, healthcare. And nobody knows what's healthcare because they're not healthcare providers. So what is the healthcare? They have in-home healthcare.
And so what's the need, for example, for 1,200 transportation companies inside of Minnesota? What's the need for that many transportation?
Well, there isn't. There isn't. You're talking about getting a ride. You already have services that are provided. You have Metro Mobility that offers free rides to seniors and low-income people. And so to have that many non-emergency medical transportation companies, it's not possible that they can transport that many people. I have been to many of these transportation companies, and I've been time-stamping my photographs for a whole year at one facility in Minneapolis, and those vans in that parking lot have not moved 1 inch in an entire year. They're all still sitting there.
And so when you think about it, you have,
and show it.
With the transportation companies, you have the adult care centers. So are they working hand in hand together to then say, we're getting the services from them, the adult daycare centers, to then transport them to their appointments?
So my feeling is this transportation deal is kind of the belly of the beast because you also have these charter schools, and there's a school in North Minneapolis called Bonadier Academy. It's a K through 12 school. So that's K through 12. So that's 13 years, 13 classes, right? And they say they have 150 students. I found data that they have 136. So that's 10 people per class. How is that possible? And they're getting somewhere around $20 to $30 million a year for what?
So 130 students, and they're receiving around $20 million.
Or more, yes.
A lot of these schools are.
Yes.
The fraud here is like exuberant amount of numbers.
If that's the case, then why didn't you show any of that in the last video? Like some of the most like extreme numbers that you got to allegedly were like, if correct me if I'm wrong, like 3 million, like maybe.
As to how much they're actually enabling to happen here. We went to a fraud committee, and you saw the people. I even confronted one of the ladies myself, and she started to blame the fraud and deflecting it upon how there's fraud everywhere. And she didn't take any accountability. She didn't take responsibility. In fact, she blamed Trump for the fraud that's been happening here inside Minnesota.
Right. So Kristen.
She didn't blame him at all. So, wait, what's the name of that school? Which school?
Robbins is the chairwoman of the fraud committee, and she was attacked by that Democrat member you were just talking about for not telling that committee about all this fraud. Well, the law says in Minnesota that if you are an elected or public official and you are aware of fraud or suspected fraud, it's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9, that you must report that fraud or suspected fraud immediately to the Office of the Legislative Auditor, the OLA, and then the OLA decides which law enforcement agency to refer the complaint to.
And they failed to do it.
Yeah, dipshit. It sounds like they've already done that. It sounds like that process has already begun. It sounds like that process, in fact, it sounds like that process had even begun like prior to the Trump administration, like in his second term. That's why you see the DOJ having these prosecutions and then having securing these convictions against people that are committing fraud. It's already gone on. People are already reporting it.
Do that.
Force an agency to refer the complaint to.
And they failed to do that.
No, Kristen Robbins did that. She said, I reported it to the OLA, and the Democrat, she had no idea how things worked in Minnesota. She was just so enraged about all this fraud getting exposed.
Because they don't want to take accountability because the fraud is so blatant. You can go to any of these daycare centers. There are no children.
How do they not want to face any accountability when the person that you're relying on your sole information for, this David motherfucker, is telling you directly to your face that, like, yeah, they did report it, actually. But then even he, like, his own statement's already fucking retarded too, because he's like, yeah, she has no idea what to do with it. But then you just said she reported it.
Children anywhere.
Last Saturday, I was in front of the governor's mansion, and I was attacked by 3 Somali men. It's on camera. I made a 911 call. Nobody came to help me. The week before that, I fought off a knife attack. And these people are very violent, and people are afraid of them. The police are even afraid of them. And the police chief is out there telling the public, if you see an ICE agent, call 911. I mean, it's insanity. It's just pure evil. I mean, it's...
Now, it's directly...
Those two statements have nothing to do with each other whatsoever. For one, this dude, didn't he say he got attacked by, was it in the last video he said he got attacked by 2 Somalians? Like that last Saturday? Or was it 3? Like each time? Also, he's fighting off 3 Somalians and then fighting off a dude with a knife. Like, this dude is melting because he's so fucking old. There's no shot he's fighting off a seemingly violent Somalian dude with a knife and winning that, okay? There should also be like a police call that's like recorded that you could produce, right? I would imagine. And to this claim right here,
like if you see an ICE agent, call 911, and the police chief, and people are afraid of them. The police are even afraid of them, and the police chief is out there telling the public, if you see an ICE agent, call 911. I mean, it's insane.
If you see an ICE agent, call 911. What? Because they're afraid of Somalians? Are Somalians like the fucking Italian mobsters of like 2025? I don't... What?
Just pure evil. I mean, it's...
Now, let's directly talk about the Somali population because, for instance, you get attacked by 3 Somalians.
What's up, Corey?
They're told to call police. They see ICE. How come Somalians have been able to get such a strong foothold here inside of Minnesota, specifically here in Minneapolis?
The reason is that the Somali community is a closed community. What I mean by that is they do not talk to outsiders, and they are ruled with an iron fist by the Somali.
Probably because the outsiders that are trying to talk to them are asking to see their fucking children, dog.
Somali mafia, and one of those guys is the guy who just got convicted of $7.2 million of fraud, a unanimous jury verdict, and Judge Sarah West overturned the verdict. I couldn't believe it. That was my discovery of all that fraud. I'm the one who got that guy brought before the jury, and then they find him guilty, and they let him go.
Oh my god, what was it, Sarah West? Judge, Somalian, fraud, Minnesota. Guaranteed this dude's lying about it. And also, I'm curious, like, if they did overturn it, what the justification would be.
The Minnesota judge who tossed out a jury's guilty verdict in a fraud case is not the only judge in Hennepin County who had problems with the state's case. I broke this story that went national a couple weeks ago. Judge Sarah West acquitted Abdi.
You move your streaming area already? Yeah, there's like a month left on this lease. And my internet connection was kind of shit, being on that mesh router in my room originally. So I just moved everything basically into this living room for the time being until I move in.
Abdi Fattah Youssef 3 months after a jury found him guilty in a $7.2 million home health care fraud scheme. Since then, I found that another judge, Amber Brennan, dismissed charges against Youssef's wife before it reached trial, and a third judge, Hillary Caligiuri, dismissed charges against another co-defendant.
Notice how they're all women? Kind of like DEI, maybe.
defendant. In that case, Caligiuri said the state had very little evidence. Judge West's ruling relies on a review standard for cases that rely heavily on circumstantial evidence with wording that is unique to Minnesota. It says that the evidence has to be inconsistent with any other reasonable hypothesis. I'm following a state Supreme Court decision expected to come back soon that could completely rewrite all of that. It's the conviction of Nick Firkus for the 2010 murder of his wife Heidi. Whether his conviction is overturned or affirmed, the court opinion will have a huge impact on many cases in the state. I'm Lou Ragoose. Follow for more news.
Lou Ragoose.
For cases that rely heavily on circumstantial evidence with wording that is unique to Minnesota, consistent with any other reasonable hypothesis. I'm following a state Supreme Court decision expected to come back soon that could completely rewrite all of that. It's the conviction of Nick Firkus.
Oh, okay. Allow ads, I suppose. You already got a new place picked out? Not yet. I submitted some requests for tours. But I'm gonna check my email in a little bit. I haven't gotten like an email back yet, I think. Make sure you get enough space so I can park my truck there. True. What is this? Repit.org. What is this?
Mr. Funk, what is this?
The school, he said, has 150 students. K-12 actually only has 53 students, and it's a charter school. What is this referencing? Like, was this in that video just now, or? What is a charter school? Charter school is a school that receives government funding but operates independently of the established state school system in which it is located. It is independent in the sense that it operates according to the basic principle of autonomy for accountability that is freed from the rules from control for the results. 829 in video. In this video? Or the last one? 150.
From them, the adult daycare centers, to then transport them to their appointments.
So my feeling is this transportation deal is kind of the belly of the beast because you also have these charter schools, and there's a school in North Minneapolis called Bonadier Academy. It's a K through 12 school, so that's K through 12, so that's 13 years, 13 classes, right? And they say they have 150 students. I found data that they have 136, so that's 10 people per class.
So he does say that. When was this updated last? Do we know? It says 2026 here, so I would imagine if there is going to be like a site-wide kind of update here, then there most likely is going to be updates for this. This is data year here, actually. I'm curious where he's getting those numbers at then. He says only has 53 students. Where are you seeing 53 at? "100% black." I wonder if that what other sort of ethnicities exist in this category or in these categories. Because I wonder if Somalians would be labeled as black, or if they're going to be like different labels for them. But I'm wondering where you do see the they would be. Okay. You're dyslexic. Oh, you might have been referencing the Repit score. 39, but he also claims it's getting millions. So if it's a charter school and it's acting independently of Minnesota or Minneapolis generally, like, does that mean that they're Does that mean that they don't get funding? Who the fuck are you talking to? I don't hear anyone else. I'm streaming right now, and they're in my chat. I forgot you can't see it on the screen. Let me see. Hold on, give me 1 second. Like you can see here. Can I view this on maps? Oh, they do have a exterior playground. Academy, okay. I wonder if this is like an area that's like predominantly like Somalians or just like black people generally. There's an area like that that's kind of nearby where I live, like by this like Walmart. There's like these apartment complexes and structures that are built specifically, or maybe not specifically, but like they're predominantly rented by. I don't know where they're from specifically, but there's quite a few Muslims there. Also, this looks pretty busy. So it does look like there are Somalians there. Was this graduation, I guess? But even then, like you see these people that look like look like they could just be parents of kids that go there. Like it still even looks busy, like was this March of 25? Suck my dick, retard. Jesus Christ. Wait, is it really not active anymore or what? Hold on. Wait, what is this that you linked? Comprehensive Needs Assessment. Minnesota Transitions Charter School was approved for a Title I school-wide program in 2003. Pertinent data was collected which qualify for Title I services. MCA, MAPS, reading and math interim assessments, number of suspensions, attendance, student surveys, staff turnover, class management, parent participation, attendance at conferences, parents' nights, etc., number of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, number of students who needing ESL services. The team met and analyzed the data, prioritized the needs of the students, and set goals to meet for the years of 2021-2022. Goals developed include improving students' learning, increasing parent participation, bridging the achievement gap in all subgroups, increasing the academic vocabulary of all students. Okay, so what is... What are Title I services? Title I of the ESEA supplements state and local funding for low-achieving children, especially in high-poverty schools. Damn, that sucks, dog. There's no No Department of Education now. Kinda bad, kinda bad. Does that mean like this is wiped too? Or do the funds get like... Wait, before I say this word and sound stupid. Yeah, that's not the right word. Does Title I still exist? Oof. So... So I was at my staff meeting yesterday, and according to admin, the Title I school will no longer, or will be no more, starting for the 2025 to 2026 school year. The kids will no longer have the farms program for lunch. Parents will still have to fill out the forms as they do every school year. However, the kids who do not qualify for free or reduced lunch will have to pay full price for the lunch because all the kids, whether they qualify or not, received lunch for free. There are other programs that were geared towards low-income students that will be gone. As for staff members, those who worked with low-income students will be moved to different grades. And to add insult upon injury, Title I teacher is going to be let go, or one Title I teacher is going to be let go. However, Paris and student assistants are saved, but I'm still scared about the security of student assistants because student assistants are lower than paras. Paras? Damn. I wonder if this funding looks larger now because the shit in the Department of Education like has been obliterated. So then more of the like absolute numbers have to be like designated to the populations directly rather than through programs via the Department of Education. I don't know if that makes sense, but get your ass out of here, bitch. I don't know. Was this in Project 2025? I feel like that's a very malicious thing. Like, that almost feels like it would be crazy to be, like, incidental of, right? I don't know. Can I F3 in this? Whoa. Hmm. Title 1. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Sorry, I'm not trying to be super quiet. I'm just reading this. I actually stumbled upon this crazy shit. Jesus. Okay. What was it? Title 1? Okay. Is there a fucking, hold on, Department of Education? For school districts to undermine girls. Okay. Deny loan access to those who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents, and deny loan access to students at schools that provide in-state tuition to illegal aliens. Damn, Department of Labor, eliminate the 2, in parentheses, of 4, lowest wage levels for foreign workers. Federal education policy should be limited, and ultimately, the Federal Department of Education should be eliminated. When power is exercised, it should empower students and families, not government. In our pluralistic society, families and students should be free to choose from a diverse set of school options and learning environments that best fit their needs. Our post-secondary institutions should also reflect such diversity. Okay. Here's Title I, right here. Program and Office Prioritization within the Department. Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, OESE. The OESE is comprised of 36 programs ranging from Title I, Part A of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and Impact Aid to programs for Native American students and the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program. Reduce the number of programs managed by OESE and transfer some remaining programs to other federal agencies. Transfer 1, Part A, which provides federal funding for lower-income school districts, to the Department of Health and Human Services, specifically for the Administration for Children and Families. It should be administered as a no-strings-attached formula block grant. Restore revenue responsibility for Title I funding to the states over a 10-year period. OESE also currently manages the Federal Impact Aid Program, which provides funding to school districts to compensate for reductions in property tax revenue due to the presence of federal property. Eliminate impact aid not tied to students. Okay. What does it mean, a no-strings formula block grant? Let's chat GPT. What is a funding mechanism with 3 distinct features. Each word matters. Block grant. Block grant is money the federal government gives to states or local governments in a lump sum for a broad policy area rather than a tightly formula. Means the amount each state from preset. Okay. Department of Education. The department. U.S. Department of Education announced new agency partner to break up federal bureaucracy. Ah, damn, dude. Next administration should abandon this change, redefining sex to mean sexual orientation and gender identity. Title, whatever the fuck that is. First day in office, the next admin should signal its intent to enter a rulemaking process to restore the Trump administration's regulation with the additional insistence that sex is properly understood as a fixed biological fact. Official notice and comment should be posted immediately. Charter School Grant Programs. Congress first authorized the Charter School Program in 1994. It most recently reauthorized the program in 2015 as part of Every Student Succeeds Act. On March 14, 2022, the department published a notice concerning proposed priorities, requirements, definitions, and grant selection criteria relating to the award of federal grants to applicants in CSP. This proposal increases the federal footprint in charter school sector by ignoring statute and adding to the list of requirements imposed on charter schools. The new administration must take immediate steps to rescind the new requirements and lessen the federal restriction on charter schools. Members of Congress and the White House should consider a similar update to Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Title I is the largest portion of federal taxpayer spending under this federal education law, and the section provides additional taxpayer resources to schools or groups of schools in lower-income areas. Federal taxpayers committed $16.3 billion to Title I in fiscal year of 2019, spending that is dedicated to students in low-income areas of the U.S. per student. This spending amounts to more than $1,400 for a child in a large city and approximately $1,300 for a student in a remote rural area. Research finds, though, that this enormous investment has not produced positive results for children in need. The achievement gap between children from the highest and lowest income deciles? And recent initially the responsibilities for administering and overseeing Title I should be moved to HHS along with IDEA. Students attending schools that receive Title I spending should also have access to microeducation savings accounts that allow families to choose how and where their children learn according to their needs. Parents should be allowed to use their child's Title I resources to help pay for private learning options, including tutoring services. Title I, HHS. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on, but I'm gonna look up. God damn, bro. Actually, hold on. Okay. Jesus. Okay. So it looks like Title 40 and Title 20, Title 1 no longer actually exists. At least under the Department of Education. From my understanding, it sounds like it is now under the HHS. I'm not sure though. I don't remember what this was linked for also. Especially considering that this is 21 and 22. I don't know if Cody is still here or not to answer, but... So it says it's not active anymore. Is it not active because... because of the reconstruction, or... Oh, this was this year. Yeah, okay. Due to safety concern. That's totally fair. I get that, but okay. Who's the retard that laughed at it? Oh, you disgusting, pudgy, degenerate whore. Just saying. BT dubs. Okay.
And one of those guys is the guy who just got convicted of 7.2.
A Minnesota judge has found herself at the center of a political firestorm after overturning a guilty verdict in a case involving misappropriated Medicaid funds. In November, Hennepin County Judge Sarah West granted a judgment of acquittal for Abdulkadir Yusuf, overturning a unanimous jury verdict which has convicted him on charges of connected to a company he owned and which had been involved in a $7.2 million fraud case. In her order, West said the original conviction had relied substantially on circumstantial evidence. The Minnesota Judicial Branch told Newsweek that neither West nor court staff were able to comment on the case, noting that the matter remains pending after it was brought to the Minnesota Court of Appeals. West and the case have reemerged as a focal point in the debate over alleged large-scale fraud in Minnesota, which escalated in recent weeks after the state's acting U.S. attorney said $9 billion or more in federal funds may have been stolen since 2018. The AP, citing the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota, reported that Somali Americans make up 89% and those that have been charged in connection with such fraud as of December 19th. Court documents show the defendant was charged with and subsequently convicted of 6 counts of aiding and abetting theft through fraudulent reimbursement claims submitted to Medicaid by a business he owned. However, in her decision, West said that there was a reasonable, rational inference that the defendant's brother was committing the fraud and operating the business in a reckless manner without Mr. Yusuf's knowledge or involvement. However, the court added that it was troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at the company. At the time, the decision drew some criticism from lawmakers and legal experts. University of Minnesota law professor Jane Ann Murray told Fox News Digital earlier this month that it was highly unusual for a judge to reject a jury's verdict in any case, much less a white-collar one, where issues of intent will almost always be circumstantial. The case involving West has gathered renewed scrutiny after a video, quote-unquote, exposing Minnesota fraud was posted to X on Friday by Nick Shirley, a 23-year-old YouTuber with more than 1.1 million followers. In the 42-minute video, the independent journalist and Trump-sympathetic influencer visited daycare centers in the state, which were empty despite, Shirley said, receiving millions of dollars from government-run programs. Michael Holmstrom, a Republican member of the Minnesota Senate, sent a letter to West in late November requesting that all documents from the case be unsealed and noting that her extraordinary decision to overturn a jury's verdict has become a matter of intense public debate and scrutiny. His letter was reported on Monday by Tesla CEO Elon Musk with the caption, "Corruption." On Sunday, Musk also wrote, "Judge should be fired," in response to a post about West's decision to overturn the verdict. Several posts from MAGA-aligned social media accounts have also called on the judge to resign or to be fired. X-account MAGA Voice wrote on Sunday, Elon Musk calls for Judge Sarah West to be fired for throwing out a $7 billion unanimous Somali fraud conviction. I absolutely agree with Elon. Bring back law and order. Except you guys don't actually give a fuck about it because you're just continuously hiring, supporting, and pardoning the motherfuckers that do commit crimes and do violate law and order, so spare me the tears. Meanwhile, West assumed office in 2018 after she was appointed by then-Governor Mark Dayton, a Democrat. Her current term ends on January 4th, 2027. What people are saying, Minnesota 4th Judicial District Judge Sarah West in an order, the court is concerned about the fraud that concerned at Promise. The way this case was presented, and the failure by the state to actually connect the dots, even through clear inference from circumstantial evidence that Mr. Yusuf knowingly assisted in the fraud, is more than concerning. The trier of fact, and this court, upon review, should not be in a place of having to dig through and work to interpret the volumes of evidence to establish the state's case. Okay, is there... So if his stuff was overturned, does that mean his brother's was overturned as well, or...
Trump just announced he's got a working group. Well,
Well, all the political actors seem to be weighing in. The president has weighed in. The governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis have weighed in and effectively called this guy a murderer. They don't know that. I mean, there's obviously 2 points of view, and I assume there's going to be more facts that we're all going to learn in the days and weeks ahead. But it's pretty apparent this guy was standing in front of a vehicle and somebody accelerated it at him. How this shakes out in the legal system.
No, it's not pretty apparent that they accelerated at him, you fucking retard, you partisan hack. If that was obvious, then I would expect like more of a consensus to be had, other than like the divisiveness that already exists for one, and then exists like for two within your own fucking party that can barely string along a sentence to defend this. Okay.
I don't know. I do know this. The president's been a strong proponent of standing up for these ICE agents and other federal law enforcement who have been, in fact...
That's irrelevant.
These ICE agents and other federal law enforcement who have been, in fact, under assault from protesters since he took office and instructed...
That's just not true. Sorry.
...them to simply enforce federal immigration law. And we have seen, in my opinion, a lot of irresponsible rhetoric over the year from Democratic officials like Tim Walz, who have called them Gestapo and murderers and everything else. And so...
But yet there's no heat or anything whatsoever coming from like coming from you to your own side, who has infinitely deployed more rhetoric that has been like hateful or divisive or anything else that you claim the left to be doing against like Trump or Vance or ICE or whoever else, right?
There are consequences to that kind of language, and I think we're seeing that play out today.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. Today, we're going to be talking about this story out of Minnesota when it comes to the woman who got shot, and particularly about what Scott Jennings has to say about it on CNN. And he says, in his opinion, this is caused from the Democrats pushing vigilantism onto the American people and trying to convince them they need to go and do something in the streets to stop ICE.
Yeah. The only people that are pushing vigilantism are the motherfuckers that are hiring the wannabe vigilantes. Like, that's literally ICE is just filled with wannabe vigilantes. Like, when you increase the budget 3 times the amount that it was before, whenever you increase the amount of people that are being hired or needed to be hired, when you lower the standards for these people to actually be hired to these agencies, like, all you have left are vigilantes that want to join this and to act out whatever fantasies that they have.
I'm getting the same
in the streets to stop ICE.
Yeah, I'm getting the same sense when I hear the rhetoric coming from the governor and the mayor. We're gonna dig into it all right now. Stick with us. You're gonna get informed.
Which rhetoric? Okay, but you just said stick with you. We're gonna get into it. I'm very curious to actually see what the fuck you're talking about, because it sounds like you might just have no idea.
In this video, we would very much appreciate if you'd like, share, and subscribe.
I agree with you, Jonathan. I think there's some details we don't know yet, and we'll have to learn more about it. What strikes me is, first of all, it's extremely sad and unfortunate that someone died. I mean, the political fighting and disagreements aside, it's terrible. You don't want people to die in law enforcement situations or otherwise.
No, you absolutely do. You and Trump and every other like Republican dick suck MAGA conservative absolutely do want these people to die, just so you can usurp like more and more and more in power to the executive, because that's all you can ever do. That's all you're ever good for.
But it strikes me that we are undergoing an epidemic of political vigilantism right now. Why are people showing up in vehicles, in convoys, not just in Minneapolis, but all over the country in an effort to obstruct?
Why would you start off this clip talking about how you need more details, how you don't know the details around the case, but then go on to talk about people joining together in convoys to obstruct ICE, like ICE raids or ICE, what would you say? Conductions of investigations or whatever the fuck else. Like, why would you start that off with this? And then go on to say that, like, oh yeah, here's this claim that I'm making, like, bold-faced, like, no shame whatsoever.
Lawful federal law enforcement activities. This is not an isolated incident. We have had hundreds of car rammings against ICE agents
You haven't.
all over the country. According to DHS, this lady in this car today, along with other vehicles,
Unless you mean, like, ICE agents ramming into, like, civilians' cars, yeah, then I would agree with that. But
have been tracking ICE agents around. This lady in this car today, along with other vehicles, have been tracking ICE agents around.
Doesn't know that, by the way.
Why are people believing that they can drive their car into a federal law enforcement situation and that is an appropriate thing to do? I understand they don't like the fact that these agents are enforcing existing immigration law, but that's not how we change laws in this country. If you don't like a law, you talk to the politicians. You don't drive your car into the middle of a building or a law enforcement situation that's being occupied by the people who are simply there to enforce the law. If I don't like how much the IRS is charging me in taxes, I don't drive my car into the Treasury Department, try to run somebody over. I call my congressman. Political vigilantism is being encouraged by Democratic officials like the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan, who earlier this year told people to, quote, put your bodies on the line, and Tim Walz calling these guys Gestapo all year. What?
If that's your standard of evidence, why don't you look at, like, Mo Brooks on the January 6th incident in the Ellipses speech, where he is telling people that they need to sacrifice their blood, sweat, tears, and potentially even their life like their ancestors did in the Revolutionary War. Why is that not an invocation of, like, violence or, like, harmful rhetoric or anything to that manner? But, you know, like, whatever these, like, quotes that you're cherry picking from this, like, definitely are. Like, square that circle for me, dog.
On the line, and Tim Walz calling these guys Gestapo all year. What do you think happens when you radicalize a base of people about this?
Yeah, he is exactly right. It is the rhetoric that is propelling this to the.
But it's only rhetoric that applies to one side, right, dipshit? Is that the only thing? Like, just one side is the one that's, like, doing this rhetoric? Also, this rhetoric that accurately describes the actions and the foundations of these groups, that accurately depicts this. Meanwhile, the other side is, like, constantly calling the left, like, communist, fascist, Marxist, saying that they're a party of pedophiles, saying that they are a radicalized organization, saying that they shouldn't exist, saying that they just want to train your children. Like, that's not going to be, like, radicalizing to anybody whatsoever. That's not going to be, like, divisive.
Heights that it's getting to, and now we've lost life. And in the last analysis, they're being gaslit by their own governor, by their representatives, by their mayors, to go and do something that's illegal. Getting in the way of ICE as they perform their constitutional duties is illegal.
Which you have no evidence for that whatsoever. Nobody has any fucking clue about this. There has not been an official investigation launched into this yet. So I don't know why you're making these claims out here like this. Also, it's probably illegal to, you know, like, shoot somebody that's, like, you know, trying to drive away. Okay, so spare me.
She was going to be arrested. She didn't need to die. But unfortunately, when you get into these high tension situations,
We don't know if she was going to be arrested. We don't even know if he has the authority to arrest her.
that happen in a split second, bad things can happen. Don't go. Don't take the bait. It isn't your job to go out there onto the street and stand up to ICE.
Here's the thing I've noticed when it comes to these panels and also the Democrats and stuff. They're not trying to tell people to stop ramming ICE vehicles. They haven't told people to stop attacking ICE agents. They haven't told people to stop spitting on ICE agents or
Because it's not really even happening. So.
anything else like that. They're telling them to keep on the pressure. And it's because they want situations like this.
They're not.
They want things like this to happen because they want to see unrest in the United States. Because
What benefit happens from instances like this? What benefit is the left receiving that is, like, so consequential to instances like this occurring? Like, the left is not even in control of anything whatsoever. You have the president, who is a Republican, vice president, who is a Republican. You have the House that is Republican majority. You have the Senate that is Republican majority. You have the SCOTUS that is, like, favorable to the sitting president. What benefit does the left get from this? Meanwhile, you see on the right, when you have the president and the vice president coming together unanimously to talk about how they're going to go actually even harder on demonstrators or protesters. So
they think they're more unresters in the United States, the more likely are going to win the midterms and the 2028 election. That's exactly what this is about. It's all politics. And a few people die. Oh, that's worth everything when it comes to the movement, when it comes to getting rid of Trump.
Yeah, we just heard Scott Jennings quote, I forget who it was, but they're telling these people to put your body on the line. Like, what is that? That's what we saw yesterday, and there's a woman dead over it now. So the rhetoric is so dangerous, and frankly,
I don't want to do this. Hold on, but I'll. Is this how you spell it? I don't remember. Speech. Alright, what's it called? Lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Mo Brooks.
They attack freedom of speech. They attack freedom of association. They attack freedom of all kind, including the right to bear arms. USA, USA, America. Cowering, wimpy Republican congressmen and senators who covet the power and the prestige the swamp has to offer while groveling at the feet and the knees of the special interest group masters. As such, today is important in another way. Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass. Now, our ancestors sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, their fortunes, and sometimes their lives to give us, their descendants, an America that is the greatest nation in world history. So I have a question for you. Are you willing to do the same? My answer is yes. Louder. Are you willing to do what it takes to fight for America? Louder.
Don't forget, potentially including risking your own life, by the way. Laying down your own life, sacrificing your own life. Let's hear what this guy has to say. Let's hear what this fucking dipshit has to say again, by the way.
Quote, I forget who it was, but they're telling these people to put your body on the line. Like, what is that?
Okay. To be fair, I don't know this guy. I don't know his positions. But someone should like maybe ask him if he thinks that Mo Brooks on the day of January 6th, the morning of January 6th at the Ellipse speech, when he's telling people that they should like, when he's asking them if they're going to be willing to sacrifice their lives to be true patriots, to take names and kick ass, if that's like, maybe like an incitement to poor behavior. Does this guy acknowledge that?
That's what we saw yesterday, and there's a woman dead over it now. So
that's what we saw on January 6th, and we saw like an insurrection come about as a result of that. We saw police officers being violently attacked as a result of that. We saw Ashley Babbitt get fucking domed as a result of that.
Oh, the rhetoric is so dangerous, and frankly, I cannot believe that, the top officials in Minnesota are willing to sacrifice their citizens for a political objective.
Oh, you mean like, for one, it's not even true. For two, you mean like Donald Trump has since 2016? Like Donald Trump has when he says that maybe the Second Amendment people would be willing to do something against Hillary because of the threat of like their guns being taken away, despite Hillary never even like talking about that. Whenever Donald Trump not even threatens, but offers to pay the jail fees for whoever one of his supporters like attacks like a heckler at his rally. When Donald Trump is inciting people to go to the Capitol building on January 6th, whenever the votes are being like certified, to attempt to insurrect the fucking government.
Here's the thing about the media, though. You notice if Trump puts out a controversial meme or says something controversial in one of his truth posts, they're all over it. Talk about, should he really be talking about like this? Should he be doing this? But when Democrats do it, they don't
Because he's a fucking president, dog.
say anything. They're correct.
After you guys scrutinized Biden for the past however many years, after you guys hyper focused in on Hunter Biden and got no convictions on anything related to corruption whatsoever, all you got was like something on his like tax forms and the filings on his like on his gun permit or whatever the fuck. Like, after you guys hyper scrutinize these motherfuckers, give me a break.
Crickets chirping, you can hear. But when Democrats do it, they don't say anything. They're crickets chirping, you can hear them. Nothing's going on with it. That is hypocrisy, people. And that's the reason they're allowed to get away with stuff like this, the Democrats. And that's the reason you're going to see this stuff escalate as time goes on, the longer Trump is in office. And the reason is because they hate him so much to the point where they want to destroy him. And if they have to, they'll destroy the country to do so.
Yeah, that is the fact. And it is so repulsive to me. The history that we have, the great nation that we become. We're so generous, willing to do anything for anybody in need around the world. We send money to everyone. And
is that true? What about the USAID funds that we just like cut entirely? What about the Title I funds that we just designated entirely to the HHS apparently, that, you know, helped children that were impoverished? What about all of the extracurricular like funding that we had before this administration that are like completely cut? The entire like Department of Education is like completely defunded at this point, dog. Like, you want to like live in both worlds simultaneously despite only one world existing, and it's the world that's like counter to your narrative.
These guys would just throw their own constituents right into the meat grinder. And frankly, I think it's evil.
All right, guys, that's the end of the video. We hope you enjoyed. Please hit that like button, comment, and share this out to everybody.
Thanks for joining.
Dude, is this a fake fucking background? God, dude, so cringe.
The history that we have, the great nation that we become.
I want to subscribe to these fucking losers.
Done enough. I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, you know, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children? They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos, you know, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say, despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
Oh, they say they are legitimate business, so that makes them legitimate. What's up, everybody? Welcome to General. Today, we're going to be talking about Nick Shirley. And what I indicated yesterday in one of our videos where I said CNN decided to go, instead of investigating the actual fraud that's going on in Minnesota, they're investigating the guy who discovered it. And
they mentioned that they were trying to investigate the quote-unquote fraud in Minnesota. Dipshit. Like, did you not hear that? You opened the fucking thing by mocking what she had said whenever she said she attempted to call these people. Like, for one. For two, the primary focus is on Nick Shirley. His reporting. His factual accuracies/inaccuracies. Why is she going to dedicate the time to that? Okay?
and actually made it a big deal.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's like, so instead of investigating fraud, they investigated the guy who caught the fraud.
It sounds like the fraud's already being investigated, little bro. It sounds like the reason that there was dozens of convictions from Biden's DOJ previous to Trump becoming president, sounds like it was already being investigated for over a year at the very minimum.
And would you expect any less from CNN?
Don't you know it's racist?
That's right. Thank you for joining us. We would really appreciate if you liked, shared, and subscribed. It boosts our channel.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this video where CNN is doing this investigation. It's quite a bit longer than what we just showed you.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
If you are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. So I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released
You
over the weekend,
absolutely
in which
are.
he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds. Did you?
Now, I want to add this into this. Not only has he done this kind of work, he also has done shining light on Antifa as well as the border crisis, because he went to New York and was talking to people that just got into New York from the border and asking them how they're actually being able to pay for an expensive hotel room. And they said the government's paying for them, including the food and everything else. And he was shining light on that. Now, I don't know if you guys know this. He's bilingual.
That's not a... That's... Okay. Okay.
He knows several different languages. So he's able to...
He's bilingual. He knows several different languages. Wouldn't that just mean you know, like, 2 languages?
talk to these people and find out more information about what's going on with our taxpayer money. That's what he does. He actually shines a light
It's New York taxpayer money, dog.
on where taxpayer money is going, such when it comes to Antifa, what's going on with that in places like Washington State, Oregon, and also when it comes to what happened during the border crisis in New York. He's showing where the taxpayer money was going when it comes to actually putting these people in hotels and giving them food.
Yeah, this is the left's ultimate nightmare.
It's not.
Somebody actually went on foot.
This kid is an aspy fuck retard who knows nothing about anything whatsoever, which is why he's interviewing some no-name dipshit pedophile that walks around to every fucking daycare in his state and then begs to see children. This is not the left's worst nightmare. Like, this is insane.
All these addresses, and you all saw what happened. So this is damage control. And the funniest thing to me is CNN is doing damage control for fraud. That's what that network is doing.
During their normal operating hours when you came to visit.
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is
That is the point, dog. If you don't come at the operation hour or the time that they're operating, you're not going to be able to get in. Why the fuck do you think you can get into a locked building that's not open?
blacked out doors. They can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. And there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
It should
daycare.
be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll?
You bring up a fair point. After this dipshit nods, he should recognize how fucking retarded. Like, he's absolutely fucking nut hugging this kid right here. And then this kid just disagrees with him when he says, oh yeah, you bring up a fair point. This level 1 counter to what I did and what I like represented in the video, it's actually a fair point that you would question like the most basic of all things.
A child.
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation. Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. A case.
They have done 90 indictments and 63 prosecutions. That doesn't include the 6 or 7 people that some of these judges have thrown out these court cases after they were already convicted. You know, it's happened. I thought it only happened to 2 of them. No, it's happened to 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Citation, please. I don't believe these motherfuckers. These people are not these people in particular. I don't know these people in particular, but the people that say this shit, that speak in these vague generalities, they have no citation whatsoever. And when they do bring a citation, they inaccurately like retell what they're talking about.
Just the 2 had stolen $7.2 million, and the jury convicted them. And the
judge overturned it.
The judge said, "I'm going to throw your case out." I mean, that's
Why?
how they look after your.
Wait, why did she throw it out? Tell me why. Also, is that also being like gone through the appellate court process? You know, like court cases are supposed to do if there is a contention with it.
Tax dollars in Minnesota.
This has been going on, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children? They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims. Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN. We reached out to several...
No, so there's no commentary for either of these two because they have no ability to fucking acknowledge how absurd it is that he's saying it's 100% true. After then just saying that it's up to them to make their own interpretation of it.
Of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen that the videos
purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside. Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding.
I hate their editing because they leave out the answer that person was going to answer. You know why? You know why they left it out? It's because you were going to hear something that you wouldn't like, or actually corroborating exactly what Nick Shirley has found out.
Right. They didn't want you to hear the answer because it would, of course, explain the truth.
Not only that, just because they're saying they're a legitimate business, that don't mean they are. You have to investigate it a little harder than what she did, other than just calling them.
Yeah.
It's not her job to investigate those, dog. It's not even her story that she's investigating. She's investigating Nick Shirley and his claims.
I can't believe
she's not dissecting the claims themselves, right?
What lengths CNN is willing to go to play damage control for fraud. It's mind-blowing.
If they're wanting to go to whatever lengths imaginable to like damage control for fraud, which doesn't even make sense, because what incentive would there be for them to damage control for that? Because they don't get anything like from doing that. And also, if they really wanted to genuinely damage control this, why would they involve that call whatsoever? Like, it's probably fairly obvious that like dipshit like these two would like speculate like, oh, isn't it kind of weird that like they cut that? Isn't it kind of weird that they didn't even give like the answer or something? Doesn't that kind of like indicate that like they got an answer that they didn't even like? Then why the fuck would they include her calling them and asking that question? Why didn't they just cut that out?
It's the Criminal News Network.
The alarm on fraud for years.
The Criminal News Network, while Fox News is the biggest news like media organization as we speak right now, Fox News, the media company that had to pay out nearly $800 million to the Dominion voting machine company because they were knowingly spreading lies that were perpetuated by the president of the United States, who continuously makes claims that the 2020 election was stolen despite there being no evidence whatsoever. But CNN's the Criminal News Network. Yeah, you got it.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside. You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare? There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're
that?
showing face right now.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
Whitney, you mentioned in your story that there were dozens of convictions going back to 2022. Can you explain what those convictions established?
Well, this was really the beginning of this massive fraud case that has now led to more than 50 convictions, 56 people at least convicted as of September of this year, Jim. At least 78 people have been indicted in that case. It was this sprawling investigation that, DOJ has really touted as their effort to try to root out what is a fraud problem here in Minnesota.
Here's the interesting thing. She just admitted there's a fraud problem in Minnesota. Just did that. But the other...
She didn't admit shit. Like, admission implies that there's like something that is trying to be concealed. She said this.
Interesting thing also is they're not indicating what area did that happen in, all this fraud. And the fact is, it happened in Ilhan Omar's district. They don't say that because they don't want to throw shade onto Ilhan Omar because they don't want to be accused of being racist.
What relevance is it whatsoever? Also, they don't want to be accused of being racist. They're investigating Nick Shirley's claims about Somalian daycares, homie.
Yeah, I think you're right on point. It's sad. They're not a news network.
Jim.
And then, of course, many of them did begin a number of years ago. Whitney, wow, good to have you there. Thanks very much.
I think that Nick Shirley's work was exactly what it appeared to be. He stopped by a bunch of businesses unannounced. There were no children at any of the businesses.
Why would there be children at businesses that aren't open?
He pretty much got shooed away from every store. Everyone covered their face up. He had people shadowing him.
Is it possible that the people that he did speak to probably just don't feel comfortable with having some guy with a microphone on his hoodie, which you saw someone explicitly state earlier in the video, or having somebody with a camera in their fucking face, or having some old dude that has admitted to going around his fucking state to go to these daycare facilities to ask, to beg to see the children that are there, or to have like the two men following them around that are fairly large and also wearing full black suits and like face masks. Do you think that it's possible that the population of Minnesota that has already been like harassed and targeted by the current administration and people in their community maybe don't feel comfortable opening up or talking to or chatting with those types of people that are coming by? Is that possible?
that were obviously unhappy. You see all the people on the street that are with Nick, and they're unhappy, and it's easy to know why. I mean, they're benefiting from the government's payments, and they don't want the gravy train, if you will, to stop.
How are they
And
benefiting?
now it is going to stop. You know, every one of these businesses that's illegitimate, that is now having parents bring kids to make it look good because they got eyes on them. Well, look at if they're illegitimate, they're going to get caught now. Nick Shirley is not the only person out there doing good journalism. And so this was absolutely necessary.
Journalism.
I'm very thankful to Nick for doing what he's doing. And frankly, we need 10 Nick Shirleys in every state, because this isn't just limited to the Somali population in the Twin Cities. This is definitely nationwide, and I would suggest that this is the tip of the iceberg, in that the most serious fraud will probably be on one of our left coasts.
Well, I
Left
found
coast,
interesting what
okay.
Nick Shirley
One of the most serious fraud being on one of the left coasts, which I'm assuming he's probably talking about California. He might not be, to be fair, but just follow me for this one, okay? Let's assume he is talking about California. How is it that there is so much fraud that is going on in this state? Actually, no. I am going to use California, okay? Because the administration is talking about going to California because they're alleging fraud in there. How is this state that is like committing so much fraud, like, how does it have the fourth largest GDP in the world? Like, trumping over like many other countries. I think it just passed Japan. How does this place that is like committing all of this fraud have such great GDP growth? Might just be like bullshit, okay?
did is he decided to not do it on his own because he's not from Minnesota. He decided to go to someone who is local, who has been investigating this for a long time, and
which we have no proof for, no evidence for. It's just some schizophrenic dude named David, by the way.
got him involved and had his receipts to go and ask questions to these businesses. He
had no receipts, by the way. It was just numbers that he seemingly made the fuck up because he can't really type, I guess. What was it? It was like 1,300,000. Like, what numbers are these? If these were like official numbers, why don't you just fucking print them or copy and paste?
He only got to ask questions to certain people because only certain people would answer the doors, and majority of them didn't. They just slammed the doors, wouldn't even acknowledge them or call the police. So I'm glad he decided to go the local route with because the fact is, if he would have done it by himself, it would have been less legitimate. Him having someone that was local made it more legitimate, had someone that actually had receipts about how much money they were getting, and so on and so forth. That's the important part, I think, of the video, is he realized he had a limited amount of information. He needed more, and he found someone.
This is like if I wrote a fucking grocery list and then put the estimated cost that I was like going off of based on vibes. If I wrote that down, and then I went to some random dipshit who was trying to record a video to expose grocery stores for overpricing the shit that they do. And then we walked around to like different grocery stores that weren't even opened. And then trying to like talk to people or enter inside to like see if there's like stuff there that actually doesn't cost what I think that it costs because of my vibes. Like, give me a break.
That had it. And I thought it was a great video. But guys, we would like to know what y'all think about this. Please comment down below.
I'm good.
It's Democrats who have put Somali diaspora in Minneapolis at the center of their party and their state's politics. It's a small portion of the population. There is a bunch of fraud that goes on. And even Tim Walz has claimed that any investigation of this fraud is akin to white supremacy.
No, he hasn't. He has not. He has not.
That's not true. He hasn't.
This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy.
Let that sink in. What's up?
Do you think that, hold on, let me actually re-listen to this. Hold on.
It's Democrats who have put Somali diaspora in Minneapolis at the center of their party and their state's politics. It's a small portion of the population. There is a bunch of fraud that goes on. And even Tim Walz has claimed that any investigation of this fraud is akin to white supremacy.
No, he hasn't. He has not. He has not.
He has said that.
He has not said that.
This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy.
Let that sink in. What?
Yeah, I let it sink in for long enough. Where does it show that he's saying that any investigation into Somalian crimes is akin to white supremacy? Why would he not claim that under the Biden administration or the Biden DOJ whenever they were investigating and convicting these people of fraud?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. And today we're going to be talking about what's going on in Minnesota. And CNN is pretty much trying to play goalie for the Democrat Party, trying to keep things safe for them and trying to tell people, shut up, stop talking about this. It's white supremacy stuff if you keep talking about what the Somali people are doing in Minnesota. Also, some of the fraud that's going on countrywide in Democrat states and some red states, they're saying you're being racist by even talking about it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not listening to that opinion personally at all. And I think Matt and I can give you good reasons not to. We would greatly appreciate if you would like, share, and subscribe. It gives our channel a huge boost.
All right, guys, in this next video, we have Scott Jennings blasting the host of the CNN show we just saw, downplaying the fraud that's going on in blue states. Let's go and check out.
This idea that nothing is being done, that no one is being held accountable, that this was just let to run rampant is completely false.
Well, some people have been held accountable, but I think in the opinion of most Republicans, not nearly enough. And truthfully, until somebody in a position of power, until somebody in a position in Minnesota, elected position who was in charge of administering this or having some oversight over it goes to jail, it's honestly never going to stop. Look what's going on in blue states across the country.
What do you mean go to jail? Why the fuck would they go to jail?
$9 billion in Minnesota, $70 billion in fraud in California, cooking the crime stats in Washington, D.C. When is someone in a position of power going to go to jail for the rampant fraud? You can put all the low-level people in jail you want, but until somebody in charge goes to jail, it won't stop.
I think that he is 100% on point. It's
He's
what
not.
we've been saying in almost every video. Someone in a position of authority needs to be held accountable and go to prison.
Oh, well, let's grant that, okay? I'll trade you. Take somebody in authority that needs to go to prison, and then switch that around, and then put Trump there, okay? Put Trump in prison for the shit that he's done, for the insane fucking bullshit that he has done time and time again when he's exposed or excused like actual criminals, either in the instance of like his rhetoric or like by pardoning people outright.
Not just in this instance, but in Russiagate, immigration.
In Russiagate, why the fuck would anybody be arrested for Russiagate? Oh, I mean, obviously, like, besides people in the Trump administration or any of like his like personal lawyers or anybody akin to that, right? Like, oh wait, no, he pardoned those people too. My bad.
Instance, but in Russiagate, immigration.
Immigration for what, dog?
There's just a bucket of areas where crimes have been committed, like January 6th. There's another one. I'm not.
Oh, glad we agree. Except your president doesn't, because he just pardoned every single motherfucker in January 6th.
I'm not going to rattle off anymore. You get the idea. But there are people who are at the top who are not only responsible but broke the law.
Well, the thing is with Abby.
Also, to be clear, I know what the fuck he's saying, that they're propelling like a propping up a fake narrative from the Democrats about Donald Trump in January 6th. I know he's talking about. I'm just being an asshole.
Phillips there, and her claiming that the idea that nothing's happening, that people are not going to jail is not true. First thing, out of the 98 people that have been arrested for fraud in Minnesota, 60 have been convicted. Now, there's some also around the country that have been convicted. But these are low-level people. They needed people that have been arrested for fraud in Minnesota.
It's almost like getting a trial and leading to a conviction takes time. I know it's a weird concept, but...
So 60 have been convicted. Now, there's some also around the country that have been convicted. But these are low-level people. They needed help to actually get this done. These are the people that he is talking about that are being ignored, not only by the media, but also by the Democrat Party. And this is why a lot of people in the Republican Party...
Obviously not, if most of those convictions were secured by a Democratic DOJ.
...are upset with the Trump administration. They are seeing pretty much the same old stuff that always happens and no accountability from it. This is why we did a video yesterday with Michael Flynn, talk about accountability needs to happen in 2026. If it doesn't, then we might as well just forget it all, because it looks like we're going to lose midterms in 2026. So this is going to be his last year to actually get something done and rally the troops and get them to go out and vote, because something is being done to these people that have broken the law over and over again. And there's finally accountability.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? I would even argue that Trump could win the midterms with the right people being charged that deserve to be charged. But it's to this point right now. People seriously doubt anyone will be held accountable, because that's our past history. Look at
probably because the people that Donald Trump has personally directed his DOJ attorney general to criminally prosecute, such as Letitia James or Comey or Bolton or whatever, have like had charges pushed against them and then like dropped. Okay, so probably not the best like person to determine who should be arrested or who are actually like guilty of crimes.
Accountable, because that's our past history. Look at Bill and Hillary Clinton. They've never been held accountable for anything they've
For what? What would be an example that they should be held accountable for?
done. And we have that everywhere. So you know what? I would argue if Trump could charge the right people with crimes they've committed before the midterms, that would be a tremendous boost to his voting base.
I agree. Now, guys, we have another video for you from this segment from CNN. And in this one, Abby Phillips is claiming what Nick Shirley did when he was investigating the fraud that was going on in these daycares. These daycares did the right thing and the normal thing to not open the doors for him. Well, that is not necessarily true. Let's go ahead and check out this clip.
Because this is about politics. I get that. Politics is politics. But, honestly, you knock on the door of a daycare center and you're like, let me in, let me in. What do you expect people to do?
True. Based answer. Yeah, most normal response possible.
In some of those cases, there were children in there. What do you want people to do in that situation? Open the door?
Yeah, there were admittedly children in there, even by Nick Shirley's standards, right? They have to acknowledge that, right?
They come on in when they know that the Somali community is under attack, is being threatened every single day.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Okay, so now the people that are causing the fraud, they're causing the issue, are now the victims.
Right.
It's crazy. But guys, you got to stick with it.
You're not saying... the people that are causing the fraud, causing the issue, you're just generalizing a group of people, dog. Like, you guys, even both of you motherfuckers even like admit that the possibility of it existing nationwide is, you know, probable. The possibility of it existing in blue and red states is, you know, probable. The possibility of it existing outside of Somalian communities is probable. So it's like, yeah, these places that have not been shown or proven to have had fraud within them, yeah, maybe it is the case that like they don't feel comfortable, and that is also the case that, yeah, maybe they didn't commit fraud.
This, because we got this next video actually showing how it normally works whenever people go and to these daycares to either get some information or pick up their kids. Let's go and take a look at this clip.
So let me take you guys to all the people in Minnesota that I'm at my son's school right now. Let's walk in. All right, so I'm going to go to this front door right here, right? Well, like, oh, we'll just let Rams in. Well, you can't just let Rams in because it's locked, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to ring this bell right here. They're going to let me in. You see how it works? They see me. Hi, guys. All right, just in case nobody. And also, if I need a brochure for the daycare, nobody handed Nick Shirley a brochure. Nobody handed Nick Shirley a brochure. Hey, how are you? How are you guys? Hey, yeah, nobody handed Nick Shirley a brochure. Hello, how are you? Thank you. How was he today? Okay, good. Oh, I didn't even notice if I want a business card. I can get a business card too, guys. You know, see how it works? I walk out, the door automatically locks. Also, sorry guys, if I need something, there's something right here that I can get. You feel me? So this is what I'm telling you. Why did none of those daycare owners offer Nick Shirley? Come on, babe. You ready? Why didn't anybody say bye, boys? Offer Nick Shirley a brochure sent by your friend. Bye. It's cold, y'all. His hands are gonna be frozen. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Nick Shirley's not crazy. It's simple. They could have handed him a brochure. Say bye, boys. So let's.
Wait, did she say that was one of her business cards too? Holy shit.
Locks. Also, sorry guys, if I need something, there's something right here that I can get. You feel me? So this is what I'm telling you. Why did how was he today? Okay, good. Oh, I didn't even notice if I want a business card. I can get a business card too, guys. Good. Oh, I didn't even notice if I want a business card. I can get a business card too, guys.
Okay, she said if I want a business card.
I walk out, the door automatically locks. Also, sorry guys, if I need something, there's something right here that I can get.
Also, she has a son that's at the fucking daycare. No shit, they're gonna look at you and then feel more comfortable with you like being let in. Also, I don't even know if this is like the same any of the like daycares that Nick Shirley was even looking at. So this is also irrelevant. I don't know why the fuck you would bring that up. And then using this example to say like, oh yeah, they should have just like let Nick Shirley inside when there was like nobody in there and no like business being operated or anything like that. Like, what do you think this proves?
You feel me? So this is what I'm telling you. Why did none of those daycare owners offer Nick Shirley? Come on, babe. You ready? Why didn't anybody say bye, boys? Offer Nick Shirley a brochure sent by your friend. Bye. It's cold, y'all. His hands are gonna be frozen. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Nick Shirley's not crazy.
He is.
Simple.
And you're crazy too.
Handed him a brochure. Say bye, boys.
So let's look at this from a sales aspect for the business, because of course they want to attract more clientele. You have a little stand with different brochures and business cards outside of your door. That makes sense.
Who the fuck does that, dog? It's winter.
Appeals to people to put their kid with you or to at least inquire about it. But what we saw in Minnesota was the absolute opposite of that. It was,
if the funds that these places receive are dependent on children being enrolled there and their parents requesting that aid, then why do you think that they don't want like other people to be there? What would the incentive be for them to just like refuse service?
It's the weird people covering their face up, don't speak English, don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, I agree. Now, not only do I have her link down the bottom description area, she's on TikTok. I'm also going to tell you the name of it. So if you want to, you can just look it up without looking up the link. It's called Breathe the Experience. So go check her out. She's great. And yeah.
No, she's not great. She's a fucking retard. Give me a break.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing I noticed about that daycare that's different than the one that Shirley went to. And that is, they have
there's
a
children
area where you can just walk in and there's a phone there. They had a buzzer there. They also had pamphlets all around where you can fill out and stuff like that. They're not open. They had ability for people to actually do it while they're on the run on the road instead of having to call. This is something that I've seen most daycares.
They had to be let in. What do you mean on the road, on the call?
Have. They're legitimate. The daycares that aren't legitimate don't have stuff like this. Now, people that also run daycares maybe out of their house and stuff, that right there is a little different than what we see here that people are doing in shopping centers and stuff like that. That's the strange part of it that I've seen that's going on in Minnesota. Now, I think what's going to happen, in my opinion, I'm hoping, is at some point or another, they shut down the money to this stuff, because at some point, we got to actually look into all these businesses that are all over the United States and make sure they're actually legitimate. All right, guys, that's the end of the video. We hope you enjoyed.
Which, again, you have no evidence that these places are illegitimate. You have no evidence for any of these claims whatsoever, and you guys are probably both too fucking pussy to even, like, argue or debate these ideas with anybody in particular, so. Useless fucking slop to pander to an audience. Based. Oh.
million of fraud, a unanimous jury verdict, and Judge Sarah West overturned the verdict. I couldn't believe it. That was my discovery of all that fraud. I'm the one who got that guy brought before the jury, and then they find him guilty, and they let him go. And now you have Keith Ellison who says he's going to appeal the verdict. Well, he's a Muslim. He's going to find a way to screw it up.
So even if they are committed for fraud, that guy, he's committed.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is what people are talking about when they say that you're Islamophobic or racist. This is the same shit people were talking about whenever Donald Trump said that somebody wouldn't be fit to, like, rule in his case because he's Mexican.
For how much?
7.2 is what the unanimous jury verdict. 7.2 million.
And then they just went ahead and released him.
The judge overturned the verdict. He's walking free as we speak, still collecting money from the state. And it's federal money too. So we need the feds to come in here because this is not all state money. There's federal money that's involved here, and it's way beyond anybody's imagination, the total amount. The state doesn't even know. The feds don't even know.
And so, for instance, why would that judge bow down to the head of the Somali mafia here?
What I can tell you is that...
Who the fuck is the Somalian mafia?
It's a voting bloc. And what they say is if you do something to go against our community, we're going to vote for, and they all vote together, and there's ballot harvesting, I've seen them do it, that we're going to...
You've never seen them do that. You've never produced evidence of them doing that. You've never produced evidence of them committing fraud. You've never produced any evidence of them withholding, threatening to withhold any of this stuff whatsoever. Yeah, and any of their votes. You've never seen any of them withhold their votes.
We're going to vote for your opponent unless you do what we tell you to do.
And so it's all purely for votes?
Yes.
And so this building right here, Cedar Riverside, major, massive apartment complex. How many Somalis do you think live in there, for instance?
Well, this is just one complex. You've got 20 more just like this around the Twin Cities, and they're all Somali. You're talking probably 100,000 or more people, and they're all living rent-free. They're driving a vehicle that you paid for. They're eating food that you paid for. Everything they do is something that you paid for.
And for instance, that entire block will then go and vote for one specific candidate.
They'll have one person go there and collect all the ballots, and nobody tracks. They could say they have 9 people living in an apartment. They're going to send them 9 ballots. And then they have someone who comes along, collects all the ballots, and they fill them out, and then they deliver them all to the ballot box or wherever they deliver them all at once. There's no verification. Nobody's doing anything to know.
Are they citizens? Are they just requesting shit and they're just getting them as non-citizens? Give me a... No, stop. Quit. Chill.
Oh, if these people are even citizens that are voting.
And how well have they integrated into society here?
Not at all. It's either you do things their way or you're a racist or an Islamophobe and you will be attacked. My life's been threatened many times. I've had people tell me, just stop doing what you're doing. They're gonna take you out. And I can't do it because everybody says somebody ought to do something about that. I'm that somebody. I'm the guy who's doing something about it.
You're not that guy, pal. Chill. You're good. I'll probably restart this and we finish it another day or something, but I'm tired, bro. I'm tired, okay? Peace and love, brothers. Actually, let me do... Wordle. What's relevant? Cares, daycares, let's do cares. Okay. Lackey, right? No. Huh. We can do another word for now. See if any of this comes up. Me. Manic? Whoo! Sheesh! Okay, pretty good. Let's try the mini. I might just give up on this. Pieces of legislation. Bills? Bill? Religious wear of a turban known as a Death Star. Okay. Alphabetically first subway line in 15 across. Home of MoMA? What does that mean? Classical internet prank. What was what and what? What was it I was saying? What was it you was saying? I don't know. I know it's improper, but I don't know if that's part of it. Bit of strategy. Either blank of Big Bang. No. Big what? Chitty? Chitty bang bang? No? Pieces of legislation. Can I put his, I don't know if monk is that. Cuisine with Tom Yum soup. Who the fuck is Tom Yum? Often heckled sports figures. Refs? Maybe? Baby's knitted shoe, kill yourself? Like blue whales in the Burj Khalifa? This clue divided by 9? 1? Writer's alternative to a ballpoint. I don't know, would pen ink, would that work? Read receipt below an Instagram message. Scene. Ink pen? No. This clue number divided by 9. Or minus 9, sorry. 5. In love? Okay. Maybe it? Like, what was it? What was it you was saying? What was it I was saying? I don't know. Ranked above all others. I don't know. Fuck it though. I'm doing connections. Sorry. Book, bar, gram, split, tube, web, jet, app, mole, straw, desktop, pipe, hose, dip, volt, mobile. Like YouTube maybe? YouTube, you split, you app, pipe. Pipe, straw, tube. Hose. Hose, pipe, straw, and tube. Based. Instagram. Maybe? Hold on. On the gram, on the web, on the app. I don't know. Dip. Yeah, I got a dip, I got a volt. Got a split. Book it. Hey, I got a jet. Hey, I got a split. Hey, I got a dip. Fuck. A bar. A bar, like a standard book. Book. Things you read. Mobile. Yeah, I gotta book it. You got a jet. Have I heard anybody say volt? Like, hey, I got a volt. Based, okay. Mobile. I don't know why these four feel right. Okay, die. Desktop, grant, maybe this. What is this? Volt. Gram. Mole. Okay. Okay, whatever. I got it, it's fine. Woosah, 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 woosah. Okay. Peace and love, brothers and sisters. Actually... Am I able to, like... I can't, like, send... Which I don't think I really have anybody to send, to be clear. But I can't, like, raid into people, can I? Oh, I do /host. Let's find a queen real quick. Also, yeah, the music is gay, okay? But it's all I can afford. Which is free, by the way. Now, this guy's got a cool mustache. I rock with it.
Communication was through chat here. And like you basically get a role.
I'll consider it. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god. What the fuck? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Unless... Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't do that shit, dog. Sober Saturday party.
Are butt naked.
Oh.
If you ever want to see nipples, go to the rave. You'll see ass crack, you'll see nipples, you'll see... I saw penises at the rave. A lot of Speedos.
Base? What is this?
Production, congratulations.
Anybody, I'm not pointing fingers, but I am saying that it's ironic that because of the church.
Okay. Is this a femboy?
I'm gonna dead ass message them. I don't know why gifteds don't count. I wish they did.
Okay. IRL stream.
Cooking in the forest. I have like
Where's this? Ah.
wildlife here, to be honest.
God, living in some place like this would be... Ooh, that's
I'd be like,
beautiful.
oh, it's like sand, but no, it's just all
Jesus
plastic.
Christ.
It's crazy. And that just goes into your blood vessels.
Crazy, 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 crazy. What is this? Spoke what? Spokane to Seattle. Oh, what's up, Jordan?
Yeah.
What's up?
I'm gonna see if Tarkov's servers are still fucked.
Okay. I'm trying to find somebody to raid. A queen to raid. But they're,
Raid that femboy.
they're too horny.
Raid that femboy and ask him how they feel about Israel.
That's actually a pretty good idea, hold on. Wait, ASMR time.
You get kicked out of the stream like immediately. But like, yeah.
How do I... Ew. Hi, how are you? What do you do? What are you wearing? Show me your outfit. Why? Where are you from? Jesus Christ. Ugh. Peace and love. Do your thing, girl.
I gotta
Whoa.
wait till tomorrow. Damn.
What happened?
Fucking the winter, like the Christmas event.
Hmm. It's too much Fortnite.
What is BRICS going to do? What is China, Brazil? Why? I could guarantee you that World's Wave, my platform, is never going to be censored because, or shadow ban will ever shadow ban you because we don't even have an algorithm. Do you know that? CX ramp up slowly.
He's gay. What is this? Are they just talking about Modern Warfare?
But it's something where the public hasn't had to deal with this kind of individual test of will through substance. You know, it's weird.
Have you had any opioid issues yourself?
No, and that's
Sorry.
dumbass luck because
Oh,
I
no,
shattered
these
my
are-
wrist at 17 in an ATV accident,
No,
and they
these are
gave me
just
Vicodin for
fucking.
that.
They're just bros.
They're drug guys.
Yeah,
I'm
holy
in the
shit.
city. Like I can't walk at night without
Specifically
fucking like pepper
psychedelic
spray or
guys.
something on me. You know, like a
Understood.
check.
I don't know what Oregon's gun laws are either, because in Indiana, like, it's felt safe enough to where, like, if I had the money, I would probably just be casually concealed carrying. But at the same time, like, I don't
Too much
know what I would
paperwork,
be
dude.
doing.
I don't want to kill a man. You know, I just want a pepper spray, dude. I just want him to fuck off. But then if he has a gun, then I'm dead. You know.
Yeah, well, and that's my problem too, and I'm glad I grew up hunting because, for the most part, like, if we're within 30 yards of each other, like, if it's just like a
all in application.
The fuck?
And unfortunately, it's only me and this .exe right now. So
come on, Deezer, whatever the hell that is.
Whatever the hell that is.
The big dick mystic. We are going to have some boundaries because
ideals on women are
Fuck
absolute
was
garbage,
that?
and I bet your penis looks like this. Bad bitch, no one likes you anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, loud thinny shit Tano, how do you feel about as
Okay.
Loud thinny shit Tano.
Yeah. See, I'm never gonna find any women here. And I know that because there's 2 viewers on these streams. And women automatically get like, at least, they start off at a minimum of 10.
I'm
So
gonna
I'm
go to factory with just a Beretta.
Oh?
Let's see if I can extract.
Is she still ASMR now?
ASMR.
True. What?
If somebody donates like $100, they're farting the camera or something.
Dude,
That's probably
don't
what kind of
tempt
stream
me.
it is.
What is this? 24 hours before 24 hours OF. She's sleeping on the floor.
What's going on with that thing?
I don't know.
Actually, these are the same panties that I wore when I played a little bit before I got on here.
Why?
There was actually a handprints on my legs. So. Lobo needs it today.
This is pissing me off.
You fucking suck.
It was 16 hours.
Let me turn the light on here.
I will scream for help. Get off me. I need my car keys back. Or Dolly will save me.
Oh my god, I
No.
almost shot someone
Can I get up and go watch TV? Can I get up? My back hurts. Can I go outside? Yes. What will you do to me? At least you ain't standing on me. Haha, please don't crush my chest.
Please don't step on me with your big stinky feet, please.
Jesus, dude. Surprise for you. What does this mean? What's a surprise?
And I take care of my installation.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There's the femboy. We'll see. I'll put this person into consideration.
Like, yeah, because when I deal with trolls, I don't really hold back. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, I don't want to sound mean, but like,
Have you ever had sex? Question mark, question mark.
No.
because I'm not gonna lie, you're gonna hear me call I called clavicular a retard the other day, so I mean, I just need you guys to know that
He just call you a retard?
but I'm not
No.
soft like that. Like,
Hi, can you spin 360? You're
like-
pretty, my honey. If you're not cold, could you please take off your clothes? Please turn back. Hot. Good.
Please, Baba John, please.
Or like, don't expect me to not tell you.
Your body is beautiful, but your tits is small. I need to go. Bye. They come back and say, have you ever had sex? Question mark, question mark. How many centimeter your penis?
How many?
How many centimeter your penis?
How could you say that? Why would you say that? That's so crazy. Aren't you a content creator? You're not getting canceled. Don't worry, Cup. That's just the mod.
Dude, I walked up to that guy with my Beretta and I went, brah, brah. And he's dead. Whoa!
Now that you say that like, find somebody and ask them about Israel or what their feelings are on Israel. It's actually a really funny idea.
Oh yeah?
That's what's up.
Dude, I should eat this whole box of sugar.
With
Was
the
this a
tea,
day?
I have like no emotions now. I'm just like,
Bro, she's been streaming for a day straight.
it's like all this shit is like
Hell yeah.
fully Elvis.
They're on that grind.
Yeah,
They're grinding on it.
Boing. Heating the nail up. He's just like sitting down. I was like, what the fuck?
Let me give you Slurp Slurp 9000 rerun. Is this not even live? Bye.
I'm ready to go.
Sometimes you don't have any time to waste. You gotta do it right then, right there.
I feel like this would be perfect.
Yeah, I wonder if she voted
Get
for
them
it.
off.
We can do it right here.
Ask her, who'd you vote
for? But make up your mind.
Should I ask that before the raid?
Possibly. Oh, hold on, I hear a guy.
Cool music. By the way, what do you think of Israel?
They look like someone who's just gonna be like, I'm gonna ignore that question.
By the way, well, they have 29 viewers, so what do you think of Israel? Just curious.
This guy had
Smiley
armor?
face.
It's just a little cool, yeah.
Just curious.
How much money have you sent to Israel this year?
Alright, should I send this? I don't know why I feel...
God damn it, Santa, quit running around.
Alright, I'm doing it. I see it on their chat screen.
long did you say they've been streaming for?
Well, this person's been streaming for 3 hours.
She got out of my car.
He didn't get it.
What's up, babe?
He didn't get the sex. She left.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Oh no, that's it. That's it. You don't got any more chances. She declined him 3 times. I mean, he was a little forceful.
Kingslayer266, can I get out from under your
Get
feet?
naked or get out. I mean, you know.
It's a Jordan-esque comment.
Can't be. You gotta say, get naked and I'll drive you home. Yeah, you gotta change the seriousness of it. Kick to the curb. Hey, maybe she got free drinks and a free meal out of it. We love that. Gatherer, welcome in. Godvault, welcome. Oh, I've heard the dicks in Dallas many, many, many times.
Are you gonna answer me?
That's the gay cowboys. I
What?
know. I don't really know the gay cowboys.
She said, "Gather, welcome in."
But I've heard the, you know, I've heard.
But she
the
didn't answer my question.
It gets real interesting. Classic sign of a homeless person. A trolley cart and sleeping in a public area. He was having a nice rest, but I was wondering. I was like, if he wakes up as I'm running past, I don't think I want to be here for that. By the way, what do you think of Israel? I don't talk politics. I got no thoughts and opinions. Can I get out from under your feet? Sure.
No thoughts or opinions.
There's nobody underneath me.
Sounds like the
Got a
perfect
mirror,
woman.
Trash
Heart
can
emoji.
and a bunch of cords that I should organize. You guys should see my my cords right now. They're fucking everywhere. There's
Okay, fuck yeah, the servers are still up. I just lost a piss.